Jiang Feng used to be a big shot in the underworld, but he willingly played a minor role in this casino, all to complete a secret mission. The late-night streets were silent and empty, with only one brightly lit luxury building breaking the stillness. Inside the building, the noise was deafening, while armed security personnel patrolled the perimeter. The casino hall was filled with gambling tables and bustling with people. Cheers and curses mingled in the air. The scent of perfume and tobacco smoke created a unique atmosphere. Jiang Feng sat at a baccarat table, casually playing with chips, but his gaze often fell on the beautiful dealer. Xiaohua, how about we grab a late-night snack after your shift? Don't stand me up again. Jiang Feng tossed down 2 chips, his tone playful. The dealer, Xiaohua, in her early 20s, was elegant and beautifully made up. She smiled and replied, "Sure, brother Feng." Male gamblers around either coveted Xiaohua's beauty or stared intently at their cards. Jiang Feng lit a cigarette, the 2 scars on his left cheek faintly visible through the smoke, adding to his roguish charm. When the game ended, some were frustrated, while others were delighted. Jiang Feng nonchalantly pushed his winnings aside, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on 2 stunning women nearby. "Xiaohua, what do you think of those 2 ladies over there?" Jiang Feng asked teasingly. Xiaohua glanced over and smiled. "Not bad. Are you thinking of hitting on them, brother Feng?" "I'm very loyal. Tonight, my date is you." Jiang Feng withdrew his gaze, a slight smile playing on his lips. A young man with floral tattoos couldn't stand Jiang Feng's behavior and snapped, "Hey man, can you hit on girls somewhere else?" "Dealer, flirting during work hours, do you want me to report you?" A hint of amusement flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. "Got a problem?" "No shit. I lost over 200,000, and you're here flirting." The young man was furious. Jiang Feng held back his laughter and didn't respond. But the young man had lost his cool and continued to shout, "Get lost, punk, you're in my way." Jiang Feng's expression turned cold as he stared at him. The people around quickly backed away, leaving Jiang Feng alone. Xiaohua maintained her professional smile as she dealt the cards, a trace of mockery in her eyes. "Sorry, I won again." Jiang Feng glanced at the new cards, a contemptuous smile on his face. "Fuck you." The tattooed man was about to make a move when a middle-aged man with a big belly arrived, just in time to pull him back. "Brother Feng, I apologize. The young man is inexperienced. Please don't hold it against him," the middle-aged man said obsequiously, pushing a pile of chips over. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before waving his hand. "All right." The middle-aged man heaved a sigh of relief and quickly dragged the tattooed youth away. Outside the casino, the 2 took a deep breath of fresh air, and the tattooed man gradually calmed down. "Brother Zhong, who was that guy?" the tattooed man asked curiously. The middle-aged man sighed. "Xiao Fan, remember? You can always make more money, but if you lose your life, it's all over. That man is not someone we can afford to mess with." "Is he really that formidable?" The tattooed man was skeptical. "Not formidable, terrifying. Remember, in the park, I can protect you, but outside, we're just ordinary people. The waters in Southeast Asia are too deep. In this business, we're just small fry," the middle-aged man said meaningfully before turning to leave. Back in the casino, Jiang Feng continued to place bets nonchalantly, occasionally bantering with Xiaohua. Time passed, and eventually, a staff member whispered something in his ear. "Wait, I'm going all in on this one." Jiang Feng pushed all his chips forward and said to Xiaohua, "If I win, you get half." "Good luck, brother Feng," Xiaohua smiled. Lady Luck was on Jiang Feng's side, and he won big, turning his initial 100,000 into over 300,000. "Not bad, Xiaohua, you're my lucky charm." Jiang Feng stood up and said, 10,000 back to the boss, the remaining 240,000. You and I split 50-50. With that, he walked away, leaving the chips on the table. "Come again, brother Feng." Xiaohua smiled as she saw him off. "Sure." Jiang Feng waved goodbye, striding confidently into the depths of the hall. The old gamblers were unfazed, but the new ones looked on with curiosity as he departed. Jiang Feng walked through the hall and entered a 3-story villa at the back. As he opened the door, his eyes were immediately drawn to 2 barely conscious young people lying on the floor. One was a man and the other a woman, both pale and breathing weakly, as if they could stop at any moment. Frowning, Jiang Feng spoke with a hint of displeasure. "Why did it take so long this time?" He walked straight to the sofa and sat down, his gaze settling on the woman opposite him. Sitting upright on the sofa was an East Asian woman in a white dress that accentuated her graceful figure. Her long black hair fell loosely around her shoulders. Though her features weren't particularly striking, they were pleasing to the eye and grew more attractive the longer one looked. Her light makeup couldn't hide the traces of time, but it added to her mature charm. Her long, slender legs were fair and smooth, exuding a ripe allure. Jiang Feng looked her up and down, a glint of interest flashing in his eyes as a faint, insolent smile appeared on his lips. The woman ignored his gaze and spoke wearily. "Fengzi, thanks for your help this time. The payment has already been transferred to your account." For the follow-up, please go with them to finish the job. A man named Quan quickly chimed in. Sister Wan, there's no need for Brother Feng to come along. We can handle this small matter ourselves. Sister Wan waved her hand firmly. Let Fengzi go with you. We've got a lot going on lately. Better to get it done quickly. With that, she stood up and walked upstairs. Jiang Feng chuckled indifferently, pulled out his phone to check the time. Heh, let's get going. It's already late. The digits on the screen showed it was past 2 a.m. A few subordinates swiftly bundled the two people on the floor into sacks and carried them outside. Jiang Feng followed at a leisurely pace. A small van had been waiting for some time. Be careful. Sister Wan's voice came from the staircase on the second floor. Got it. Jiang Feng nodded, then climbed into the front passenger seat. The van drove away from the casino, heading towards the distant mountains. Jiang Feng rolled down the window, lit a cigarette, and turned to ask Quan, who was driving, did you recover the money from these two losers? No, we couldn't get it back, Quan, a man in his 30s who had been in northern Myanmar for over a decade, replied. And they're worthless. The boss said to bury them. Why not sell them? Jiang Feng asked curiously. The boss said we've got too much going on lately and didn't want to bother. Jiang Feng didn't press further and turned his gaze to the pitch-black night sky. Faint groans occasionally came from the back of the van. These two were personally captured by Jiang Feng. Sister Wan had issued a bounty, and after more than half a month with no results, she had sought Jiang Feng's help. Both were Chinese stowaways who had come here to make quick money through fraud. They initially failed in an online scam in the park, suffered from hunger and beatings, and eventually escaped. After hiding for a while, they somehow got their hands on some money and started frequenting the casino. After losing everything, they borrowed from loan sharks and ended up penniless. Sister Wan had imprisoned them and extorted their families before they managed to escape, leading to tonight's events. Jiang Feng felt no sympathy for these people. In his eyes, these stowaways were scum, unwilling to work honestly and always looking for shortcuts. Of course, he didn't consider himself a good person either. At the age of 5, Jiang Feng was kidnapped from southern China and brought here. Unaware and innocent, he was bought by a Chinese crime lord and eventually sent to a camp that housed thousands of children his age. Initially, young Jiang Feng cried and screamed to go home, only to be met with beatings. In the harsh environment, he quickly learned to adapt. Days were filled with intense physical training, and nights with ideological indoctrination. Over time, Jiang Feng gradually assimilated into this life, his mindset quietly transforming. No one knew how much time had passed, but one day, they faced a crucial test. The air in the training camp grew heavy, and every child's eyes sparkled with anxiety and fear. This was an unknown combat, where the victor survived, and the defeated became a cold corpse. Jiang Feng stood at the edge of the muddy battlefield, watching his peers wrestle and fight in the filthy water. A sudden wave of homesickness surged through him, but the harsh reality quickly crushed this tender emotion. Driven by the instinct to survive, Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, his muscles tensed, ready for the upcoming challenge. Years of intense training had transformed Jiang Feng into a precise fighting machine. When his opponent lunged at him, it was as if Jiang Feng's body had a mind of its own. He dodged, blocked, and counterattacked, each move precise and lethal. Despite his opponent's considerable skill, they eventually fell under Jiang Feng's iron fist, lying motionless in the mud. The brutal battles continued day after day, one after another. Jiang Feng's mind was gradually reshaped by the cruel environment, his body covered in scars, each telling a bloody tale. His gaze grew sharper, seemingly able to pierce through people's hearts. His expression colder, as if he had forgotten how to smile. 15 years passed, and out of the thousands of children who started, only 20 remained. Jiang Feng was among them, but their boss declared that only 10 were needed. Facing this new round of elimination, Jiang Feng was numb. Years of training and countless brushes with death had made him indifferent to his own life. Yet, the instinct to survive still burned within him. In the final battle, Jiang Feng paid a heavy price but succeeded. He became one of the 10 survivors, a death warrior selected from thousands. From then on, he had a new identity, the meticulously trained death warrior of a northern Myanmar overlord, nicknamed Mad Dog. The small van bounced along the uneven dirt road, heading deep into the forest. At around 3 in the morning, the surroundings were silent, broken only by the occasional cries of wild animals. Feng, we're here, Quan said, stopping the car and interrupting Jiang Feng's thoughts. Yeah, be quick about it. I'm not getting out, Jiang Feng replied lazily, leaning against the car window, his gaze sweeping over the pitch-black night outside. Feng, this is nothing you need to handle yourself, Quan said with a smile, then signaled to the others in the back. They swiftly lifted out 2 sacks, from which faint groans could be heard. Jiang Feng lit a cigarette, watching in the car's headlights as Quan and 3 other men started digging. The occasional roars of wild beasts in the mountains stirred some unpleasant childhood memories for Jiang Feng. Quan, is this deep enough? One of the men asked, tossing aside his shovel. Dig deeper. These two are good at escaping. Jiang Feng's voice came from the car. The men silently continued digging upon hearing his words. Suddenly, a terrified plea came from one of the sacks. Please spare me. I'll find a way to get you the money. Spare me, please. I'll pay you back. I'll borrow money to pay you back. Spare me. I'll find a way. You can sell my organs. Just spare my life, please. Jiang Feng remained expressionless, as if he hadn't heard the desperate pleas. One of the men walked over to the sack, ruthlessly kicking the person inside in the head. A shrill scream erupted from the sack. Shut up, you're too noisy. One of Aquan's men, a burly guy standing at 6 feet, repeatedly kicked the sack with heavy blows. The man inside let out muffled groans, losing consciousness after a few kicks. The cries woke another woman up. Realizing her predicament, she was overwhelmed with fear and lost control of her bladder. Trembling, she pleaded, Please, sirs, spare my life. I promise I'll find a way to repay the money. I'll do anything you ask, just don't bury me alive. Aquan's men exchanged glances before looking towards him. Aquan, irritated, snapped, Why are you looking at me? What's with this hesitation? We've got a lot to do. Finish this quickly and let's go. There are plenty more where they came from. He glanced at the car, urging his men to speed up. The 3 men silently picked up their shovels and resumed digging. The woman inside the sack, hearing Aquan's words, felt a wave of despair wash over her. Trembling, her pleas grew louder. Please, sirs, spare me. I'll do anything. One of the men, unable to bear it any longer, swung his shovel and struck hard. Her piercing scream shattered the night, followed by silence. Blood seeped through the sack, dripping onto the soil. Jiang Feng asked, How deep is the hole? About a meter, Aquan replied. Jiang Feng, impatient, said, That's enough. Hurry up, I have a late-night snack date with Xiao Hua. He hadn't wanted to come but was worried they might escape. Jiang Feng was always meticulous, a habit ingrained from his training. He was taught to ensure every action was lethal, or else he would be the one dead. Sister Wan also wanted him to oversee this, as her casino had been unstable recently, and these 2 escape artists had infuriated her. Several negligent guards had already been punished. Aquan climbed out of the pit, and the group worked together to throw the sack inside. The man inside woke up from the impact, but the woman was deeply unconscious. The man, in despair, shouted, No, please, don't do this. Aquan ignored him and began shoveling dirt into the pit. The man's pleas quickly turned into curses, growing louder. You bastards. You'll all die horrible deaths. Even as a ghost, I won't let you off. I curse you all to get hit by cars. The group paid no attention and continued filling the pit. The man's voice grew weaker until it faded away. Jiang Feng, expressionless, looked at the filled pit and said, Stomp it down. Aquan stomped on the ground a few times, then headed towards the car. The 3 men also stomped, packed up their tools, and followed. Lighting a cigarette, Aquan hesitated and asked, Brother Feng, who did you say you're meeting for a late-night snack? Jiang Feng casually replied, Xiao Hua, the dealer from your casino. Aquan awkwardly said, Brother Feng, Xiao Hua is my girlfriend. Jiang Feng, a bit surprised, said, Your girlfriend? I didn't know that. Just started seeing her last month. Leaning against the car window, Jiang Feng mused, Oh, should I return her to you tomorrow? He had his eyes on Xiao Hua for a while. She was the prettiest dealer at Sister Wan's casino. He hadn't made a move out of respect for Sister Wan, but Aquan wasn't worth that respect. Aquan forced a smile, a flicker of anger hidden in the night. Brother Feng, Jiang Feng teased. What? You don't want to? It's just a woman. To him, it really wasn't a big deal. Brother Feng, I truly love Xiao Hua and want to marry her, Aquan said sincerely, his eyes sparkling with determination. Jiang Feng heard this and couldn't help but scrutinize Aquan. After a moment of contemplation, he replied with a hint of helplessness, What can I do? She already promised me. Aquan's expression changed, but he quickly composed himself and proposed a compromise. Brother Feng, how about this? When we get back, I'll bring a few new girls over. You can pick whichever one you like. He took a deep breath, clearly trying to control his emotions. Jiang Feng yawned and waved his hand nonchalantly. All right, let's go back and see first. Aquan seized the opportunity, repeatedly assuring him, Thank you, Brother Feng. Don't worry, I'll find a good one for you. Just then, one of Aquan's men hurried over, looking around nervously before speaking in a low voice. Brother Feng, Brother Quan. This place gives me the creeps. We should head back. Aquan, feeling slighted by Jiang Feng's lack of regard for him, couldn't resist a sarcastic remark. What? Are you afraid of ghosts? The subordinate quickly explained. Brother Quan, this place must have at least 100 bodies buried. The wind here is eerie. Let's go back. Aquan dismissed his concerns and walked towards the driver's seat, mocking, "Look at you, all scared. If there were ghosts, none of us could escape. Brother Feng has killed so many people. If there were ghosts, they'd run from him." With that, he opened the car door and got in. Jiang Feng sat in the car, silently listening to their conversation. His gaze drifted to the starry sky outside the window, and his thoughts began to wander. Over the years as a death warrior, he and his 9 comrades followed their boss in battles, expanding territories and seizing businesses, their hands stained with blood. As their boss's ambitions grew, they underwent more rigorous training, becoming deadlier weapons. However, in the hellish land of northern Myanmar, no one could guarantee a tomorrow. Even though their boss was immensely wealthy and possessed a formidable armed force, he was eventually found and killed in his own home a few years ago. Jiang Feng was on a mission at the time and narrowly escaped. Afterward, he was hunted by rival factions for a while. Now, Jiang Feng was a lone wolf. Those who once hunted him had gradually shifted their focus elsewhere. In the eyes of the powerful, he was just a highly skilled enforcer, incapable of causing significant trouble. Over the past 2 years, numerous factions had tried to recruit him, seeing his potential as a valuable asset. Sister Wan was among them, offering help on multiple occasions. But Jiang Feng declined all offers. He was tired of living a mercenary life. Deep down, a thought had taken Ruth wanted to go home. However, having left his hometown at the age of 5, he no longer remembered what it looked like. He had asked people to search for information, but after years, there was still no news. He had considered going back to look for it himself, but didn't know where to start. More importantly, he bore the mark of the underworld, his hands drenched in blood. His homeland would never allow such a dangerous person to return easily. Jiang Feng stared out the window, lost in his uncertainty. His past, his nature, all but ensured he could never lead a peaceful life. The car smoothly made its way back to the lot, the journey uneventful and calm. The casino was still brightly lit, filled with the curses of gamblers who had lost heavily and the occasional sighs of delight from those who had won a little. Jiang Feng stood at the entrance, coldly scanning the crowd coming and going. He knew all too well the fate of these gamblers continuing to gamble would only lead to one inevitable end: bankruptcy and ruin. The casino was like an insatiable vampire, never letting anyone leave with their winnings. It would drain every last penny, leaving you with insurmountable debt. Jiang Feng had even seen more ruthless casinos that lured gamblers into bringing their families, squeezing out every bit of value before selling them off. He had no sympathy for these people, because their nature destined them for a tragic end. "Feng, let's go. Xiaohua and the others should be off work now." A Quan handed the car keys to one of his men and walked over. "Let's grab some late-night snacks. I've got something good lined up for you." Jiang Feng suddenly lost interest. "Maybe not. I'll just go back and sleep. There's nothing good here anyway." A Quan was persistent. "Come on, Feng. We got a new batch recently. Some of them are pretty good. I'll set it up for you. Besides, it's late. You need to eat something before you sleep." As Wanja's head bodyguard, a Quan was well acquainted with everything in the casino. Jiang Feng showed a bit of interest. "Oh, where are they from?" "I think they were caught in Thailand," a Quan replied casually. "All right, let's get something to eat." Jiang Feng reluctantly agreed. A Quan led the way, bypassing the villa and heading deeper into the property. They passed rows of small houses and approached a 2-story building. Not far away, a 3-4-meter high wall enclosed the area, with shadows patrolling around. They arrived at the 2-story building, and a Quan opened the door, leading them inside. Jiang Feng followed, familiar with the place, and entered a room with a round table. There was also a suite inside with a large bed, sofa, and air conditioning. "Feng, take a rest. I'll bring them over. Anzi and the others are in the kitchen preparing the food," a Quan said. "Okay, I'll lie down for a bit." Jiang Feng waved him off. "And don't bring anyone who's on white powder." "I don't like that." "Don't worry, I'll make sure you're satisfied," a Quan assured him with a smile before leaving. Jiang Feng took off his t-shirt, pulled a knife from his waist, and tossed it onto the sofa. He turned on the air conditioner and collapsed onto the bed. Standing at about 1.78 meters tall with well-defined features, broad shoulders, a narrow waist, and long legs, his physique was a result of years of rigorous training, making him exceptionally fit with perfect muscle definition. However, his body was marred by scars. His back, chest, and arms bore numerous knife wounds, at least a dozen, and there was a gunshot wound on his waist. A particularly large scar on his arm stood out, a mark from his past as a death soldier, which he had scraped off himself after his boss died. Soon, Anzi and 3 others brought in a large amount of food. Seeing Jiang Feng resting, they quietly set down the food and left. They squatted by the door, smoking and waiting for a Quan to return. A short while later, a Quan arrived with 6 young, well-dressed girls. "Where's Feng?" he asked. Resting inside, Anzi stubbed out his cigarette, glancing at the girls. "Get inside and stop staring," a Quan scolded. "If the patrol guys see you, they'll take them for themselves." With that, He led the way into the room. Feng, they're here. Quan called out. Jiang Feng opened his eyes, his interest piqued, and got up, walking out shirtless. Feng, Xiaohua, now in casual clothes, greeted him, her curvaceous figure catching Jiang Feng's eye. Quan's mouth twitched slightly at the sight. Hello, Feng. The other girls quickly followed suit. Some had been here for quite a while, at least half a month, and naturally knew some of the rules. Jiang Feng wore a mischievous grin as he pinched Xiaohua's cheek. Hee, Xiaohua, you're not being honest. You're Aquan's girlfriend and didn't tell me? Or is it that my charm is just too irresistible and you're thinking of two timing? Aquan's face stiffened, but he said nothing. Xiaohua quickly changed the subject. Oh, brother Feng, your charm is undeniable. Look at these ladies. Who among them isn't captivated by you? She gestured to the 5 women behind her, each stealing glances at Jiang Feng, especially eyeing the scars on his body. Jiang Feng laughed heartily, clearly enjoying the attention. Quan pushed Jiang Feng to the main seat. Come on, sit down and eat something. I'm starving. He gave Xiaohua a meaningful look. Understanding immediately, Xiaohua pulled over 2 young women. One was tall and pure-looking, while the other had a voluptuous figure, exuding a seductive aura. Brother Feng, what do you think of these 2 sisters? Xiaohua pushed them toward Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng looked them up and down, a sly smile appearing on his face. Not bad. I'll let you off today, but let's meet again. A flash of barely contained anger crossed Aquan's eyes, and Xiaohua quickly squeezed his arm, signaling him to stay calm. Sit down and keep brother Feng company. Xiaohua instructed the 2 women. The pure-looking one seemed a bit nervous, while the voluptuous one was more experienced, sitting next to Jiang Feng with a suggestive look in her eyes. Jiang Feng pulled the voluptuous woman into his arms, and she leaned into him. Her unique fragrance filled his nostrils, and the feel of her body against his arm sent a thrill through him, making him smile involuntarily. By now, everyone had taken their seats. Xiaohua sat beside Quan, and the other henchmen each had a young woman accompanying them. The table was laden with a sumptuous feast, including both meat and vegetables, as well as soup and wine. Brother Feng, let's toast to you. Quan raised his glass. Although it was past 4 in the morning, the heat was still oppressive. Jiang Feng picked up the cola in front of him and took a big gulp. The cool liquid traveled from his stomach to his head, refreshing him instantly. In the underworld, most members avoided alcohol to keep a clear mind for survival. Quan knew this well and had prepared cola specifically. However, his and the others' self-discipline clearly didn't match Jiang Feng's, as they were now happily downing chilled beers. After a few rounds of drinks, Xiaohua's eyes fell on the pure-looking girl sitting next to Jiang Feng. The girl held a glass of beer, sitting still with her head down, seeming completely out of place amidst the noisy surroundings. Jiang Feng was too busy to notice her, engrossed in his flirtations with another woman beside him, his hands moving freely in a nearly explicit display. Quan's men were even more unrestrained, some feeding each other, while others were disheveled. Xiaohua tapped Quan's arm under the table, giving him a meaningful look. In the middle of his meal, Quan looked up, bewildered. Xiaohua rolled her eyes, took out a white pill from her small bag, glanced at the beer on the table, and signaled towards the girl opposite her. Realizing her intention, Quan took the pill from Xiaohua and quickly dropped it into a freshly opened bottle of beer. He then walked over to the pure-looking girl, snatched the beer from her hand, and replaced it with the spiked one, ordering, "This one's empty, drink this one." The girl, too scared to resist, took the beer with trembling hands. Quan then turned to Jiang Feng, raising his glass and saying, "Brother Feng, let's have a toast from us brothers." Only then did Jiang Feng release the panting woman in his arms and take a gulp of cola. Everyone present raised their beers and drank, including the pure-looking girl. She forced down her fear and humiliation, drinking the beer in one go. The terrifying scene she had witnessed before made her understand that even if it were poison, she had to drink it. She would rather be poisoned to death than suffer a torturous end. Time passed slowly as they continued to drink one can of beer after another, and the dishes on the table gradually disappeared. Jiang Feng, now full and satisfied, had the woman in his arms completely weakened by his skilled teasing. On the other side, the pure-looking girl grew increasingly uneasy, struggling to suppress the strange sensations in her body as tears of grievance streamed down her face. No one paid her any attention. Jiang Feng occasionally glanced at her, taking the opportunity to grope her. Despite having downed 7 or 8 cans of beer, Quan showed no signs of drunkenness, thanks to his incredible tolerance. He suggested, "Brother Feng, it's almost dawn. Let's call it a night so you can rest." Jiang Feng waved his hand. "Yeah, you all go to bed. I'll sleep here." Quan, understanding the cue, led his eager men and Xiaohua out of the room. Jiang Feng heaved a sigh of relief, a lecherous smile spreading across his face as he scooped the woman beside him into his arms. She coyly urged, "Brother Feng, hurry, I can't wait any longer." Jiang Feng laughed heartily. Haha, little minx, I'll make you sing conquer on your knees. With that, he carried her into the inner room and tossed her onto the bed, eliciting a coquettish squeal. Soon, the room was filled with sounds of pleasure, mingled with Jiang Feng's occasional low growls. Outside, the pure-looking girl remained motionless at the table, desperately suppressing the heat rising within her. She dared not leave or make any move. Xiaohua's earlier warning echoed in her mind. Tonight, she must not offend the person she was to serve. If she angered him, her life would be forfeit and no one would pity her. However, if she could please Jiang Feng, her days might improve, for Jiang Feng was quite influential in Southeast Asia's underworld. These concepts were still somewhat vague to her, but the woman in the room clearly understood them well. Having been in this circle for over a year, she knew of Jiang Feng's reputation, which is why she was so willing to accompany him, hoping for a better future. As Jiang Feng's breaths grew heavier and the woman's moans more seductive, the pure-looking girl's tears kept falling. She clutched her beer can tightly, sitting still on the stool. These days, she missed her warm home and loving parents every moment. But all that now seemed so far away, so distant it made her despair. She regretted deeply not listening to her parents, insisting on seeing the wide world, only to fall into this hell on earth. The sky outside was gradually lightening. The darkest part of dawn had passed. Inside the room, Jiang Feng let out a deep, guttural roar, accompanied by a woman's high-pitched cries. Soon after, the space grew quiet, leaving only the sound of their heavy breathing. Feng, you were too intense. My waist is about to break. The woman moaned weakly after a brief rest. Jiang Feng lit a cigarette and said smugly, haha, can't handle it already? I was just warming up. Come on, let's continue. Feng, let me rest for a bit, or you'll wear me out completely. The woman panted, there's another girl outside. Why don't you go and attend to her? Jiang Feng suddenly remembered. Oh right, I almost forgot there's someone else waiting. He walked out of the room, completely naked. The girl outside heard the footsteps and didn't dare to look up. Jiang Feng glanced at the delicate girl in front of him and chuckled. Look up at me. The girl slowly lifted her head with her eyes closed, her face flushed. Jiang Feng grabbed her chin, a glint of amusement in his eyes. Did Xiaohua give you something to take? I don't know, the girl responded softly, tears slipping down despite her efforts to hold them back. Open your eyes, Jiang Feng commanded. She didn't dare to disobey and slowly opened her eyes, her gaze avoiding Jiang Feng's muscular frame. Hee, open your mouth, Jiang Feng continued to instruct. For the next few hours, Jiang Feng was entangled with both women until around 7 or 8 in the morning. Only then did he feel exhausted and let the women leave, falling into a deep sleep himself. For Jiang Feng, living in the moment was his way of life. He didn't drink alcohol, but women were indispensable to him. In a world so unpredictable, he always indulged in the present. He slept until around 4 in the afternoon and woke up close to 5. Sitting up, he felt a slight ache in his waist and couldn't help but mock himself. Oh man, why is my waist aching? Damn, only 3 hours and I'm already feeling old. He reached out to massage his waist, doubting himself. The small bathroom in the room was fully equipped, and Jiang Feng quickly freshened up before stepping out. The living room was a mess, but he just glanced at it and walked straight out the door. The glaring sunlight made him squint slightly. Click. He lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Another day and another sunrise, not bad. Jiang Feng muttered to himself as he walked towards a nearby small canteen. Even though it wasn't mealtime, Jiang Feng headed to the canteen. Along the way, Wan's subordinates greeted him, and he nodded in response. Entering the canteen, the kitchen was busy preparing dinner. This place provided meals for Wan's subordinates and the casino staff, serving over 100 people daily. Master Liu, could you cook me some noodles? It's been a while since I had your noodles, Jiang Feng called out from the kitchen window. Feng, when did you get here? Sure thing, just wait a bit. How about some beef offal noodles? Master Liu responded in a thick, Minnan accent. Yeah, that sounds good, Jiang Feng replied. His language skills were quite impressive. He could speak Burmese, Mandarin, English, and Thai, thanks to his previous Chinese employer. Although not entirely fluent, daily conversations were no problem. 10 minutes later, a steaming bowl of beef offal noodles was served. Master Liu's cooking is still the best. Delicious, Jiang Feng praised sincerely. Every time he tasted the Chinese chef's food, he was thoroughly satisfied. Haha, if you want more, just let me know. I have to get back to work. Dinner service is about to start, Master Liu said, placing a few small dishes down. All right, you go ahead, Jiang Feng replied, taking a satisfying sip of the soup. After finishing his noodles at the cafeteria, Jiang Feng strolled out leisurely. Life had been easygoing for him lately. Though money was tight, being a lone wolf, he didn't mind much. As he passed the casino hall, he didn't stop. That place had once been where he bled himself dry, winning money only thanks to Wanjie's instructions to Xiaohua to rig the games. Just as Jiang Feng reached the entrance, A brand new Toyota Alphard pulled up slowly. Through the windshield, he recognized the driver as Quan and already had a hunch. Sure enough, the car stopped, the window rolled down, and Wanjia's slightly weary voice came through. Crazy, don't rush off. I need to talk to you. Jiang Feng looked at the familiar woman, smiled, and got into the car. The car drove to a small villa and stopped. Jiang Feng got out first, and a subordinate opened the door for them. The two of them sat down in the same spot as yesterday. Jiang Feng got straight to the point. What's up? Wanjia was the visible owner of the casino. Besides that, she ran 2 bars, some clubs, and other businesses. Of course, there were others behind the scenes. She alone couldn't control such a big operation. She had her men make Jiang Feng a cup of tea, then slowly began. You've heard about our conflict with Baolong recently, right? Jiang Feng nodded, sipping the fragrant tea. Wanjia continued. We just got back from negotiations. There's a bet. Baolong wants my casino, and I want his route. The stakes this time are these, and the bet will be settled through underground boxing. She rubbed her forehead and explained. Each side sends 5 people, no guns allowed, and no other rules. The side that knocks out all the opponents wins. After speaking, she stared intently at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng understood her meaning but didn't respond immediately. He lit a cigarette, pondered for a moment, then asked, Who are their fighters? Not sure yet. Wanjia shook her head. Then I'm not going. I haven't been involved in this kind of thing for a long time. Jiang Feng shrugged. Although he was short on money, it wasn't worth risking his life. Wanjia's eyes flashed with disappointment, and she sighed. Crazy, if I lose, I can't stay in this place anymore. Jiang Feng shook his head. Despite Wanjia having helped him before, it wasn't enough to make him risk his life. $1 million, plus a villa in Singapore, Wanjia said through gritted teeth. Jiang Feng was taken aback. That was no small offer. That's a hefty price, but I have no use for a villa. Besides, can you make that call? He asked curiously, knowing there were others behind Wanjia. Sister Wan decisively said, I'll handle it. If you don't want the villa, we can convert it to cash. Also, I heard you're looking for a new identity. I'll take care of that for you. Her eyes were firm, clearly resolved. She knew Jiang Feng's capabilities well. With his help, their chances of success would significantly increase. Jiang Feng squinted slightly, his tone probing. Are you sure? His years in the underworld had made him exceptionally cautious. Although he had previously held several legitimate identities, they were no longer usable, and he was currently paying a high price to secure a new one. Absolutely, Sister Wan nodded without hesitation. Jiang Feng studied her carefully, then stubbed out his cigarette in the ashtray. Money, identity, and a favor, 3 enticing offers he couldn't refuse. While making some quick cash wasn't difficult for him, a few $1 million plus a villa would allow him to live comfortably for a long time. All right, Jiang Feng finally said. Keep it confidential until the game starts. Sister Wan immediately replied. Don't worry, they've been with us for years. The game is 7 days from now, at 8 p.m., in the underground venue at Xian Street. She knew that if word got out about Jiang Feng's involvement, he might face assassination attempts or at least targeted countermeasures within those 7 days. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement and got up to leave. A hint of an inscrutable expression flashed in Quan's eyes as he stood behind, but he concealed it well, and no one noticed. Crazy, remember? I'm counting on you this time. Sister Wan called out to Jiang Feng, who was already at the door. Jiang Feng glanced back at Sister Wan, who was sitting on the sofa. This mature woman was now placing all her hopes on him. He chuckled, walked out the villa door, plucked a piece of foxtail grass from the roadside, and put it in his mouth, humming a strange tune as he strolled away. Sister Wan watched Jiang Feng leave through the floor-to-ceiling window, feeling slightly more at ease. She took a deep breath, turned to face Quan and the others, and her tone suddenly turned stern. You all heard what was said. If any of this leaks, don't expect to come back alive. You know the consequences. Understood, Sister Wan. They all responded in unison. Sister Wan took her small bag and went upstairs. She retrieved an old-fashioned keypad phone and dialed a number from her contacts. Returning to the front gate, Jiang Feng's gaze landed on the parking lot. Amidst the tightly guarded area, a formidable Hummer SUV stood out conspicuously. With purposeful strides, Jiang Feng approached this expensive vehicle, his heart filled with anticipation. This Hummer was his mobile fortress, built at great expense. The purchase and modifications had cost over $1 million, nearly depleting his savings. But to Jiang Feng, the investment was undoubtedly worth it. In a world fraught with danger, life was far more precious than money. The vehicle was fully bulletproof, from the windows to the chassis to the tires, all featuring top-tier protection. Satisfied, Jiang Feng patted the car's body before climbing into the driver's seat. With the engine roaring, the Hummer surged out of the parking lot like a caged beast unleashed. Jiang Feng expertly maneuvered the steering wheel, executing a perfect short drift, and the vehicle smoothly glided onto the road. The guards watched the steel beast disappear into the distance, their eyes filled with envy. Instead of returning to his temporary residence near the casino, Jiang Feng drove through the bustling streets and headed towards the countryside's dirt roads. As the wheels rolled over the muddy terrain, the scenery gradually shifted from bustling to desolate. The farmers here lived in extreme poverty, struggling daily for basic necessities. For them, owning a decent house and a motorcycle was a lifelong dream. Despite the rough dirt road, the Hummer maintained an impressive speed, kicking up clouds of dust. Farmers working in the fields looked up, their eyes filled with a mix of envy and fear as they watched the expensive vehicle pass by. They knew all too well that someone capable of such dominance in this land was not to be trifled with. The car weaved through sparsely populated countryside, passing one impoverished village after another. As night fell, Jiang Feng finally stopped in front of a two-story house. This location was about a half-hour drive from Sister Wan's place, secluded and backed by mountains, with hardly any neighbors. Jiang Feng carefully hid the car in the yard and then entered the house. The interior was sparsely furnished, with a few pieces of furniture covered in dust, indicating it had been unoccupied for a long time. He went straight to the second floor, familiar with the layout, and entered the modified living room. The spacious room was crisscrossed with black elastic ropes and suspended with various sizes of elastic balls. This was a training setup meticulously designed by Jiang Feng. The adjacent guest room was filled with all kinds of fitness equipment, all aimed at maintaining peak physical condition. In this dark world, a strong body was Jiang Feng's foundation. He took off his outerwear, lit a cigarette, and stepped onto the balcony to gaze at the distant lights gradually illuminating the horizon. Northern Myanmar, once known as the Golden Triangle, was a chaotic area at the border of three countries. This lawless land was beyond the control of any official authority. For years, the region's notoriety for drug and jade trades had spawned numerous warlords and gang factions. The brightly lit compound in the distance was one of the infamous scam bases. However, in Jiang Feng's eyes, scamming was just the lowest rung of the many black market industries, far less dangerous and lucrative than others. In this complex underground world, from smuggling and arms dealing to human trafficking and gambling, every industry was intertwined with vast networks of interests. This gave rise to various dark professions: warlords, gangs, assassins, mercenaries, hackers, money launderers, and more, all forming a massive underworld. In comparison, scam groups were mere small fry. They had to pay hefty protection fees to local powers just to survive in this chaotic land. Jiang Feng thoughtfully gazed into the distance, silently contemplating the intricacies of this complex world. In recent years, an invisible force seemed to be deliberately guiding public opinion, blaming many of the Golden Triangle's evils on the scam industry. This led many uninformed people to despise scammers while overlooking the deeper, darker truths. The widely circulated rumors about kidney harvesting within the telecom fraud rings are actually unfounded. This heinous organ trade is controlled by other specialized organizations who have shifted the blame onto the telecom fraud groups. These powerful dark forces leave the telecom fraud groups powerless to refute the allegations and silently bear the burden. Most members of the telecom fraud groups are marginalized individuals, including illegal immigrants from various countries who join in hopes of quick riches. They cannot endure the hardships of a stable life but dream of indulging in luxury after a successful scam. This industry attracts numerous potential criminals who evade legitimate work, seeking easy money through illegal means. In Jiang Feng's eyes, these people are despicable scum. Jiang Feng extinguished his cigarette, turned, and walked into the room to begin his daily training. This routine was crucial for him. Only by maintaining peak physical condition could he survive in this chaotic environment. In the center of the living room, Jiang Feng stood still, surrounded by several secured elastic balls. He took a deep breath, adjusted his breathing, and then struck out suddenly. His fist landed heavily on one of the balls, sending it bouncing high before it quickly rebounded. Jiang Feng immediately retracted his fist, ready for the next impact. Bang! The sound of his fist colliding with the elastic ball echoed repeatedly. Jiang Feng gradually increased his pace, striking with both fists simultaneously. The room was filled with the rhythmic sounds of impacts, and the balls traced complex trajectories in the air. As time passed, Jiang Feng began using his feet, knees, elbows, and shoulders to strike the balls. The sounds of collisions grew more frequent, seemingly chaotic, but actually rhythmic. Occasionally, a ball would break through Jiang Feng's defense, hitting him hard and causing a sharp pain. But he gritted his teeth, quickly adjusted his stance, and continued to fight back. As the training continued, Jiang Feng's stamina began to wane rapidly. His breathing became labored, and his movements slowed. Another mistake, and two balls struck his back simultaneously. Jiang Feng winced in pain, arching his body, barely managing to fend off the ball coming at him from the front, and jumped out of the encirclement. Damn it, after all these years, I still can't break through this limit. Jiang Feng rested his hands on his knees, gasping for breath, his body covered in red marks from the ball's impacts. He looked at the balls still rebounding at high speed, feeling a deep sense of helplessness. He had reached this level at the age of 20, but years had passed, and he still couldn't progress further. It wasn't due to a lack of effort. It seemed his body had reached an insurmountable threshold. Jiang Feng recalled the words of a former instructor. If your body reaches a critical point, it's both your opportunity and your barrier. If you can push through, you'll become stronger. If not, you'll remain the same for life. Jiang Feng now found himself in such a predicament, unable to surpass this barrier despite many years of trying. After taking a short break, Jiang Feng stepped into the guest room, where an array of fitness equipment greeted him. In the corner, heavy weight plates were stacked, and the earlier exercise with the resistance ball had just been a warm-up. He walked straight to the corner, bent down, and picked up two 25-kilogram plates. Making 2 trips, he placed a total of 100 kilograms on the bench press rack. Lying down, Jiang Feng took a deep breath and gripped the barbell. Including the 20-kilogram bar, the total weight was now 120 kilograms. He began pressing, his arm muscles tensing and relaxing with each movement. After completing a set of 10 reps, he sat up and continued to move weight plates to the squat rack, adding 4 plates on each side, bringing the total weight to an impressive 200 kilograms. The squat rack had 2 sturdy iron bars below, serving as a simple yet effective safety mechanism to prevent the user from being pinned if they lost strength. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth and let out a low grunt, lifting the barbell. Even for him, this weight was challenging, causing his muscles to instantly tighten and bulge. His shoulders slightly lowered and bent, but his waist remained taut. After adjusting to the weight, Jiang Feng regulated his breathing and slowly squatted down. As he neared the safety bars, he exhaled, took a few quick breaths, then gritted his teeth and engaged his legs. Up. He muttered through clenched teeth as he slowly stood up. Sweat dripped down his face, falling to the floor. Once stable, Jiang Feng made a slight adjustment and squatted again. Repeating this process, he continuously pushed his limits. After 5 squats, his legs began to tremble, but he did not stop. The instructor's words echoed in his mind. Those who can't break their limits are worthless, trash. On the 6th squat, Jiang Feng's face contorted with effort, his breathing rapid. His entire body shook, scars seemed to writhe. He let out a low roar, up, as his muscles engaged simultaneously. As he slowly stood, a fierce light glinted in his eyes. Finally, Jiang Feng roared as he racked the barbell and then collapsed to his knees, his legs giving out. Soaked in sweat, Jiang Feng grinned and licked the sweat from his lips. While he was relentlessly pushing himself, Wan Jie finally got through on the phone. "Why didn't you answer my calls?" Wan Jie asked, her tone sharp, barely containing her anger. A calm, middle-aged man's voice came from the other end. "I was out discussing business. How's it going on your end? Did you negotiate with the Tyrannosaurus?" Wan Jie took a deep breath, trying to stay calm. "Hikuan, I don't know what you're up to. The negotiations with the Tyrannosaurus are over. They want to settle it with a black market fight. What do you think?" There was a brief silence before the man responded softly. "No objections. If it's a black market fight, so be it. You handle it." Wan Jie finally lost her temper. "Hikuan, this operation is yours, not mine. This time, you need to show up." Hikuan chuckled softly. "Wanner, what's the matter? Feeling wronged? Didn't you ask to take this on back then?" "Yes, I did," Wan Jie said, a flash of resentment in her eyes. "But what have you done all these years? I've been making money for you, handling these messy affairs, while you vacation with your wife and kids, living the good life. You left me here alone. What did I get? Nothing. Even the money goes straight to you, and you don't even bother to check on me." Hikuan gently comforted Wanner. "How could that be? You know how busy I am here. Wanner, you've worked hard all these years. Don't worry, after this matter is settled, I'll arrange for someone to take over. Then you can come back, and we'll be together." Wanner let out a cold laugh, her tone dripping with sarcasm. "Really? Don't think I don't know what's going on over there. Together with you? Ha. Hikuan, it's been so many years. I've been with you since I was 20. You know me and I know you." Her voice suddenly turned resolute. "After this matter, regardless of the outcome, I want $30 million. Get someone else to take over. I'm leaving. And if you want that connection, find someone else. I can't guarantee it." Before Hikuan could respond, Wanner hung up the phone, not giving him a chance to reply. She pulled a slim cigarette from her pocket, lit it, and took a deep drag. Through the window, she stared at the bustling casino floor, her face etched with exhaustion. After all these years of struggling, she saw no hope in that man. This time, she made up her mind. She couldn't go on like this. Meanwhile, far away in a seaside villa, a middle-aged man with graying hair sat on the balcony in his pajamas. This man was Hikuan. His hair was meticulously combed, a mix of black and white strands, and his face bore a hint of authority. He quietly gazed at the undulating sea, seemingly deep in thought. "What's wrong?" A gentle female voice came from behind. A graceful woman walked over, placing her hands lightly on his head, her slender fingers beginning to massage his scalp soothingly. Hikuan chuckled heartily and pulled the woman into his arms. Haha, did I wake you? No, I saw you weren't asleep yet, so I came to check on you, the woman said softly. It's nothing, just a minor issue in the Golden Triangle, Hikuan explained briefly. That woman called you? The woman asked perceptively. Yes, Hikuan nodded lightly. What did she say? She wants 30 million, and for me to arrange someone else to take over, Hikuan stated calmly. Are you going to give it to her? The woman pressed. What do you think? Hikuan didn't answer directly, just gave a meaningful smile. The woman nestled in his arms, understanding his thoughts without needing further explanation. As his wife, she knew him well. Hikuan picked up his phone and dialed a number. Boss, hello, came a Kwan's respectful voice from the other end. Hikuan got straight to the point. A Kwan, how are things over there? Time passed day by day. Jiang Feng had already spent 3 days in the secluded mountain cabin. Apart from essential eating and sleeping, he dedicated all his time to intensive training. This lifestyle was nothing new to him, though he had relaxed slightly after his boss's death. Years of habit kept him in peak physical condition. Today, Jiang Feng had just finished his strength and endurance training. He took a refreshing shower and then retrieved a heavy backpack from his car. Inside were his tools of the trade, 2 MP5 submachine guns and 2 M9 pistols. Jiang Feng expertly disassembled, maintained, and reassembled these weapons, as if performing a precise ritual. The MP5 submachine gun was one of his favorites. With a 9mm caliber, a total length of 680mm, a barrel length of 225mm, and an empty weight of 2.54 kilograms, it could use 15, 30, or 100-round magazines. Known for its high rate of fire and reliability, it was revered in both criminal circles and official forces. Jiang Feng had gone to great lengths to acquire these two guns. Next, he turned to the 2 M9 pistols. Also 9mm caliber, using 9x19mm NATO standard ammunition, with a total length of 217mm and a weight of 1.1 kilograms, and a muzzle velocity of 390 meters per second. Compared to the MP5, the M9 had a simpler structure, and Jiang Feng could disassemble and reassemble it with his eyes closed. He practiced the motions repeatedly until each step was flawless. The backpack was also stuffed with other gear: grenades, spare ammunition, knives, climbing ropes, compressed biscuits, and first aid supplies. Each item was expensive and hard to come by. Jiang Feng sighed to himself. Without his boss's protection, everything had to be arranged by himself, and the money went out faster than it came in. Especially those first aid supplies. No one wanted to use them, but in life and death situations, their value was immeasurable. After organizing his gear, Jiang Feng stood up, lit a cigarette, and walked onto the balcony. In the distance, a few off-road vehicles were speeding through the fields, heading straight for the hidden mountain cabin. Jiang Feng squinted, a sense of foreboding rising in his chest. Exposed? He muttered to himself, regretting his recent lapse in vigilance. Without a moment's hesitation, Jiang Feng sprang into action. He quickly dressed, stuffed some food and water into his backpack, and slung it over his shoulder. Glancing at the open terrain outside, he decisively abandoned the idea of escaping by car in such terrain. The vehicle would only make him an easy target. Jiang Feng crossed the living room on the second floor and went to the rear guest bedroom. He opened the window and jumped out without hesitation. Upon landing, he immediately sprinted towards the mountain peak. Meanwhile, the off-road vehicles, filled with heavily armed personnel, were preparing tensely. Some checked their weapons, others surveyed the surroundings, and still others watched the distant cabin through binoculars. The walkie-talkies crackled with Burmese exchanges. Suddenly, a voice shouted through the walkie-talkie, "Over there, on the hillside, is that the target?" Everyone in the vehicles immediately raised their binoculars to search. "It's him, quick, surround him." Confirming the target, the off-road vehicles roared deafeningly and charged towards Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng glanced back, snorted, and quickened his pace. But 2 legs couldn't outrun 4 wheels. Soon, the 3 off-road vehicles reached the foot of the mountain. Although there was no direct road up the mountain, the distance between them had shrunk to a few hundred meters. The armed personnel jumped out of the vehicles and began their pursuit towards Jiang Feng. Facing the imminent chase, Jiang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile as he murmured, "Heh, let's see what you've got." Jiang Feng showed no fear in the face of the situation. Instead, a slight smirk appeared on his lips, though his eyes remained as cold as ice. As he ran, he quickly retrieved his gear from his backpack. Magazine pouches strapped to his waist, 2 M9 pistols holstered, a kukri and a dagger concealed on his thigh and waist, respectively. Finally, he pulled out an MP5 submachine gun, loaded the magazine, and moved with seamless precision. Jiang Feng swiftly darted into the forest, using the terrain to his advantage to gain higher ground. Below, the enemy was steadily climbing up, attempting to hide and evade, but they were no match for Jiang Feng's keen eyes. The distance between them rapidly closed from 200 meters to 100 meters. Jiang Feng crouched low behind a large boulder, calmly observing the enemies below. A 12-member armed squad came into view. As the enemies approached within about 100 meters of the forest, they suddenly spread out, becoming more cautious. A cold smile tugged at Jiang Feng's lips as he half-knelt and raised his MP5. Rat-a-tat! The crisp sound of gunfire echoed through the forest, startling countless birds into flight. Jiang Feng fired first, a precise burst hitting its mark. A militant hiding by the bushes was shot in the head before he could even scream, blood and brain matter splattering the surrounding vegetation. Jiang Feng glanced coldly at the scene and quickly adjusted his aim. Although marksmanship wasn't his strongest suit, years of training had honed his shooting skills. Take cover. He's in the forest, the enemy shouted, and the others quickly sought cover. But Jiang Feng had more than one target. He aimed at another enemy who hadn't fully concealed himself and fired another short burst. Another militant fell with a scream, his body convulsing violently. Jiang Feng didn't linger, immediately getting up and retreating. Rat-a-tat! The distinctive sound of an AK-47 rang out, bullets raining down and striking the rock in front of Jiang Feng. Using the rock for cover, he dove forward, rolled on the ground, and quickly got to his feet, continuing to run backward. Chase him! The enemy leader, realizing his magazine was empty, saw that Jiang Feng had already retreated. With rage burning from the loss of 2 men in such a short encounter, he led the remaining squad members out of cover and pursued Jiang Feng relentlessly, determined to capture him at all costs. Jiang Feng darted through the forest, his figure ghost-like as he weaved through the dense foliage. After sprinting for several hundred meters, he chose a sturdy tree trunk as cover and quickly concealed himself in the underbrush, warily aiming back at the path he had come from. Not far away, a leader guided the remaining 9 team members cautiously through the woods. The losses from the first skirmish had left their nerves frayed, and each person was on high alert. This well-equipped squad, each member carrying AK rifles, pistols, grenades, and standard-issue long knives, clearly wasn't a force that ordinary groups could afford. Once inside the forest, they proceeded even more carefully, advancing slowly in pairs, back-to-back, their eyes like hawks scanning for any sign of Jiang Feng. Observing the approaching armed men, Jiang Feng frowned slightly but refrained from firing and revealing his position. He took a few grenades from his backpack and quickly rigged a makeshift trap before silently moving to another bush several meters to the left. As the enemy drew closer, the tension in the air became palpable. Jiang Feng held his breath, waiting for the right moment. 30 meters, 20 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters suddenly. A deafening explosion shattered the forest's silence. Terrified animals scattered, and 2 shadowy figures relying on each other were blown apart, their agonized screams echoing through the woods. Help me! 2 surviving members screamed in terror, looking at their shattered lower bodies and pleading for help. Nearby pairs instinctively wanted to assist, but the leader, a man in his 40s from northern Myanmar, immediately shouted, "Don't go?" But it was too late. Seizing the golden opportunity, Jiang Feng didn't hesitate to pull the trigger. His MP5 submachine gun spewed fire, emptying a magazine in an instant. One pair heeded the leader's warning and escaped, but the other pair was shredded, their blood misting the air before their bodies collapsed to the ground. The 2 wounded men, eyes filled with terror, cried out in Burmese, "Boss, save me! Boss, I can still make it." Unaware that their lives were draining away as quickly as their blood, they continued to plead. The leader watched coldly, raising his gun without hesitation and finishing off the 2 gravely injured men. As his magazine emptied, Jiang Feng instinctively rolled to avoid the incoming barrage of bullets. Ignoring the scrapes on his body, he focused solely on survival. The remaining enemies roared, "I'll kill you," as they wildly sprayed bullets. The gunfire tore through the underbrush, and Jiang Feng agilely dodged, bullets narrowly missing his head. While rapidly relocating with his gun, Jiang Feng smirked inwardly. "Ha! These amateurs, thinking they can kill me? How naive." After 2 rounds of combat, he had already gauged their capabilities. Except for the leader who had some combat experience, the rest were mere buffoons, all bluster and no substance. As he ran, Jiang Feng pondered the origin of this squad. He was certain they weren't sent by the big boss who had previously hunted him. So, which faction was so desperate to see him dead? The person who knows Jiang Feng's capabilities had previously sent elite assassins after him, only to suffer heavy losses. It was unlikely they would send such low-quality opponents to their deaths this time. Jiang Feng was puzzled. Could this be related to the underground fight? He quickly ran behind a massive boulder and cautiously peeked out to observe. He saw the 6 adversaries split into 3 groups, approaching in a triangular formation. A trace of disdain flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes before he shifted his focus to a nearby large tree. He swiftly unstrapped his backpack and placed it behind the rock, intentionally leaving a strap exposed. Utilizing the blind spots in his opponent's line of sight, Jiang Feng agilely climbed the tree and concealed himself among the dense foliage, holding his breath as he awaited his prey. As the enemies drew closer, Jiang Feng calmly calculated the distance: 50 meters, 30 meters, 20 meters. The leader of the group noticed the deliberately exposed backpack strap and signaled his team to proceed with caution. Jiang Feng took in every detail, his eyes growing colder, a faint smirk curling at his lips. His gun was firmly trained on the leader. Jiang Feng knew that eliminating this man would render the others as helpless as lambs to the slaughter, posing no threat whatsoever. When the enemies were about 20 meters away, the leader suddenly felt a sense of unease. This inexplicable feeling of danger prompted him to order his team to open fire. Instantly, 6 AK-47s erupted, their deafening gunfire echoing through the forest. The boulder Jiang Feng hid behind was shattered into fragments. Seizing this rare opportunity, Jiang Feng pulled the trigger. The staccato bursts of his MP5 were perfectly masked by the AK's thunderous roar. This was the moment he had been waiting for. Firing prematurely would have given away his position, but using the enemy's gunfire as cover allowed him to launch a lethal strike while ensuring his own safety. Despite their inferior skills, Jiang Feng maintained his habit of executing his plans with meticulous precision, leaving no room for error in combat. Sensing imminent danger at the brink of death, the leader instinctively twisted his body. Although he avoided a headshot, the subsequent bullets mercilessly tore through his throat and chest. In an instant, blood spurted from his carotid artery, shooting 2 meters into the air. Jiang Feng, like the Grim Reaper, methodically took down his targets. After dealing with the leader's group, he turned his gun towards the second group. Only then did the remaining enemies realize their dire situation, but it was too late. Jiang Feng's gun roared again, and the 2 members of the second group were riddled with bullets, collapsing in a pool of blood with looks of disbelief. With only the last group left, Jiang Feng decisively leaped down from the tree. AK bullets followed closely behind, but he deftly rolled behind the tree trunk, discarding his empty MP5 and drawing 2 handguns. He licked his lips and sneered, ready to deliver the final blow. The gunfire abruptly ceased, and Jiang Feng seized the moment, charging out like an arrow released from a bow. Even before he landed, his handguns were already firing. Bang, bang, just 2 shots, and the last 2 enemies were dead. One was hit in the neck, blood gushing from his mouth as he let out a raspy groan. The other was shot in the head, falling straight to the ground. Jiang Feng coldly watched the last man collapse in unwilling defeat before turning towards the leader's direction to check his spoils. After taking a few steps, Jiang Feng turned back to the shattered rock and carefully picked up his backpack. He approached the leader's corpse, whose eyes were wide open, filled with unwillingness. Jiang Feng studied the scene, his brows furrowing slightly, and then pulled an old-fashioned mobile phone from his backpack to quickly snap a photo. Suddenly, a chill swept over him, raising goosebumps all over his body. Years of dancing on the edge of death kicked his instincts into high gear, and he dived to the side just as a bullet whizzed past his ear. The gunshot echoed from the mountaintop a split second later. Without a second thought, Jiang Feng rolled towards a nearby tree. A hail of bullets struck the ground and tree trunk, sending splinters and dirt flying. Cold sweat dripped down his face as he cursed under his breath. Damn it, they've got a sniper. He quickly fished a small mirror out of his backpack and cautiously angled it around the tree to locate the source of the gunfire. A single glance was enough. He pulled the mirror back, his face tense. Damn, there's a lot of them. He realized that dozens of people were closing in from the mountaintop. It dawned on Jiang Feng that the frontal assault was just the first wave. Another group had flanked him from behind. The initial attackers had underestimated him, opting for a hidden confrontation, which led to their complete annihilation before reinforcements could arrive. Bullets continued to rain down, pinning Jiang Feng in place. He took a deep breath, quickly weighing his options, and decided to retreat. He pulled 7 or 8 grenades from his backpack, tied them together, and secured the pins with a string to ensure simultaneous detonation. Crouching behind the tree, Jiang Feng held his breath, waiting for the right moment. Suddenly, the gunfire paused briefly, indicating that someone was reloading. Seizing the opportunity, he yanked all the pins and hurled the grenades backward, shouting, "Get down!" Before the words had fully left his mouth, Jiang Feng was already sprinting away. An ear-splitting explosion erupted behind him, followed by screams. He darted through the forest, zigzagging unpredictably to avoid gunfire. A sniper shot rang out, the bullet grazing past him and embedding in a tree trunk. The sniper struggled to predict his erratic movements. Jiang Feng bounded downhill, ignoring the scratches from the underbrush, with only one thought in mind: get home, get in the car, and escape. Glancing back, he estimated that at least 20 pursuers armed with submachine guns and supported by a sniper were on his tail. Engaging them head-on would be suicidal. Despite his skills, he wasn't invincible. One stray bullet could end it all. The pursuers, unfamiliar with the terrain, wasted bullets firing blindly. In contrast, Jiang Feng navigated the mountainous landscape with ease, gradually widening the gap. Breaking out of the forest, he saw his house in the distance. Instead of running straight towards it, he moved diagonally down the slope. This unpredictable path made it harder for his pursuers to aim and helped him control his speed to avoid falling. When Jiang Feng was about 100 meters from his house, his pursuers emerged from the woods. The sniper quickly set up and aimed, trying to predict Jiang Feng's next move. Hearing the shouts behind him, Jiang Feng tensed up. His battle-honed instincts warned him that he was in someone's crosshairs. Just as he was about to reach his house, he veered left, abandoning the tempting safety of his home. The sniper missed again, caught off guard by Jiang Feng's unorthodox maneuver. The safe house was right there, yet Jiang Feng chose a longer route, infuriating the sniper. Jiang Feng's move was far from random. He avoided a fatal shot and, after sprinting a few more steps to the left, suddenly leaped into the air. "Chase him!" came the urgent shout from behind, but Jiang Feng had already vanished from their sight. Armed men wielding submachine guns were hot on Jiang Feng's heels, but he suddenly disappeared behind a small rock. The pursuers, now more frenzied, charged forward, unleashing a barrage of gunfire. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. Suddenly, an MP5 emerged from behind the rock, spraying bullets. The two lead pursuers were caught off guard, their bodies riddled with bullets as they collapsed. Jiang Feng lay hidden in a tactical trench behind the rock, observing the situation with cold eyes and breathing heavily. This small, concealed trench was something he had prepared in advance, just big enough for one person. Having survived countless chases, Jiang Feng had learned to be prepared. Every time he moved to a new location, he meticulously surveyed the surroundings and set up similar defensive measures. Jiang Feng's sudden counterattack disrupted the enemy's assault. The pursuers scrambled for cover, unaware that Jiang Feng had carefully chosen this area for its lack of suitable hiding spots. He swiftly reloaded his magazine and fired again at the exposed enemies. Holding his breath, a cold smile played on his lips as he pulled the trigger without hesitation. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The bullets swept across the area, forcing the experienced foes to hit the ground while the slower ones were hit, their screams piercing the air. In the distance, a sniper stomped his foot in frustration. Although he was out of Jiang Feng's range, Jiang Feng's position made it impossible for him to get a clear shot. The sniper dashed through the woods, desperately trying to find a vantage point. Jiang Feng single-handedly held off more than a dozen enemies, emptying magazine after magazine. Although the opposition occasionally fired back, their shots were mostly off-target, with many hitting nothing but air or being deflected by the rocks. "Heh, what a bunch of amateurs!" Jiang Feng mocked as he pulled a few grenades from his backpack and tossed them out, setting a trap nearby. With a loud boom, the grenades exploded, and Jiang Feng ceased fire, waiting silently. The enemy leader cowered behind a small rock that barely provided cover. Hearing the explosion and noticing the cessation of gunfire, he shouted, "He's running!" After him, a few of his men foolishly rushed out from their cover, while the leader stayed put. Rat-a-tat-tat. Jiang Feng fired again as soon as the enemies exposed themselves, killing two more. "Damn it!" the leader cursed, but he still didn't dare to show himself. The remaining men retreated to their cover, seething with anger. Jiang Feng chuckled, now feeling no pressure. The most dangerous sniper couldn't find an angle to target him, and he had already taken out 7 or 8 enemies with this round of counterattacks. Without hesitation, he grabbed his backpack and moved quickly, crouching low. Rolling and diving through open spaces, he reached the house before the enemies could react. "What a bunch of idiots, thinking they could ambush me. Without their sniper, I'll take them out one by one," Jiang Feng muttered to himself as he reached the house. 3 off-road vehicles were parked there, left by the enemy team. He pulled out his handgun and shot out all the tires. With a roar, a Humvee's engine sprang to life, and Jiang Feng sped down the dirt road. The enemy leader arrived at the scene, watching helplessly as Jiang Feng drove off, already a kilometer away. Enraged, he stomped and fumed, "Useless, all of you. Why didn't you wait for us to get into position before attacking?" But no one was left to answer him. The first wave of enemies had all become lifeless corpses. As Jiang Feng drove the Humvee, he pondered, "Who on earth is after me this time?" When Wan Jie received Jiang Feng's call, she was sitting in her office above the casino hall, dressed in professional attire and looking every bit the business elite. On the other end, Jiang Feng's voice was tense. "Hey, Wan Jie, I was just attacked by 3 armed squads. Check if there's a mole around you." 3 armed squads? Are you alright? Wan Jie was shocked, immediately thinking about the boxing match in a few days. "I'm fine. Just look into it. I'll find a place to lay low for a few days and contact you later," Jiang Feng said briefly before hanging up. Wan Jie's face darkened, her slender fingers gripping the phone tightly. She lit a lady's cigarette and leaned back on the sofa, carefully recalling the recent activities of those around her. After a long while, she muttered to herself, Could it be him? Rising to the window, Wang Jie gazed at the evening sky, letting out a sigh. Over the years of managing this business for Hikuan, her intelligence was not to be underestimated. From a blossoming young girl to a woman nearing 40, her feelings for Hikuan had shifted from joy to disappointment, and now to utter disillusionment. At this moment, she only wanted to extricate herself from this complex whirlpool, yet she knew it was no easy task. Returning to the sofa, Wang Jie stared at the surveillance footage of the casino hall on the screen. The bustling hall was filled with gamblers immersed in dreams of overnight riches. Suddenly, four men in suits walked into the hall, followed by an elderly man in traditional Chinese attire with a pale face, and a young man in casual clothes. Wang Jie, some people have arrived, came the voice of her subordinate monitoring the hall 247 through the walkie-talkie. Wang Jie snapped back to reality and carefully observed the newcomers. Their aura was distinctly different from that of the regular gamblers. Got it, keep an eye on them, she instructed curtly. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng drove through several villages, arriving at a remote hamlet. Dusk had fallen, and scattered lights were starting to flicker on in the village. Curious villagers glanced at the unfamiliar car. Jiang Feng parked behind a dilapidated bungalow, ensuring he wasn't followed before entering. As he pushed open the creaky door, a musty smell greeted him. He turned on his flashlight, scanning the cobweb-filled room. In the southern corner, Jiang Feng skillfully lifted a heavy floorboard, revealing a vertical shaft. He jumped into the hole, closed the cover, and pressed a switch on the wall. Instantly, a 30-square-meter basement lit up. A simple bed, a small table, and a wardrobe occupied the eastern side, while the northern side housed a small water tank. Scattered on the floor were various exercise equipment. Jiang Feng lit a cigarette and lay on the bed, seemingly satisfied with his temporary hideout. Back in the casino hall, the young man was on a winning streak, a smug smile on his face as he continuously taunted the dealer. The old man beside him also wore a smile. Hey beautiful, I'm on a roll tonight. I've already won over 9 million. If I win this round, it'll be a cool 10 million, the young man said, revealing his card showing 9 points, winning yet another round. Ha ha ha, I'm on a winning streak today. The young man's laughter echoed through the casino, drawing curious glances from nearby gamblers. Wow, that's impressive, exclaimed an onlooker. No way, that's incredible, another gambler muttered in disbelief. How many rounds have you won? Someone asked curiously. 13, the young man responded proudly, his eyes scanning the mountain of chips on the table. The crowd around the table was packed with spectators, their eyes gleaming as they greedily eyed the young man's pile of chips, frequently letting out gasps of amazement. The dealer's smile was stiff, and beads of sweat dotted his forehead, his fingers trembling slightly. These details did not escape the young man and the elderly man beside him, whose expressions of smug satisfaction deepened. Upstairs in the surveillance room, Sister Wan frowned as she watched the screen attentively. She sensed that these two were no ordinary gamblers. They were likely here to cause trouble. The fact that they had 4 bodyguards with them was telling. Sister Wan picked up the walkie-talkie and decisively gave an order. Send Xiaohua to deal, and get Mr. Li over here. Understood, came the response from the walkie-talkie. Xiaohua quickly changed into her uniform and briskly walked to the table. The previous dealer, seeing Xiaohua, looked relieved and couldn't wait to leave the cursed table. With a smile, Xiaohua addressed the young man. Sir, my colleague's shift is over. I'll be dealing for you now. Sure, you're prettier anyway. Works for me. The young man responded with a hint of flirtation. Some of the gamblers started to jeer, and the men around the table unabashedly ogled Xiaohua. She was used to such looks and maintained her professional smile. Great. Let's see how I fare against a beautiful dealer today, the young man said. He was about 30, slender, with a somewhat sickly appearance, but his features were decent enough to be considered handsome. Place your bets, Xiaohua said, spreading her hands to indicate she was ready. 3 million. Let's test the lady's luck, the young man said, pushing forward a stack of chips. Xiaohua deftly slid 2 cards from the shoe, placing one in front of herself and swiftly pushing the other towards the young man. Heh, 8 points. Seems like the lady's luck isn't so good, the young man chuckled. This table was playing a game where each player was dealt 2 cards, and the goal was to have the higher point total. An ace counted as 1 point, a 2 counted as 2 points, and so on, with tens and face cards all counting as 10 points. The highest possible hand was 9 points, with a king and a 9 being the ultimate hand. Xiaohua's expression faltered slightly. She distinctly remembered dealing the young man a 10 and a 6, but now it showed as a 10 and an 8. Her own cards were a 9 and an 8, totaling 7 points. Xiaohua, one hand on the shoe and the other holding her cards, hesitated momentarily. The young man was clearly an expert, and Xiaohua had no idea how he had switched the 6. Her arms subtly shifted, and a jack of hearts slipped into her palm. At that moment, she noticed the pale old man across from her squinting at her with a knowing smile. Don't move, let him win, A steady male voice suddenly came through her earpiece. Xiao Hua exhaled in relief, her pinky deftly sliding the jack back into her sleeve. Come on. Reveal the cards already. Yeah. Hurry up. The crowd began to chant, as if the chips on the table were their own. Xiao Hua took a deep breath, ready to reveal the outcome. Xiao Hua glanced at her opponent, then flipped over the cards even points. She won. The surrounding gamblers erupted in exclamations. What the hell? Incredible. Someone couldn't help but curse. Why didn't you let us bet? Yeah, it would have been great if we could have bet. Another voice chimed in. The crowd expressed their regret at not being allowed to place bets by the young man. The young man leaned back in his chair, smugly smiling at Xiaohua. Haha, beautiful lady, I won again. The chips in front of him had already piled up to an astonishing 13 million. Xiaohua gave a professional smile. Sir, you're lucky today. No, you're my lucky charm, the young man said slickly. Let's hope so, Xiaohua replied, while pushing the used cards into the card shredder. In some high-end casinos, used cards are immediately destroyed because they are custom-made with distinct markings. If these cards fell into the hands of a skilled cheater and were brought back to the casino, the consequences would be dire. Xiaohua was about to start the next round with a new deck when a deep voice suddenly spoke up. Sir, our boss asked me to join you for a few rounds. Xiaohua turned around and saw a man with rimless glasses and short hair standing behind her. Dressed casually, he looked like a mild-mannered scholar, his face adorned with a harmless smile. Seeing him, Xiaohua immediately felt at ease. The young man lit a cigarette, remaining composed. All right, I've heard a lot about the scholar of the gambling table. Mr. Li, let's see what you've got. Li Hongwei smiled slightly. You know me? It seems we're in the same line of work. May I know your name? I'm just a nobody here to have some fun. The young man shook his head, sounding somewhat disappointed. Didn't expect such a big casino to be such a poor loser. His words immediately stirred the crowd. Yeah, are you guys sore losers? Can't we take our winnings? I've been playing here for a year, never won big. Every time I win a bit, I lose hundreds of thousands. I've seen through it already. A glint of coldness flashed in Li Hongwei's eyes, but he remained calm and composed. Winning is your skill, and we certainly let you take your money. If you feel you've won enough today, you can stop and cash out. We won't shortchange you a single cent. He looked around and raised his voice. Has anyone been stopped from leaving with their winnings here? The commotion gradually quieted down. Although Sister Wan's place wasn't entirely legitimate, as long as the money wasn't won through cheating, gamblers could take it. Of course, dealers like Xiaohua wouldn't let gamblers win big, or they might lose their hands. In the casinos of northern Myanmar, dealers knew simple sleight of hand tricks, and with modern technology, trying to fleece the casino was a fool's errand. Once the surroundings calmed down, Li Hongwei continued speaking to the young man. Sir, would you like to keep playing or cash out? 13 million is a substantial amount. Our casino can afford it, and you should be satisfied. The implication was clear. The casino was crowded today, and he didn't want other gamblers losing faith in the house. Losing these customers would be a bigger blow if word got out. 13 million was enough to send him on his way. However, the young man remained indifferent, blowing out a smoke ring. Of course, I'll keep playing. I've only had a few hands. All right, then let's play Golden Flower. Li Hongwei adjusted his glasses, smiling, but his eyes were icy. He glanced at Xiaohua and then sat opposite the young man. Sure, Golden Flower is more fun, the young man agreed. Let's begin then. May I know your name? Li Hongwei asked again. The young man maintained his air of mystery. Just a nobody, not worth mentioning. The young man waved his hand, unwilling to give his name. This was northern Myanmar, a place filled with both danger and opportunity. While some encouraged him to act boldly, his mentor had warned him to be cautious. Li Hongwei smiled nonchalantly. As soon as he sat down, a stunningly beautiful dealer approached with a tray, neatly arranged with chips worth 15 million. My 15 million against your 13 million, almost even, Li Hongwei said, pointing to the chips beside him, his eyes showing a hint of provocation. Without hesitation, the young man pulled out a card from his pocket and tossed it onto the table. How about I add another 7 million to make it an even 20 million chips? His tone carried a trace of disdain. Li Hongwei scrutinized him for a moment before nodding slowly. All right, he waved his hand, and the dealer quickly picked up the card and walked away. Let's get started, Li Hongwei suggested. Sure, let's start, the young man responded, casually tossing a 10,000 chip to the center of the table. 10,000 to start. Li Hongwei glanced at Xiaohua beside him and also tossed out a chip. The cards were already shuffled in the shoe, and Xiaohua deftly dealt 3 cards to each player, the cards gliding smoothly across the table. You're the guest, you can speak first, Li Hongwei said, not even looking at his own cards, gesturing for the other to go ahead. Without even glancing at his cards, the young man pushed forward a stack of chips. 1 million. The surrounding gamblers erupted, shouting, wow, impressive, awesome. Li Hongwei's expression darkened. It wasn't the bet that displeased him, but how the young man had successfully roused the crowd. As the skilled card sharp hired by Sister Wan to oversee the casino, he had to deal with other card sharps and protect the casino's interests, a crucial part of his job. You're quite the expert, Li Hongwei remarked pointedly, then pushed forward an equivalent stack of chips to match the bet. Just luck? The young man chuckled, raising an eyebrow as Li Hongwei matched his bet without hesitation. Glancing at his cards, he pondered for a moment before pushing forward another million in chips. The surrounding gamblers grew even more excited, shouting, "Wow, this is intense. Amazing." Li Hongwei calmly adjusted his glasses and also pushed forward another million in chips. He couldn't afford to show weakness now, or the crowd would become even more restless. "Ha, Mr. Li, your reputation precedes you," the young man said, quickly flipping his cards for a peek. Ace of hearts, Jack of hearts, Five of hearts, a strong flush. The younger generation will always surpass the old. The future belongs to you young people, Li Hongwei said, glancing at his own cards. Ace of spades, King of spades, Queen of spadisa, straight flush. Unless the opponent had three of a kind, this hand was unbeatable. My mentor taught me to respect my elders in the first round. I'll fold, the young man said unexpectedly, revealing his flush and tossing the cards to the center of the table. The surrounding gamblers were in an uproar. Wow, he folded a flush? Damn, such a good hand. And he bet 2 million on it. What a waste. Li Hongwei stared intently at him. May I ask who your esteemed mentor is? He inquired, tossing his own cards to the center without revealing them. Since the opponent had folded, there was no need to show his hand to the crowd. The moment the young man finished speaking, a deep sigh could be heard. The frail old man behind him slowly began. Xiaoqing, let's go. We're done for today. This sentence struck like a hammer, shattering the tense atmosphere at the gambling table. Li Hongwei's eyes flashed with a hint of surprise, but quickly regained their calm. He gently pushed up his glasses, his gaze shifting between the young man and the old man. The young man, now we know his name, is Xiaoqing, had a complex expression on his face. He took a deep breath and slowly stood up, a mix of reluctance and reverence in his eyes. Yes, master, he replied softly, his voice filled with resignation. Li Hongwei observed the scene, a faint, almost imperceptible smile playing on his lips. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed on the table, exuding an air of confidence. Leaving already? He teased. I thought we'd play a few more rounds. Xiaoqing didn't answer immediately. His eyes lingered on the pile of chips on the table, as if calculating something. Finally, he looked up and met Li Hongwei's gaze. Mr. Li, you truly are a master, he said, his voice tinged with a barely noticeable sense of defeat. Li Hongwei chuckled softly, his eyes narrowing slightly. Heh, still want to play? He asked, tapping his fingers lightly on the table as if urging Xiaoqing to make a decision. A flicker of hesitation crossed Xiaoqing's eyes, but it was quickly replaced by determination. He straightened his back and spoke firmly. Of course, why not? It's not every day you meet a master. With that, he sat back down, his eyes scanning the remaining 5 million chips in front of him. The entire casino seemed to hold its breath. The surrounding gamblers watched the showdown intently, no one daring to make a sound. The dealer, Xiao Hua, stood nearby, her fingers lightly tapping the edge of the table, exchanging a subtle glance with Li Hongwei. In the midst of this tense atmosphere, the old man spoke again, his voice weak but carrying undeniable authority. Xiaoqing, let's go. We're done for today. This sentence was like a bucket of cold water, extinguishing the flame of resolve in Xiaoqing's eyes. His shoulders slumped slightly, and his expression shifted from defiance to resignation, finally settling into calm acceptance. He cast a deep look at Li Hongwei, then slowly rose, ready to leave the gambling table where he had lost so thoroughly. The young man's brow furrowed slightly. Despite his recent loss, his eyes still gleamed with confidence. He exchanged a meaningful glance with the old man beside him, a silent understanding passing between them. Turning to Li Hongwei, the young man allowed a faint smile to play on his lips and said softly, I'll visit another day. With that, he rose from his seat and, along with the old man and their bodyguards, quietly left the casino. The surrounding gamblers watched them leave, buzzing with conversation. What the heck? Just like that. They lost a few million, didn't they? Someone exclaimed. Another person chimed in. They started with 100,000, went up to 13 million, then added 7 million, leaving them with 5 million and losing 2 million. Why didn't they show their cards? Someone asked, puzzled. Are you dumb? They lost. Another sneered. Man, they should have left when they were up 13 million. They were told they could leave, a gambler lamented. You're an idiot. That guy's clearly a pro. He wanted to win more, another gambler retorted. Li Hongwei listened to the discussions around him, a faint, almost imperceptible smile on his lips. Rising slowly, he calculated in his mind. The outcome wasn't the best, but it wasn't bad either. At least some of the gamblers understood what happened, while others didn't. Overall, the game ended, the casino continued, and the gamblers would keep trying their luck, especially after what just happened, making them even more eager to win big. After leaving the hall, Li Hongwei headed directly to Sister Wan's office and knocked on the door. "Come in," Sister Wan's voice called from inside. Li Hongwei entered to find Sister Wan brewing tea at the table. He sat down and reported succinctly, "Sister Wan, it's taken care of." Sister Wan pushed a cup of hot tea towards him and asked calmly, do you know where they came from?" Li Hongwei removed his glasses and rubbed his tired eyes, replying, "They seem to be from Yunnan, using some common tricks." Sister Wan frowned slightly and pressed on, "Why didn't you catch them cheating?" Although she knew a bit about cheating techniques, she was no match for a true expert. Li Hongwei explained, "Sister Wan, the old man behind him is an expert. Even if I tried to catch him cheating, I wouldn't have any evidence. With so many gamblers watching, catching a thief without evidence would make us a laughingstock. So, I had to set up a trap with Xiao Hua. The old man is even more skilled?" Sister Wan asked curiously. Li Hongwei thought for a moment before answering, "Yes, I feel like I've seen him somewhere before, but I can't quite place it. Why didn't the old man play?" Sister Wan continued to inquire. Li Hongwei shook his head, "I don't know." He took a sip of his tea. Meanwhile, the young man and the old man had already settled into a Mercedes-Benz. Lu Qing turned to the old man, puzzled, "Uncle Master, why didn't you play? We agreed that I'd go first, and if I couldn't handle it, you'd step in." The old man, his voice raspy, replied, "I couldn't play. That dealer is also an expert, and I was warned beforehand that there were other experts in that casino. Whether I played or not, we wouldn't have won today. It's their turf. Then why did we go?" Lu Qing still didn't understand. The old man chuckled and explained, "Heh, just to stir things up and distract them. That was our real purpose." "Oh, I see. I thought we were there to cause trouble," Lu Qing said, suddenly realizing. The old man gave him a meaningful look and sighed. "You're still too young. You don't understand how deep the waters run." With that, he turned to gaze out the window, lost in thought. In the following days, the sickly old man and the young man appeared at the casino every night like clockwork, as if performing a well-rehearsed act. In the surveillance room, Sister Wan frowned at the screen, her gaze intense. When Li Hongwei didn't play, the other side won big. Once Li Hongwei joined, they would lose some. The atmosphere in the casino grew increasingly lively, with gamblers eagerly anticipating the duo's arrival. From the second day on, the young man allowed others to follow his lead, and Lu Qing was quickly seen as an unbeatable gambling god. As long as they placed large bets alongside him, they had a chance to win big. Sister Wan was increasingly agitated by all this. With the boxing match approaching, Jiang Feng being hunted, and trouble brewing at the casino, she felt like she was sitting on pins and needles. She walked to the window, picked up her phone, and dialed a number. "How's it going?" Sister Wan asked bluntly. "Sister Wan, almost there. Should be no problem." Ah Hua's voice came from the other end of the line. "I don't want should be. I want a guarantee." Sister Wan's tone was icy. "This is our backup plan. If something goes wrong, we're both finished." "I understand, Sister Wan. I'll double-check everything." "Good. Also, keep a close eye on Ah Quan. I need to know his every move." "Got it, Sister Wan." Hanging up the phone, Sister Wan let out a long sigh, walked over to her desk, and lit a cigarette, pondering how to extricate herself from this mess. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng spent several days in the basement, going through his regular training routine, waiting for the boxing match. Finally, the appointed day arrived, and his phone rang. It was Sister Wan. "Crazy, how have you been these past few days?" Sister Wan's voice was weary, the casino affairs and her own preparations leaving her exhausted. "Pretty good. When do we start?" Jiang Feng sat on his bed, fiddling with a Nepalese knife. "8 tonight. Come over to my place first. We'll have dinner together. I have something to discuss." "All right." After hanging up, Jiang Feng checked the time. It was already past 2 in the afternoon. He got up, put on a white t-shirt, tidied up the basement, grabbed his backpack, and exited through another passage. Outside, the sun blazed, and heat waves rolled. Jiang Feng pushed open a concealed panel, squinting against the bright light after being in the basement for so long. He climbed out, finding himself behind a small house. His Hummer was hidden in a small depression, covered with straw. Jiang Feng carefully inspected the vehicle, ensuring no one had tampered with it, then removed the straw and climbed in. "Damn, it's hot." Jiang Feng wiped the sweat from his forehead. He had just showered, but his back was already soaked. He quickly started the car, turned on the air conditioning, eager to escape the sweltering heat. Finding some shade, Jiang Feng crouched down and lit a cigarette, waiting for the car to cool down. As he habitually scanned his surroundings, he suddenly squinted. There was a sneaker sticking out of the nearby bushes. Jiang Feng stood up, retrieved a handgun from the car, and cautiously approached. As he got closer, he saw a foot sticking out from the bushes. A corpse, he wondered, though it wasn't unusual to find bodies in this area, he remained vigilant. Reaching the edge of the bushes, Jiang Feng flipped his hand, and the knife was in his grasp. Still breathing? Jiang Feng asked, cigarette dangling from his lips. The bushes remained still, no response. Dead? Damn, what bad luck. Jiang Feng spat, ready to turn and leave. Help me. A weak voice called out, stopping Jiang Feng in his tracks. He turned back to look. The bushes suddenly rustled, and a sneaker twitched slightly. Jiang Feng frowned, staring for a moment before stepping forward briskly. He swung his machete, quickly revealing the full figure of a young boy. The sight left Jiang Feng astonished. The boy looked only about 18 or 19, with delicate features typical of East Asians, but the dark circles under his eyes made him appear extremely haggard. Jiang Feng didn't approach immediately. Instead, he stood his ground and asked in Burmese, "Who are you?" The boy weakly opened his eyes, a glimmer of hope flickering in them. He replied in Mandarin, "I'm from China. I don't understand Burmese. I only know English and Mandarin." Jiang Feng then repeated the question in Mandarin. The boy struggled to speak. "My name is Li Zhao. I escaped from the Myanmar I district. I was kidnapped last year and sold there. They forced me to build gambling websites, launder money, infiltrate, attack. Please help me, they're still after me." Li Zhao's eyes were filled with pleading. He was clearly injured, and without help, he might die here, be captured again, or even be eaten by wild animals. A flicker of interest appeared in Jiang Feng's eyes. "You're a hacker?" If he were just an ordinary person, Jiang Feng had planned to leave after ensuring the basement was safe. He hadn't originally intended to rescue anyone. Li Zhao nodded slightly. Yes, sort of. He had fallen from a height, his legs were numb, his back burned with pain, and even the slightest movement was excruciating. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and asked, "What's in it for me if I save you?" Li Zhao forced a smile that was more pitiful than tears. "I can give you money. I have money." Jiang Feng squatted down, intrigued. "How much?" 5 million yuan? And some cryptocurrency, Li Zhao replied, his voice tinged with sobs. Jiang Feng stroked his chin, contemplating for a while. "Not bad. When can you give it to me?" "As soon as I'm better, I'll give it to you right away." Li Zhao cursed inwardly but had no other choice. Jiang Feng, while speaking, helped the boy up. "All right, for the money, I'll save you this once. I rarely save people. I usually kill. You're the third person I've saved in my life." Li Zhao suddenly screamed, tears streaming down his face from the pain. Jiang Feng sneered, "Crying? Are you a man or not?" With that, he hoisted Li Zhao onto his shoulder. "Ah, brother, please be gentle, it hurts." Li Zhao trembled with pain. Seeing this, Jiang Feng abandoned his initial thought of weighing the boy and instead carried him straight to the basement. Upon returning to the basement, Li Zhao fell unconscious once again. Jiang Feng couldn't carry him in, so he had to toss him inside and drag him to the bed. The rough handling caused Li Zhao to pass out from the intense pain. With one fracture and 2 bone cracks, the young man, already frail, had reached his limit. Jiang Feng watched Li Zhao's convulsing body, muttering to himself. In his world, injuries of this severity were still manageable in a fierce battle. He retrieved emergency medical supplies and bandages from a cabinet and began treating Li Zhao's wounds. First, he removed Li Zhao's clothing, cleaned the abrasions on his back with water, applied antiseptic, and bandaged them securely. Next, Jiang Feng addressed the fractures. A broken left shin and 2 cracks in the right arm were not too severe. He found 2 wooden sticks to use as splints and prepared to set them when a loud crack was followed by Li Zhao's blood-curdling scream. He bolted upright, eyes rolling back in pain. "Calm down, I'm setting your bones," Jiang Feng said helplessly. Seeing Li Zhao's agony, he decisively struck a pressure point on the back of his neck, causing him to pass out. Jiang Feng sighed. This young man, who had spent his life with computers, was physically weaker than most. If he hadn't discovered him in time, the situation could have been fatal. "Man, if it weren't for the 5 million, I wouldn't be using my special techniques and herbs on you," Jiang Feng muttered to himself, focusing on resetting Li Zhao's bones. His hands carefully probed Li Zhao's leg, pressing gently but precisely. This skill was something he had learned from an instructor at a training camp, a technique few had mastered, but Jiang Feng had picked up a bit out of interest. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng finally finished resetting and immobilizing the bones. He rummaged through the cabinet and found some dried herbs. Although they had been stored for a while, their potency should still be intact. Jiang Feng cautiously tasted a bit of the herb, immediately cursing at its bitter taste. He forced himself to chew the herbs, gagging and swearing, his facial scars twisting in pain. 5 million. I can endure this. Once I save enough, I'm buying an island and marrying a bunch of wives. Jiang Feng grumbled, applying the chewed herbs to Li Zhao's wounds and securing them with bandages. By the time he finished, it was already 4 in the afternoon. The drive to Sister Wan's place would take over an hour. Jiang Feng set up in 4 drip for Li Zhao, placed food and water by the bed, and set an alarm for 2 hours later. Ugh, since when did I start taking care of people like this? Jiang Feng spat out the bitter saliva and left the basement. Settling into the now-cooled car, Jiang Feng exhaled deeply. The days spent in the basement had left him feeling stifled. The Hummer roared to life, climbing out of the depression and heading down the dirt road. Meanwhile, Sister Wan was in her small villa, standing in front of 4 well-built men, ranging in age from 20 to 40. 3 were sent by Hikuan, and the Burmese man on the far right was her own hire. You know the rules for tonight. No firearms allowed, but everything else goes. Life and death are on the line, Sister Wan said calmly. I won't say more. Good luck. Your payment has been deposited into your designated accounts. The rest will be paid after, regardless of the outcome. Where's the other one? The burly man, standing on the far left and towering at 2 meters, asked in a deep, resonant voice. Wan Jie glanced at her watch. It was already past 5. She replied succinctly, the other one's on the way, should be here soon. You all go grab something to eat and rest. Everything's arranged. The 4 men filed out of the room, with a Quan bringing up the rear. Wan Jie watched a Quan's back, a glint of coldness in her eyes. She swiftly pulled out her phone and dialed Jiang Feng. Madman, where are you? Her voice betrayed her anxiety. Jiang Feng was crucial to her plan. Without him, today's operation was in jeopardy. At the entrance. I'm in the back, Jiang Feng replied tersely. Good. Wan Jie breathed a sigh of relief. Suddenly, a Hummer barreled into the casino, executing a flawless drift before parking. Jiang Feng clambered out, spitting repeatedly, muttering curses under his breath. Damn, that was bitter. He lit a cigarette and surveyed his surroundings. The casino was bustling, even more crowded than before. Jiang Feng marveled at the handiwork of 2 master gamblers who had been there earlier. He sauntered towards the back of the casino building. Standing at the entrance, Wan Jie watched Jiang Feng's swaying figure, feeling slightly more at ease. Jiang Feng, ever perceptive, picked up on her tension and anxiety. I've never seen you this nervous before. Is something different this time? He asked. Wan Jie, dressed in a beige dress with her hair elegantly pinned up, exuded a hint of sophistication. Her mature figure made certain individuals uneasy. She was a woman in her prime. Yes, this time is different, Wan Jie admitted. Jiang Feng unabashedly eyed her up and down, then complimented. Perfect proportions, curves in all the right places. Wan Jie rolled her eyes at him, having long grown immune to such looks. Come inside, let's talk. They entered a private room, devoid of bodyguards. Wan Jie settled on the sofa, and Jiang Feng took a seat nearby. This time, I'm planning to leave this place for good, Wan Jie said, looking earnestly at Jiang Feng. Leave? Jiang Feng was taken aback. Yes, I want out of this whirlpool. Wan Jie's expression was resolute, despite the many obstacles she had recently faced. Her determination to leave hadn't wavered. Can you really get out? Jiang Feng asked, frowning. Wan Jie sighed. I'll do my best and leave the rest to fate. She looked directly into Jiang Feng's eyes, her tone carrying a hint of hope. Madman, would you be willing to leave with me? Leave this chaos and live a normal life. Jiang Feng was taken aback for a moment. Me? Sister Wan nodded in confirmation. Yes. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Haha, Sister Wan, I don't do bodyguard work. I made that clear 3 years ago. I don't risk my life for anyone. It's not about being a bodyguard. Sister Wan hesitated for a moment. It's about leaving together. A flicker of surprise crossed Jiang Feng's eyes before he broke into a mischievous smile, eyeing the still charming woman up and down. Not a bodyguard? Are you planning to keep me as your boy toy, Sister Wan? Sister Wan was immune to his teasing by now. She rolled her eyes and retorted, if we leave, I wouldn't mind keeping you. I'm just afraid you won't find this old lady attractive. Jiang Feng chuckled but said nothing. Sister Wan's expression turned serious. Think about it. Also, the rules for tonight are that each side sends out 5 people. The only restriction is no firearms. Everything else goes, life and death included. Jiang Feng nodded. Such rules were common in underground fights, a typical way for 2 factions to settle their disputes. Sister Wan continued, moreover, I've only arranged for you and 1 young man. The other 3 foreigners weren't arranged by me, but by my superiors. Be cautious. Jiang Feng scoffed. I don't trust anyone but myself. All right, go upstairs and rest. Sister Wan pointed to a room upstairs. I've arranged dinner in your room. I'll have someone call you tonight. Jiang Feng headed upstairs, while the other 4 were assigned to rest in the outhouse. His exclusive suite showed how much Sister Wan valued him. After Jiang Feng entered the room, Sister Wan took out her phone and made a brief call before leaving. Jiang Feng opened the door to the luxurious suite, the wooden furniture reflecting the owner's taste. He collapsed onto the bed, bitterness still lingering in his mouth. He wondered, if a fight broke out later, would he end up spitting in someone's face? He hadn't been lying down for long when there was a knock on the door. Who is it? Brother Feng. Sister Wan sent me to bring you dinner. Jiang Feng opened the door to find the seductive woman who had accompanied him for a late-night snack standing there. He pulled her into his arms and took the meal box from her, placing it on the floor. Brother Feng. Sister Wan said to make sure you eat well and rest up. Despite her words, her eyes clearly conveyed a different message. Jiang Feng grinned slyly. All right, eat well. Sister Wan knows me well. He leaned in for a kiss. Wait, Brother Feng. The woman weakly protested. Wait for what? There's nothing to wait for. Having been cooped up in the secret base for days, Jiang Feng couldn't hold back any longer. He picked her up and carried her to the bed, kissing her all the way. Ouch, Brother Feng. You hurt me, she complained as he tossed her onto the bed and pounced on her. Brother Feng, why is your mouth so bitter? What did you eat? The woman wrinkled her nose, looking like she wanted to gag but didn't dare to. Jiang Feng awkwardly explained, I had some herbs earlier. It's a bit bitter, but it'll pass. What kind of herbs are that bitter? Let me help you. Seeing her wrinkled face, Jiang Feng couldn't help but spit. You're so considerate. Ah, this feels good. An intense session ensued, with the room filled with Jiang Feng's grunts and the woman's enticing moans. Despite his exceptional stamina, half an hour later, Jiang Feng was gasping for breath. Brother Feng, please, you're going to kill me? Come on, let's keep going. I'll take you to new heights. All right then, her soft, nasal voice made it impossible for Jiang Feng to stop. Sister Wan returned from the office, just sitting on the downstairs sofa when she heard faint sounds. Despite the house's good soundproofing, the fact that she could hear them from downstairs indicated how loud they were. Pervert, she muttered, getting up to leave. She had been alone in this place for so long that she hadn't had any intimate contact in ages. Following behind her, a Quan glanced enviously at the upstairs door. It was 7:30 p.m. Jiang Feng came down the stairs with a cigarette in his mouth, feeling refreshed. His steps were light, and a satisfied smile played on his lips. Wan Jie, sitting on the sofa, gave him a sharp look while four individuals stood in front of her. Had a good rest? Wan Jie raised an eyebrow, her tone tinged with a bit of teasing. Jiang Feng exhaled a puff of smoke and answered lazily, yeah, had a good meal and rest. He walked down the stairs confidently and plopped down on the sofa beside her without any hesitation. The standing group, especially the three arranged by He Kuan, all focused their gazes on Jiang Feng. Their looks were filled with curiosity and a hint of disdain. Noticing their stares, Jiang Feng smirked slightly. What are you looking at? Got a problem? He carefully sized up the four people in front of him. From left to right, the first was a giant over 2 meters tall, with arms as thick as tree trunks and calloused hands, clearly a powerhouse. The second was shorter but had sleek, muscular lines, giving off the vibe of a coiled leopard ready to pounce. The third was slightly taller than Jiang Feng, leaner in build, but exuding the dangerous aura of a venomous snake ready to strike. The last one, brought by Wan Jie, looked ordinary, around 1.8 meters tall, with calloused hands as well. Jiang Feng's eyes swept over them, and he quickly made his assessment. Despite it being their first meeting, his keen senses told him these were all formidable individuals, including the seemingly average one brought by Wan Jie. The group silently observed Jiang Feng for a moment before turning to Wan Jie, their doubtful expressions asking, what makes this guy special? Sensing the tension, Wan Jie broke the silence with a light laugh. Don't mind him. He's a friend of mine and here to help. She swiftly stood up, not giving anyone a chance to respond. Since we're all here, let's get going. Everyone followed Wan Jie out of the room, where a Quan and his men had already prepared the convoy. Pointing to the Maybach at the front, Wan Jie said to Jiang Feng, Madman, you ride with me? Heh, sure thing. Jiang Feng strolled towards the car, completely ignoring any hostile looks from behind. On the battlefield, he trusted no one but himself. Opening the car door, Jiang Feng saw an unfamiliar man in the driver's seat. Wan Jie explained, he's someone I brought in yesterday. His name is Xiaochen. Hello, Brother Feng, Xiaochen greeted, turning around. Hey, Jiang Feng replied curtly, his eyes briefly scanning Xiaochen's hands and noting the calluses on his thumb web. Another trained fighter, Jiang Feng thought. The convoy slowly started moving, with the Maybach leading the way. Inside the casino hall, everything was as usual. Gamblers came and went, each with the hope of winning big today. The convoy moved through bustling streets and arrived at the base of an abandoned building. The parking lot was filled with luxury cars that most people could only dream of, with vehicles worth millions parked side by side. Jiang Feng knew every corner of this place. On the surface, it appeared to be an abandoned building, but beneath it lay a hidden underground arena for illegal boxing matches. As Jiang Feng's eyes scanned the exterior walls of the building, memories flooded back. He and his comrades had fought over a dozen brutal battles here, winning each time but at a great cost. Two of his comrades had lost their lives here. He took a deep breath, exhaling slowly, trying to dispel the bitter taste in his mouth. Be careful, Wang Jie whispered as she turned her head. Jiang Feng nodded in response. They entered the building, where vigilant security personnel were on high alert. This place was not open to the public. Without a referral from someone on the inside, intruders would likely face dire consequences. They walked along a dimly lit corridor toward the basement, passing through a narrow passageway, when suddenly, a blinding light hit them. In front of them was a massive underground space. At its center was an area of about 300 square meters, surrounded by towering wire fences. High-definition cameras were mounted on the fences and the ceiling, all set up for live streaming on the dark web. The audience seating was arranged in tiers around the central area, with luxurious sofas in the front rows, indicating the status and wealth of the spectators. Jiang Feng's eyes fell on the stained blood marks on the ground, and a strange feeling arose in his heart. He had once fought fiercely here without a second thought. Now, free from his past constraints, his mind began to return to normal, and he started to question the days of blind obedience. Wang Jie and her group reached their designated area. She elegantly sat down on a sofa, while the others stood respectfully behind her. Jiang Feng also adopted a more reserved posture, standing silently by her side, awaiting the impending storm. As time passed, people began streaming in from various passageways. The venue quickly filled to capacity, with the front row sofas occupied by various big shots. A young second-generation warlord entered and gave Wang Jie a meaningful glance, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. Jiang Feng recognized him, knowing he held significant power in northern Myanmar. But he keenly sensed that the man's gaze was actually directed at him. Jiang Feng's instinct screamed a warning. Today was not going to be peaceful. Just then, Bao Long and his entourage emerged from a side passage. Bao Long lived up to his name. Over 2 meters tall, with a burly physique and rugged features, he was clearly a formidable character. This Westerner had been making a name for himself in northern Myanmar for years, notorious for his ferocity. Bao Long strode towards Wang Jie, rudely pointing at her and roaring, "Chun Wan, today is your death day?" Wang Jie remained unfazed, coldly retorting, "Bao Long, we'll see who dies today." Having spent years in dangerous situations, she had developed a steely resolve. Bao Long brazenly eyed Wang Jie and suggested, "Heh, let's make a bet. If you lose, you come with me for a night." Wang Jie didn't back down, icily responding, "Fine, but if you lose, I'll find 10 men to take turns with you." Bao Long laughed heartily, "Haha, deal." With that, he and his men headed to their seats. During this brief confrontation, Jiang Feng's attention was drawn to someone behind Bao Long. It was a face he never expected to see here. Both sides' fighters were quietly sizing each other up. Jiang Feng and that person locked eyes for a moment before looking away. Bao Long's team consisted of 1 white man, 2 black men, and 2 Asians, all top-tier fighters. Jiang Feng's instincts told him that 2 of them posed a significant threat to him. He glanced at his companions and noticed their faces were tense. Jiang Feng inwardly scoffed, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. Suddenly, a gunshot echoed through the basement, and the noisy space fell silent. The match was about to begin, and a bloody battle was inevitable. A middle-aged man holding a desert eagle stepped into the arena, his voice echoing through the empty space. "Ladies and gentlemen, it's almost 8 o'clock. You all know what's on the agenda today. No more chatter. Get into positions. The live stream is about to start, and the betting lines are open. Place your bets quickly. The fight begins in 5 minutes." With that, he turned and left. Wang Jie glanced at Jiang Feng, hesitating to speak. Jiang Feng gave a slight nod and led the way out. It was an unspoken rule. In the few minutes before a fight, the fighters had to stand by the ringside for the bettors to observe and assess them. Jiang Feng stopped at the edge of the arena, a Nepalese kukri appearing in his hand at some point. The others behind him lined up, facing off against Bao Long's crew on the opposite side. The hundreds of spectators in the surrounding seats buzzed with conversation, the atmosphere growing more intense. "I'm betting on Bao Long. The odds are only 1.07. It seems the organizers favor him too. Chun Wan's side isn't bad either. That woman is a tough one, with odds at 1.2. Worth a shot. Bao Long, take them down. Chun Wan, do you have it in you? I want to bet on your side." The arena was filled with noise. Even the spectators on the sofas started placing their bets. On the dark web livestream page, the countdown kept ticking, and the betting channels were constantly updating. Shadows of people glued to their computer screens scrutinized Jiang Feng and his team, ready to place their bets at the last moment. Jiang Feng's face remained expressionless, but his eyes grew colder. His teammates behind him showed varied expressions, some excited, others worried. Across from them, a young man in Bao Long's camp locked eyes with Jiang Feng, his gaze just as icy, like a mirror image of Jiang Feng. Bang! Another gunshot rang out. The middle-aged man's voice echoed again. "Time's up." Betting closed. Both sides enter the arena. Jiang Feng turned and stepped into the enclosure first. The 300-plus square meter area was stained with grayish-brown blood, like a sinister carpet. The two sides faced off from dozens of meters apart. No referees, no prompts, no rules. It was a fight to the death. Either the opponent falls, or you die. Begin. With the command, the spectators erupted. Kill them. Fight. Cut them down. The deafening shouts seemed to shake the entire building. Jiang Feng gripped his kukri tightly, charging towards the other side like a released predator. There were no firearms, just hand-to-hand combat. This fight would test reflexes, skill, strength, and courage, requiring sheer determination. For Jiang Feng, this was his forte, close-quarters combat. Jiang Feng stared intently at one of the black men, locking him in as his primary target. However, at that very moment, he was simultaneously targeted by three opponents. Two black men and one white man fanned out, forming a suffocating encirclement. Seeing this, Jiang Feng's teammates didn't come to his aid. Instead, they smiled meaningfully and turned their attention to the remaining two opponents. This apparent betrayal did not waver Jiang Feng's resolve. He smirked, a vicious grin spreading across his face, his eyes gleaming with the ferocity of a lone wolf. He had never relied on others, only trusting in his own strength. Facing the three attackers, Jiang Feng advanced instead of retreating, pouncing towards them like a tiger ready to strike. The two black men wielded heavy machetes, their blades glinting coldly in the dim light. The white man, on the other hand, held a weapon in each hand, a dagger in his left and a combat knife in his right, poised for attack. Die! Jiang Feng growled, abruptly changing his attack direction. Initially charging towards the black man, he suddenly veered right, targeting the white man. His combat knife sliced upward at a sharp angle, catching the white man off guard and causing a flicker of panic to cross his face. The white man quickly reacted, bringing his combat knife up to block. The clash of metal rang out as the combat knife narrowly deflected the lethal strike. But Jiang Feng's assault didn't stop. His right foot shot out like an arrow towards the white man. Get lost! The white man roared, raising his knee to block. Die! Jiang Feng sneered, his left fist striking like lightning towards the white man's temple. At this critical moment, a whistling sound cut through the air as a machete came swinging from the side. One of the black men had arrived just in time, aiming his blade at Jiang Feng's arm. If Jiang Feng didn't pull back, his arm would be severed. Jiang Feng twisted his body, his right-hand combat knife flashing out to block the machete with a clang. Although this evasive maneuver cost him the chance to kill the white man, his left fist followed through and struck the white man's armpit. Ah! The white man screamed in agony, staggering backward and dropping his dagger. Jiang Feng didn't pause, quickly squatting down to dodge the incoming machete from the other black man. Damn it! The black man growled, his eyes bloodshot as he swung his machete down again. Jiang Feng rolled on the ground, closing in on the white man. The other black man lunged at him, aiming his machete at Jiang Feng's head. At the last moment, Jiang Feng kicked out, hitting the black man's chest and sending him flying. The injured white man retreated quickly, but Jiang Feng shadowed him closely, flipping over to close the distance. With only one arm still functional, the white man's eyes showed a sudden fear. Jiang Feng's speed and coordination were terrifying, having neutralized their continuous attacks and rendering the white man nearly useless. Get away! The white man shouted desperately, thrusting his combat knife at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smirked, tilting his head to dodge the panicked strike before punching the white man hard in the stomach. The white man doubled over, groaning in pain. The two black men had now reached the white man's side. Jiang Feng nimbly moved behind the white man, using him as a human shield. The black men swung their machetes without hesitation. The white man, horrified, could only watch as the blades came towards him, unable to defend himself after multiple injuries. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he kicked the white man forward into the path of the machetes. The white man fell to his knees, clutching his neck futilely. One machete struck his shoulder while the other severed his carotid artery. In just over 30 seconds, the white man lay in a pool of blood, eyes wide open with unwillingness. With one less opponent, Jiang Feng quickly picked up the fallen combat knife and charged at the remaining two. Armed with a knife in each hand, he attacked relentlessly, keeping both men on the defensive. The sound of clashing metal filled the air, a constant clang, clang echoing around them. Two black men were defending fiercely. One was struggling, while the other seemed more at ease, occasionally harassing Jiang Feng. The atmosphere on the field was tense, and Jiang Feng's eyes gleamed with madness as his attacks rained down like a storm. Kill him! Kill him! The crowd's shouts echoed. Suddenly, blood spurted from the white man's neck, and the entire arena erupted. Outside, the crowd's faces turned red as they screamed at the top of their lungs. The Tyrannosaurus roared angrily from the side. Useless! A bunch of useless people. Chunwan watched Jiang Feng nervously, gripping the sofa tightly. When she first saw Jiang Feng being surrounded, her heart leapt to her throat. But when the white man fell, she shouted excitedly, "Way to go, madman! You're amazing. Keep it up. Finish him off. Kill him." The chaotic noise filled the entire basement. Jiang Feng's focus was entirely on the two black men, his Nepalese cookery and military dagger dancing like butterflies. The stronger black man seized every opportunity to counterattack. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's attack rhythm was disrupted. The opponent kicked him in the stomach, the pain causing his body to involuntarily hunch over. "Uh!" Chun Wan exclaimed from the sidelines. Two thick machetes slashed toward Jiang Feng, and his eyes flashed coldly as he struggled to block the attack. The two black men immediately seized the opportunity to switch to offense, slashing wildly. The fight had lasted over a minute, and all three were rapidly losing stamina. The weaker black man, in particular, was already struggling to keep up with his partner's attacks. Jiang Feng noticed a flaw in his opponent's defense and smirked coldly. He focused on defending against the black man on his left, while the one on his right no longer posed a threat. The stronger black man sensed the danger and tried to reduce his attack frequency to assist his partner. In that moment of distraction, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity, blocking his machete and launching himself at the black man on the right. "Watch out!" The black man on the left shouted angrily, slashing his machete at Jiang Feng's back. Jiang Feng twisted his body, his right-hand dagger slicing a wound on the black man's thigh. "Uh!" The injured black man screamed in pain. "Die!" The two men retaliated wildly, and Jiang Feng rolled on the ground, suddenly flinging his military dagger. The injured black man lunged forward but, weakened by his injury and exhaustion, could only watch helplessly as the dagger flew toward his neck. With a soft thud, the machete dropped from the black man's hand as he clutched his throat, the dagger piercing through from the front and emerging from the back. "Kill him. Chop off his head." Another man fell, and the arena erupted into chaos. "Watch out!" Chun Wan's eyes were like daggers, fixed intently on Jiang Feng. Even as another enemy fell, she had no time to celebrate. The last assailant's machete was already slicing through the air towards Jiang Feng's head. With a desperate roll, Jiang Feng narrowly avoided the blade, which grazed his left shoulder, leaving a several centimeter-long gash. Blood immediately seeped out, and a glint of red flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He kicked his opponent away and quickly got back on his feet. Hiss. Huff. Jiang Feng took 2 deep breaths, a sinister smile appearing on his face. The man across from him, an African, was also panting. He had given his all, only to realize that Jiang Feng's strength far exceeded his expectations. Remembering Tyrannosaurus's warning, the African's scalp prickled with fear, understanding that he alone might not last much longer. At this moment, the African had lost his confidence against Jiang Feng. These few minutes of combat had shown him that he was outmatched. He stared at Jiang Feng, his peripheral vision catching glimpses of the other two battlefields. Heh. Jiang Feng glanced at the wound on his left shoulder, knowing that if he had been a bit slower, he might have already met his end. Just then, the arena erupted with deafening noise. "Kill him. Cut him down. Finish him off." 2 more fighters had fallen on the other battlefields. The young man across from Jiang Feng was also wielding a Nepalese kukri. With a swift slash, he had cut the throat of the burly man fighting Jiang Feng. The severed artery sprayed blood into the air, creating a crimson mist. The young man's eyes were cold as he quickly advanced on another opponent. Meanwhile, the last battlefield saw an exchange of lives. The young man Chun Wan had brought was stabbed in the heart, but he managed to sever his opponent's neck before collapsing. The audience was in a frenzy, their shouts and curses ringing out incessantly. Jiang Feng took a brief rest before launching a fierce attack on the African. The African immediately adopted a defensive stance. He had to hold out until his teammates could come to his aid, or he was doomed. But Jiang Feng wasn't about to give him that chance. His attacks came relentlessly, like a storm. Without his teammates to share the burden, the African felt immense pressure. His entire body tensed as he watched Jiang Feng's every move. "Die!" Jiang Feng roared, swinging his kukri with all his might. The African barely managed to block, but his arm went numb. Jiang Feng seized the opportunity, driving his left fist into the man's arm. Clang! The African's arm trembled violently, and his heavy machete flew from his grasp. Jiang Feng's eyes glowed with a murderous light. He tossed his kukri aside and charged with fists clenched, attacking the African with a barrage of punches, kicks, elbows, shoulders, and even his back. Jiang Feng's entire body became a lethal weapon. Thud, thud, thud. The dull sounds of impact were relentless. The African tried to lift his hands to block, but the sheer force left his arms numb, his energy rapidly depleting. On the other side, Chun Wan's recruits had all been taken down by the young man, who had killed 3 of them. Jiang Feng spotted an opening and landed a heavy punch on the African's chest. Crack! Even amidst the chaotic noise, Jiang Feng heard the sound of the man's rib breaking. Ugh, ugh. The African groaned in pain, his face contorted. From that punch onward, Jiang Feng's blows landed with unerring precision, sealing the African's fate. Hiss, huff, hiss, huff. Jiang Feng stood, breathing heavily. The African fell to his knees, blood pouring from his mouth, and finally collapsed. Jiang Feng licked his lips and locked eyes with the young man across from him. 8 bodies lay scattered on the ground. No one had expected such an outcome. Only one fighter remained on each side. Get him. Kill him. Use the knife. Finish him off. The audience's frenzied shouts filled the arena. On the sidelines, Tyrannosaurus watched the ring intently, surprised by the unexpected turn of events. The fighters had been recommended by someone else, and although he knew Jiang Feng was strong, he hadn't anticipated such overwhelming prowess. Chun Wan clenched her hands tightly, her eyes fixed on Jiang Feng in the ring. Blood streamed down his shoulder, staining half of his once white t-shirt a glaring red. The young man facing him had a blank expression, with average features and a height of about 6 feet. In both build and demeanor, he was almost identical to Jiang Feng. From behind, it was nearly impossible to tell them apart. Suddenly, the young man threw aside his knife and charged at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smirked and met him head-on. "Come on," he growled. Bang! The two collided heavily, fists and feet flying with no flair or finesse. The dull thuds of their bodies clashing were drowned out by the deafening noise of the arena. Amid their struggle, the young man suddenly spoke. "Leave, this is a setup." Jiang Feng, still throwing punches, replied, "Heh, I knew the moment I saw you. I thought you were dead." He landed a heavy punch to the young man's abdomen. The young man doubled over slightly, then retaliated with a punch to Jiang Feng's raised knee. "Get out," the young man whispered urgently. "Why you? Where have you been all these years?" Jiang Feng, panting, answered, "If not me, it would be someone else. Just laying low for a few years. You didn't know I was being hunted?" "I knew. Then why didn't you come?" "Why should I? Damn it." Jiang Feng cursed, delivering a fierce kick to the young man's waist. The young man shuddered violently, then struck Jiang Feng's armpit, causing his arm to go limp. "Leave, we'll fight later," the young man said angrily. Their conversation was lost in the arena's uproar. The audience only saw their relentless exchange of blows. Suddenly, the young man grabbed Jiang Feng's arm and threw him over his shoulder, sending him crashing to the ground. He quickly followed up with a step forward. Jiang Feng hit the ground hard, his face contorted in pain. The young man was already upon him, his right elbow aimed at Jiang Feng's head. Chun Wan, terrified, covered her mouth and sprang to her feet. "Damn it!" Jiang Feng cursed under his breath, swiftly rolling to grab the wire fence and pulling himself up. The young man's strike missed, and he quickly got up. Jiang Feng seized the moment, kicking him in the back and sending him towards the gate. The young man crashed through the gate, falling outside. Jiang Feng pursued him immediately. The crowd outside the ring roared even louder, now with an unobstructed view of the two men and their gruesome injuries. Excited shouts filled the air. Though such scenes were common, security personnel cautiously approached with guns drawn, ready to intervene if needed. Jiang Feng scanned the room the moment he entered, his eyes quickly locking onto Chen Wan, who was 20 meters away. Their gazes met, and in that instant, they exchanged a knowing look. Without missing a beat, Jiang Feng was back in the fray with his young opponent, exchanging blows. "Bring that woman along. She still owes me a commission," Jiang Feng thought as he delivered a powerful punch to his opponent's shoulder. "Arg. Take it easy, damn it," the young man cried out in pain, grabbing Jiang Feng's wrist and twisting it hard. The sharp pain made Jiang Feng gasp, his mouth twitching involuntarily. The crowd's cheers grew louder, urging for more violence. Break his arm, rip his shoulder off. The spectators were eager for a bloodier spectacle. Fighting through the pain, Jiang Feng kicked his opponent's thigh hard. The young man used the momentum to grab Jiang Feng's arm and executed a perfect shoulder throw, sending him flying. Jiang Feng rolled on the ground a few times, with his opponent hot on his heels. By now, they were close to the sofa where Chun Wan was sitting, only about 10 meters away. Jiang Feng glanced at Chun Wan again, noticing the slight furrow in her brow and the hint of confusion in her eyes. She sensed there was more to Jiang Feng's repeated glances. "Go start the car," Chun Wan whispered to Xiao Chun, who quickly understood and left the scene. On the other side of the venue, Biao Long was making his way along the edge, eyes fixed on the fighting duo. The rich heir squinted at Chen Wan and whispered something to a bodyguard, who nodded and quietly slipped away. As Jiang Feng and the young man continued their struggle, 4 or 5 armed security guards surrounded them. "Kill him!" the young man shouted, kicking Jiang Feng in the stomach. Jiang Feng stumbled backward, crashing into one of the guards. The guards smirked, their guns steady, clearly underestimating the real purpose of this fight. Suddenly, Jiang Feng lunged at the nearest guard like a feral beast, punching him in the heart and grabbing the raised gun barrel. The rapid fire of an AK-47 drowned out the chaos in the room. Jiang Feng swiftly snapped the guard's neck, seizing the AK and firing at the remaining guards. The young man also took down a guard and grabbed another AK. Although the guards opened fire immediately, they stood no chance against Jiang Feng and his companion, both trained from a young age. In a matter of seconds, the gunfire ceased, and an eerie silence fell over the room. The dark web livestream quickly shut down, as this kind of sudden chaos was not uncommon, and the authorities reacted swiftly. Jiang Feng smirked, aiming his gun at the fleeing Biao Long. Bullets rained down, but Biao Long, with his exceptional agility, vaulted over a sofa and disappeared into the crowd. Several bystanders were hit by stray bullets, blood spraying everywhere. Ouch! Kill him! Get him! The crowd, consisting mostly of outlaws, was not scared but rather thrilled, erupting into a frenzy. Those with guns drew them, while others engaged in fistfights, plunging the scene into total chaos. Let's go! The young man kicked Jiang Feng's leg and dashed towards the exit. Jiang Feng stumbled but quickly regained his balance, abandoning his search for Biao Long. He rushed to Chen Wan, grabbing her hand and pulling her along. Chen Wan's eyes widened in disbelief as she looked at Jiang Feng. She never imagined he would dare to kill security guards here. This was the territory of one of the biggest warlords in northern Myanmar. Most underground fights in Southeast Asia were controlled by them, and anyone who dared to cause trouble was brutally executed. Her mind went blank as she let Jiang Feng lead her in a desperate run. This way! The young man shouted, knocking down a few rioting spectators as he guided them towards the exit. A large number of security personnel surged in from all directions, with submachine guns spitting fire. Amid the rapid gunfire, bullets rained down like a storm. Jiang Feng and his companions quickly took cover behind the crowd, but the innocent people in the front rows were instantly cut down, blood and flesh flying. Jiang Feng tightly held Chen Wan in his arms, using his body to shield her. Seizing a break in the gunfire, the young man sprang up and returned fire. Several security personnel at the forefront fell immediately. Taking advantage of the chaos, Jiang Feng hoisted Chen Wan onto his shoulder and broke through the encirclement. Go, he growled, leading the charge into a passageway. Jiang Feng fired back as he ran, suppressing their pursuers. The young man followed closely, moving quickly while keeping low. The two discarded their empty AKs and sprinted down the corridor. Behind them, chaotic shouts rang out, "Kill them! Help!" The panicked crowd inadvertently bought them precious time to escape. You go left, I go right. The young man shouted as he reached the end of the corridor and turned right without hesitation. Jiang Feng dropped Chen Wan from his shoulder and darted to the left. Chen Wan cried out in pain as she hit the ground. Being a smart woman, she knew she was a burden at this moment and remained silent, letting Jiang Feng lead the way. Meanwhile, Biao Long was also desperately fleeing down another corridor with his men. As he ran, he cursed angrily, "Damn it! What kind of people did they assign to me? Shit, I'm dead if the general finds out. Damn it!" Despite his rage, he knew they had to escape Southeast Asia as quickly as possible, or they might not live to see another day. Jiang Feng and the young man burst out of the passageway and immediately tackled the guards nearby. Though fully armed, these outer guards were mere lambs to the slaughter in their eyes. Jiang Feng punched one guard in the stomach, doubling him over, and kicked another's gun out of his hands. The young man swiftly dealt with two more guards. Jiang Feng bent down to pick up a gun from the ground and shouted into the passageway, "Let's go!" Chen Wan, having taken off her high heels, ran out and pointed toward the parking area. "Over there, I had someone start the car." The young man glanced back at Jiang Feng, who nodded. He then hoisted Chen Wan onto his shoulder. Jiang Feng led the way toward the parking area, with the young man close behind. The three of them sprinted towards their hope of escape. From a distance, Jiang Feng noticed the headlights of a Maybach parked at the exit. He and another person were running quickly, one after the other, carrying someone on their shoulders. Xiao Chun watched the two figures sprinting towards him and recognized that their boss was slung over one of their shoulders, causing his mouth to twitch involuntarily. "Can we still stay in Southeast Asia?" Jiang Feng panted. "You sit in the back and let him drive." Jiang Feng swiftly jumped into the front passenger seat, while the young man roughly tossed Chen Wan into the back seat and then opened the driver's door. Xiao Chun, seeing the two men radiating menace, didn't hesitate to get out and move to the back. As soon as the door shut, the Maybach's engine roared to life, and the car shot forward. "Ha ha ha, what a rush today." Jiang Feng laughed as he looked back at the security guards chasing them. "Take care of the ones ahead," the young man said coldly, his eyes fixed on the parking lot exit. Heh. Jiang Feng leaned halfway out the window, his AK-47 blazing. Rat-a-tat-tat, two bursts, and two guards fell to the ground. "Not bad, right?" Jiang Feng pulled himself back into the car, looking smugly at the young man. "Trash," the young man sneered. "Xiao Jiao, you're getting cocky." Jiang Feng shot a sideways glance at the young man called Xiao Jiao. Heh. Xiao Jiao let out a derisive chuckle. "Damn it, I can't stand that laugh of yours," Jiang Feng growled, punching Xiao Jiao on the shoulder. Get lost. If you hit me again, I swear I'll drive straight into Wang Yao's hideout, Xiaoju shouted angrily, clearly fed up with Jiang Feng's antics. Go ahead, do it. If I don't take down Wang Yao's hideout tonight, I'll be your little brother, Jiang Feng said, leaning against the window and lighting a cigarette, his tone dismissive. Ha, back then, even our boss couldn't take it down with all of us. You think you can? Xiao Jiu retorted scornfully. The Maybach sped through the busy streets at over 100 kilometers per hour despite it being past 9 at night. Hey, boss. Jiang Feng suddenly fell silent for a moment inside. Madman. Who is he? Chen Wan, sitting in the back seat, suddenly asked. My brother, Xiao Jiu. Jiang Feng replied without turning around, punching Xiao Jiu on the shoulder again. If you hit me one more time, I'll crash into that building. Xiao Jiu glared at Jiang Feng with venom. Ha ha ha, I'm just too happy to see you. Jiang Feng laughed, reaching over to roughly wipe Xiao Jiu's face. Xiao Jiu's features immediately softened, revealing delicate features. Don't touch me, Xiao Jiu snapped, glaring at Jiang Feng. Wow, you've grown a temper over the years. Here, have a cigarette to calm down, Jiang Feng said, forcibly placing the cigarette from his mouth into Xiao Jiu's. Xiao Jiu took a deep drag. Madman, was he one of your old brothers? Chen Wan's eyes sparkled as she asked. Yeah, we crawled out of piles of corpses together, Jiang Feng said wistfully. He briefly explained how they had fought through thousands of competitors to become 10 death warriors, completing various missions and building a bond of life and death. Have you seen any of the other brothers? Jiang Feng suddenly asked. No, it's just you and me left. The rest are dead, Xiaoju replied after a moment of silence. Jiang Feng pressed Xiaoju about his whereabouts over the years and learned he had been in South Africa, only recently discovering that Jiang Feng was still alive. Xiaoju explained how he had uncovered the conspiracy against Jiang Feng and Chen Wan, as well as the various forces involved. He has his sights set on her. What does that have to do with us? Jiang Feng scoffed. Xiaoju reminded Jiang Feng that this was related to their past interference with Wang Yao's nephew trying to kidnap a woman, a grudge he had never let go. Jiang Feng finally recalled that incident, realizing the long-standing nature of the current danger. Xiaoju cast a quick glance at Jiang Feng, memories of that merry night flashing through his mind. Jiang Feng, fifth brother, and his useless elder brother having a great time. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a contemptuous smile, a glint of cunning in his eyes. So, this mess was caused by that useless Wadi? Jiang Feng asked as he expertly lit a cigarette and took a deep drag. Xiao Jiu gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes fixed on the road ahead with a piercing gaze. Not entirely. Wadi just wants to get rid of you, then find a chance to eliminate Baolong and her boss, and take over this transportation route in business. He probably has some warlord partners, but I haven't figured out who they are yet. The car's speed suddenly increased, revealing Xiao Jiu's intimate knowledge of the terrain. Years of experience allowed him to navigate the complex landscape with ease. Chen Wan suddenly spoke, her voice carrying a hint of barely noticeable tension. What role do Baolong and the person behind me play in all this? Xiao Jiu was silent for a moment, as if choosing his words carefully. Finally, he spoke slowly. Baolong is just a pawn. The person behind you has some backing too, but they're also a small player. This boxing match is just Wadi's diversion. He knows you might seek help from third brother. Once you do, he has the chance to kill both of you. That's why this match is happening. A heavy silence filled the car. Chen Wan seemed lost in thought, and after a long pause, she asked, What do we do now? Jiang Feng chuckled lightly, leaning back against the car window with an air of nonchalance, as if the chaos outside had nothing to do with him. Run. What else? I'll stick with you. Meanwhile, an urgent assembly call echoed through Wadi's stronghold. Armed personnel swarmed in, gathering at the manor's entrance. A young officer in his 30s stood at the forefront, directing the troop carriers as they rolled in. Wadi, clad only in a thin nightgown, was seething with anger, his rage almost palpable. He bellowed at an officer, Find them, turn northern Myanmar upside down if you have to, but bring those 2 dogs to me. Yes, sir. The officer stood at attention, saluted, and quickly relayed the orders. Wadi's fury was boiling over. What should have been a pleasant night, with 2 women of his choice and a relaxing live stream, turned into chaos as he witnessed Jiang Feng and Xiaoju wreaking havoc. Enraged, he had leaped out of bed, assaulted the 2 innocent women, and promptly ordered the mobilization of his forces. Dozens of troop carriers roared out of the manor, heading towards a nearby camp. More fully armed soldiers were ready to move, with orders to capture Jiang Feng and Xiaoju at any cost. Just as the troop carriers disappeared from view, Wadi's phone rang. He answered, his voice low and respectful. Uncle, rest assured, I will handle it. A cold voice responded from the other end. If you don't, you can go to Africa and mine for me. They need people there. With that, the call ended abruptly. Fuck. Wadi roared, smashing his phone to the ground. He turned and stormed back into the manor, each step seemingly crushing his dwindling patience. Chunwan's casino building wasn't far from the underground fighting arena, typically about a half-hour drive. However, under Xiaoju's driving, the Maybach felt like a wild beast out of control, tearing through the city streets. Pedestrians and vehicles along the way cursed and dodged out of the way. In just over 10 minutes, the car sped back to Chunwan's villa. The casino was still bustling, with gamblers placing high-stakes bets at the green tables, as if battling fate itself. The Maybach came to a steady stop next to Jiang Feng's Hummer. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju quickly got out and nimbly climbed into the Hummer. "Madman, you're not taking me with you?" Chunwan hurriedly shouted as she saw Jiang Feng about to leave, her voice tinged with panic. Jiang Feng pointed to his nose, slightly surprised. "You want to come with me?" "Yes." Chunwan nodded firmly. "Are you sure?" Jiang Feng asked calmly from the driver's seat. "We're their main targets. We could be caught at any moment." Chunwan, a woman who had survived in northern Myanmar for years, remained exceptionally clear-headed. After hearing Xiaoju's intel, she made a swift decision. "Yes, I'll go with you. Otherwise, I'm dead sooner or later. Hikuan has probably abandoned me too." Initially, she planned to leave this dangerous vortex, even offering Hikuan a compensation of 30 million. But the current situation made her realize that survival was the priority. Staying close to Jiang Feng and Xiaoju was the safest choice. Xiaoju suddenly spoke up, his tone impatient. "We're leaving now. We don't have time for you to handle other matters." To him, Chunwan was just a burden. Chunwan responded quickly. "I'll grab a few things from the villa and leave. I've arranged for people to meet us in Dream City and prepared a speedboat along the coast. I also have $20 million in cash and villas in Singapore and Malaysia. If you take me with you, all these are yours." She looked at Jiang Feng with determination. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju exchanged glances. Jiang Feng shrugged, looking resigned. "Hurry up," Xiaoju urged irritably. Chunwan ran a few steps, then stopped and asked, "There are some firearms in the villa. Do you want them?" Xiaoju glanced at the back seat and asked, "How many?" Jiang Feng thought for a moment and said, "Let's stock up. We don't know how many people we might have to fight off to get out." "Get in." Xiaoju reversed the car. Once Chunwan was in, they drove towards the villa. At the villa, Chunwan ran upstairs while pointing to a room on the first floor. "The guns are all in that room." Jiang Feng and Xiaoju pushed the door open. Inside, various firearms were displayed on wooden racks along the walls. Over a dozen submachine guns, mostly AKs with some other models. More than 20 handguns neatly arranged, and several ammunition boxes on the floor. Jiang Feng grabbed 2 AKs, while Xiaoju chose 2 MP5s and 2 handguns. Jiang Feng also took 2 Nepalese kukris from a nearby rack. They each picked some magazines and carried an ammunition box out. After throwing the supplies in the back seat, Xiaoju looked at the backpack and reminded, "Take care of your shoulder wound. We might not have time later." Jiang Feng nodded, sat on the sofa, and stuffed a piece of clothing in his mouth. Xiaoju quickly took out alcohol, iodine, bandages, and other medical supplies from the backpack and treated Jiang Feng's wound. Jiang Feng grunted softly, enduring the pain of disinfection and stitching. A few minutes later, the wound was stitched and bandaged. Jiang Feng spat out the cloth, sweating profusely, and lit a cigarette, taking a deep drag. At this moment, Chunwan came downstairs, now dressed in gray sportswear and sneakers, her hair casually tied back, carrying a travel bag. Seeing this, Xiaoju climbed into the driver's seat and started the car. Jiang Feng placed 2 guns in the front seat and an ammunition box at his feet. "Wow, you even put on perfume." Jiang Feng sniffed and turned to Chunwan with an amused smile. Chunwan got in the car and said to Xiaoqin outside, "Come with us. You won't survive here." Xiaoqin glanced at Jiang Feng and Xiaoju, hesitating. He knew staying here meant certain death, but he wasn't sure if Jiang Feng and Xiaoju would be willing to take him along. Jiang Feng glanced at Xiaoqin's hand, noting the calluses. "Bringing 1 or 2 makes no difference. Seems like you've trained. Get in, time is tight," he said coolly. Xiaoqin smiled gratefully and quickly climbed into the back seat. At that moment, several military trucks roared up to the front entrance of the casino building. Leaning against the car door, Jiang Feng's eyes turned cold, a smirk playing on his lips. "Heh, looks like today will be fun," he muttered. Beside him, Xiaoju also let out a cold smile. Chunwan urgently pointed out, "Go through the back. There's a loose wall there. A few people can push it down together. There's a path on the other side we can take." She had been around this area for years and was well prepared. In a chaotic place like this, not having a backup plan is as good as a death wish. Jiang Feng turned to her, slipping into a teasing tone. "Heh, even a little girl like you knows to prepare an escape route, huh?" Ever since he first met Chunwan years ago, he never missed a chance to tease her. Chunwan rolled her eyes and sighed. "When you need money, you call me sister. When you don't, it's little girl, huh? There's $20 million on this card. Call me sister and let's hear it." She pulled out a bank card and tossed it at Jiang Feng's face. Jiang Feng picked up the card and slipped it into his pocket, immediately putting on a fawning smile. Sister, whatever service you need, I'm at your command. Xiaojia's lips twitched as he shot Jiang Feng a sideways glance. What? Got a problem? Do you know how many missions you'd have to complete to earn $20 million? Jiang Feng scoffed at Xiaojia. The Hummer circled around to the back of the villa. Chunwan pointed to a freshly painted wall ahead. That's the one. Just ram through it. The engine roared as the Hummer charged straight at the wall. With a loud crash, the wall crumbled, scattering bricks over the hood. Beyond the wall lay a patch of weeds, with a faint path visible under the headlights. By now, a large group of armed men had reached the back of the villa. Gunfire erupted, dozens of AK-47s spewing bullets. Most hit the wall, but a few struck the Hummer's rear, sending sparks flying. Xiaojia floored the gas pedal, and the Hummer roared as it broke through the encirclement. Behind them, the commander's furious shout rang out, "Cease fire! Chase them!" He quickly radioed the position to other search teams. The Hummer bumped along the rugged dirt path, soon merging onto a wider road. Xiaojia and Jiang Feng, both familiar with mountain terrain, navigated effortlessly. As Jiang Feng loaded bullets into a new magazine, he spoke without turning around. "Pick a gun that suits you and load all the empty magazines." Xiao Chen responded with a quick, "Got it," grabbed an AK, opened the ammo box, and began loading bullets into the empty magazines. "Which way should we go?" Xiaoju asked while driving the Hummer, glancing at Jiang Feng. Outside, the night was pitch black, and every direction seemed fraught with danger. Jiang Feng was busy loading bullets into a magazine, not even looking up as he replied. "North leads to the mountains and the Huaguo border. South is Thailand. West is Laos, and east is Wam Yao's stronghold. You choose." Suddenly, Chinwan spoke up. "Xiaohua is in Dream City. Head west." Without hesitation, Xiaojiu sharply turned the wheel, sending the Hummer crashing through the underbrush and speeding westward. In the rearview mirror, several military trucks had just breached the perimeter and were now in pursuit, a few hundred meters behind. Chinwan, after a moment of thought, took out her phone and made a call. On the other end, Xiaohua's anxious voice came through. "Wan Jie, how are things?" "I heard brother phone." Chunwan cut her off. "Xiaohua, tell them to head west, to meet us in Wu Duo City." "All of them?" Xiaohua asked, but Jiang Feng interrupted coldly. "No, tell her to run. We'll regroup later if we get the chance." Chunwan glanced at Jiang Feng, wanting to say more, but he was resolute. "No buts. If her people come, they'll just die. Tell her to run." Reluctantly, Chunwan nodded and spoke into the phone. "Xiaohua, you go first. Wait for me in Singapore. I've taken you there before. You know the place?" Xiaohua's voice was tense. "Wan Jie, where are you going?" "I have over 30 people with me. I can come get you." Chunwan felt a warmth in her heart and replied gently, "It's no use, Xiaohua. Listen to me, go there and wait for us. Coming here is a death sentence. I have Madman and his friends protecting us, and Xiao Qian is with us. We'll make it out." Chunwan continued also, "Tell the girl with the Quan to take him out. That traitor sold us out, or we wouldn't be in this mess." "Got it, Wan Jie. Be careful," Xiaohua responded. Just then, gunfire erupted. Armed men on the military trucks behind them opened fire with AKs, but the bullets missed due to the distance. Jiang Feng glanced in the rearview mirror and saw one of the trucks stuck due to the terrain, while the others were maneuvering around. He sneered. "Bunch of amateurs." After putting some distance between them and their pursuers, Xiaoju lit a cigarette and gave Jiang Feng a sidelong look. Jiang Feng understood immediately and lit it for him. "Here you go, Jiuge." Seeing the military trucks falling behind, Chunwan sighed in relief. "I hope we can get out of this hellhole safely." Jiang Feng leaned against the window, looking at the starry sky, and said calmly, "Not yet. They've already set up a blockade ahead." Chinwan asked, puzzled, "Then why are we heading this way?" Jiang Feng explained, "No matter which direction we go, there are pursuers. To escape, we have to fight our way out. Tonight, at least 20,000 armed men are hunting us." Xiaoju suddenly asked, "Do you think Wang Miao's men are out yet?" A flash of anger crossed Jiang Feng's eyes. "I don't care if they are. If they come, all the better. Wang Miao's men crippled Xiao Qi's hand back then. If they show up, I'll kill them." Jiang Feng recalled the past. Xiao Qi was the only woman among them, and her hand was crippled by Wang Miao's men during a mission. Their boss had ordered an assault on Wang Miao's stronghold, which ultimately failed but dealt a heavy blow to Wang Miao. Unfortunately, Xiao Qi later died in service to the boss. Recalling these fragments of his past, Xiao Jia's eyes welled up with tears, and a wave of anger surged through him. His demeanor instantly turned icy, like a sharp sword drawn from its sheath. Although he had freed himself from constraints over the past few years, and his thoughts had gradually normalized, the brainwashing he experienced in his childhood still left an indelible mark on both him and his partner. At this moment, not only were Jiang Feng and his group on the run, but another group was also fleeing for their lives. Today, Tyrannosaurus was fuming with rage, feeling like his lungs were about to explode. First, the higher-ups had forced Xiao Jiu on him, claiming he was a top-notch expert, which initially delighted him. Little did he know that Xiao Jiu was an old acquaintance of Jiang Feng, completely setting him up. Wang Miao couldn't care less who brought Xiao Jiu in. The bosses only knew that Xiao Jiu represented Tyrannosaurus in the fight. He understood clearly that if he didn't escape quickly this time, getting caught would mean more than just death, it would be torture. Just moments ago, his men brought even worse news. The big boss had sold him out in the blink of an eye. What he wanted to take over his routes and business, dispatching a large number of armed personnel to hunt him down. Fuck. Fuck. A bunch of idiots. A bunch of useless fools. Fuck. So much for cooperation. Now they're out to kill me, fuck. Tyrannosaurus sat in a heavily modified Range Rover, eyes wide with fury, pounding the seat with his fists as if to vent all his anger on the innocent leather. He and about 20 to 30 of his men were fleeing for their lives on the highway in a convoy of 5 vehicles. A few hundred meters behind, 7 or 8 armed vehicles were in hot pursuit, and more were closing in from all sides, forming a massive encirclement. Suddenly, the roof of the foremost armed vehicle was lifted, revealing an old M73 machine gun. The belt of palm-length bullets was quickly loaded, and the rattling gunfire instantly pierced the night. In the pitch-black darkness, blue flames spewed from the muzzle, like the scythe of death, sweeping towards the convoy ahead. Clang, clang, clang. The last car was instantly torn open with a gaping hole. The driver let out a blood-curdling scream as a stray bullet struck him. Losing control of the steering wheel, the car veered off and crashed into the roadside trees with a loud bang, rendering another vehicle useless. Fuck. Drive faster. Hearing the machine gun fire from behind, Tyrannosaurus was as frantic as an ant on a hot pan, shouting at his driver. Roar. The Range Rover's engine let out a growl, like an enraged beast. The vehicle's speed surged again, but night had just fallen, and there were still many cars on the highway. Seeing Tyrannosaurus's convoy and the deadly tracers, the vehicles ahead panicked, either stopping and turning around or driving off the road. However, some couldn't react in time and ended up stopping by the roadside with doors flung open, passengers scrambling to escape. These unexpected obstacles significantly slowed down Tyrannosaurus's convoy. Throw the grenades. Tyrannosaurus grabbed the radio, shouting hoarsely. The pursuing armed vehicles were closing in, the machine gun fire unrelenting, tearing another car apart and sending it crashing heavily into the roadside. As the distance shrank to less than 100 meters, Tyrannosaurus couldn't hold back any longer, ordering his men to throw grenades to slow down the pursuit. Boom, boom. Grenades were thrown, tracing graceful arcs in the air before exploding. The effect was immediate. The speed of the pursuing vehicles dropped significantly. Seeing this, Tyrannosaurus breathed a slight sigh of relief, but he knew this deadly chase had only just begun. Jiang Feng and his team were on high alert. Their Hummer raced down the dirt road, not as fast as on pavement but still closely pursued by their enemies. Just as they managed to shake off the tailing vehicles, a few jeeps suddenly emerged from the right side. Clearly, the enemy had realized that troop carriers couldn't keep up on the dirt road and had switched to more agile off-road jeeps. Bring it on, Jiang Feng sneered, licking his lips, his eyes turning icy cold. Xiao Jiu focused intently on driving, keeping his eyes fixed on the bumpy dirt road, trying to maintain speed while avoiding deep pits. Jiang Feng grabbed his AK, leaning most of his body out of the window. Before Jiang Feng could open fire, the enemy launched their attack first. However, due to the rough terrain and high speed, their bullets went astray. Jiang Feng steadied himself by hooking one foot onto the passenger seat and using the shoulder belt to keep his body stable. He adjusted his shooting strategy, opting for 3-round bursts to improve accuracy. Even so, out of 9 bullets, 6 missed, with only 3 hitting the front of the enemy vehicle, sparking tiny flashes. Drive steadily, damn it, Jiang Feng yelled back into the car. Xiao Jiu ignored him, eyes glued to the road. The enemy continued their barrage, but their hit rate was abysmal under such conditions. Jiang Feng and Xiao Chen in the back seat each covered one side, constantly firing backward to harass the enemy and force them to slow down. It worked to some extent, with occasional bullets hitting the enemy vehicles, causing them to hesitate and reduce their speed. Bunch of trash, Jiang Feng muttered, reloading his magazine and lighting a cigarette, looking quite relaxed. After passing through a farmland, the convoy entered a mountainous road. At this point, another 7 or 8 jeeps emerged from the left, forming a pincer movement against Jiang Feng's team. Damn, they caught up this fast, Jiang Feng cursed. Xiao Jiu glanced over, then decisively slowed down and sharply turned the wheel, heading into the mountains. The Hummer crashed through the underbrush, jolting violently and almost throwing Jiang Feng out of the car. A branch scraped across his cheek, causing a burning pain. Could you give a heads up next time? Jiang Feng spat, complaining at Xiao Jiu. No time, Xiaojie replied coolly, a slight smirk on his face. Great, now I'm scarred again. Damn it, Jiang Feng muttered, touching his face and finding some blood. Don't worry, you're used to it, Xiaojie teased, flooring the gas pedal. Before long, they saw a large number of jeeps in the direction they had been heading. Xiaojie's decision was right, they were surrounded, and had no choice but to escape up the mountain. Jiang Feng's heavily modified Hummer showcased its impressive off-road capabilities, crashing through the mountain path with bushes and branches scraping against the car, producing a screeching noise. The engine roared, and while their speed dropped, they kept moving forward. Most of the pursuing jeeps either got stuck in the underbrush or were trapped in pits they couldn't escape from. Night had fallen, and it was nearing 10:30 p.m. Xiaojie was fully concentrated on driving the Hummer. RPG dodge. Jiang Feng suddenly spotted a flash of light from behind and shouted. An RPG streaked through the air, trailing a fiery tail. With a loud explosion, it struck the rear wheel of their vehicle. The entire Hummer was lifted off the ground before crashing down heavily, rolling over twice before landing upside down on the hillside. Damn it, that bastard lied to me. I really thought this could withstand an RPG. I'll skin him alive when I see him, Jiang Feng cursed, disoriented from the crash. The Hummer, despite Jiang Feng's meticulous modifications and reinforced body and chassis, couldn't withstand a direct hit from an RPG. Chunwan in the backseat was luckier. Although she was shaken and dizzy, her seatbelt had kept her secure, preventing any serious injuries. Xiaojie moved swiftly, being the first to kick open the car door. He reached out and grabbed the AK from Jiang Feng's arms, then quickly darted outside. The sound of gunfire shattered the night. Half kneeling on the ground, Xiaojie's stern face flickered in the muzzle flashes as the AK in his hands spat out fire continuously. Jiang Feng followed closely behind, kicking open the car door and immediately helping Chunwan out of the back seat. Carrying a small backpack, Chunwan climbed out of the vehicle, while Xiao Chun, armed with an AK, appeared on the other side. You take her and run up the mountain, Jiang Feng growled, pushing Chunwan towards Xiao Chun while grabbing his AK. He crouched beside the car, forming a defensive line with Xiaojie. The two AKs roared simultaneously, bullets raining down on the pursuing jeep. Xiao Chun pulled Chunwan, sprinting up the slope. Despite her fear and pounding heart, Chunwan remained silent, keeping pace with Xiao Chun. She knew that escaping was the only option, and she couldn't afford to burden Jiang Feng and Xiaojie. Her calmness and rationality in this moment highlighted her intelligence. Get out and open fire. The leader of the pursuers shouted through a walkie-talkie, kicking open the car door and firing his gun. On the slope, the jeep's speed decreased significantly, and its headlights became easy targets. Xiaojie and Jiang Feng tactically avoided shooting the headlights, using the darkness to their advantage and aiming at the enemies emerging from the vehicle. The opposing leader hadn't yet realized the fatal flaw in his plan and continued to urge his men up the slope. Xiaojie and Jiang Feng exchanged a knowing glance, a hint of coldness flashing in their eyes. Reload, I'll cover you, Jiang Feng said, tossing a pre-prepared backpack from the Humvee. Xiaojie caught it swiftly and began reloading while Jiang Feng kept firing, forcing the armed men in front to dive for cover. For Jiang Feng, they were nothing but sitting ducks. The air filled with agonized cries as he continued his relentless assault, his gaze growing colder. Finally, the enemy leader realized his mistake. Turn off the lights and charge, he commanded. As the headlights went out one by one, darkness enveloped the area. Xiaojie quickly donned his gear, magazine belt, Nepalese knife, and over a dozen grenades. The small backpack contained 2 bottles of water, emergency biscuits, basic first aid supplies, bandages, and loose ammunition. Ready? Let's go, Xiaojie whispered, retreating. Jiang Feng, already equipped, followed immediately. The two headed in the direction where Chunwan had fled, preparing to regroup with their companions. Chunwan was panting heavily after being pulled up a few hundred meters of the mountain slope by Xiao Chun. Her legs felt as heavy as lead. She gritted her teeth and persevered, but as an ordinary woman who lacked exercise, this intense physical activity was overwhelming for her. I can't run anymore, Chunwan gasped. Xiao Chun, also breathing hard, crouched down. I'll carry you. Chunwan hesitated for a moment. Are you sure you can? Get on. They're catching up fast, Xiao Chun urged, glancing back at the overturned car. In the faint moonlight, he could see shadows moving. Without further hesitation, Chunwan climbed onto Xiao Chun's back. He stood up and continued climbing the mountain. Meanwhile, Xiaojie and Jiang Feng had significantly closed the distance between them, now only a few dozen meters away. For these two physically fit men, the slope was as easy as flat ground. Hold on, I'll treat you to some fireworks later, Jiang Feng said smugly to Xiaojie as he pulled him behind a large boulder. They quietly observed the situation at the overturned car below, which was now surrounded by armed personnel, some of whom had already started pursuing them up the mountain. Suddenly, a deafening explosion echoed across the slope. Rocks and debris flew everywhere, and figures were thrown into the air amidst screams of agony. The Humvee was once again lifted by the blast wave and rolled heavily down the mountain. Ha ha ha, Xiao Jiu. How do you like my fireworks? Jiang Feng laughed triumphantly. Before he finished speaking, another loud explosion erupted on the slope. The armed personnel in the lead were blown off their feet, their screams piercing the night sky. Wow, Xiao Jiu, you set one off too? That's sneaky. No wonder you're my brother. Jiang Feng remarked in surprise, patting Xiao Jiu's shoulder. I taught you that. Xiao Jiu retorted disdainfully, turning to run. Bullshit. I taught you. Jiang Feng muttered under his breath, following closely behind. Spread out and move up. They can't get away. The enemy leader bellowed. 2 delayed directional bombs had cost him over 20 men. Some were still alive but incapacitated, as good as dead. The 2 men sprinted up the slope, quickly catching up to Chen Wan and Xiao Chun. Let's find a place to ambush them, Xiao Jiu suggested to Jiang Feng, seeing how breathless Xiao Chun was. Run a bit further up. There's no cover here, Jiang Feng said, scanning the area in the dim moonlight. All right, I'll scout ahead, Xiao Jiu replied, dashing off. Xiao Chun, carrying Chen Wan, followed more slowly. Jiang Feng brought up the rear, keeping a vigilant eye on their surroundings. In the thorny night forest, a single misstep could lead to a fall. But with Xiao Jiu leading the way, Xiao Chen focused on keeping up. After running a few dozen meters, Xiao Jiu stopped. Here. You two keep running, head for the top. Xiao Chen nodded silently and continued climbing. Put me down, I've recovered a bit, Chen Wan said gratefully. Xiao Chen gently set her down, panting heavily, clearly exhausted. I've got a surprise for them back there, Jiang Feng said gravely. Let's keep moving. I have a bad feeling about this. Xiao Jiu took the lead again, with Xiao Qian and Chen Wan following closely, and Jiang Feng bringing up the rear. Gunshots rang out behind them, bullets whizzing past and striking unknown targets. Jiang Feng smirked and kept moving. Suddenly, another loud explosion echoed, followed by more screams. Serves you right for chasing us, idiots, Jiang Feng muttered with a satisfied grin as he glanced back. A series of explosions ensued, filling the air with screams and throwing the enemy into chaos. Turn on your flashlights, you bunch of idiots, and take cover, the leader at the rear shouted furiously, smashing his walkie-talkie to pieces. Flashlights flickered on, illuminating the area. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, a sly smile forming on his lips. Xiao Jiu, let's show them what we've got. You two, keep running, Jiang Feng said. Without a word, Xiao Jiu crouched behind a large tree with his AK ready. Jiang Feng took cover behind a rock. As the pursuers drew nearer, the moving flashlights became perfect targets for Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The sound of gunfire shattered the silence of the night forest. When they were about 50 meters apart, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu opened fire simultaneously. In the darkness, the barrels of their AK-47s jerked slightly in their hands, the rapid gunfire piercing the silence. The enemy quickly retaliated, with a horde of pursuers blindly firing back, bullets scattering through the night. Only a few managed to roughly pinpoint their positions, but their aim was still poor. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile, the faint scars on his face creasing with his expression. His eyes, icy and focused, were locked ahead as he maintained a steady shooting rhythm with his AK. One by one, the flashlights went out amidst the gunfire. 15. 16. Jiang Feng counted quietly. Xiao Jiu glanced at Jiang Feng with a taunting look. You're talking crap. I only heard 14 shots. Jiang Feng shot Xiao Jiu a sidelong glance. You keep going. I'm out. With that, he emptied the magazine in his hand. Seeing the enemy approaching within 20 meters, Xiao Jiu immediately got up and sprinted. Jiang Feng followed closely, watching as Xiao Jiu occasionally fumbled on the ground. When he caught up with Chen Wan and Xiao Chun, Xiao Jiu joined them, with a wrist-thick snake hanging around his neck, its head already severed. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh. Heh, nice. You even managed to snag some supper. We'll roast it later when we have the chance. Haven't had this in a while. Kinda miss it. Xiao Jiu recalled their training in the mountains when snake meat was a rare delicacy. Chen Wan leaned on her knees, panting, and looked helplessly at the two discussing their midnight snack, as if they had forgotten the pursuers behind them. The boss's cooking is better, Jiang Feng commented. Yeah, Xiao Jiu responded. After a brief silence, Xiao Jiu resumed climbing towards the mountaintop. They probably didn't come, Jiang Feng suddenly said. This batch definitely doesn't have them, or they wouldn't be such pushovers. Just regular militia, Xiao Jiu replied without turning his head. We'll take them out eventually. Jiang Feng's voice was icy. Chen Wan and Xiao Chen followed in silence. The mountain wind howled in the deep night, with gunfire and shouts echoing behind them. The four of them pressed on, heading towards the summit. Climbing to the top of the mountain and looking back under the moonlight, a valley came into view, with endless mountains on the other side. Jiang Feng knew very well that if they continued further, they would enter an area like a primeval forest, from which ordinary people would find it hard to escape. He and Xiaoju had trained there countless times and knew the area inside out. Xiaoju carefully identified the direction and pointed to the left, saying, "If we go that way, there's a small path that crosses the border into Laos." "All right, let's go," Jiang Feng responded briefly. Just then, a series of explosions echoed from behind, indicating that the pursuers had triggered the bombs set by Xiaoju. The leader of the chasing team was numb. They had just received orders from above, informing them that they were chasing two top-tier assassins and only needed to keep up the pursuit until reinforcements arrived. "Do we have any water?" Chunwan couldn't help but ask. The long climb had left her parched, her throat feeling like it was on fire. Jiang Feng flashed a mischievous smile and teased, "Oh, there's plenty of water, sis. More than enough for you." Xiaojiu shot a glance at Jiang Feng and silently walked past him to lead the way. Chunwan rolled her eyes in exasperation. "You lunatic, I'm seriously thirsty." Jiang Feng pulled a bottle of mineral water from his backpack and handed it to Chunwan, not missing the chance to give her a playful squeeze. Chunwan shivered and couldn't help but curse, "Pervert." Xiaoju suddenly turned and cautioned, "Drink sparingly. Until we find a water source, each of us only has one bottle." Saying this, she handed a bottle to Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun gratefully accepted it. His condition was worse than Chen Wan's, having carried her up a long stretch of the mountain. Meanwhile, in Hua Miao's stronghold, a middle-aged man with a menacing scar was glaring coldly at his nephew, Wadi. Wadi stood by, trying to explain his ignorance. "Uncle, I really didn't know that young man was Lao Hu's assassin. If I had known, I would have had him and that mad dog killed in the cage." Hua Miao roared, "Himph! You think you're capable of setting traps and taking over someone else's business? Do you even know your own limits?" Wadi tried to justify his plan, but Hua Miao had lost his patience. He coldly ordered, "I'll handle this matter. You go to the African mines and oversee them. Only come back when you create some value there." Despite Wadi's desperate pleas to stay, he had no choice but to comply under Hua Miao's icy gaze. At that moment, an off-road vehicle quietly came to a stop at the foot of a mountain. Four shadows emerged from the vehicle. Under the moonlight, they appeared to be between 1.7 and 1.8 meters tall, each holding a submachine gun, their faces exuding a murderous aura. The moonlight accentuated their stern outlines, and the barrels of their guns glinted coldly in the faint light. "Number 2, wasn't it number 9 from Tiger's crew who escaped from you?" one of them asked, a hint of mockery in his voice. The figure at the front snorted disdainfully. "He got lucky back then. Otherwise, he wouldn't have gotten away." "Oh, really?" another suddenly interjected, his tone dripping with provocation. Tiger's men weren't weak. If they hadn't been outnumbered, well, he let his sentence trail off suggestively. Number 2 caught the skepticism in his comrade's words, a flash of anger in his eyes. He stopped in his tracks, turned to face the other 3, and coldly said, "What? Are you scared? If you're afraid of a mad dog like number 3 and a useless number 9, just wait here. I'll handle them myself." The other 3 fell silent, their throats emitting ambiguous chuckles, clearly not convinced by number 2's arrogance. The 4 moved swiftly up the mountain, their steps light and quick. They knew the terrain well and had already predicted the possible routes Jiang Feng and his group might take. Another team was closing in from the other side, forming an invisible encirclement. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and his companions were struggling along the mountain path. Their pace was noticeably slower as they took care of Chinwan, stopping frequently. Over half an hour had passed, and the pursuers behind them were dwindling. Jiang Feng had deliberately left some misleading tracks, and with the cover of night, the search area had widened, causing the pursuers to scatter. Jiang Feng glanced back and saw only a few flickering flashlight beams about 100 meters away. He made a swift decision. "Xiaojiu, I'll deal with the tail. You take them ahead." Handing his gun to Xiao Chun, he ran towards the pursuers. Xiaojiu continued forward with Chunwan and Xiao Chun. Chunwan couldn't help but look back, her worry evident. "Xiaojiu, should we wait for the lunatic?" Xiaojiu glanced at her with a look of disdain. "If he can't handle a few people, he deserves to die there." Chunwan, taken aback by his harsh words, could only lower her head and follow. Shortly after, a few faint cries of pain came from behind. Xiaoju didn't even turn his head and kept leading the way, fully confident in Jiang Feng's abilities. Sure enough, about 10 minutes later, Jiang Feng caught up with them. He had some bloodstains on him, but his expression was relaxed, clearly indicating the blood wasn't his. His return silently confirmed his prowess and allowed the team to regroup and continue their advance. After shaking off their pursuers, Chunwan felt a slight sense of relief. Under the dim moonlight, the 4 of them trudged through the mountains with great difficulty. 3 hours later, they had climbed over several small hills. Chunwan's face was pale, her legs weak, and she could barely continue. The water bottle in her hand was frighteningly light, with only a small amount of water left inside. Noticing her condition, Jiang Feng suggested, "We've covered some distance, let's take a break." Supporting Wan, he practically dragged her along. Xiao Jiao, carefully observing the surroundings, hesitantly asked, "Third brother, is that a small cave ahead? Maybe we should rest there and move on at dawn." Jiang Feng looked around and confirmed, "Yes, let's go." He handed Wan over to Xiao Chun, then cautiously checked the area before leading the way. After another half hour, Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. In the faint moonlight, he saw a large tree with some giant rocks behind it. "Hey, we're here." He quickly ran to the tree and soon found a small cave entrance. Wan was utterly exhausted, her legs unresponsive and her feet blistered. Thanks to her age and experience, she understood the importance of perseverance, managing to hold on. An ordinary young girl would likely be in tears by now, complaining incessantly. Jiang Feng swiftly cleared the leaves and debris from the cave entrance, ensuring one person could enter. "I'll go first." "Xiao Jiao, clear the tracks behind us," he instructed. Xiao Jiao nodded and left, while Jiang Feng took a small flashlight from his backpack. They had avoided using any light sources to prevent detection, but now, inside the cave, it was finally safe to use it. Biting the bright flashlight, Jiang Feng carefully crawled into the cave. The entrance was narrow, but it widened as he moved deeper. After about 10 meters, the space was as large as a small room, though the far end remained shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, Jiang Feng froze, standing still. A hissing sound came from nearby. An Indian cobra emerged halfway from a crevice, its hood flared, and it flicked its tongue at Jiang Feng. It was poised to strike, ready for a lethal attack. Jiang Feng stared intently at the snake, slowly reaching behind for his Nepalese knife. He exhaled slightly, a faint smile forming on his lips. The cobra sensed danger, but it was too late. The knife whistled through the air, pinning the snake to the wall with a clang. The handle quivered slightly. "Well, we've got a good meal," Jiang Feng said, walking forward to extract the still writhing snake from the crevice. The snake was over 2 meters long and as thick as a wrist, worth a good price outside. He deftly chopped off its head, tossing it into the crevice, then carried the body back to the cave entrance. "Come in, it's safe now," Jiang Feng called out. Wan responded, struggling to crawl in with Xiao Chen's help. Jiang Feng handed her the flashlight, saying, "You guys go inside. It's all clear. I'll gather some firewood for a late-night snack." "Was there a snake in there?" Wan shuddered, clearly afraid of such creatures. Jiang Feng shrugged. "Snakes are normal around here. Don't worry, I chopped it up. Just a snack, nothing to be afraid of." He casually tossed the snake body to Xiao Chun. "Hold this for me." Jiang Feng emerged from the cave and stepped into the forest to gather firewood for roasting the snake. Carefully, he collected dry branches, trying not to leave any obvious traces. Before long, he returned with a large bundle of firewood, just in time to run into Xiao Jiao, who was also carrying a load. "Heh, I got one too. It's over 2 meters long, much bigger than yours," Jiang Feng boasted, glancing at the snake draped around Xiao Jia's neck. Xiao Jia responded calmly, "Finders keepers. Get lost. You eat yours, I'll eat mine," Jiang Feng said as he tossed the firewood into the cave and climbed inside. Xiao Jia followed closely behind, carrying his firewood in and then going back to cover their tracks. At the cave entrance, Wan and Xiao Chun were waiting for Jiang Feng's return. "Why aren't you going inside?" Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. Xiao Chun explained. "She said she wanted to wait for you." His tone carried a hint of helplessness, suggesting that Wan didn't feel secure without Jiang Feng around. "Come on, let's go inside." "I'm starving," Jiang Feng urged. Sharp-eyed, Xiao Chun quickly took the firewood from Jiang Feng's hands. Wan, looking slightly embarrassed, followed Jiang Feng inside. Jiang Feng suddenly stopped and teased. "Heh, looks like you really trust me, huh?" Wan almost bumped into him and rolled her eyes. "Who else can I trust now? From now on, I'm relying on you." "Ha ha ha, all right. As long as you pay me well, I'll definitely protect you," Jiang Feng said, patting the card in his pocket confidently. After a short rest, Wan regained some of her strength and joked with Jiang Feng. "All my assets from over 10 years are on that card. It's all yours. You better take care of me when I'm old." Jiang Feng threw an arm around her with a roguish grin. "Heh, no problem. When you get old, I'll find handsome guys to keep you company every day." "You're incorrigible," Wan said, shaking off his arm and continuing forward. There was no denying that Jiang Feng gave Wan an extraordinary sense of security. As long as he was around, no matter what happened, she felt incredibly reassured. This feeling had developed unknowingly over the past few years. Whenever there was trouble at the casino, finding Jiang Feng and paying him well always ensured things were handled cleanly and efficiently. Despite her strong and shrewd exterior, Wan was deeply lonely inside. She had been navigating this chaotic environment alone for years and needed someone to rely on. Hikuan had long seen her as just a tool. Over time, with more interactions with Jiang Feng, Chen began to see him not only as a partner but also as a friend. Gradually, Jiang Feng became her emotional anchor and an invisible support. The fire crackled and popped, casting an orange glow on the faces of the four people, each displaying a different expression. Chen Wan, utterly exhausted, leaned half of her body against Jiang Feng, her eyelids drooping, ready to fall asleep at any moment. Xiao Chen leaned against the wall, frowning slightly, lost in thought. Jiang Feng wore a mischievous grin, his eyes fixed on the sizzling snake meat over the fire. Beside him, Xiao Ju expressionlessly turned the meat to ensure it cooked evenly. Suddenly, Jiang Feng asked, "Is there another way out of here?" Xiao Ju glanced toward the depths of the cave and replied, "I don't know. This cave is very deep. I walked a few dozen meters in but didn't find an exit, though I did see a small pond." Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and said, "Let's eat and sleep first. We'll check it out when we wake up. If there's another exit, we'll use it and figure out our next move." He recalled their earlier plan. Xiao Jia would explore the depths while he set up some defenses at the entrance to prevent any intruders while they slept. Okay, Xiao Ju nodded, taking the cooked snake meat off the fire, blowing on it to cool it down, and setting it aside. "What are you planning to do? Stay here?" Xiao Ju suddenly asked. Jiang Feng was taken aback. He remembered countless times when he had been hunted down, either fighting back or fleeing, then returning to his usual life. Some big shots had been so infuriated by him, but ultimately could do nothing, choosing to ignore him in the end. "Where else would I go?" Jiang Feng retorted, his gaze falling on Xiao Jiu. "Come with me to South Africa," Xiao Jiu suggested. "It's poor there too, but we can take on small jobs and get by." "Haha, seems like you're doing well over there." Jiang Feng grinned. "Not well, just getting by," Xiao Jiu said, poking the fire, which flared up more vigorously. Seeing this, Jiang Feng took the remaining meat off the fire, smelled it, and set it aside to cool. He was silent for a moment before he began to laugh again. "Just tell me what you're planning, don't beat around the bush. You know how I am." Xiao Jiu stared at his familiar face, a fleeting look of nostalgia in his eyes. It had been 3 years, and Jiang Feng was still as rebellious as ever, a rogue through and through. Back when they were under the tiger, Jiang Feng had been more restrained. Now, as a lone wolf, he was even more unrestrained. "Third brother, I want revenge," Xiao Jiu said, his eyes cold and filled with killing intent as he stared at the fire. "Boss, second brother, fourth brother, fifth brother, sixth brother, seventh sister, eighth brother, little brother, I want them all dead." His words jolted the half-asleep Chan Wan awake. Jiang Feng fell silent. He had been the same once, consumed by thoughts of vengeance. He had planned several times, but never even got close to his targets. Over time, his obsession had faded. "Xiao Jiu," Jiang Feng said with a bitter smile, "people like us are bound to die at someone else's hands sooner or later. And with just the two of us, we can't even get close to their homes." He glanced at Xiao Jiu, understanding why his brother was so fixated on revenge. Back then, those ranked higher, including Jiang Feng, had taken special care of the younger ones, especially Xiao Jiu and the youngest brother. Their rankings were based on strength, and Jiang Feng was third. "Third brother. If they could build such a powerful force, so can we." Xiao Jiu's eyes suddenly lit up. "Once we have people, we can get our revenge." Jiang Feng scrutinized him closely, as if seeing his brother anew. "Do you know what's required to build a powerful force?" Jiang Feng asked. "Yes, we need a lot of funds, connections, and strength," Xiao Jiu started to say, but Jiang Feng cut him off. "Do you have the funds? Do you know how much it takes?" "Third brother, we could form a small mercenary team, take on jobs. It's better than you just getting by in Southeast Asia." Xiao Jiu was momentarily taken aback. He knew it required a massive amount of money, an astronomical figure for ordinary people. "As far as I know, even a small mercenary team needs a gunner, a coverman, a sniper, a close combat expert, a demolition expert, a medic, and a strong logistics team." Jiang Feng looked at Xiao Jiu as if he were an idiot. "Just the two of us?" A hint of awkwardness appeared on Xiao Jiu's face. He turned to Jiang Feng, a touch of expectation in his voice. "Third brother, let's take our time looking. I have a friend in South Africa, a top-notch sharpshooter who used to work for Blackwater." Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, signaling Xiao Jiu to continue. Xiao Jiu took a deep breath and elaborated. "Blackwater is one of the largest private military companies in the world. They have dozens, if not hundreds, of mercenary squads, forming a massive mercenary group. You can find them all over the globe. Some elite squads are incredibly formidable, striking fear into the hearts of many in the underworld." Jiang Feng stared at Xiao Jiu thoughtfully, and then a sudden idea struck him. "Wait, Xiao Jiu, do you already have a team? Are you trying to get me to join your group in South Africa?" Xiao Jiu shook his head, admitting honestly, "No, but I have thought about it." "Third brother, you're better than me. I want you to lead the team. I can bring my friend over to help." Jiang Feng scoffed, his tone filled with disdain. "Come on, forming even a small team isn't easy. Building basic trust is tough. Why would anyone trust us? Why would they entrust their lives to us on the battlefield? I wouldn't even trust my back to someone I just met. Xiaoju fell silent for a moment, his face full of disappointment. So what do we do? Just wander aimlessly for the rest of our lives? Jiang Feng responded nonchalantly. What else? Just take it easy and enjoy life. It's not so bad. Chen Wan and Xiao Chen listened quietly to the conversation. Xiao Chen's gaze shifted between Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao, as if contemplating something. A thoughtful glint appeared in Chen Wan's eyes. Jiang Feng picked up the now-cold snake meat and took a big bite. All right, let's eat. After that we sleep. Xiao Jia followed suit, grabbing some snake meat to eat, while Xiao Qian and Chen Wan hesitated. Seeing them not eating, Jiang Feng urged, come on, eat. Xiao Chun smiled gratefully and started eating a piece of the snake meat. Chen Wan frowned, watching Jiang Feng devour the food. Jiang Feng handed a piece of snake meat to Chen Wan, half-jokingly saying, if you don't eat, don't blame me for not carrying you tomorrow. Chen Wan grimaced, shuddering at the thought of the snake. I've never eaten this before. Jiang Feng laughed, taking another bite. Ha, try it. It's delicious, even better than chicken. Seeing Jiang Feng's enthusiasm and considering they had to climb a mountain the next day with her stomach growling, Chen Wan finally made up her mind. She closed her eyes, tore off a small piece of meat, and put it in her mouth. Jiang Feng chuckled at the sight. He admired Chen Wan, thinking she knew how to adapt to the situation. Unlike some women who acted impulsively regardless of circumstances, Jiang Feng thought to himself, many brainless people have met their end in the mountains of northern Myanmar. As a few people enjoyed their barbecue, a hidden threat was brewing deep in the mountains. Assassins sent by Wang Miao were relentlessly tracking Jiang Feng and his group by following the traces they left behind. In the dim moonlight of the midnight forest, even these skilled trackers struggled to follow the faint clues left by their targets. Damn it, if I find those bastards, I'll skin them alive, muttered a man with a sinister demeanor, his voice dripping with hatred. Keep your eyes open and stop complaining, warned another. These aren't ordinary people we're dealing with. Look at how clean these kills are. None of them even knew what hit them. He pointed to the scattered bodies near the bushes, each one killed with a swift, precise strike to the throat or heart. This was the scene left by Jiang Feng when he dealt with the tails following him. In his haste to escape, he didn't bother to clean up the evidence and left quickly. These worthless fools deserved it, letting someone get the drop on them. A third person scoffed after examining the site. Let's move. They probably went that way, said another who had just returned from scouting. They tried to cover their tracks, but they left some clues behind. There's evidence here too. Another person appeared from the side, grinning. But it's a decoy. Their real path is over there. All right, keep pursuing, ordered the one referred to as number 2. The boss said we must take them down this time. With that, he led the group forward, and the other 3 followed closely. Meanwhile, Baolong sat grimly in a dilapidated car. The vehicle rattled noisily over the rough dirt road, matching his foul mood. His entire team had been wiped out, and even his car had been destroyed by an RPG. Though he had survived, his rage was consuming him. Baolong had paid a steep price to evade his pursuers, and had nearly gone bankrupt to buy an escape route from a certain faction. At this moment, he was traveling along a secret route to Thailand. In contrast, Jiang Feng was in high spirits. After finishing their snake meat, the 4 of them rested against the wall. Chen Wan had unknowingly leaned against Jiang Feng's shoulder and, in her sleep, slipped into his arms. Jiang Feng opened his eyes and smirked. He carefully adjusted his position to embrace Chen Wan's alluring figure. She was deeply asleep, utterly unaware due to her exhaustion. Satisfied, Jiang Feng closed his eyes, savoring the rare moment of peace. Time in the mountains is hard to measure, and the cave obscured the difference between day and night. After an unknown period, Jiang Feng suddenly opened his eyes. He and Xiao Jiao had remained vigilant, ready to wake at the slightest disturbance. Though it was bright outside, the cave remained shrouded in darkness, like the last moment of night before dawn. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao exchanged a knowing glance, and then Jiang Feng's gaze shifted to the cave and Trance heard movement outside. Xiao Jiao silently rose and felt his way toward the entrance in the dark. Jiang Feng stayed still, careful not to wake Chen Wan in his arms. The closer Xiao Jiao got to the entrance, the more cautious his movements became. The sounds outside became clearer. It was voices. Xiao Jiao held his breath, waited for a moment, then slowly retreated back to Jiang Feng and crouched down. Someone's outside, Xiao Jiao whispered, his voice cold. It's probably Wang Miao's people. No one else would find us here. How many? Jiang Feng asked softly. Not sure, at least 2. I heard 2 voices. Jiang Feng frowned in thought. If it's just 2, we can handle it. But if there are more, we're in trouble. We can't escape with these 2. The fake trails we left will eventually be discovered. If we wait for them to leave, we'll still be caught. Chen Wan stirred slightly but didn't wake. What do we do? Xiao Jiu glanced at Chen Wan and Xiao Chun, a flash of concern in his eyes. Jiang Feng let out a cold smile, his gaze sweeping across the cave as a plan formed in his mind. He turned to Xiao Jiu and whispered, "Instead of being chased, we should set an ambush. This cave is perfect. We might be able to trap them all here and make Wang Miao taste the pain." Xiao Jiu nodded in understanding, his eyes flicking between Chen Wan and the cave. Jiang Feng continued, "Have them hide inside while we set up the ambush here. Those guys will find the entrance sooner or later. When they do, we'll give them a nasty surprise. Should we plant a grenade?" "I still have one left," Xiao Jiu asked, his hand already moving towards his waist. Jiang Feng shook his head and pointed deeper into the cave. "No need. Let them come in. We'll hide further inside." In such a narrow space, a burst of gunfire will either kill or incapacitate them. Xiao Jiu smiled knowingly. "I'll wake up the guy." "Quietly, don't make a sound," Jiang Feng reminded him. Xiao Jiu tiptoed over to Xiao Chun, covering his mouth with one hand. Xiao Chun woke up instantly but relaxed slightly at Xiao Jiu's whispered words. "Don't make a sound. It's me. There are people outside. Take Chen Wan and hide deeper inside." Xiao Chun nodded in understanding. Jiang Feng then approached the sleeping Chen Wan, gently covering her mouth with one hand and giving her a light pinch with the other. Chen Wan made a faint nasal sound, her face showing a hint of expression. Jiang Feng smiled silently and pinched her again. Sleeping, Chen Wan mumbled groggily, instinctively grabbing Jiang Feng's hand. Jiang Feng couldn't help but chuckle and gave her another, firmer pinch. "Ouch, it hurts." Chen Wan finally woke up, her bleary eyes struggling to adjust to the darkness. Jiang Feng whispered in her ear, "Shh, don't make a sound. There are people outside. You need to hide inside." Lying in Jiang Feng's arms, Chen Wan caught the strong scent of his sweat, feeling a strange flutter in her heart. The way she had been woken up made her blush, the long-forgotten sensation almost making her forget the pain. Jiang Feng helped her up. Chen Wan frowned and said, "I'm in so much pain, and I have blisters on my feet." "It's okay. I'll carry you in," Jiang Feng said, lifting her as if she were a child. Chen Wan almost fainted, burying her head in Jiang Feng's shoulder as he carried her deeper into the cave. Jiang Feng carefully stepped into the depths of the cave, holding Chen Wan in his arms. Chen Wan relaxed her body, letting her legs dangle naturally while wrapping her arms around Jiang Feng's neck. Xiao Jiu, with a flashlight wrapped in his clothes, caught a glimpse of their intimate posture in the dim light and turned away, pouting. Using the faint light, the group moved forward. Jiang Feng noticed the uneven cave walls and felt a surge of hope. After walking for about a few dozen meters, they suddenly came upon a small pool of water. The pool, only about 2 or 3 square meters in area, was fed by underground water seeping through the rock crevices, appearing crystal clear under the flashlight's beam. Beside the pool, a fissure in the rock, wide enough for one person, caught Jiang Feng's attention. "This will do," Jiang Feng said, gently setting Chen Wan down and pointing to the fissure. "You guys hide here and don't make a sound, no matter what happens." "Okay. Be careful," Chen Wan replied, struggling to stand as the pain in her feet made her wince. Jiang Feng helped her sit by the fissure, then opened a water bottle to rinse his mouth and took a big gulp. It was his second drink of water since last night, and he finally felt some relief. Xiao Jiu quickly finished the remaining water in his bottle and refilled it from the pool. "Let's go," Jiang Feng said, placing the refilled bottle into his backpack and setting it aside. He picked up his AK-47, equipped with several magazines, and had a military knife strapped to his back, ready for action. "Wait, let's adjust to the light first," Xiao Jiu suggested, holding the flashlight. He turned it off and then repeatedly switched it on and off towards the cave's depths, causing Chen Wan and Xiao Chun to shield their eyes from the glaring light. Jiang Feng squinted, a smile forming on his lips, as he bent down to retrieve a flashlight from his backpack and put it in his pocket. After a few rounds of flashing, Xiao Jiu stopped. "That should do it," Jiang Feng said with a grin. "Xiao Jiu, you're so mischievous, haha." He then turned and headed towards their resting spot. Xiao Jiu shot him a sideways glance, pouting, and followed with his gun in hand. Outside the cave, the sun blazed overhead. Number 2 led 3 subordinates in pursuit of Jiang Feng's group, growing increasingly furious with each wrong turn. The hot-tempered number 6 cursed incessantly, vowing to exact revenge on Jiang Feng once they found him. Number 2 was equally enraged, pushing the group forward without rest. Number 5 sat under a large tree, frowning in thought. Not far behind them lay a concealed cave entrance, hidden by weeds and shrubs, which they had overlooked. There must be some trace, Number 5 analyzed, unless they didn't pass through here. Number 2 abruptly interrupted. It's impossible for them to have taken another route. They're with 2 civilians. They wouldn't have the stamina. The only possibility is that they're hiding nearby. A sinister smile spread across his face. "Yes, they're here. Search." Number 5 stood up, his expression turning vicious. The group immediately understood and began to scour the area, each heading in a different direction. Jiang Feng and Xiao Ju each found a recessed spot in the cave wall, cleverly hiding themselves. They gripped their guns tightly, backs pressed against the cold rock, holding their breath as they waited. Time ticked by, but Jiang Feng remained calm, fully aware that if the people outside were Wang Miao's skilled henchmen, they would surely discover the hidden entrance to the cave. Unless, of course, they were incompetent, which would be less of a concern. Sure enough, under the meticulous search of number 2 and his men, they soon noticed something unusual behind a large tree. Number 5 stood a short distance away, his expression grim as he focused on the entrance hidden beneath the bushes. He didn't act rashly, but waited for the rest of his team to gather. Before long, several men gathered under the tree. Number 2's face turned purple with anger, and if it weren't for the fear of alerting their targets, he would have already started cursing. After confirming the anomaly, the men cautiously retreated to a safe distance. Those bastards must be hiding in there. Number 6, known for his temper, muttered angrily. Number 5's face darkened further as he said coldly, if they're inside, they definitely know we're out here by now. With all this noise, even a pig would realize someone's outside. Number 8, usually silent, spoke up, it's not easy to get in there. If they are inside, they've likely set up an ambush. After a long pause, Number 2 said gravely, whether they're in there or not, even if they've set up an ambush, we have to check it out. Otherwise, how do we explain this to the boss? Who goes in? Number 8 asked, staring directly at Number 2. Number 2's gaze shifted between Number 5, Number 6, and Number 8, showing signs of hesitation. Everyone knew that rushing into an unknown environment was risky, and no one was eager to take the chance. After a prolonged silence, Number 2 finally came up with an idea. All right, they definitely don't have gas masks. This is a cave, so the space can't be too large. We'll smoke them out for a while. If there's anyone inside, they'll make a move. If we don't hear anything, then we'll go in. The proposal was unanimously agreed upon by the other 3. No one wanted to be the unlucky one to scout ahead. The 4 quickly dispersed to gather firewood and wet grass. Before long, they returned to the cave entrance with a large amount of firewood and freshly cut bushes and wet grass. Number 2 approached the entrance, a sly smile on his face. He was confident that the limited space of the cave would make it unbearable for anyone inside. Carefully, he removed the camouflage Jiang Feng had set up, revealing an entrance just big enough for one person to crawl through. They're definitely in there. Number 5 sneered. The entrance is so small, the space inside can't be much bigger. Ha! The words echoed clearly into the cave, and Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu perked up. They exchanged a glance, knowing that their adversaries had finally arrived. A few men worked together to widen the entrance of the cave, and then piled up firewood to ignite it. Number 2 turned around and threw wet grass into the fire, causing thick smoke to billow into the cave. Their lips curled into cold smiles, silently relieved that their opponents hadn't rushed out recklessly. Jiang Feng smelled the smoke and smiled nonchalantly. Although the thick smoke would be effective in a small cave, they were actually inside a massive mountain crevice. The entrance appeared narrow, but the interior was vast and unfathomable. Jiang Feng quickly stood up and hurried to the back. He reached a small pool, took off his clothes, soaked them, and tied them around his face, leaving only his eyes exposed. Do the same, he instructed as he walked back. They're trying to smoke us out. By now, the thick smoke had already drifted into the cave. Xiao Jiu immediately followed suit, leaving Jiang Feng to stand guard while he prepared himself in the same way. Despite the smoke continually spreading inside, the spacious cave allowed them to endure it. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu crouched low, taking advantage of the lower smoke density near the ground. The fire outside burned for more than half an hour, making them extremely uncomfortable. Their eyes were bloodshot and tears streamed down their faces, but they remained motionless on the ground. Deep inside the cave, Chen Wan and Xiao Chun coughed repeatedly, trying to keep their voices down. Chen Wan's tears flowed uncontrollably. She had never suffered such humiliation and sobbed even harder at the thought. Outside, the men grew puzzled by the prolonged silence. Number 2 hesitated and said, could they not be inside? Maybe they left early in the morning after resting last night. Number 5's face darkened, while Number 8 pointed out the crucial detail. Then why are there no signs of departure around here? The hot-tempered Number 6 shouted. So what do we do now? Number 2 stood there, his expression fluctuating, but finally made up his mind. We go in. Whether they're inside or not, we have to go in. Even if they're in there, with all that smoke, they can't possibly ambush us. With that, he began clearing the firewood from the entrance. The other 3 exchanged glances and silently stepped forward to help. Soon, the firewood was cleared, and the surrounding rocks were charred and cracked. They widened the entrance further. Number 2 took a deep breath, squatted at the entrance, and shone a small flashlight inside. However, the cave was filled with smoke, making it impossible to see anything. His face darkened as he realized their plan had backfired. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu saw the faint light penetrating the smoke and immediately became alert. They slowly stood up and crouched in a recessed area of the wall. Who goes in first? Number 2 wanted to lead, but seeing the conditions inside, he hesitated and turned to ask the others. None of them were fools. Going in under such circumstances was certain death. They looked at each other. Even the usually hot-headed number 6 remained silent. The silence dragged on, and number 2's face grew increasingly grim. As death warriors, they had the same mission as Jiang Feng and his group, to complete their boss's orders, find them alive or dead. The marks at the entrance indicated that someone had definitely been inside. Otherwise, they couldn't have vanished into thin air in the forest. To find them, they had to go in and check. Hua Miao's orders were as absolute as divine decrees, to be executed without question. Indoctrinated from a young age, they had no thought of retreat. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu were once the same, until the death of Lao, who began to shift their mindset. However, years of brainwashing had left deep imprints on them. Humph. Number 2 snorted as he stood up at the cave entrance. Number 6, you go in first. I'll follow, then number 5 and number 8. As the leader of this mission, he had to exercise his authority. Number 6 shot number 2 a cold glance, then looked at the pitch-black cave entrance. Without a word, he crawled in. Betraying Hua Miao was not an option. Thick smoke filled the air, the acrid smell becoming their first obstacle. The rage in number 6's heart was palpable. As soon as he entered the cave, he crouched down, gripping his submachine gun tightly after taking it from his back, and attached a flashlight. Number 2 followed closely behind, then number 5 and number 8. The 4 of them finally reached the depths of the cave. Spread out in a fan formation, number 2 ordered in a low voice, holding his submachine gun to his chest. The 4 emerged from the narrow passage into the area where Jiang Feng and his group had rested. They immediately spread out, their flashlights sweeping the cave, meticulously searching every corner. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu pressed themselves into a recess in the wall, eyes fixed on the intruders. A cold smile played on their lips, their eyes icy. To Jiang Feng, these men were already dead. Even though they were elite, trained from childhood, this environment made it difficult for them to perform at their best. Here, number 5's flashlight illuminated a pile of ashes on the ground, where Jiang Feng's group had made a fire the previous night. The 4 men's attention was drawn to it, and number 2's heart suddenly tightened. Just then, number 8's hair stood on end, and he instinctively dove towards the cave entrance. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. 2 AKs roared to life, mercilessly spitting fire, bullets whizzing through the cave. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu, crouched deep by the wall, unleashed a barrage of gunfire. The muzzle flashes lit up their faces, twisted into savage smiles. Run! Number 5 shouted, turning to flee. But how could he outrun bullets? His body was hit by 3 rounds, and he let out a blood-curdling scream. Number 2 became Xiao Jiu's primary target, a hail of bullets enveloping him. His eyes widened in disbelief. 2 bullets struck his neck, a fatal wound even the legendary Hua Tua couldn't heal. He glared at the cave's depths where the AKs still spewed bullets, his eyes full of rage. His gun clattered to the ground as he clutched his bleeding neck, teeth gritted, and slid down the wall. Another bullet hit his chest. His vision blurred, and as he opened his mouth, only blood gushed from his throat, making no sound. In his final moments, he seemed to see or remember something. He released his grip on his neck, and despite the blood pouring from his mouth, a faint smile touched his lips. The resentment and anger faded from his face, replaced by a look of relief. At the very moment Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu fired their guns, number 8 and number 6 dove to the ground like startled beasts, narrowly dodging the first wave of bullets. Number 8 rolled agilely on the ground, quickly positioning himself behind number 5, using his body as a human shield. The second wave of bullets whistled through the air, turning the unfortunate number 5 into a bloody sieve, riddled with dozens of bullet wounds, killing him instantly. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, number 8 launched a counterattack without hesitation. His submachine gun spewed out a barrage of bullets, the rapid gunfire echoing through the cave. Although he couldn't see Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu's exact positions, the bullet's power was exponentially amplified in the narrow space. Number 8 held down the trigger, emptying his magazine in a relentless assault. The intense fire forced Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu to take cover in a wall recess. However, number 6 wasn't as fortunate. He clung to number 2's corpse, but with number 2 slumped against the wall, it provided no effective cover. The second wave of bullets hit like a storm, piercing number 6's chest and hitting his legs. He fell heavily to the ground, cursing angrily through gritted teeth. Ah, fuck, damn it, cough cough, you bastards. Blood filled his throat, and the smoke triggered violent coughing. Even on the brink of death, number 6 refused to back down. He roared, die, all of you. You worthless scum, fuck. With a final defiant shout, He raised his gun and fired wildly into the depths of the cave. The gunfire and his enraged screams echoed deafeningly. Taking advantage of the cover created by number 6, number 8 discarded his empty gun and sprinted toward the cave entrance. At that moment, number 6's grenade flew through the air and exploded with a thunderous roar, shaking the entire cave. Jiang Feng's eyes were cold as he realized the enemy intended to go down with them. When number 6's magazine ran empty, Jiang Feng leapt out like a leopard, firing 3 precise shots. The bullets whizzed through the air, and number 6, unable to throw a second grenade, fell with a look of eternal anger and unwillingness in his eyes. Suddenly, a series of violent explosions erupted at the cave entrance. As number 8 escaped, he threw all his grenades into the cave. The entire cave shook violently, and debris from the ceiling began to fall, causing the narrow entrance to collapse with a loud crash. Damn, one got away, Jiang Feng muttered, his brows furrowed as he looked at the collapsed entrance. Xiaoju couldn't help but remark, if we had faced them heathen, we might not have won. Their enemy's ability to escape under such dire circumstances was indeed formidable. Jiang Feng turned on his flashlight and quickly scanned the 3 bodies, saying nothing as he turned and walked deeper into the cave. Xiaoju followed closely behind. They both understood that finding an exit was now their top priority. Otherwise, they risked suffocating or starving to death. The entrance was completely blocked, making escape from there impossible. Outside the cave, number 8 stood with a grim expression, staring at the sealed entrance. His face twisted with a mix of relief and dread, knowing his keen instincts had saved his life. Yet, a bigger problem awaited him: how to explain the mission's failure to Wang Yao? If all 4 of them had failed, it might have been understandable. But now, as the sole survivor, how would Wang Yao react? After standing at the entrance for a long while, his face a storm of conflicting emotions, number 8 finally turned and walked away. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju reached a small pool. Qinhuan looked at them with teary eyes. Jiang Feng washed his face and took a few gulps of water before saying, "It's done, but we can't get out through the entrance. We need to find another exit." He sat down, removing his soaked clothing. By now, the thick smoke in the cave had lessened considerably. Xiaoju squatted down and shone his flashlight toward the cave ceiling, observing the direction of the smoke. There should be an exit inside, he analyzed. Judging by the smoke's movement, there was initially a breeze blowing in from the entrance, causing the smoke to drift inward. Now that the entrance is blocked, the smoke is drifting in that direction. The lingering smoke was slowly moving toward the collapsed entrance, seemingly pointing them toward a way out. "All right, let's go," Jiang Feng whispered, a hint of caution in his eyes. They moved quickly, the sound of their footsteps echoing through the narrow cave. "Hurry up," one got away. "We don't know what trouble they'll bring," Jiang Feng said, his voice tinged with anxiety. Suddenly, a smug smile appeared on his face. This time, Wang Yao's going to feel the pain. Losing 3 knives in one go. Jiang Feng couldn't help but laugh, his laughter bouncing off the cave walls. He was in an exceptionally good mood because it was rare to kill such an elite outside. This time, they had taken advantage of the enemy's orders and the geographical conditions, putting the enemy in the open while they remained hidden. "Hee, feels good," Xiaoju chuckled, his face showing a bit of pride. He bent down, scooped up some water, and washed the bloodstains off his face. Qinhuan looked at Jiang Feng in the dim light. Despite his current disheveled appearance, with bandages wrapped around his shoulder, her eyes sparkled with a different kind of light. Jiang Feng noticed Qinhuan's gaze and, remembering the earlier touch, couldn't help but tease, "Hee, little lady, am I particularly handsome?" Seeing his smug look, Qinhuan's lips curled into a faint smile as she nodded lightly. "Yes, handsome." Jiang Feng became even more boastful. "Ha ha ha, you haven't even seen me at my best. Come on, let's get you out of here." With that, he grabbed Qinhuan's hand, half dragging and half carrying her deeper into the cave. Xiaoju followed behind with a flashlight, glancing at Jiang Feng's restless hand with disdain. He quickened his pace, walking ahead as if he couldn't bear to watch. Little Chun silently followed at the back, glancing back at the cave behind them. He had heard all the commotion earlier, including number 6's roar. Turning back, he fixed his gaze on Jiang Feng's back, his eyes flickering with uncertainty. As they ventured deeper, the cave became narrower and sloped upward. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju's brows furrowed, their faces growing tense. "I'll go check ahead," Xiaoju said without looking back, then quickly walked further in. Jiang Feng slowed his pace, dragging Qinhuan along behind him. A few minutes later, Xiaoju returned, his face extremely grim. Jiang Feng didn't need to ask to know the news wasn't good. "Nothing. It ends in a rock wall and dirt." Xiaoju's words made Qinhuan and Little Qin's faces fall as well. "What do we do now?" Qinhuan couldn't help but ask, her voice tinged with anxiety. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment and then said, "Let's check the entrance." Xiaoju nodded and led the way to the cave entrance. The closer they got, the thicker the smoke became. By the time they reached their previous ambush spot, the smoke was so dense they could barely breathe. No way, Xiaoju said, meeting Jiang Feng by the pool. The smoke is too thick. Even if it hasn't collapsed, we'd have to hold our breath to get out. Goddamn it. Jiang Feng cursed. Are we going to suffocate here? If I ever see that bastard again, I'll chop him up. He let go of Wan, allowing her to sit and rest. Xiaoju's face was equally grim. He looked up at the slowly drifting smoke on the ceiling, his brows tightly knit. The four of them fell into silence, the air thick with tension and unease. Let's find where there's no smoke. There must be a gap with a breeze coming in, Xiaoqun suddenly suggested, pointing at the thick smoke above. His voice echoed through the narrow cave. Jiang Feng immediately shone his flashlight at the crevice where they had initially taken cover, the beam cutting a bright line through the darkness. Does this gap lead to an exit? He asked as he closely examined it. Xiaoqun shook his head, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. No, it's just soil a few meters in. I checked while you were fighting earlier. All right, then we'll have to follow the smoke, Xiaoju said as he carefully observed the smoke above, his flashlight dancing along the cave walls. Jiang Feng decisively put down his backpack and took out his flashlight. You stay here. We'll go ahead and look, he told Xiaoqun, then ventured deeper into the cave with Xiaojiu. As they progressed, the smoke above gradually thinned out. Suddenly, Xiaojiu stopped and pointed to a section of the wall. Here, feel the air. It's fresher, isn't it? Jiang Feng moved closer, sweeping his flashlight across the upper parts of the wall. Indeed, the smoke here was noticeably thinner than near the water pool. After careful examination, they all agreed on the same conclusion. However, the wall only had a few tiny cracks, and no light penetrated through the thick soil layers. This meant that even if there were gaps, they were far from the outside. Jiang Feng pressed against the soil and rock, finding them incredibly solid. He sighed in frustration. It's tough, and we don't have tools. Xiaoju responded calmly. We have to try, or we'll starve to death here. Jiang Feng crouched down, letting out another deep sigh. After a brief moment of thought, Jiang Feng stood up and examined the surrounding walls and soil layers. Let's use grenades. Maybe we can blast an opening, he suggested. Xiaoju smirked. Do you know how? I'm no expert in controlled demolition. I just know how to throw grenades. Jiang Feng shrugged. Me neither. He explained that their training had only covered basic grenade, landmine, and bomb usage, not the advanced skill of controlled demolition. At that moment, Xiaoqun cautiously spoke up. How about I give it a try? Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu turned to him in surprise. You know how? Xiaoqun nodded confidently. Yes, I learned a bit in the army. The army? You were a soldier? Jiang Feng squinted, recalling the calluses on Xiaoqun's hands and his impressive stamina during their journey. It suddenly made sense. Xiaoqun confirmed with another nod. Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu exchanged a glance and decided to let Xiaoqun try. Xiaojiu quickly went outside and retrieved 8 grenades from the bodies. 8 grenades. Each of us had 3, and that idiot used one, he reported, wrapping the grenades in cloth. Xiaoqun took the flashlight and carefully inspected the wall. After about 10 minutes, he concluded, this should be enough. The wall isn't very thick. We just need to prevent the top from collapsing. Jiang Feng felt slightly relieved but still worried. Xiaojiu also showed signs of unease, handing the grenades to Xiaoqun with a nervous question. Are you sure? Don't bury us alive. Jiang Feng shot Xiaojiu a glare. Stop talking. Do you want to do it? Despite his words, he was equally anxious. Xiaoqun took the grenades with a slight smile and continued studying the wall. Jiang Feng watched for a while, then decided to step away to calm his nerves. At this moment, their fate rested in Xiaoqun's hands, and the air was thick with tension and anticipation. Back at the small pool, Wan sat down against the wall. Taking advantage of the break, she meticulously washed herself with the pool water, wiping away even the sweat. Despite the harsh environment, she maintained her characteristic feminine cleanliness. Jiang Feng sat down next to her, suddenly catching a whiff of a pleasant fragrance. Did you put on perfume? Why does it smell so good? Jiang Feng's keen nose instinctively moved closer to sniff. Wan shook her head with a smile. Where would I get perfume? I just washed my feet despite the pain, and it feels much better. Jiang Feng insisted. It really smells nice. As he spoke, he moved closer to Wan, wrapping an arm around her shoulder. Wan leaned into his embrace, her eyes half closed, a faint smile playing at her lips. Jiang Feng, emboldened, let his hands wander, a mischievous grin spreading across his face. They had known each other for years, but had never been this close. Initially, Jiang Feng only flirted with words, but seeing no result, he had given up. However, just yesterday, an invisible barrier seemed to have been broken, and their relationship advanced rapidly. Although Wan was nearly 10 years older than Jiang Feng, age had never been an issue for someone like him. In such a life-threatening situation, he welcomed any opportunity without hesitation. This attitude was a philosophy he inherited from his older brothers. Chun Wan, despite approaching 40, maintained her skin and figure exceptionally well due to her wealth and good care, appearing just over 30. Her age and experience added a mature allure that younger girls couldn't match. Jiang Feng, inhaling her enticing scent, felt a stirring desire. Chun Wan nestled in Jiang Feng's arms, feeling his unique masculine presence. Her long-neglected body started to warm up. Jiang Feng's hands roamed freely, and in any other setting, they might have already crossed the line. At that moment, Xiaoju approached. As soon as he got close, he saw the two kissing. This sight infuriated him, and he cursed angrily. "You bastards!" He stormed off, heading back to Xiao Chan. Xiaoju watched as Xiao Chan meticulously placed modified grenades into small holes he dug in the soil. His anger hadn't subsided, but the task at hand couldn't be ignored. Boom, boom, boom. 3 consecutive explosions shattered the silence, jolting 2 people out of their trance. Jiang Feng snapped his head up, eyes scanning the cave ceiling warily. The top of the cave shook violently for a few seconds, dislodging bits of rock, but ultimately did not collapse. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief, while Chun Wan remained in a daze, still not fully grasping what had just happened. At that moment, Xiaoju rushed in, glanced at the disheveled pair, and a flicker of disdain crossed his eyes. Without a word, he bent down, picked up the backpack from the ground, and headed towards the cave entrance, completely ignoring the two behind him. "Heh, let's get out of here," Jiang Feng chuckled mischievously, giving Chun Wan a playful pinch. Chun Wan finally snapped out of her stupor, gave him a glare, and slowly stood up. Jiang Feng swiftly shouldered his backpack and took Chun Wan's hand, leading her towards the cave entrance. Not far ahead, they saw Xiaoju hammering at the wall with a gun. The cave, post-explosion, was unrecognizable. A large hole gaped in the wall, debris scattered everywhere, and Xiao Chun had joined in the digging. Faint light filtered through the cracks, offering a glimmer of hope. "Why don't we set off another blast to blow it open completely?" Jiang Feng asked curiously. Xiao Chun paused and explained. "Another blast might collapse the entire wall. Without its support, the ceiling could cave in, and we'd be trapped for good. It's too risky." Jiang Feng shone his flashlight on the ceiling, confirming the presence of several cracks. "Ignore him, idiot," Xiaoju muttered, casting a sideways glance at the grinning Jiang Feng, and continued his work. Jiang Feng laughed, helped Chun Wan to sit aside, and grabbed an AK to join the digging effort. The 3 of them worked tirelessly, and as time passed, the fresh air became more noticeable, and light streamed through the cracks, giving them hope and easing their tension. After half an hour, an oval-shaped opening about 50 centimeters in diameter finally appeared. Jiang Feng dropped his makeshift tool, the AK, and panted, "Heh, that should do it. We can barely squeeze through." The surrounding area was all rock, with the excavated soil forming the only possible exit. Xiaoju eagerly crawled out, clearly fed up with the cave's environment. Jiang Feng then approached Chen Wan, lifted her carefully, and positioned her at the opening. "Give her a hand," he called out. Outside, Xiaoju reluctantly grabbed Chen Wan's outstretched hand and pulled her out. "You go ahead. I'll bring up the rear," Jiang Feng told Xiao Chun. Xiao Chun nodded and swiftly climbed out. Jiang Feng picked up the backpack from the ground and pushed it through the opening. Once Xiaoju had pulled it out, Jiang Feng took a final look at the cave. "Lucky you, getting a cave for a tomb," he muttered, clearly referring to the pursuers buried inside. Outside, Chun Wan took a few minutes to adjust to the blinding sunlight. After being in the dark for so long, the sudden brightness could cause temporary blindness or even permanent damage to her vision. Despite the pain all over her body and the sharp discomfort with each step, the joy of seeing daylight again made her feel reborn. When Jiang Feng emerged, he saw that Xiaoju was already gone. Surveying their surroundings, he noticed they were at a higher elevation than where they had entered the cave, several hundred meters away. Clearly, the mountain fissure was far larger than they had imagined. Soon, Xiaoju returned, holding 2 wild rabbits, showcasing his familiarity with the forest. Jiang Feng couldn't help but smile. "I saw a stream on the other side. Let's head there to rest," Xiaoju said, picking up his backpack and leading the way. "Can you carry this for me?" "I'll carry her." Jiang Feng tossed the backpack to Xiao Chun, then crouched in front of Chen Wan. She smiled knowingly and climbed onto his back. With Xiaoju leading, Jiang Feng carrying Chen Wan, and Xiao Chun bringing up the rear, they continued their journey. For now, they had no pursuers. The few blade members who had chased them were buried in the cave, and the lone escapee, number 8, was nowhere to be found. Though the future was uncertain, for the moment, they were free from danger. Jiang Feng figured that number 8 wouldn't come back to die. The enemy had left their guns and ammunition in the cave, and Jiang Feng was supremely confident in close combat. Carrying Chen Wan on his back, he marched forward, occasionally making jokes to keep things from getting dull. Xiaoju walked ahead, deliberately keeping his distance to avoid hearing the couple's banter. After over an hour, The three of them arrived at a stream in a valley. Eager to wash off the grime, Jiang Feng set Qinhuan down and began stripping off his clothes. Damn, I need a bath. I reek, he grumbled. The stream was narrow and only knee-deep. Wearing just his boxers, Jiang Feng jumped in, his scars on full display. Qinhuan smiled and turned her back to the stream. Xiaoju also started undressing, revealing even more scars than Jiang Feng. Qinhuan's eyes flickered as she caught sight of their battered bodies. Xiao Chun moved to the side to undress as well, sweat glistening on all three of them. Just as Xiao Qian was about to call out to Xiaoju, he noticed that Xiaoju had already jumped into the upstream section. Jiang Feng immediately complained, "Hey, get downstream. Do you want me to drink your bathwater?" Xiaoju retorted coolly, "And I should drink yours?" With that, he dunked his head into the water. Not to be outdone, Jiang Feng ran further upstream and jumped in, taking a few satisfied gulps of water. But Xiaoju soon moved upstream of him again. Jiang Feng glared and threatened, "Xiaoju, you itching for a fight?" Xiaoju shot back, "Afraid of you," and scooped up some water to drink. Xiao Qin lay downstream, amused as he watched the two troublemakers squabble over the stream. Although the water became murky, it remained refreshingly cool in the heat. The sound of their playful bickering faded into the distance, and Qianwan couldn't help but glance back. She saw that the two of them had moved several dozen meters upstream. Qianwan chuckled softly, watching these two formidable fighters, feared by many, bicker over a bit of stream water with such enthusiasm. She looked up through the gaps in the leaves at the blue sky, her eyes twinkling as she murmured, "This isn't so bad after all." After playing around upstream for a while, the two of them returned with their arms around each other's shoulders. Jiang Feng said something that made Xiao Ji's face light up with a mischievous smile. Chunwan watched them, finding it both amusing and intriguing. Having known Jiang Feng for years, she had never seen him so close to anyone, which showed that Xiao Jiu was a deeply trusted companion. Xiao Qin silently got up from the murky water and walked upstream to rinse off the mud and sand. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu, on the other hand, began to put their clothes back on. "Your wound needs to be disinfected again, or it might get infected," Chunwan said with a smile, looking at Jiang Feng's wet hair. "Okay," Jiang Feng replied, unwrapping the bandage on his shoulder to check the wound. Xiaoju picked up two rabbits and began skinning them by the water. Chunwan rummaged through her backpack for medical supplies and started disinfecting Jiang Feng's wound. Despite 2 days passing, the wound hadn't improved, which wasn't surprising given the constant hiking and fighting. As iodine was poured onto the wound, Jiang Feng's mouth twitched slightly, but he didn't make a sound. Xiao Jiu, observing this, silently mocked him with his eyes, as if to say, "Pathetic, getting hurt by a few small enemies. Shut up and get the meat cooking." "I'm starving," Jiang Feng snapped at Xiao Jiu, unable to tolerate the silent ridicule any longer. Xiao Jiu's grin widened, and he laughed out loud, continuing to prepare the rabbits by the stream. When Xiao Qin returned, the stream had cleared up. Xiao Jiu instructed, "Xiao Qin, go gather some firewood. We'll eat before we move on." He washed the skinned and gutted rabbits in the stream as he spoke. "Got it," Xiao Qin responded, turning to head into the forest. By the time the rabbits were ready, Xiao Qin had returned with a bundle of firewood. Jiang Feng put on his clothes, and Chunwan finished disinfecting his wound and applied a new bandage. The medical supplies and bandages in their backpack were running low. "Crazy guy, take me upstream. I want to clean up too," Chunwan whispered to Jiang Feng. Despite having wiped herself down in a cave earlier, the hot weather made her feel uncomfortable, and the clear stream was too tempting to resist. "Heh, you should have said something earlier. We could have bathed together," Jiang Feng said with a cheeky grin. "Yeah, right," Chunwan rolled her eyes. Jiang Feng half-carried, half-supported Chunwan as they made their way to the bend upstream. "Those two," Xiaoju muttered, setting the rabbits over the fire. Xiao Qin couldn't help but chuckle. Xiaoju glanced at him, his attitude noticeably more amiable, especially since Xiao Qian had blown open the cave exit earlier, a significant contribution. "Where are you from?" Xiaoju suddenly asked. "Kuan City. Why come to Southeast Asia? Isn't staying in China good enough? And you used to be in the military, right? You know explosives and seem pretty skilled." Xiaoju looked at Xiao Qian with curiosity. "My parents' business failed, and they owed some money. I came out here to make some money to pay off the debt. A friend told me Sister One needed help, so I came. I retired 4 years ago," Xiao Chun said with a shy smile. "Really? Your calluses look like they're from extensive shooting practice. Judging by your build and the way you move, you're definitely not average. Plus, you know explosives. Would they really let someone like you retire so easily?" Xiaojiu grew more suspicious. "Yeah, the calluses are from shooting practice. Explosives were part of my professional training. I'm a bit better than average, but nowhere near your level. Don't worry, Sister Wan has all my and my family's information," Xiao Chen said, lowering his head for a moment before looking up to meet Xiao Jia's gaze with a clear expression. "All right then." Xiao Ju suddenly smiled and turned to tend to the roasting meat. After a moment, Xiao Ju asked, What are your plans after this? Not sure. Depends on what Sister Wan says. She hired me and paid me. Xiaoqun glanced upstream, where laughter and someone's cheeky voice could be heard. How much did she pay you? Xiao Zhu asked curiously. 1 million RMB. She said it was for 3 months of protection. Xiao Chun replied with a satisfied smile. Xiao Zhu narrowed his eyes and gave a knowing smile but said nothing more. The two fell silent, with only the crackling of the campfire and the distant laughter upstream breaking the quiet. Xiao Zhu listened to the irritating conversation, rolling his eyes in exasperation. He thought to himself that Lao San was the true master of trickery, having learned all the essence from Lao Da and Lao Air. After nearly an hour, the aroma of roasted meat filled the air. The couple still hadn't returned. Xiao Zhu deftly took the rabbit off the fire and sliced it in half. Let's eat first. Don't worry about them, he said, tossing half to Xiao Chun before starting to eat himself. He cut a piece of meat, blew on it, and popped it into his mouth. Xiao Chun smiled, picked up his portion, and began to devour it after cooling it slightly. After finishing their meal and cleaning up, the couple was still nowhere to be seen. Xiao Zhu found a comfortable spot, lay down, and covered his face with his backpack to rest. Suddenly, Jiang Feng's voice rang out. Hey, you guys finished eating? How was it? Tasty. He returned with Chen Wan, both of them soaking wet. Xiao Zhu couldn't be bothered to look at them. Xiao Chun pointed to the remaining roasted rabbit on the dying fire. Yeah, we didn't wait for you. There's still one keeping warm. Xiao Zhu's cooking is pretty good. Jiang Feng gently placed Chen Wan on a rock and walked over to the fire to retrieve the rabbit, skillfully slicing it into strips. Here, Xiao Wan, you must be hungry. Eat up. You worked hard just now. Chen Wan's face turned even redder, and she shot Jiang Feng a silent glare. Hee, don't mind them. Just think of them as invisible, Jiang Feng said, glancing sideways at Xiao Jiao and Xiao Chun. Xiao Jiao turned his back to him, and Xiao Chun pretended not to hear, leaning against a rock to rest. Jiang Feng continued, see, they're asleep. Let's eat. He fed a piece of meat to Chen Wan and took a big bite himself. Jiang Feng ate 2/3 of the rabbit, while Chen Wan, with a smaller appetite, ate until she was about 70% full. Ah, that was great, Jiang Feng exclaimed, feeling thoroughly satisfied. Xiao Jiao, with his backpack still covering his head, asked in a muffled voice, what's so great? Jiang Feng laughed and tossed a small stone at him. Hee, stop pretending. Get up, it's time to go. We still have a ways to go. Xiao Jiao sat up, clearly annoyed. Oh, so you do know. I thought you were clueless, taking your sweet time for 2 hours. Jiang Feng smirked. TCH, you're just jealous. I know you're faster, but I'm not going to argue with you. Go to hell, you jerk, Xiao Jiao snapped, grabbing his backpack and starting to walk off, not wanting to deal with Jiang Feng any longer. Jiang Feng sat there laughing heartily, while Chen Wan looked at him in exasperation, her face still flushed. She, too, had begun to see Jiang Feng's mischievous nature. Xiao Chen silently picked up his backpack and followed Xiao Jiao. Seeing this, Jiang Feng hoisted Chen Wan onto his back. Let's go. I'll carry you out, he said. He had tended to the blisters on her feet by the stream earlier, knowing she would be in pain walking. The four of them trekked through the dense, forested mountains, with Xiao Jiao leading the way, wielding 2 military knives to clear a path. Jiang Feng carried Chen Wan in the middle, and Xiao Chun brought up the rear. Fortunately, Xiao Jiao and Jiang Feng were familiar with the forest. Otherwise, an ordinary person would find it nearly impossible to navigate out. The forest was teeming with venomous creatures, and occasionally, they spotted traces of large carnivores. As dusk approached, Chen Wan's face showed signs of worry. Even though she hadn't experienced it firsthand, she had heard about the dangers of spending the night in such a forest. She whispered in Jiang Feng's ear, how much longer until we're out of here? Jiang Feng glanced around and replied, just 3 more hills, and we should be out by tonight. So we won't have to spend the night in the forest, right? Chen Wan asked, voicing her greatest concern. Jiang Feng, spotting a venomous snake not far away, ignored it and followed closely behind Xiao Jiao. Of course not. Spending the night here, even Xiao Jiao and I wouldn't be confident of surviving. Xiao Jiao had chosen a route that hadn't yet taken them deep into the mountain's heart. They only needed to skirt the edge of the Hua Miao's territory to re-enter human civilization. With caution, they could make it out alive. Initially, the best escape route from the cave would have been to retrace their steps, but that was Hua Miao territory, which would have been suicidal. So, Xiao Jiao had led them around the mountain's periphery. Are you tired? Chen Wan asked, gently wiping the sweat from Jiang Feng's forehead. Jiang Feng grinned mischievously. Hee, once we're out, you can help me relax. Even though your skills aren't great, they're passable. You're impossible, Chen Wan said, playfully punching his back. Up ahead, Xiao Jiao swung his knife with a powerful stroke, cleanly slicing through a tree blocking their path. The small tree fell with a crisp snap, its cut smooth and precise. A bright white moon hung in the night sky, its hazy light illuminating the dark night. Jiang Feng finally stumbled out of the dense forest, cursing as he set Chen Wan down. Ahead, Xiaojiu also stopped, pulling a water bottle from his backpack and taking a long drink. They had arrived at a typical Southeast Asian village. Dilapidated houses were scattered around, with muddy paths winding between them, and the air was thick with the pungent smell of poultry droppings. At around 3 in the morning, silence enveloped the entire village. Jiang Feng grabbed the water bottle and gulped down the water. After trekking through the mountains for more than 10 hours, he was utterly exhausted, and carrying Qian Wan had only made it worse. His legs felt like they were filled with lead, and the wound on his shoulder burned with pain. Xiao Chun, pale-faced, found the long journey equally challenging. Chun Wan looked at Jiang Feng with an apologetic expression, feeling a deep sense of guilt. After catching his breath, Xiaoju urged, "Stop dawdling, find a house to rest." As the trailblazer, he was also fatigued. The path carved by his 2 machetes bore witness to his hard work. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, stood up, and hoisted Chun Wan onto his back again, following Xiaoju's lead. Xiao Chun trailed behind silently, admiring Jiang Feng's resilience. He could tell that Jiang Feng had reached his limit 2 hours ago, but had continued to push through. They moved along the muddy path, with houses sparsely distributed on either side. At each house, Xiaoju would stop and scrutinize it carefully. Although Xiao Chun didn't understand, he remained quiet and followed along. At the 8th house, Xiaoju lingered for a while. It was a small 2-story house with a yard enclosed by a meter-high wall. After exchanging a glance with Jiang Feng, Xiaoju agilely climbed over the wall. He approached the front door, peered through the window, and then signaled to Jiang Feng with his flashlight it was empty. Jiang Feng breathed a sigh of relief and whispered to Xiao Qian, "Get in. Don't use the door. Climb over the wall, and be careful not to step on the wall." Xiao Qian understood and nimbly climbed over. Jiang Feng then handed Chen Wan over the wall to Xiao Qian before quickly climbing in himself. "You carry her inside. I'll handle our tracks," Jiang Feng said, holding a flashlight in his mouth as he crouched down to erase their footprints. By the time Jiang Feng reached the front door, Xiaojiu had already unlocked it. The modest living room, which also served as a dining room, came into view. A dining table and a few wooden chairs were the only furniture. Bedrooms were on either side, with the kitchen and bathroom in the back. Just as they entered the house, Xiaojiu turned and went back out, silently climbing over the wall and heading back along their path. He needed to find food to replenish their much-needed energy. Suppressing his drowsiness, Jiang Feng headed to the back kitchen. A split bamboo pipe channeled cool mountain spring water into a large water tank. He washed his face, feeling slightly more awake, and then began to wash up. He removed his bandages, revealing a wound that had started to fester and needed immediate attention. Cold water poured over the wound, and Jiang Feng stifled a groan, gently wiping it with the bandage. After cleaning the wound, he decided to take a quick shower, washing away the sweat and feeling a brief moment of relief, though fatigue soon overwhelmed him, and his eyelids grew heavy. Xiao Chun sat resting in the living room. Chun Wan sat in the hallway, using the faint moonlight to faintly see Jiang Feng tending to his wound. In the darkness, he resembled a wounded beast, licking his wounds in solitude. A flicker of sympathy crossed Chan Wan's eyes, but she did not disturb him, simply watching the resilient figure in silence. After Jiang Feng finished washing up, Xiaoju returned. He quietly closed the door, tossed the 2 chickens with broken necks into the corner, and sat wearily on a stool. Jiang Feng took a pack of cigarettes from his backpack, lit one, and took a deep drag, exhaling a cloud of smoke. "Give me one," Xiaoju said. Jiang Feng tossed the entire pack over. Xiaoju lit a cigarette and gestured to Xiao Chun, who smiled and declined. Xiaoju glanced at Jiang Feng's wet body and asked with concern, "Is your wound festering?" "Yeah," Jiang Feng replied briefly, leaning on a chair not far from Chen Wan. "I have some iodine in my backpack. Let me treat it," Xiaoju said, frowning and pointing to his backpack. "Okay," Jiang Feng mumbled, his eyelids already drooping. Xiaoju fetched the iodine and was about to walk over when Chen Wan softly said, "Let me do it. You should rest or take a shower." Xiaoju handed the iodine to Chen Wan and headed to the kitchen. He drank large gulps of cool mountain spring water before starting to undress, fighting off his exhaustion to wash away the sweat. By the time he came back, Jiang Feng had already fallen asleep in the chair. Chen Wan was carefully cleaning his wound by the light of a flashlight. "I'm going to sleep," Xiaoju said, then walked into the bedroom on the left. The room contained only a wooden bed and a simple wooden sofa covered with old blankets and clothes. He collapsed onto the bed. After finishing with Jiang Feng's wound, Chen Wan gently shook him. "Madman, wake up. Go sleep on the bed." Jiang Feng groggily opened his eyes and stood up. "Do you want to wash up?" he asked, rubbing his eyes. "No need. I'll manage. The mountain path is impassable, but I can still walk a few steps here." "You go rest," Chen Wan said, looking at Jiang Feng's tired face. Jiang Feng nodded and walked to the room on the left. Seeing the bed occupied, he turned and went to the room on the right, which had only a bed, a wardrobe, and a desk. He collapsed onto the bed. Xiao Chen offered to help Chen Wan. Sister Wan, let me assist you. You should wash up first. No, you go ahead. I'll be last, Chen Wan replied with a smile. Not standing on ceremony, Xiao Chun went to wash away his fatigue. After washing, he moved a stool under the water, helped Chen Wan to the kitchen, and then went to rest in Xiao Jia's room, lying down on the wooden sofa. Xiao Jia's eyelids fluttered, but he didn't open his eyes. Chen Wan sat on the stool, undressed, and let the cool mountain spring water rinse her entire body, washing away the sweat. Her feet had several blisters that had scabbed over. Jiang Feng had applied some iodine earlier in the afternoon, and they should be fine by tomorrow. After washing, she also cleaned the men's t-shirts. By the time she finished everything, it was already 5 a.m. Chen Wan looked at the dark night outside, sighed softly, and walked into Jiang Feng's room, supporting herself against the wall. Jiang Feng sensed her approach, his eyelids fluttering but not waking. Soon, a soft body snuggled into his arms, a faint fragrance enveloping him. Jiang Feng's lips curved into a slight smile as he held her and drifted into a deep sleep. The sky gradually brightened as the night receded like a retreating tide, and the small village seemed to awaken from its slumber. Wisps of smoke drifted into the air as villagers began their day's work. Some headed up the mountain with machetes tucked at their waists, while others carried hoes to the fields. Suddenly, the peaceful morning was shattered by the angry shouts of two housewives, each discovering a missing chicken. Their furious cries echoed down the hillside, reaching a small cottage at the foot of the mountain. Inside, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu heard the commotion, their lips twitching in unison before they turned over and continued their deep sleep. A fragrant scent emanated from Jiang Feng's embrace, and his hands restlessly squeezed before he contentedly wrapped his legs around the person in his arms, lost in a sweet dream. The sun was high in the sky by the time Jiang Feng slowly opened his eyes. It was already 3 p.m. Chen Wan was still asleep beside him, a mysterious smile playing on her lips. Jiang Feng chuckled softly, carefully extracting his arm and slipping outside without a sound. Outside, the two roosters that had been in the corner that morning were nowhere to be seen. In the kitchen, Xiao Jia was crouched by the stove, the flames burning brightly, filling the air with the aroma of rice. Nearby, Xiao Chun was intently chopping chicken into small pieces. Smells amazing. You guys are really something, Jiang Feng praised as he walked over to the water tank, washing his face and rinsing his mouth with the cool mountain spring water. This house was quite isolated from other residences, so there was no worry about attracting anyone's attention. Xiao Jia meticulously checked the various seasonings left by the house's owners, while the dried chilies and a few vegetables and potatoes he found in the overgrown front yard seemed like precious ingredients to him. Jiang Feng's stomach growled in hunger as he looked at the food. What do you think about heading to Laos from here, then to Bangkok, Thailand? Xiao Ju asked, looking up while adding more wood to the fire. Sure, I'm easy, Jiang Feng shrugged, indicating he had no objections. After we eat, let's find a way to get a vehicle, even a motorcycle will do. Getting a vehicle around here might be tough, Xiao Ju pointed to the simple cottage. Cars are rare in this area, but a motorcycle might be possible. Yeah, we'll see, Jiang Feng said, picking up a pack of cigarettes from the stove and lighting one. At that moment, Chen Wan slowly walked out of the room, supporting herself against the wall. Jiang Feng turned and smiled. Did you wash the clothes? Yes, Chen Wan replied with a modest smile. Though nearing 40, she exuded a unique mature charm. Her features, while not particularly delicate, were very pleasant to look at, making Jiang Feng feel comfortable. Chen Wan washed up at the water tank, feeling much more refreshed. I feel alive again, she said, smiling at the busy group. Haha, this is nothing, Jiang Feng boasted. You should ask Xiaoju about our training days, going 3 days and nights without food, water, or sleep. Now that was something. Oh, stop bragging. Chen Wan playfully punched Jiang Feng. Believe it or not, every word I say is true. Ask Xiaojiu. Jiang Feng leaned against the doorframe, blowing out a smoke ring. Xiaoju just smiled without saying a word. I believe you, Xiao Chen said, washing his hands after finishing with the chicken, smiling. See, even Xiao Chen believes me. And you say I'm bragging, Jiang Feng said, feeling even more pleased with himself. All right, I believe you. Chen Wan laughed, shaking her head in resignation. Xiao Chun began to cook with practiced ease, his movements smooth and fluid. Watching him, Jiang Feng felt satisfied and said, Wow, Xiao Chun, you really know your way around the kitchen. We're in for a treat today. For Jiang Feng, having a good meal after a long sleep was the greatest happiness. Xiao Jiu also stepped aside, eyes gleaming with anticipation as the pot heated up. The sizzling sound of chilies and spices hitting the hot oil filled the air with a mouth-watering aroma. Xiao Qin expertly cooked, tossing the 2 large roosters, cabbage, and potatoes into the pot to stew together. Thankfully, The owners had left behind a pot big enough for the task. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju chatted idly in the living room, while Chun Wan sat quietly nearby. She was clearly in better spirits today, though still in some pain. It was much more bearable than before. The blisters on her feet had scabbed over, and as long as she didn't exert herself too much, she could manage to walk. Over an hour later, Xiao Chun emerged from the kitchen carrying a 50-centimeter diameter wash basin filled with aromatic stew. The enticing aroma quickly filled the room. Chun Wan got up and went to the back kitchen, returning with a large bowl of fragrant rice. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao, seeing this, eagerly dug into the hearty stew, devouring it ravenously. Chun Wan and Xiao Chun exchanged a smile, amused by the two's messy eating. As they were enjoying their meal, a commotion arose on the dirt road outside. Leading a group of strong young men, two burly women were charging towards them, wielding machetes, hoes, and even two carrying homemade shotguns. "I saw smoke coming from here while I was working up the hill," shouted a man with a scarred face, brandishing his shotgun. "Old you hasn't lived in this house for over a month. There must be ghosts." "Woman, our chickens must have been stolen and eaten here." Beside him, a plump woman with a round face angrily retorted, "Humph. If you weren't so useless last night, we wouldn't have gone to bed so early, and the chickens wouldn't have been stolen." The man looked at her, dumbfounded, clearly not expecting to be blamed for this. The crowd behind them burst into laughter. "What's so funny?" the woman yelled, turning to the crowd. "Anyone who laughs again will get a visit from me tonight." The laughter ceased immediately, and the crowd fell silent, afraid of attracting her ire. Inside, the meal was finished, and the table was a mess. Jiang Feng patted his stomach contentedly and said, "That was great." Both he and Xiao Ju had a habit of never eating until they were completely full, only about 70%. This was a rule their instructor had enforced in the past, and those who didn't comply suffered during sudden training sessions. Since then, they strictly adhered to this rule. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside. "Come out, you inside. You're surrounded. Hurry up, or I'll blow you away." The scar-faced man was venting all his anger at the supposed chicken thieves. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu exchanged glances. Despite the thick local accent in the man's Burmese, they understood perfectly. They got up, grabbed their backpacks from the room, and moved to the window to peek outside. Chunwan and Xiao Chen joined them, having finished eating a bit earlier. The courtyard outside was now surrounded by villagers. Some were holding machetes, others hoes, and the two with shotguns were blocking the gate. The scar-faced man was fuming, shouting furiously. Jiang Feng looked at the scene, recalling the morning's shouts, and couldn't help but grin mischievously, glancing sideways at Xiao Jia. "Why don't you spit it out?" Xiao Jia scoffed. Then, with long strides, he walked to the door and flung it open without hesitation. Xiao Jia opened the main door, and the noisy crowd outside instantly fell silent. With one hand holding an AK and the other playing with two grenades, he stood in the doorway, disdainfully scanning the crowd outside the courtyard. "So, what's the matter?" Xiao Jiu asked in fluent Burmese, strolling into the courtyard while locking his gaze on a man holding a makeshift gun. The man, who had a face full of scars and initially looked fierce, now seemed like a frightened kitten, his voice trembling. Nothing really. This house was empty before, and someone saw smoke coming out, so I came to check if there was a fire." "Ha, get lost," Xiao Ju sneered, turning to head back inside. Suddenly, a sharp female voice pierced through the crowd. "You useless thing. How did I end up with someone like you?" A plump woman with a big head and ears slapped the man on the back, cursing as she grabbed the makeshift gun from his hand. "Stop right there," the woman shouted, kicking open the wooden gate of the courtyard and storming in with the gun. "Tell me, did you steal my chickens? Speak up or I'll shoot." Xiao Jiu turned to look at the fierce woman, a playful smile appearing on his face. "I have no idea, but I did eat 2 chickens just now. Not sure if they were yours." "You thief. Damn you." The woman was furious, raising her gun to pull the trigger. With a loud bang, Xiao Jiu was quicker, shooting at the ground near her feet. Terrified, the woman dropped her makeshift gun and stumbled backward, staring at Xiao Jiu in fear. "Get lost. I don't have time to play with you. I'll be leaving soon, so don't come back looking for trouble," Xiao Jiu coldly said, glancing at the crowd outside. The people outside exchanged looks, none daring to make a move. At that moment, Jiang Feng ran out with an AK. "Wait, stop," he called out. Hearing another AK, the crowd immediately paused. Jiang Feng raised his AK and asked, "Does anyone in the village have motorcycles? Get us 2, and we'll trade these AKs for them." The crowd looked incredulous, as if they were staring at fools. Jiang Feng and Xiao Ju exchanged helpless glances, then Jiang Feng went back inside and grabbed a backpack. He pulled out 2 AK magazines, took the AK from Xiao Ju, and strode into the courtyard, tossing the gun to the crowd. "Take it. Bring us 2 good condition motorcycles within 2 hours," Jiang Feng said decisively. The crowd looked at each other, greed flashing in their eyes. At the edge of this primitive forest, AKs were rare and invaluable. Motorcycles, on the other hand, could be bought in the county with money. All right, I'll bring them over soon. The plump woman pushed her man aside and rushed to grab the gun, hugging it tightly. Remember, 2 hours. If you don't bring them, you know what'll happen, Jiang Feng said, pulling out a handgun from his backpack and playing with it meaningfully. The woman nodded repeatedly, her face jiggling with a smile. Don't worry, Hua keeps her word. You give me the gun, I'll give you the motorcycles. Consider the chickens a treat for you. Good, go ahead. Jiang Feng waved his hand. Some villagers stood still, their eyes shifting as if plotting something. But after glancing at the house behind Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu, they didn't dare say anything. Move it. Why are you standing there? The woman kicked her man in the butt, cursing, useless thing. Can't do anything without me. What do I need you for if you don't even work at night? Seeing this, the others quickened their pace, distancing themselves from her. After the villagers left, Xiao Jiu glanced at the woman walking at the back, his mouth twitching slightly, and silently returned to the small house. Heh, Xiao Jiu, pretty clever of me, huh? Jiang Feng said smugly, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, as he looked at Xiao Jiu. Why did you give them the gun? What if we run into danger? Chun Wan asked Jiang Feng, frowning in confusion. Jiang Feng chuckled and explained, that thing is useless now. We're riding motorcycles, we can't carry an AK with us. Besides, we still have handguns, which are enough. Chun Wan suddenly understood and looked at him with a hint of admiration in her eyes. I didn't realize you were so smart. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow proudly. Of course, I'm smart in all aspects. Chun Wan was momentarily stunned but quickly caught on, her face flushing. All aspects, huh? You rascal. Xiao Jiu and Xiao Chun, sensing the couple's flirting, tactfully retreated to their bedroom to rest. Jiang Feng wrapped his arm around Chen Wan's slender waist and guided her towards the bedroom. Let's rest for a bit. We still have to travel tonight. Chen Wan playfully hit his arm but nestled into his embrace. In the bedroom, Jiang Feng inhaled the faint fragrance from Chen Wan and felt a surge of desire. Sensing his intentions, Chen Wan blushed and pressed down his wandering hand. Don't. It's broad daylight, and they're in the next room. Jiang Feng shrugged it off. Daytime is better. We can see more clearly. They're asleep. They won't hear us. A vigorous young man and a woman who had been alone for years were like dry wood meeting a raging fire. Jiang Feng's strong frame enveloped Chen Wan, who, soft and sweet, could no longer resist and surrendered to his advances. An intense battle ensued, with muffled gasps and low growls filling the small house. In the adjacent room, Xiao Jiu and Xiao Chen exchanged a glance, their expressions tinged with resignation. Xiao Jiu muttered a curse, damn it, and pulled the blanket over his head. Meanwhile, in another place, a robust woman returned home cradling 2 AKs. The area was known for its fierce inhabitants and prevalence of firearms, but such high-quality AKs were rare. The woman barked at the man nearby. Get 2 motorcycles and deliver them. The man, his face full of scars, sat on the doorstep, looking aggrieved. Where am I supposed to get them? Yours and your brother's. Hurry up, the woman snapped, kicking him impatiently. The man growled in anger. You're giving our motorcycles away? What are we supposed to ride? The woman glared at him. I don't care what you ride. Are you going or not? If not, I'll make sure you regret it tonight. With that, she stormed into the bedroom with the guns. Sitting on the doorstep, the man cursed under his breath. Damn it. Why did I marry such a woman? Hua overheard and stormed out to scold him again. Get a move on. Are you stupid? 2 AKs. Your crappy motorcycle isn't worth much. You can buy another one next time. What a fool I married. The man, enduring his wife's tirade, pondered for a moment before deciding to trust her judgment. Despite her bulk, she did have a sharp mind. Shut the hell up. Xiao Jiu couldn't take the strange noises coming from the room any longer. Enraged, he stormed out and shouted at the door of Jiang Feng's room. Jiang Feng's actions came to an abrupt halt, and a look of embarrassment flashed across his face. After taking a deep breath, he yelled back, Xiao Jiu, are you trying to get yourself killed? You almost scared Xiao San back inside. Wait till he's done, and I'll beat the crap out of you. Chun Wan's cheeks turned crimson as she hurriedly grabbed her clothes to cover her face. Hearing this from outside, Xiao Jiu's frown relaxed, and a smug smile crept onto his lips. Heh, a pair of lovebirds, he muttered as he walked away. Xiao Jiu went to the courtyard, lit a cigarette, and squatted down to smoke. But soon, the irritating noise reached his ears again. His face darkened, and he cursed towards the small house. Damn it. Is it ever going to end? Just then, he saw Xiao Hua and her man approaching on 2 motorcycles. He quickly stubbed out his cigarette and stood up to greet them. Boss, your motorcycles are here. Top quality, and the tanks are full. Xiao Hua's face jiggled with her laughter, clearly pleased. Her man, however, remained silent, his eyes filled with reluctance as he looked at the motorcycles. Just park them over there, she said. Xiaojio glanced at the two modest country motorcycles, thinking it was quite a feat to get these in this mountain village. Xiaohua directed her man to park the bikes by the wall, then turned her gleaming eyes towards Jiang Feng's room. You guys are having a good time, huh? Busy in broad daylight, how lucky. Unlike this useless guy here. Done in 3 minutes, she said, casting a disdainful look at her man, who fidgeted uncomfortably. Xiaojio's mouth twitched as he gave the man a sympathetic glance. Suddenly, Xiaohua mustered the courage to ask, Boss, how many people do you have in there? Enough women? How about me? Xiaojio's face twisted in anger. He pulled out a gun and shouted, Get the hell out, or I'll shoot you right here, damn it. Xiaohua quickly hid behind her man, muttering, Fine, no need to be so harsh. She then dragged her man away in haste. Fuming, Xiaojio returned to the small house and began packing his bag to leave. As he reached the door, he called out to Xiao Chun, Come with me, don't worry about them. Xiao Chun smiled, glancing at Xiaojio and then towards Jiang Feng's room. Inside, the noises continued, accompanied by low moans. The two of them headed out of the courtyard. Xiaojio mounted one of the motorcycles, and once Xiao Chun was settled, they rode off. Half an hour later, Jiang Feng lay on the bed, exhaling deeply. I'm exhausted. Damn, you sure are insatiable, he said, giving Chun Wan a playful slap. Chun Wan's face was flushed, her eyes filled with happiness, and a satisfied smile played on her lips. I'll get you some water, she said softly. No need, let's go together. They're long gone, Jiang Feng replied, lifting Chun Wan in his arms and carrying her out. Gone? When did they leave? Chun Wan asked in surprise. Jiang Feng smirked. Of course, they felt so inferior after hearing how great I am that they couldn't stay any longer. They've been gone for over half an hour. With that, he planted a kiss on her face. Chun Wan rolled her eyes at him, thinking that only Jiang Feng could be this shameless among the people she knew. Ha ha ha. Jiang Feng and Chun Wan quickly washed up and gathered their belongings. Jiang Feng then carried Chun Wan out of the small house. Outside, a motorcycle was waiting quietly. Jiang Feng mounted the bike, and Chun Wan sat closely behind him, wrapping her arms around his waist. She glanced back at the small house, a faint smile appearing on her lips. The engine roared to life as Jiang Feng sped up to catch Little Ju ahead. Chun Wan took one last look at the receding small house, chuckled softly, and closed her eyes. The two motorcycles, one following the other, headed toward the old border. The winding mountain dirt road was rarely traveled, and the villages had long been relocated. Despite this, Jiang Feng and Little Ju were familiar with the route. After crossing a small hill, Little Ju heard the engine rumble behind him. He immediately twisted the throttle, and his motorcycle shot forward like an arrow. Xiao Chun, sitting on the back, bounced around nervously, ready to jump off at any moment. Little Gio thought to himself, These two must be scared of me beating them up, that's why they're riding so fast. Jiang Feng kept his eyes on the tire tracks on the road, with the sound of the engine in front of him filling his ears. He kept muttering, remembering the grudge he held against Little Gio for interrupting him earlier. Unintentionally, a race began between the two. Little Gio frantically twisted the throttle, while Jiang Feng revved his engine continuously. In this chase, Chun Wan clung tightly to Jiang Feng's waist, resting her head against his back. Despite the bumpy ride, she wasn't worried about being thrown off. In contrast, Xiao Chun was having a rough time. He didn't dare to hold onto Little Jio's waist, fearing that Little Jio might chop his hand off with a military knife in anger. Instead, he gripped the stainless steel luggage rack at the back with all his might, frequently being tossed into the air by the bumpy ride. Watching Little Jio take corners by sheer luck without slowing down, Xiao Chen's heart was in his throat. Time ticked by, and Jiang Feng maintained a distance of 1 or 2 kilometers from Little Jio, neither catching up nor falling behind. As night fell, Xiao Chen finally saw a patch of light, his teary eyes filled with relief. Little Jiu also slowed down, heading towards the light. Xiao Chun let out a long sigh of relief, shaking his sore hands. The luggage rack behind him had been squeezed out of shape from his grip. This is a border town. Northern Myanmar, also known as the Golden Triangle, is the intersection of Myanmar, Laos, and Thailand. The chaos of the 1990s still lingers, with warlords carving out their territories and law and morality seemingly lost in this place. Xiaoju rode his motorcycle into the town. Though small, it was filled with brightly lit buildings, and cars and motorcycles weaved through the narrow streets. He parked his bike at the town entrance, lit a cigarette, and walked to the side to relieve himself. Xiaochen also found a spot to ease his bladder. The two squatted beside their motorcycles, smoking and waiting. 10 minutes later, Jiang Feng appeared at the intersection with Chun Wan on his bike. Late because you were afraid of getting beaten? Jiang Feng taunted as soon as he got off. Xiao Zhe shot back, loser. We've been waiting for you. Feeling itchy? Huh? Come on, let's have a little practice tonight. Jiang Feng jumped off his bike, making a fist. Not scared of you. Xiaoju sneered, standing up. Hold on, I need to take a leak first. Jiang Feng hurried to the roadside, earning an eye roll from Chen Wan. Ah, relief. Where's my cigarette? Did you take it? You know how hard it was to hold it in. Jiang Feng shook himself off and returned, complaining. Xiaoju grinned smugly. On purpose, huh? He mounted his bike, ready to leave. Jiang Feng grabbed the rear rack, but couldn't stop Xiaoju. The bike roared away, the rack breaking off in Jiang Feng's hand. Xiao Qian turned back to give Jiang Feng a resentful look. Catch me if you can. Xiao Ju's laughter echoed in the distance. Just you wait. Jiang Feng jumped on his bike, with Chen Wan holding on tight as they gave chase. The two motorcycles sped down the dirt road, quickly entering the town. Xiaoju spotted a row of small houses with food laid out in front and stopped at a night snack shop. Jiang Feng followed closely, braking hard, forcing Chen Wan to grip his waist tightly. Cut the crap. Let's eat first. Xiaoju glanced at the approaching Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng threw an arm around Xiaoju's shoulder, playfully choking him. Apologize to your third brother. You almost scared him? Xiaoju grinned. Chen Wan watched them fool around, her eyes lingering on Jiang Feng. Knowing him for years, she had never seen this side of him, and a hint of affection flashed in her eyes. Get lost? Let's eat quickly and cross the border soon. Xiaoju broke free from Jiang Feng's grip. All right, Xiaoju's growing a backbone. Just wait, next time Xiaoju's working, see how I handle you. Jiang Feng teased, pointing at Xiaoju. Afraid of you? Xiaoju laughed loudly in response. The two bantered as they approached the snack shop. There were 3 or 4 shops, and Xiaoju chose the first one, which offered stir-fry dishes, barbecue, and some local Burmese food. Boss, a few stir-fry dishes and some barbecue. Got any kidneys? My brother needs some nourishment, Xiaoju called out to the middle-aged owner. Sure thing, please have a seat. Just tell me what you want, the owner responded warmly. Bring a few of your specialties, and make sure to get some kidneys for my brother. He's been feeling weak. Xiaoju shot a sideways glance at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng sat down proudly, pulling Chen Wan to sit too. You're just jealous. I won't argue with you. Whatever, idiot. Xiaoju ignored him and went to check out the dishes. Xiao Chun, who had been silent, looked around the surroundings. There were already 2 tables of customers, one inside and one not far from them. Other nearby shops also had people eating and drinking, some playing drinking games, creating a lively atmosphere. Not long after, Xiaoju came out of the store holding a few cans of ice-cold cola. Neither Jiang Feng nor Xiaoju had a habit of drinking alcohol, as their instructor had strictly forbidden it during their training. So, they occasionally quenched their thirst with soft drinks instead. The owner was quick and efficient, and the kitchen worked at a high pace. Xiaoju had barely sat down for a few minutes when fragrant dishes were brought to the table, along with a steaming bowl of rice. The aroma made Jiang Feng's appetite soar, and he couldn't help but exclaim, looks good. At that moment, a group of customers entered the neighboring restaurant. 7 or 8 burly men walked in one after another, each with a menacing appearance, covered in tattoos on their arms and backs. They looked like street thugs. Chen Wan's seat faced them directly, and 2 of the men began discussing in Burmese while leering at her. Jiang Feng glanced up briefly but paid no further attention, continuing to eat. As Jiang Feng and Xiaoju were vying for the dishes, 2 of the men from the other table approached them. Hey beautiful, come have a drink with us, said a middle-aged man with tattooed arms, his eyes gleaming as he was clearly attracted to Chen Wan's mature charm. Chen Wan glanced at Jiang Feng beside her, then smiled and replied, No thanks, I don't drink. Having spent years in northern Myanmar, she naturally understood Burmese. What? The man's expression darkened, and his tone turned impatient. I'm not asking you. I'm telling you. Got it. Chen Wan chuckled softly. She had managed big businesses for Hikuin and possessed a unique aura. Moreover, with Jiang Feng by her side, she felt no fear. Get lost. You're not qualified to talk to me, she said, not even looking up as she picked food for Jiang Feng and Xiaojia. What did you say? Huh? Do you know who I am? The man was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter and reached out to grab Chen Wan. Jiang Feng finally looked up, his mouth still full. He grabbed the man's arm and twisted it forcefully. With a loud crack, the man let out a blood-curdling scream and fell to his knees. His arm bent at an unnatural angle, clearly broken. Jiang Feng calmly swallowed his food, took a sip of cola, and let out a satisfied sigh. Ah, refreshing. You must have a death wish, trying to take my woman. He grabbed the man's hair and lifted him up. Only then did the man's companions react. What are you doing? Let him go, damn it. Brothers, get him. One of the men shouted. Xiaoju immediately stood up, darting to the yelling man's side and delivering a swift slap. Though they looked tough, these men were actually weakened by indulgence and were less fit than ordinary people. With a sharp smack, the man screamed as he flew backward, several teeth arcing through the air. Xiao Chen cautiously put down his utensils and quickly moved to stand by Chen Wan's side. He knew he wouldn't intervene, but protecting Chen Wan was his duty. Chen Wan gently tugged him to sit down, then turned her attention to Jiang Feng, who was in the midst of a violent outburst, with a smile. Jiang Feng grabbed a man's hair, slapping his face repeatedly. The man's screams were blood-curdling, his broken arm rendering him defenseless. As Jiang Feng hit him, he cursed, "That's for running your mouth, for bragging, for your tattoos, for interrupting my meal, and for trying to steal my woman." Within seconds, the man's face swelled beyond recognition, blood seeping from his eyes, mouth, and nose. When Jiang Feng finally let go, the man fell heavily to the ground, convulsing, with several teeth rolling out of his mouth. "Loser, can't even take a beating," Jiang Feng sneered, scanning the room. 7 or 8 men lay sprawled on the ground, all the handiwork of Xiao Jiao. While Jiang Feng was dealing with the man, Xiao Jiao had charged forward, taking out each opponent with a single slap or kick. Some were missing a few teeth, while others had broken bones. The two of them were ruthlessly efficient, showing no mercy. Their training had ingrained in them that kindness to an enemy was cruelty to oneself, and any attack had to be crippling, if not fatal. Only then did the restaurant owner nervously approach them. "Gentlemen, these guys are well-known troublemakers around here, always causing problems at the border. What should we do about this?" The owner's face was etched with worry, clearly afraid his small business might suffer because of the incident. Jiang Feng patted the owner's shoulder. "We'll leave after we finish eating. Let them come find me. Oh, and get some gasoline to fill up our bikes." He pointed to 2 motorcycles outside, then casually resumed his meal. Xiao Jiao was already devouring the food, nearly clearing the table. Seeing this, Jiang Feng quickly poured his rice into the dish. Xiao Jiao glared at him, his mouth full, mumbling angrily, "That's not fair, man. You started it." Jiang Feng retorted with a sideways glance. Chen Wan watched their banter, then glanced at the injured men groaning on the floor, a slight smile on her lips. As someone who managed a casino and was used to seeing chaos, this scene was nothing new to her. She thought to herself that she'd had dozens of people buried alive or sold off. She had no sympathy for these scumbags and gamblers. In a way, Chen Wan herself was no saint, cold-blooded and ruthless at heart. Xiao Chen stood aside, his eyes flickering. Although he had heard about the chaos in this area, witnessing it firsthand made it seem surreal. Before long, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao finished their meal and stood up. The owner came out with a can of gasoline to fill their motorcycles. It turned out he had called someone to deal with the injured men while he was inside. Jiang Feng took a tissue from Chen Wan and wiped his mouth. "Problem solved. These losers really pissed me off, trying to take my woman. They were asking for it." "Whatever," Xiao Jiao shrugged. Jiang Feng crouched down next to the man he had beaten and realized he was already dead. "What a waste, a few slaps and he's gone. Whatever, it's boring now," he sneered, losing interest in the other injured men still groaning on the ground. "Let's go," Xiao Jiao said, grabbing 7 or 8 bottles of water from the owner's store and stuffing them into his backpack. "Did you pay?" Jiang Feng asked curiously. "Nope, I didn't bring any money. Isn't this your turf? Why should I pay?" Xiao Jiao replied matter-of-factly. "I didn't bring any either," Jiang Feng said, turning out his empty pockets. He had money in the Hummer, but the situation had been too urgent to grab it. Both of them turned to Chen Wan and Xiao Chen. Chen Wan sighed. "I had cash, but I left it in the car." She recalled the travel bag with tens of thousands in cash, but she had only managed to grab a small bag while fleeing. Xiao Chen quietly pulled a few crumpled red bills from his pocket, looking at the boss with a hint of hesitation. "How much?" he asked. The boss, clearly not understanding Mandarin, looked confused. Seeing this, Jiang Feng took the money, pulled out 3 bills, slapped them on the table, and stuffed the rest back into Xiao Chen's hand. He grinned, showing his white teeth, and patted Xiao Chen on the shoulder with a teasing tone. "Hey, kid, not bad. Next time, dinner's on me." After quickly finishing their late-night snack, they hopped on their motorcycles. The engines roared, piercing the night as they sped out of town. Behind them, the gangsters were still groaning on the ground, waiting for help, while the dead were left unattended. Back on the familiar dirt road, this time they slowed down. The night was deep, and visibility was poor. The road was in bad condition, and they hadn't traveled it in years, so they didn't dare rush. They weaved through the mountains, some areas overgrown with weeds, making the path almost invisible. They continued like this, groping their way through the dark mountain road until the first light of dawn touched the earth. Jiang Feng looked down at the small village below and couldn't help but curse, "Damn, finally here. Haven't been on this road in years, almost couldn't find it." The 4 of them had successfully crossed the border and were now in Laos. Xiao Jiao, sitting on his motorcycle, lit a cigarette and looked at Jiang Feng. "So, what's the plan now?" Jiang Feng pretended not to understand, grinning mischievously. "What plan? Just keep going." Before he could finish, Chun Wan pinched his waist hard. Jiang Feng sucked in a breath, his face twitching. Ouch. What was that for? Chun Wan smiled meaningfully. You need a plan. You can't just drift around aimlessly. Jiang Feng shrugged indifferently. What's wrong with that? Eat, sleep, repeat. It's comfortable. Xiao Jiao, persistent, invited again. Come to South Africa with me. Jiang Feng refused without hesitation. No way. Why would I go there to suffer? Chun Wan wrapped her arms around his waist and asked softly, then come with me to Singapore? Singapore? Jiang Feng frowned, deep in thought, not answering immediately. Chun Wan continued, do you really want to go back to the Golden Triangle after wandering around? Do you think Wang Miao will let you off that easily? You didn't just mess up his place. You killed 4 of his top men. Jiang Feng lit a cigarette, took a deep drag and furrowed his brow. We'll see when the time comes. It was indeed a tricky situation. Wang Miao had been a notorious warlord ever since Jiang Feng left the training camp, and over the past decade, his influence and power in the underworld had only grown. A cold glint flashed in Xiao Ji's eyes. Come to South Africa with me. We'll form a small team and take down his stronghold. Jiang Feng waved dismissively. Cut the crap. I don't trust others. Chun Wan exchanged a glance with Xiao Jio and then said, then come to Singapore with me first. You need to get me to a safe place. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up. Singapore sounds good. There's a seaside villa there. Time to enjoy. By the way, is Xiao Hua there? A sly smile appeared on his face. Chun Wan nodded, confirming, yes, she should be there. I lost my phone in the car, so I can't contact her. So, it's decided? Singapore? Hiding behind Jiang Feng, she winked at Xiao Jio. Xiao Jio got the message and nodded in agreement. Suddenly excited, Jiang Feng shouted, off to Singapore. With that, he revved up his motorcycle and sped down the mountain road, the engine roar echoing through the valley. Rewind to a few days ago, 2 hours after Jiang Feng had left, Li Zhao was jolted awake by the piercing sound of his alarm clock. He opened his heavy eyelids and looked around to find the basement empty, with the saline bottle nearly empty beside him. Gritting his teeth, he yanked the needle out of his hand, silently resolving to seek help immediately. His eyes fell on an old-fashioned phone not far away, and he felt a slight sense of relief. As a gifted young programmer, Li Zhao had originally planned just a trip abroad with friends, but ended up being kidnapped and taken to this unfamiliar place. With trembling fingers, Li Zhao input a complex string of numbers into the phone and dialed. On the other end, the beeping sound echoed, and the scene shifted to a dimly lit room. A gaunt, pale figure sat at a massive desk, with 6 computer monitors flickering lines of dense code. Long fingers flew across the keyboard, and suddenly, a nearby phone lit up. The man Kwang Chao glanced at it and hesitated before answering on the second ring. Master, it's me. Li Zhao cut straight to the point. Don't call me master. I only taught you a few tricks, came the raspy voice, like the residue of decades of smoking. Li Zhao was about to speak when the voice interrupted him. I'm telling you for the last time, don't call me master. Call me Kwang Chao, or we cut ties here and now. All right, Kwang Chao, Li Zhao responded, a hint of disappointment in his tone. He had always dreamed of becoming the apprentice of this computing legend. After all, Kwang Chao was a well-known figure in the hacker community, with only a handful of people worldwide who could rival him. Get to the point, Kwang Chao said impatiently, the sound of typing never ceasing. Li Zhao quickly composed himself and succinctly described his situation. Being kidnapped while traveling in Bangkok, taken to the Golden Triangle's Mayawati area, forced to write code, and Jiang Feng's rescue attempt. Kwang Chao continued typing as he responded. Your location shows you're in northern Myanmar. What I can do is post a rescue mission on the dark web. I'll cover the deposit for now. You settle the rest once you're out. Thank you, Li Zhao said gratefully, knowing that in such a place, regular police intervention would be useless. Wait for it. The mission is posted, Kwang Chao said, glancing at the refreshed rescue mission on his monitor. After the call ended, Li Zhao took a deep breath and began to eat the food Jiang Feng had left. At that moment, he was most grateful to Jiang Feng and Kwang Chao. Without them, he might not have had a chance to survive. Just half an hour later, Kwang Chao's monitor showed that the mission had been accepted. He quickly communicated with the taker, relaying Li Zhao's location, and then returned to his work. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and Xiao Ji's group, after 3 days of trekking, finally arrived in Vientiane, the capital of Laos. This city, bordering Thailand, had a population of less than 2 million, mostly living in low-rise buildings. Are you sure we can get the identities? Jiang Feng asked skeptically, looking at Chen Wan. Chen Wan smiled and took Jiang Feng's arm. Don't worry, I told you I'd get you a set of identities. Just wait and see. All right then, Jiang Feng nodded, standing with Chen Wan in front of an inconspicuous little motel, waiting for what was to come next. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Chun were anxiously waiting upstairs. They had arrived in Vientiane the night before last. Chen Wan had promptly bought a new phone and quickly reconnected with old contacts, successfully obtaining 4 sets of identification documents. At this moment, it was time for the scheduled transaction. Jiang Feng, cigarette in mouth, scanned the bustling street below, watching the flow of vehicles and pedestrians. A few minutes later, an old Toyota sedan slowly pulled up beside them. The window rolled down, revealing the stubbled face of a middle-aged man. He glanced at Chen Wan and asked, "Are you Wan Jie?" "Yes, that's me," Chen Wan replied, opening the car door and getting in, with Jiang Feng following closely behind. The middle-aged man pulled a small black bag from his jacket and handed it to Jiang Feng. "Here's the information and documents you requested." Jiang Feng took the bag, quickly opened it to check, and a satisfied smile spread across his face. He nodded to Chen Wan. "All right, I'll transfer the remaining payment to the boss," Chen Wan said, taking out her phone and deftly completing the transaction. A few minutes later, she waved her phone. "Done. The money's been sent. Say hello to your captain for me." "Will do. Take care." The stubbled man nodded and then made a call to confirm the transfer. As the car drove away, Jiang Feng, holding the small bag, joked with a smile. "Not bad. You handled this complicated matter with ease." Chen Wan wrapped her arm around Jiang Feng's and responded proudly, "There's nothing money can't solve in this world. You just don't have the right connections." The two of them turned and entered the small inn, heading to Xiao Jie's room. Jiang Feng tossed the bag onto the bed, excitedly saying, "It's done. Book the tickets. Let's go to Singapore to see the beauties." Xiao Jie picked up the bag, checked its contents, and then used his new phone to make a call. "Hey ho, we're heading to Singapore. We'll meet you there." After a brief conversation, he hung up. Jiang Feng smirked, knowing that Xiao Jie hadn't given up on Hey Ho, the mercenary friend from the Blackwater group that Xiao Jie had mentioned before. Chen Wan, sitting in a chair, searched for flight information and reported, "There's an 11 p.m. flight with a layover in Bangkok. Book it." "My Xiaohua is waiting for me," Jiang Feng said with a cheeky grin. Chen Wan rolled her eyes at him and began dialing to book the tickets. Xiao Jie's lips twitched at the mention of Xiaohua, recalling the plump woman named Ahua they had met in a small village, who had asked if he had enough women. The memory made Xiao Jie wish he could disappear on the spot. These past few nights, even when he heard Jiang Feng and Chen Wan having fun, he could only pretend to remain calm. The terminal at Vientiane Airport buzzed with activity. A group of 4 boarded a flight to Singapore. 5 hours later, a little past 4 a.m., they smoothly exited Singapore Changi Airport. Xiaohua, dressed in a crop top and hot denim shorts with light makeup on her face, waved excitedly at Chen Wan. Beside her stood 2 men in black. Overwhelmed with emotion, Chen Wan released Jiang Feng's arm and ran towards Xiaohua, embracing her tightly. During this period, although Chen Wan had been a ruthless casino manager, having experienced numerous plots and deadly chases, she was still just a woman at heart. Now, arriving at her secretly purchased residence, she finally felt at ease. "Xiaohua, has everything been okay on your end?" Chen Wan asked with concern as she let go of Xiaohua. "No issues here," Xiaohua replied with a worried expression. "But the sisters contacted me secretly. Things have gone chaotic over there. General Miao has taken over both our gambling dens and Biaolong's. Now, they're all working under Wang Miao." Chen Wan let out a cold laugh. "Huh, that old scoundrel Wang Miao. But it's just as well. Scum like He Kuan must be bleeding inside." At that moment, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jie approached. Jiang Feng grinned. "Xiaohua, you're looking more beautiful every day. Remember, you still owe me a late-night snack." Xiaohua blinked playfully and smiled. "Brother Feng, it's great to see you. 1 meal? Try 10. I'm just worried you can't handle it." Jiang Feng waved his hand confidently, a mischievous grin on his face, and shot a challenging look at Xiao Jie. "Heh, don't worry about me. I can eat 10, 100 meals, no problem." Xiao Jie rolled his eyes, feeling a bit left out. Chen Wan shot Jiang Feng a look and introduced, "Stop showing off. This is your brother Jio, and this is Xiao Chen." Xiaohua greeted them politely. "Hello, brother Jio." "Hello, brother Chen." Led by Xiaohua, the group got into an Alfred and left the airport. Despite being a small island nation, Singapore boasted lush greenery and pleasant weather. Chen Wan's secret villa was nestled at the foot of a small hill, facing the sea, in a high-end residential area. Once back at the villa, Jiang Feng took in the 3-story mansion with a basement. He flopped onto the sofa, exclaiming, "Wow, this is the life of the rich." Chen Wan, holding a glass of water, smiled, "If you want it, it's yours anytime." Everyone turned to look at Chen Wan, even Jiang Feng, who raised an eyebrow in surprise. He teased, "Hey, are you serious?" Chen Wan's face reddened slightly, but she bravely met Jiang Feng's eyes. "Why not? If you want it, I'll give it to you." Xiaohua giggled and winked from the side. Jiang Feng buried his head in the sofa cushion, his voice muffled. "Yeah right, I couldn't handle it." A hint of disappointment flashed in Chen Wan's eyes. She stood up and laughed. "What, am I not good enough for you?" "Too old." Jiang Feng, still face down in the cushion, mumbled, "Get lost. Don't play these games with me." There's a whole forest out there. Why would I cling to one tree? I'm after the stars and the sea. Chunwan chuckled softly. Heh, silly boy. Before Chanwan could speak, Xiaoju suddenly burst into a strange laugh, a harsh sound emanating from his throat. Jiang Feng sat bolt upright, his eyes wide with anger as he glared at Xiaojia. What are you laughing at? I can't stand that laugh of yours. A look of disdain appeared on Xiaojia's delicate face. He glanced sideways at Jiang Feng and slowly stood up. I'm laughing because you're such a coward. Look at yourself. Then he turned to Chunwan, completely ignoring Jiang Feng. Chunwan, which room am I staying in? Chunwan took a sip of water, suppressing the emotions that had surged up moments ago, and gave a gentle smile. I'm staying in the room upstairs on the right. Xiaohua is next door. You can choose from the other rooms. Jiang Feng leaned back on the sofa, lighting a cigarette. His gaze shifted between Chen Wan and Xiaojio, unusually silent as he focused on smoking. Xiaojio shot him a glance before heading upstairs. Xiaochen followed closely behind, and the two left the living room together. At that moment, Xiaohua suddenly stood up. Sis, I'll go show them the rooms. With that, she quickly caught up to Xiaojio and Xiaochun, leading them upstairs. Chunwan put down her glass and walked over to sit beside Jiang Feng. She wrapped her arms around his, resting her head on his shoulder, her voice soft. No one will tie you down. Not me and not Xiaojio. After a long silence, Jiang Feng finally smiled and leaned back on the sofa. I know what you all mean, but living a carefree life isn't so bad. No more risking my life for anyone, no more dangerous tasks. It's nice. Chunwan didn't reply. She just quietly leaned against him. Suddenly, Chunwan took a deep breath as if making a difficult decision. The card I gave Yui Kuan froze it the day after the incident. The funds might have been transferred out. Jiang Feng's eyes widened as he fumbled for the card. What? You're saying it's empty? A hint of helplessness appeared on Chanwan's face. Yes, it is. I only have $1 million in emergency funds with me, which I previously left with Xiaohua. Besides the villas in Singapore and Malaysia, all other assets have been frozen by He Kuan, including my funds and properties in China. Jiang Feng hung his head, muttering gloomily. So I saved you for nothing, huh? Those words cut through Chanwan like a knife, causing a flicker of pain in her eyes that she struggled to hide. Jiang Feng continued to complain. You even promised me a villa, and now it turns out you're broke too. Chunwan quietly watched him, her eyes reddening, but she held back her tears. Jiang Feng suddenly started cursing. He Kuan. Huh? Damn it. He took my money. I'll go get it back from that bastard. He looked up and finally noticed Chunwan's distress. What's wrong with you? Chunwan forced a smile and turned away. Nothing. Jiang Feng stood up, his tone turning cold. Stop being so sentimental. I'm not worthy of your concern. People like us can't afford to have attachments. With that, he headed towards the stairs, leaving Chunwan alone on the sofa, a look of confusion in her eyes. Why? Chunwan stood behind Jiang Feng, her voice tinged with curiosity and confusion. Jiang Feng slowly turned around, a mocking smile playing on his lips. His eyes showed a hint of weariness and helplessness. Heh, I don't even know where I'll be tomorrow, let alone if I'll be alive the day after. And you still ask why? Are you out of your mind? His tone carried a trace of self-mockery. Chunwan's heart tightened, as if she suddenly saw through the man's inner world. She recalled the solitary figure tending to his wounds underwater and licking his scars in the darkness. It was only now that she truly understood Jiang Feng's essence. A madman living day by day. Chunwan chuckled softly, calling out to Jiang Feng who was already heading up the stairs. Jiang Feng glanced back at her, gave a faint smile, and disappeared around the corner. Chunwan took a sip from her water glass and gazed into the distance through the floor-to-ceiling window. The morning light was just beginning to break, casting a glimmer on the sea. A smile unconsciously formed on her lips, as if she saw the dawn of a new life. Jiang Feng reached the second floor and learned that Xiao Jiao and Xiao Chun had chosen rooms on the third floor. He went up to the third floor and ran into Xiaohua, who was about to head downstairs. Xiaohua, let's grab some late-night snacks, Jiang Feng said, grabbing her hand with a mischievous grin. Xiaohua pulled her hand away and laughed. Fenggu, it's morning now. Let's talk about it tonight. With that, she quickly went downstairs. Where am I staying? Jiang Feng called after her. Master bedroom on the second floor. Xiaohua's voice floated up from below. Jiang Feng muttered to himself. The master bedroom on the second floor? Sharing with her? Isn't that a bit inappropriate? Whatever, if it's bad, I'll just deal with it. Leaning against the door frame, Xiaoju mocked. You've got the thick skin of a eunuch, but the shamelessness of a pig. Jiang Feng's face darkened. Xiaoju, it's been years since I last taught you a lesson. Looks like you've gotten too cocky. Come on, let's see if your third brother is still the same. He walked towards the balcony, opened the door, and looked around. This is too small. Let's go to the garden downstairs. Whoever chickens out is a dog. With that, Jiang Feng headed downstairs. Xiaoju took a deep breath and followed. Damn it, bring it on. Who's afraid of whom? Hearing the commotion, Xiao Chen also followed, eager to watch the show. Downstairs, Chun Wan and Xiao Hua were chatting and laughing. Seeing the scene, Chun Wan asked, "What's going on?" Jiang Feng ignored her, his face stern as he walked out the door. Xiao Jiao and Xiao Chen followed closely behind. Chun Wan and Xiao Hua moved to the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the two men in the garden. Standing a few meters away from Jiang Feng, Xiao Jiao suggested, "How about we make a bet? What do you want to bet on?" Jiang Feng flexed his arms. Xiao Jiao candidly admitted, "First of all, I know I can't beat you in a fight. Back in the training camp, no one could beat you in close combat except for the boss." Jiang Feng's lips curved slightly as he waited for Xiao Jiao to continue. "So, let's bet on whether you can knock me down in 3 minutes." Xiao Jiao's eyes gleamed with cunning. Jiang Feng thought for a moment and nodded. 3 minutes? Fine. What's the stake? Xiao Jiao laid out the terms. "If you win, I'll wash your underwear for a month and grant you one more request. If you lose, you join me in my plans." "You know what I mean." Jiang Feng let out a dry laugh, the two scars on his left cheek twitching slightly. Xiao Jiao taunted, "So, what do you say? Or are you not the same third brother anymore?" Jiang Feng burst into laughter. "Ha ha ha, Xiao Jiao, your goading is really low level, but your third brother will give you this chance. Bring it on." Seeing Jiang Feng agree, Xiao Jiao's expression turned serious. He crouched slightly, kicking up a piece of turf. With a bang, Xiao Jiao's punch was blocked by Jiang Feng. "Your strength is lacking," Jiang Feng remarked. Jiang Feng delivered a powerful kick, but Xiao Jiao deftly dodged and countered with a swift roundhouse kick. Jiang Feng ducked just in time, seizing the opportunity to throw a heavy punch aimed at Xiao Jiao's abdomen. Xiao Jiao reacted quickly, lowering his elbow to target Jiang Feng's vulnerable neck. A successful hit would be fatal. The three onlookers held their breaths, watching the intense sparring with bated breath. Jiang Feng wasn't about to surrender. He flipped up with astonishing speed, and their elbows clashed fiercely in midair. Hissed, both men winced in pain, quickly distancing themselves and shaking their arms to relieve the impact. 30 seconds, Xiao Jiao smirked with a hint of arrogance. Jiang Feng's eyes turned icy cold as he lunged at Xiao Jiao. In an instant, they were entangled in a fierce melee, fists and feet flying, the dull thuds of their blows echoing through the room. Xiao Chun watched the intense battle, utterly amazed. "The speed, the power, the resilience," he muttered, realizing with dismay that he wouldn't last 3 rounds against either of them. "Sister Wan, I don't think you need me here," Xiao Chun said dejectedly, on the verge of despair. Chun Wan was fully focused on the fight, ignoring Xiao Chen's words. Suddenly, Jiang Feng found an opening in Xiao Jiao's defense and landed a heavy punch to his abdomen. Xiao Jiao's body doubled over, his face contorted in pain. The force of the punch could have ruptured an ordinary person's internal organs, posing a severe threat to life. Xiao Jiao gritted his teeth, focusing all his efforts on defense, unable to retaliate. Jiang Feng pressed his advantage, launching a relentless barrage of punches and kicks. Xiao Jiao struggled to defend himself, barely holding on. If they had been armed, Xiao Jiao knew he would stand no chance against Jiang Feng. "Get down!" Jiang Feng roared, grabbing Xiao Jiao by the shoulders and hurling him across the room. Xiao Jiao twisted midair, trying to regain his balance, but as soon as he hit the ground, Jiang Feng was upon him, landing a heavy kick to his shoulder. Xiao Jiao was sent sprawling, hitting the ground hard. Jiang Feng quickly pinned him down, straddling his back. "Do you yield?" Jiang Feng demanded, pressing down on the back of Xiao Jiao's neck. "I yield," Xiao Jiao said, his face twitching in pain as he admitted defeat. Jiang Feng stood up and helped Xiao Jiao to his feet. Xiao Jiao, bruised and aching all over, pulled out his phone with a grin. "Hey, third brother, don't forget our bet," he said, waving his phone triumphantly before turning to leave. It was only then that Jiang Feng noticed the timer on the phone, showing that over 4 minutes had passed. He stood there, dumbfounded. Jiang Feng stormed into the house, his face dark with anger and eyes blazing. Xiao Hua carefully helped Xiao Jiao onto the sofa, who winced in pain. Despite undergoing rigorous training since childhood, every punch and kick from Jiang Feng felt like a sledgehammer. An ordinary person would have been dead by now. Xiao Jiao gritted his teeth through the pain, forcing a smile. "Heh, my third brother is still as formidable as ever. Get lost," Jiang Feng replied coldly, dropping onto the sofa without even glancing at Xiao Jiao. Chun Wan watched the scene with confusion, then sat down and softly asked, "What happened? Jiang Feng won, didn't he?" She had seen them talking but couldn't catch the conversation. Xiao Jiao grinned despite the pain, his face beaming with pride. "My third brother and I made a bet. He had to knock me out in 3 minutes and he lost." "Huh? What was the bet?" Chun Wan asked curiously. "If he lost, he'd help me set up a small mercenary group." "Haha," Xiao Jiao laughed, wincing with each breath. Jiang Feng immediately retorted, "I never agreed to that." When did I say I'd do that? He shot Xiao Ju a sidelong glance, clearly refusing to admit anything. The two began to argue back and forth, with Xiao Ju insisting that Jiang Feng had agreed, while Jiang Feng denied it adamantly. During their dispute, Xiao Ju revealed that Black Monkey would be coming tomorrow to take on some missions for money. Jiang Feng remained unmoved, claiming he had enough money and didn't need any missions. Xiao Ju then smirked cunningly. Come on, with your measly savings? Don't think I don't know. If you have over $50,000, I won't drag you into this. Jiang Feng paused for a moment before pulling out a card. I have $2 million in savings. Xiao Ju's eyes lit up. Perfect for setting up the mercenary group and buying equipment. Realizing Xiao Ju's true intentions, Jiang Feng angrily retorted, so that's your plan, huh? Eyeing my $2 million? But Jiang Feng quickly dashed Xiao Ju's hopes. The card's empty. It was frozen by someone, and the funds have been transferred out. There's no money left. Xiao Ju sprang up from the sofa. Damn it, who did this? I'll cut him down. Through Chun Wan's explanation, they learned that a man named He Kuan was responsible. He Kuan was an arms dealer, operating in Europe with a mysterious presence. This news infuriated both Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu, making them eager to hunt down He Kuan. Finally, Xiao Ju slumped back onto the sofa, massaging his sore shoulder, and grumbled. What now? Jiang Feng looked at Xiao Ju's defeated expression and couldn't help but sneer. Go ahead. Let's see you jump around now. Jiang Feng pointed at Xiao Jiu, a half-mocking, half-resigned smile on his face. Xiao Jiu shrugged, a hint of weariness in his eyes. I just want to make a living. People like us carry a lifelong mark. We have to be cautious every moment, or we'll be targeted and even captured. We can only hide in the shadows, barely getting by. Jiang Feng fell silent for a moment, then sighed deeply. He understood that feeling all too well. From the moment he set foot in the training camp, the mark of the underworld had followed him like a shadow, impossible to shake off. A normal life was out of reach for them. Going to work, running a business, such mundane activities were nothing but a fantasy. Their world was filled with violence and killing, their very presence enough to make ordinary people tremble in fear. Jiang Feng furrowed his brows and sank into the sofa, lost in thought. Xiao Jia's concerns mirrored his own. The little money they had was barely enough. If their enemies found them, it would be a matter of life and death. Essential gear, firearms, even high-performance cars, everything came at a high price. Hey, why not come back to the Golden Triangle with me? Jiang Feng suddenly suggested. At least I have some old savings stashed there. Xiao Jia scoffed, curling his lips in disdain. No way. The Golden Triangle is just a small basin. My goal is the ocean. The next time I go back, it'll be for revenge. Not to be a rat everyone wants to kill. Then what do we do? Jiang Feng spread his hands helplessly. Let's wait and see, Xiao Jia replied. Black Monkey is coming tomorrow. We'll hear what he has to say. By the way, how much money do you have left? Jiang Feng glanced at Xiao Jia. More than you, that's for sure. How much do you have? I have 350,000, Xiao Ju said provocatively. What about you? Jiang Feng pulled a card from his pocket and waved it smugly. I have 400,000, 5 grand more than you little loser. Chun Wan, sitting nearby, rolled her eyes, unable to comprehend how two such skilled fighters could be so strapped for cash. She curled up on the sofa and said helplessly, I still have $1 million. I can support you guys. Really? That could work. Xiao Jia's eyes lit up. Whatever. Jiang Feng scoffed, clearly unimpressed by Xiao Jia's enthusiasm. Yet he seemed to forget that not long ago, when he held a 2,000 card, his expression was no different. At midday, Chen Wan and Xiao Hua personally took to the kitchen, meticulously preparing a sumptuous lunch. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jia sat at the dining table, their appetites whetted by the array of dishes before them. There was fish, shrimp, meat, and vegetables, everything one could ask for, but the two men were particularly interested in the same dish, leading to a playful tug-of-war. Chun Wan rolled her eyes in exasperation and decided to ignore the childish antics of these grown men. After the meal, Jiang Feng lounged lazily on the sofa, staring idly at the TV. Suddenly, he turned to Chun Wan and said, Let's dismiss the servants and drivers. Chun Wan looked puzzled. Huh? Why? Even though money is tight right now, I can still afford these daily expenses. And even if I can't, Xiao Hua can cover the costs of maintaining this villa. Jiang Feng replied succinctly, It's not necessary, and there's a security issue to consider. He exchanged a meaningful glance with Xiao Jiao, and then looked back at Chun Wan. Sensing something, Chun Wan's lips curled into a knowing smile, a smile unique to a mature woman who understands happiness. She turned to Xiao Hua and said, Xiao Hua, go tell them to settle their accounts and make sure they're comfortable with it. She added. Xiao Hua hired 2 drivers and 4 servants when she came to this villa. Xiao Hua nodded in agreement and headed towards the garden. Xiao Ju noticed that Xiao Chen hadn't come downstairs and seized the opportunity to speak. Third brother, If you plan to stay here long-term, Xiao Chen should leave too. I don't trust her, that woman. Chunwan interrupted Xiaoju with a smile. Xiao Hua, you can rest assured. She has no family left in the country. She's my sister, and we rely on each other. Xiaoju fell silent and looked at Jiang Feng, who lit a cigarette and, after a moment of contemplation, said, all right, Xiao Chen should go. I can't figure her out. Xiao Hua is fine. Chunwan agreed easily, okay? She knew in her heart that with Jiang Feng by her side, Xiao Chen's protection was no longer necessary. Jiang Feng half-jokingly said, so that's settled. We'll take it one step at a time. Since you don't want to go back, I'll have to sacrifice myself and stay here. Xiaoju couldn't take it anymore and threw a pillow at Jiang Feng. Shut up. Chunwan was amused and looked at Jiang Feng, understanding that having him, even for a day, was a blessing a mature woman should cherish. Jiang Feng caught the pillow and tossed it back. You take care of the rest. Don't expect me to do it. Chunwan, still watching TV, asked, what rest? Jiang Feng replied simply, tell him. It's not your business, he knows. Xiaoju snorted but nodded. Jiang Feng pulled out a card from his pocket and tossed it to Xiaoju. Without a word, Xiaoju took the car keys Xiao Hua had just brought and left. Xiao Hua curiously asked, where's Jogu going? Chunwan casually replied, shopping? Don't worry about him. Later, Chunwan went upstairs and knocked on Xiao Chen's door. After a brief conversation, Xiao Chen agreed to leave. Soon, she packed her bags and came downstairs to say goodbye. Sister Wan, I'll head back now. If you need anything, you can contact me anytime. My phone is always on, Xiao Chen said. Chunwan smiled and asked, not staying a few more days? Xiao Chen declined. No, thank you. Brother Feng, thank you for your care. Until we meet again. Jiang Feng nodded. Take care. Until we meet again. Jiang Feng gave Xiao Chen a calm smile, showing neither malice nor friendliness. Chunwan and Xiao Hua stood up and saw Xiao Chen out of the villa. Xiao Hua drove the spare car, escorting Xiao Chen all the way to the airport. Not long after, Xiao Jiu returned to the villa with a large bag full of odd items slung over his shoulder. Chunwan glanced at it, then looked away disinterestedly. Without a word, Xiao Jiu carried the bag straight to the garden and started working. Jiang Feng, feeling bored, sat in front of the TV. Unable to resist any longer, he went out to the garden to join Xiao Jiu. The two of them worked together, digging holes and laying wires, setting up the entire perimeter of the villa. From the corners of the walls to the door frames, from the window edges to the third-floor balcony, and even extending to the small hill at the back, they left no spot untouched. By the time the sun was setting, they finally finished, panting heavily. Chunwan had already set the dinner table and urged them to wash up and eat. What exactly were you two doing? Chunwan couldn't help but ask, having assumed they were just tinkering around, not expecting it to take so long. Jiang Feng, shoveling food into his mouth, mumbled through bites. We laid some wires, set up some simple traps and alert systems. These skills weren't learned at the training camp, but were additional teachings from professional instructors hired by their boss, Lahu Hua. Besides language learning, Jiang Feng and Xiao Ju had acquired many other skills, though close combat and firearm use remained their specialties. Xiao Hua curiously asked, Brother Feng, Brother Jiu, is there anything Wan and I should be aware of? Quick as lightning, Jiang Feng snatched a piece of food Xiao Ju was about to pick up and stuffed it into his mouth before answering, you don't need to worry. Just avoid a few spots in the back hill and front garden. I'll show you the exact locations later. Damn it! Xiao Jiu cursed, dumping his rice back into his plate. Chunwan watched the two of them eating as if they were fighting, shaking her head helplessly. Xiao Hua, on the other hand, laughed so hard she almost doubled over, her chest heaving. After dinner, the four of them took their drinks and desserts to the third-floor balcony. They quietly gazed at the distant sea and the starry sky above, enjoying the gentle sea breeze and the moment of tranquility. The next morning, Jiang Feng sat up in bed, rubbing his sore back. He glanced at the sleeping Chunwan beside him and couldn't help but feel a surge of tenderness. Though Chunwan's appearance was ordinary, her gentle demeanor and well-maintained figure made Jiang Feng more fond of her than any other woman he had known. Jiang Feng quietly got out of bed. Despite their late-night activities, he was determined to rise early. Since he had promised Xiao Jiu to venture into the global underworld, a strong body was essential. He quickly got dressed, freshened up, and went downstairs. I thought you wouldn't get up, Xiao Jiu said, standing by the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing out at the sea. Jiang Feng scoffed. Ha, a weakling who can't last 5 minutes has no right to speak. He downed a glass of water in one gulp and headed straight for the door. Xiao Jiu rolled his eyes, thinking that although Jiang Feng was formidable, he had his own strengths too. The two jogged along a pebble-strewn path to the beach. After a brief warm-up, Jiang Feng took off his shirt and leaped into the sea. The waves crashed against his body as he swam vigorously towards the deeper waters. They then engaged in a coordinated sparring session, not as intense as the previous day but still beyond what most people could endure. It wasn't until after 8 that they slowly made their way back to the villa. In the kitchen, Chun Wan was busy cooking with a happy smile on her face, wearing an apron. Xiaohua was assisting her and couldn't help but tease. Sis, looks like Brother Feng is treating you well. Chun Wan playfully slapped Xiaohua's behind, and then pulled her aside to quietly ask her opinion of Xiao Jiu. Xiaohua admitted that although Xiao Jiu was handsome and skilled, he didn't seem interested in her. Chun Wan comforted her, and jokingly mentioned Jiang Feng's fondness for Xiaohua. The two continued chatting, their topics shifting from men's loyalty to their own close relationship. Touched, Xiaohua hugged Chunwan, saying, Sis, you're better than my mom. You're the only sister I have. Chunwan turned to hug Xiaohua back, softly saying, Silly girl, you're my only sister too. Those distant relatives in China have long-cut ties. We'll depend on each other from now on, okay? Okay. Xiaohua nodded, agreeing. The two stood there embracing, as a warm atmosphere filled the kitchen. Oh, what are you two up to so early in the morning? Could it be that you have some special tendencies? Jiang Feng, shirtless, leaned lazily against the doorframe, his eyes gleaming with excitement. His gaze darted back and forth between Chen Wan and Xiaohua, who were tightly embracing each other, a knowing smile playing on his lips. Chen Wan turned around at his words, rolling her eyes at Jiang Feng. Get lost? She retorted, shaking her head and resuming her task of serving porridge, her slender fingers gripping the ladle steadily. Xiaohua picked up a steaming bowl of porridge and walked lightly towards the door. As she passed by Jiang Feng, she leaned in close to his ear and teased, Brother Feng, you figured it out, huh? Who do you think is better, me or Wanjia? Before he could respond, she darted away with the porridge, her clear laughter echoing in the air. Jiang Feng's eyes sparkled as he watched Xiaohua leave. He couldn't help but glance back at Chen Wan's silhouette, rubbing his chin with a mischievous grin, clearly imagining something inappropriate. At the dining table, Xiaojiu had already downed 3 bowls of porridge, finally leaning back in his chair with satisfaction. He lit a cigarette, exhaled a smoke ring, and mused, next, we need to renovate this villa. I'll find a construction company later. Xiaohua looked puzzled. Renovate? Jiang Feng explained. Yeah, we'll turn the basement into a training room, add a wall outside, and build a gym on the 3rd floor. Yesterday, while setting up some basic defenses, he and Xiaojiu had already discussed this. Since neither of them was heading to Southeast Asia or South Africa, they decided to stay here together. For long-term residents, necessary safety measures and training facilities were essential, hence the need for a comprehensive renovation of the villa. Chun Wan sipped her porridge with a smile. Do as you like, but do you guys even have the money? Xiaojiu took a deep drag of his cigarette, exhaled slowly, and replied calmly, together, we have just about enough. Chun Wan nodded. All right, it's up to you. Xiaohua and I have no objections. After breakfast, Xiaojiu drove the Alfred away from the villa. Jiang Feng chose to stay behind, partly out of laziness and partly for safety reasons. He always felt uneasy, as if living in a villa in this developed coastal city made them too exposed. In this age of advanced technology, if Wamio or anyone else wanted to track them down, it wouldn't take much effort. The underworld even had organizations specializing in intelligence trading, with top experts going to great lengths to hide their whereabouts. As seasoned veterans of the underworld, Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu couldn't live like ordinary people. The blood on their hands was countless, and who knew which enemy might be lurking in the shadows, plotting revenge. Yet, for now, there seemed to be no other place to go. They had no choice but to make do here, which was why Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu had hastily set up some basic defenses the day before. Still, Jiang Feng's vigilance remained undiminished, his eyes frequently scanning the windows, as if anticipating an imminent threat. Xiaojiu didn't return to the villa until the afternoon, with a few people from a construction company in tow. As the homeowner, Chun Wan negotiated with them while Xiaojiu provided guidance. Though the basement was smaller than the above-ground structure, it was still around 300 square meters. Xiaojiu requested the removal of all walls except for the load-bearing columns and a complete renovation. Chun Wan led the construction company personnel on a tour of the basement, the 3rd-floor balcony, the outside garden, and the newly built fence. Fan Xian adjusted his glasses and said with a professional smile, we understand your requirements. We'll send you a quote by tomorrow morning. If everything is agreeable, we can sign the contract tomorrow and start work the day after. Chun Wan asked about the construction timeline. Fan Xian replied, it will take between half a month to a month. If you need it done faster, we can increase the workforce and work on all 3 areas simultaneously, completing it within a week, but the cost will be higher. After exchanging glances with Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu, Chun Wan decided, complete it within a week. Please send the quote as soon as possible. Fan Xian nodded and left. After they had gone, Xiaojiu said to Jiang Feng, Hey Ho called this morning about a mission in South Africa. He asked if I wanted to go. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow and asked for details. Xiaojiu explained that it involved 2 warlords fighting over a diamond mine, offering high pay for recruits. Jiang Feng, familiar with such situations, Inquired about the compensation. Xiaojie replied. Heiho said it depends on your skills. The strong can earn a daily wage or take on the entire mission. It said that some experts are going, and the daily wage is no less than $50,000. Jiang Feng's eyes lit up, clearly intrigued. Xiaojie added that there would be additional rewards for securing the mine. Jiang Feng agreed without hesitation. Chunwan frowned and asked, weren't you opposed to these kinds of missions before? Jiang Feng replied thoughtfully, that was then, this is now. People like us can't predict tomorrow. Xiao Hua, listening nearby, was completely confused. Chunwan sighed softly, her heart unwilling to see Jiang Feng go. She had once dreamed of living an ordinary life, which was why she left the Golden Triangle. Chunwan listened quietly to Xiaojie, her brow slightly furrowed. Xiaojie exhaled a puff of smoke, staring intently at her. Chunwan, people like us can never live an ordinary life. Neither can you and Xiaohua. I hope you understand that once the mark is made, it stays with you for life. Jiang Feng stood nearby, casting a puzzled glance at Xiaojie. Noticing his look, Xiaojie turned to explain. She's your woman. I'm just giving her a heads up. He then flashed Jiang Feng a meaningful smile. Jiang Feng frowned, even more confused. Seeing this, Xiaojie's lips curled into a mischievous smile. He teased, from what I know about you, the old you never slept with any woman more than 3 times. Get lost. Jiang Feng cursed with a dark expression, but a hint of contemplation flickered in his eyes. Chun Wan was stunned by the conversation. Her gaze shifted between Xiaojie and Jiang Feng, her heart in turmoil. However, what truly shocked her wasn't Jiang Feng's past affairs, but Xiaojie's earlier statement that she and Xiao Hua couldn't live an ordinary life. This statement hit her like a hammer, shattering her defenses. As a woman who had survived in the Golden Triangle for over a decade, managing a casino, Chun Wan's hands might not have directly shed blood, but she had ordered the deaths of dozens. This reality weighed heavily on her heart like a stone. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment before dismissing the topic with a shrug. A smile returned to his face as he changed the subject. Enough with the nonsense. When do we go? Xiaojie responded immediately. The sooner, the better. Since you've decided, I'll inform Black Monkey to start preparing the weapons and gear. Jiang Feng nodded and naturally turned to Chen Wan. Book us 2 tickets to South Africa. Xiaojie took out his phone and dialed Black Monkey. Chen Wan snapped out of her thoughts, gave Jiang Feng a sidelong glance, and began searching for flights. Black Monkey, Xiaojie spoke in fluent English. Contact us. I'm coming with another person. Prepare the gear. I'll transfer the money to your account. The voice on the other end responded in a gruff, American accent. Okay, when will you arrive? Xiaojie glanced at Chen Wan, who was still searching, and replied, we're checking flights now. We'll take the earliest one to Cape Town. Okay, keep me posted, Black Monkey said. Got it, Xiaojie replied and hung up. Chen Wan looked up and reported, the earliest direct flight from Singapore to Cape Town is at 8 a.m. tomorrow. Book it, Xiaojie confirmed with a nod. Chun Wan shot Jiang Feng another glance before proceeding to book the tickets using the fake identities they'd used before. The room fell into a brief silence, broken only by the sound of her fingers tapping on the screen. That night, Jiang Feng and Xiao Zhou had a long conversation on the 3rd-floor balcony. Chun Wan and Xiao Hua, understanding the situation, didn't disturb them and went back to their rooms to rest. After the talk, Jiang Feng naturally walked into Chen Wan's room, as if it was the most normal thing in the world. I was planning to take you shopping for some clothes and daily necessities tomorrow, Chun Wan said softly, snuggling into Jiang Feng's arms. She realized that it had only been 2 days since they arrived in Singapore, and she was still wearing clothes she had left here previously. Jiang Feng, casually holding Chen Wan's smooth shoulder, replied, you can just buy them for me? How will you know if they fit if you don't try them on? Chen Wan rolled her eyes at Jiang Feng. Look at my figure. I can make anything look good. I'll buy some for that bachelor as well. Before she could finish her sentence, Jiang Feng suddenly flipped over, and the two of them started to wrestle on the bed. At 4 in the morning, Chun Wan gently got up. Jiang Feng immediately noticed and opened his eyes to ask, what time is it? 4 o'clock. I'm going to make breakfast for you guys. You can sleep a bit longer, Chun Wan said as she put on her nightgown. Jiang Feng murmured in agreement and went back to sleep. Chun Wan tenderly stroked the faint scar on Jiang Feng's face and gave him a light kiss. Jiang Feng suddenly slapped her on the butt and laughed. Hurry up, don't tease me. I'll deal with you when I get back. Chun Wan chuckled softly and left the room. At 6 o'clock sharp, Jiang Feng and Xiaojie got up, washed up, and went to the living room. Chun Wan and Xiao Hua had already prepared hot porridge and various pastries. After a simple breakfast, the 4 of them drove to the airport. On the way, Xiaojie reported on the equipment situation. Jiang Feng's gear included a G36 assault rifle with 5 loaded magazines, an APXA-1 Beretta pistol with 3 loaded magazines, as well as grenades, a Nepalese knife, combat boots, camouflage clothing, and other essentials, totaling $50,000. Xiaojie himself was equipped with an RS-9 sniper rifle and similar gear, amounting to $60,000. Upon arriving at the airport, Jiang Feng declined Chen Wan's offer to see him off. Go back, I don't like being seen off, he said seriously, looking at Chen Wan before turning to leave. Xiao Zhou smiled at Chen Wan and followed Jiang Feng. Chen Wan watched them disappear around the corner with a sigh. At 8 o'clock, an airplane flew overhead, and Chen Wan watched it fade into the distance. Sis, let's go back. Brother Feng will be safe. Xiaohua comforted her. Yeah, let's go, Chen Wan replied, pulling her gaze back. Let's go shopping and buy them some daily necessities. We also need to take care of the renovations for the villa. Okay, I'll drive, Xiaohua responded, and the two of them headed back. Xiaohua swiftly ran to the driver's seat and cheerfully opened the car door. With a slight smile on her lips, Chen Wan gracefully slid into the passenger seat. Meanwhile, at an altitude of 10,000 meters, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jio were comfortably reclining in the spacious seats of the first-class cabin. It wasn't until Xiao Jio received the tickets that he was surprised to find out Chen Wan had booked such luxurious seats for them. Hee, I have to say, that woman Chen Wan treats you well, Xiao Jio teased, turning to Jiang Feng across from him. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow, a hint of pride in his eyes. Which woman doesn't treat me well? Xiao Jio scoffed, rolling his eyes dismissively. Oh, please. Most of your past women were software hardening engineers. Jiang Feng looked puzzled. Software hardening engineers? What do you mean? At that moment, a burst of laughter erupted from the row in front of them, followed by a few coughs. A young man with brightly colored hair stood up, giving Xiao Jio a thumbs up. Bro, that's a Spoton nickname. Well done, impressive. Xiao Jio merely smiled faintly, not engaging further. Despite his usual playful demeanor with Jiang Feng, he was more reserved around strangers, often appearing even colder than Jiang Feng. This was why Xiaohua and Chen Wan said that Xiao Jio had no interest in her. After pondering for a moment, Jiang Feng suddenly understood and burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Xiao Jio, that's clever. Calling male enthusiasts of broad benefits software hardening engineers, very sophisticated. Xiao Jio shrugged. I just heard it from someone else, it's not my invention. At that moment, a slender flight attendant approached with a professional smile on her face. Sir, please keep your voice down. There are passengers resting in the front. Jiang Feng winked at the flight attendant. All right, beautiful. I'll go to sleep. With that, he reclined his seat. The flight attendant gave a slight smile. Thank you for your cooperation. Then she turned and walked away. Knowing that getting a good sleep might be challenging now, Xiaoju said nothing more and put on his eye mask, preparing to sleep. Time ticked by, and 11 hours later, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju finally landed safely at Cape Town International Airport. They had officially set foot on African soil, and for Jiang Feng, this was not just a trip but the beginning of a new chapter in his life. As soon as Jiang Feng and Xiao Jio stepped out of Cape Town Airport, they immediately sensed the stark contrast between South Africa and Singapore. Despite the nearly 11-hour flight, due to the 6-hour time difference, it was just past noon local time. The hot, humid air hit them, a reminder of Cape Town's proximity to the Atlantic Ocean. The airport was bustling with people, the majority of whom were locals with dark skin. As one of the few Asian faces, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jio inevitably drew some curious glances. Jiang Feng frowned, his eyes scanning the passing locals. These people are so ugly, he muttered under his breath, casting a quick glance at two local women before looking away. Their dark, rough skin, messy hair, big mouths, and that strange smell. Xiao Jio was used to Jiang Feng's comments and simply shook his head slightly. Jiang Feng continued, Eastern women are much better smooth skin, sleek hair, and they smell nice. That blonde Western girl last time wasn't bad either. What a taste. Xiao Jio, Xiao Jio. Jiang Feng kept chattering while looking around. Xiao Jio ignored him and walked straight ahead. Jiang Feng quickly caught up and threw an arm around Xiao Jio's shoulder. Xiao Jio, how long has it been since you had some fun? How about I take you out? Xiao Jio looked at Jiang Feng seriously. No way, be careful of AIDS. And I warn you, be cautious about what you eat and drink here. He knew Jiang Feng was reliable during missions, but could be reckless once he relaxed. Jiang Feng shrugged it off. I'm naturally immune to AIDS, don't worry. I wouldn't go for the local girls anyway. He kept his arm around Xiao Jio as they walked out of the airport. Xiao Jio smirked. Fine. But next time you find a good-looking Western girl, let me have her. It's been a while. He realized he hadn't had any action in over half a month. No wonder he'd been restless at night. Jiang Feng grinned. Sure. Next time I'll find you a Western beauty. Both of them shared a similar smile as they stepped outside. Outside the airport, a few taxis were waiting for passengers. Xiao Jio approached a middle-aged local driver and said in fluent English, to Pella. The driver widened his eyes. Pella? That's over 700 kilometers away. Xiao Jio was unfazed. Yes, are you going? He knew the distance was considerable, and most drivers would refuse, considering the risky and chaotic conditions outside the cities in South Africa, despite its relatively better security compared to other African countries. The driver shook his head. No, boss, I can't go that far. I have a family waiting for me. Xiaoju pulled out a dollar bill and waved it. Do you know any driver who would take us? Recommend one for me. The driver's eyes lit up, and he quickly pulled out his smartphone to search. Soon, he made a call, speaking rapidly in the local dialect before repeatedly saying, okay, and hanging up. Boss, it's settled. I have a friend willing to take the trip, but the price might be higher since there's some conflict in Pella right now, the driver said with a grin. Xiaoju nodded. No problem. I'll take you to meet him. Half an hour later, they arrived at a suburban slum. Dilapidated houses were everywhere, and local children played in the streets. The middle-aged driver pointed to a small truck loaded with goods. There you go, boss. My friend drives that truck and will take you. Jiang Feng eyed the worn-out vehicle skeptically. Can this truck handle over 700 kilometers? A young local man emerged from behind the truck, flashing a bright smile with his white teeth. Don't worry, boss. This truck can go 700 kilometers, even 5,000 if needed. He introduced himself. You can call me Xiao He. I'm delivering goods to Bitterfontein, and if you pay well, I can take you to Pella. Xiaoju asked directly. How much do you want? Xiao He held up 5 fingers. $500. All right, let's go. We're in a hurry, Xiaoju said decisively, pulling 6 crisp 100 yuan bills out of his pocket and handing them to the young African man. He pointed to a middle-aged African man standing nearby and added, 100 for his referral fee. The young man took the money, his face breaking into a broad smile. Thank you, boss. Safe travels, he said sincerely. The middle-aged man quickly walked over, accepted his share of the payment, and his eyes sparkled with joy. As he turned to leave, he was already thinking about what treats to bring home for his kids. A beat-up small truck was parked by the roadside, its engine roaring deafeningly, spewing black smoke from the exhaust. The cab was basic, with room for one person in the passenger seat, and the back had space that could accommodate both sitting and lying down. Jiang Feng climbed into the back and immediately wrinkled his nose at the unpleasant smell inside. He quickly rolled down the window and lit a cigarette to dispel the discomfort. Couldn't we have found a better car? He grumbled, his tone full of frustration. Xiao Jio, sitting in the passenger seat, calmly explained. This kind of vehicle is the safest. Local people won't bother delivery trucks. If we rent a car or use other means of transport, we might expose our whereabouts. It's not worth the risk. Jiang Feng scoffed. What are we afraid of? They can't possibly chase us all the way to South Africa, can they? Xiao Jio replied nonchalantly. I killed a warlord's son in South Africa and offended some other warlord's kids. This statement caught Jiang Feng off guard. What did you do in South Africa? Jiang Feng asked, puzzled. He suddenly realized why Xiaoju had abruptly fled to Southeast Asia earlier. It was likely to lay low. A cold smile played on Xiaoju's lips. The first time, some idiot tried to take my woman, so I beat him up. The last time, those fools tried to steal my goods, so I killed one of them. Jiang Feng chuckled but didn't press further about what goods Xiaoju was referring to. He knew all too well the behavior of these second-generation rich kids. Even if you were holding a simple bottle of water, they would falsely claim it as theirs just to pick a fight. The small truck finally started moving, faster than Jiang Feng had expected. With Jiang Feng and Xiao Jia's consent, the African driver turned on the only electronic device in the vehicle. Michael Jackson's Beat It began to play. To their surprise, the driver started humming along to the music while driving, and his singing was remarkably good. Jiang Feng glanced at the driver in astonishment, having to admit that some people truly possess extraordinary musical talent. His sense of rhythm and vocal quality were far beyond what an ordinary person could achieve. It was hard to believe such a voice belonged to a regular truck driver. The small truck bumped along the roads of South Africa, having been on the move for nearly 4 hours. In the back of the truck, the singing of a young black man filled the air. He danced with enthusiasm, occasionally chatting with Jiang Feng and Xiao Jio. From Cape Town to Bit, and then to Pella, the highway was clear and smooth. Finally, they arrived at the drop-off point. After unloading the cargo, the exhausted Jiang Feng stopped the young man from singing any further. 11 hours of flying and 4 hours of driving had drained their energy, and they still had over 4 hours of travel ahead. Even Jiang Feng and Xiao Jio, known for their stamina, felt utterly fatigued. They took turns resting, and the young man, understanding their need for quiet, focused on driving in silence. As night fell and the clock struck 10, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jio finally reached Pella. This small South African town, more like a village, was dotted with a few tall buildings amid mostly low, single-story houses. We're here, boss, the young man said tiredly. Xiao Jio thanked him briefly and got out of the truck. Jiang Feng rubbed his eyes, forcing himself to stay awake as he jumped down. The young man handed Xiao Jio a piece of paper with a phone number on it, indicating they could contact him if needed. Xiao Jio took the paper, glanced at it briefly, and stuffed it into his pocket. The young man advised them to stay safe and then drove off. Let's go. Hey Ho is already here, waiting up ahead, Xiao Jio said to Jiang Feng, who had just lit a cigarette. They started walking along the road. A few hundred meters later, a Toyota car was parked by the roadside, with a shadowy figure standing next to it. As they approached, Jiang Feng could make out the figure clearly because of his bright white teeth. "Hey ho," Xiaojia greeted him. "Hey brother, how was the trip?" Hey ho smiled broadly, blending into the night. Xiaojia briefly introduced Jiang Feng to Hey ho. Jiang Feng scrutinized Hey ho and found his physique quite contrary to his nickname. Standing over 2 meters tall, with a bald head, muscular arms, broad shoulders, and hardly any body fat, he looked more like a bear than a monkey. "I'm curious, who gave you that nickname? You should be called He Xiong," Jiang Feng remarked bluntly. He Ho laughed heartily, explaining that when he first started, he was skinny and dark, like a monkey, hence the nickname. The three of them got into the car, and He Ho drove through the town, onto a dirt road, and into the mountains. The roars of wild animals occasionally pierced the silence, replacing the sounds of people and houses. Half an hour later, they arrived at a row of low houses and thatched-roof wooden huts. He Ho explained that this would be their rest stop for the night, and that they would need to drive another 2 hours to reach the mining area the next day. Xiaojia asked if He Ho had already coordinated with the mining area. He Ho confirmed and added that their payment would depend on their performance, mentioning an extra bounty for beheadings. His deep, buzzing voice sounded especially steady in the night. "Heh, it looks intense, reaching a boiling point," Jiang Feng remarked with a slight chuckle, a glint of interest in his eyes. Black Monkey nodded, a hint of excitement on his face. "Yes, it's extremely intense. Not only on our side, but the other side has also started recruiting from the Dark Realm. The pay is getting higher and higher. This is a great opportunity for us." As he mentioned money, a look of desire flashed in Black Monkey's eyes. The three of them got out of the car and walked along a narrow path. Jiang Feng took the opportunity to ask, "By the way, brother, why did you leave Blackwater, such a large mercenary group? The pay there should be much higher than what you're doing now, right?" Black Monkey's expression suddenly turned a bit gloomy. He explained with a bitter smile, "Blackwater is very complicated. I once had a chance to join the elite team, but for some reasons, I was left in the regular team. During that time, I was short on money and took a few solo missions. The management found out and gave me a severe warning. After that, I started getting marginalized. Eventually, I decided to go solo." Jiang Feng nodded thoughtfully and asked again, I've heard that Blackwater's elite team is very formidable. Is that true?" A look of longing flashed in Black Monkey's eyes. "The elite team is indeed formidable, but even more so is the elite squad within the elite team. 3 of the top 10 squads in the global mercenary rankings belong to Blackwater." Jiang Feng smiled but didn't continue the topic. After all, he had only heard about it and had no personal experience. Just then, Xiaojia whispered in Burmese to Jiang Feng, "Those squads are indeed formidable, but I believe your close combat skills are not inferior to theirs." Jiang Feng grinned, showing a hint of pride, but didn't say much. Before long, they arrived at a simple house. Black Monkey pointed to 2 adjacent rooms and said, "You'll stay here tonight. I'll be next door. The equipment is in the car trunk. Sort it out yourselves." Xiaojia nodded and, along with Jiang Feng, retrieved the equipment from the car trunk and entered the room. The interior was extremely simple, with just a bed, a wooden table, and 2 chairs. They carefully inspected the equipment that Black Monkey had purchased through an arms dealer. Although it was expensive, it was a necessary move without their own channels. Fortunately, the quality of the equipment was decent, and no anomalies were found. Xiaoju picked up his gear and sniper rifle and said to Jiang Feng, "You stay here. I'll be next door." His specialty was long-range sniping, with close combat being secondary. Watching Xiaojia's departing figure, Jiang Feng couldn't help but recall their days in the training camp. Xiaojia's talent for sniping could only be described as terrifying. Although he had never touched a sniper rifle initially, under the new instructor's guidance, he mastered the skill to perfection within a few short years. Jiang Feng silently marveled at Xiaojia's astonishing progress. The night passed without incident. In the unfamiliar environment, Jiang Feng and Xiaojia remained highly vigilant, even sleeping in their newly acquired gear. Throughout the night, the sounds of wild animals echoed in the wilderness, keeping the two in a light sleep as they regained their strength and mental alertness. This state was routine for them. Years of battlefield experience had conditioned them to stay combat-ready at all times. At the break of dawn, they all woke up one after another. Jiang Feng got up, slung his assault rifle over his shoulder, and geared up in full jungle camouflage combat uniform, bulletproof vest, helmet, tactical boots, and gloves. He checked his communicator and earpiece, ensuring that his Nepalese knife, pistol, and magazines were all in place at his waist. A calm expression settled on Jiang Feng's face, a demeanor cultivated from years of frontline combat, putting him in optimal physical and mental readiness. Pushing open the door, Jiang Feng stepped outside. Xiao Jiao, who was stretching nearby, saw the look on Jiang Feng's face and smiled slightly. This was the older brother he knew. "Hey, let's have breakfast and then get going," Heiho said. emerging from the next room with a large bag in hand. The three of them sat on the ground, with most of the surrounding small houses tightly shut, and the few that were open showed no signs of life. The bag was filled with various rations: high-calorie chocolate, candy, bread, milk, compressed biscuits, canned meat, bottled water, and dehydrated vegetables. Jiang Feng quickly selected 2 pieces of chocolate, a piece of bread, a bottle of milk, and a bottle of water. After eating, He-ho moved the remaining food to the car. "You two pack your own supplies. I've got mine ready," He-ho said, opening the trunk, which contained a box of loose ammunition, a large bag of food, a box of water, and 2 backpacks. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju each packed a backpack with water, rations, and plenty of ammunition. Jiang Feng also added a basic first aid kit. The backpacks weighed over 10 kilograms, but the two didn't mind. These were essential for survival in prolonged combat. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju were well acquainted with mining area skirmishes. Such missions often lasted months or even years, with daily survival translating to tens of thousands of dollars in earnings, which was exactly why Jiang Feng was interested in this job. "Let's go," Jiang Feng said, tossing his backpack onto the backseat and settling in with his assault rifle. He-ho started the engine, and the vehicle left the small village, heading onto a dirt road. As the sky brightened, they saw wild animals hunting on the plains, with mountains layered in the distance. The Toyota drove towards the mountains, passing through the rugged landscape of the African savanna, with wild animals occasionally running across their path. After watching for a while, Jiang Feng closed his eyes to rest. Despite the rough and uneven dirt road, He-ho's driving skills were adept, maintaining a steady speed of 70 kilometers per hour. Nearly 2 hours later, they arrived at a nearly dry riverbed. The riverbed was about 10 meters wide and less than a meter deep, muddy from the many people washing there. Upstream, the water was crystal clear. Several hundred-meter-high hills surrounded the area, forming a small valley with the river's bend. The dirt road followed the river into the valley, where several wooden huts and numerous wooden shacks had been erected. The valley was filled with armed personnel, with multiple anti-aircraft machine guns set up and an anti-aircraft grenade launcher on a nearby clearing. Jiang Feng carefully observed these armed men and then sneered, muttering in Burmese, "Just a bunch of posers." "Heh," Xiaoju chuckled. Xiaoju gave a light chuckle but said nothing. The valley was bustling with activity. Dozens of black workers, both men and women, toiled under the scorching sun, their upper bodies bare. The majority were women, their nimble fingers sifting through the sand and mud. This was a primitive diamond washing site, where the workers repeatedly washed the mud and sand extracted from the mines, hoping to find those precious little stones. Most diamonds were as tiny as grains of rice, and occasionally, someone would find a slightly larger one. However, truly large diamonds were extremely rare. Many of these workers had been forcibly conscripted by nearby warlords. Villages that did not comply faced violence and starvation. To survive, many villages had no choice but to send laborers in proportion to their populations. A Toyota car was stopped at the entrance of the valley. Black Monkey had clearly made preparations, as several armed men with AK-47s questioned the passengers before allowing them to pass. The car stopped in front of the only 2-story wooden building in the valley, where a dozen heavily armed personnel stood ready. As the 3 passengers got out of the car, a young black man in a white casual outfit emerged from the building, playing with a diamond the size of a pinky finger. "Black Monkey, your companions have arrived? Are these them?" he asked. Black Monkey introduced them. "Yes, boss. These are my companions, and we've brought our own equipment. How about the payment?" The young man, named Carter Ivor, was the son of a famous South African warlord with close ties to the government. Ivor replied calmly, "Let's see how you perform on the battlefield first. If you're good enough, you'll be paid the same rate as John and his team, $50,000 a day." Jiang Feng, unusually expressionless, asked coldly, "What if we help you gain full control of the mining area?" Ivor chuckled lightly. "Your companion is quite confident. If you manage that, it's $5 million each." With that, he turned and went back inside, clearly unimpressed. Black Monkey called after him, "Boss, we'll go check it out first." Ivor stopped and turned back with a smile. "Go ahead. Old George will take you. John and his team haven't returned in 3 days. See if they're dead. And remember, if they're dead, there's no pay." By the riverbank, they met Old George, a nearly 60-year-old black man. Seeing the heavily armed group, Old George smiled and asked, "Here to go today?" Black Monkey nodded. "Yes. The boss said to have you take us into the conflict zone." Old George gave brief instructions before leading the way. "Let's go. Leave your car here and take that jeep," he said, pointing to a jeep equipped with a mounted machine gun. Old George was driving the jeep, with Black Monkey in the passenger seat and Jiang Feng and Xiaoju in the back. The convoy left the valley and headed deeper into the terrain. As he drove, Old George cautioned, "Be careful. There are landmines buried on the surrounding slopes. Don't get careless and step on one when you return, or you'll get blown up." He pointed to a few slopes that might have been breached. Black Monkey looked around and asked, "Are there any markers?" "No. Old George shook his head. The boss had them buried when he was here, and I don't know the exact locations. The boss he referred to was obviously Carter Gordon, not Ifu. Got it, Black Monkey replied. The jeep followed the river upstream. After 2 or 3 kilometers, Jiang Feng noticed signs of battle. Bullet holes on rocks, trees shattered by gunfire, and scorch marks from explosions. About 5 kilometers in, Old George stopped the car. This is it, he said. They should be about a kilometer ahead, fighting. Remember, those with white bands on their arms are on our side. Black bands are the enemy. Don't mix them up. If you run out of supplies, head back to the valley. He pulled 3 white bands from the car and handed them to Black Monkey. Understood. The 3 nodded and jumped out of the car. This method of identification was a last resort. Within a 10-kilometer radius, both sides constantly vied for territory, and personnel frequently changed. It was impossible for everyone to recognize each other, so they used this crude but effective method. As for switching sides in battle, it was possible, but doing it too often would surely get noticed, leading to being hunted by both sides. To the bosses, they only cared about control of the mining area. The lives of their subordinates didn't matter. If they survived, they'd get paid and continue fighting. If they died, that was the end of it. Let's go. It's starting, Black Monkey said as he distributed the white bands and tied one around his own arm. His gear was quite extravagant. A jungle combat suit with a bulletproof vest over it, an upgraded M249 light machine gun slung over his shoulder, with 2 ammo belts extending to his waist. He also had 6 60-round drum magazines, 10 grenades, a machete strapped to his backpack, and pistols with extra magazines holstered on each thigh. Xiaojiu carried an RS-9 sniper rifle, a backpack, a belt of sniper rounds and grenades around his waist, and an APXA-1 Beretta pistol with magazines and a cookery knife on his thigh. Jiang Feng held AG-36 assault rifle, with magazines and grenades on his belt, a pistol and a cookery knife on his thigh, and a backpack on his back. Move out, maintain a triangular formation, Black Monkey instructed. I'll take the lead, Jiu on the left, Feng on the right, keep a steady pace. With that, he set off first. Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu exchanged a smile, took their positions, and kept a distance of several meters between each other, listening to each other's breathing through their earpieces. They left the road and cautiously advanced up the slope. Suddenly, rhythmic gunfire erupted ahead. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Jiang Feng squinted slightly. The shooting rhythm indicated that the shooter was skilled, not just firing wildly. The gunfire intensified, clearly indicating a fierce firefight up ahead. Go! Black Monkey growled, starting to run up the slope, eager to assess the situation ahead. Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu followed closely, their faces set in grim determination. Before long, the 3 of them reached the top of the small hill, overlooking the valley below where a fierce battle was raging. More than 30 armed individuals from 2 opposing factions were locked in a stalemate, the deafening sound of gunfire filling the air. The 3 of them lay prone on the hillside, carefully observing the battle. Their allies wore white headbands, while the enemies on the opposite slope wore black. Xiaojiu quickly got into combat mode, finding a concealed sniping position and expertly setting up his rifle. He said to Jiang Feng and He Ho, third brother, since you're not familiar with He Ho, I suggest we use a 2-man alternating cover approach. I'll cover you from above. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement and signaled He Ho to follow. The 2 moved down the hill in a crouched position, advancing with alternating cover to avoid exposure to enemy sightlines. With Xiaojiu providing overwatch from the high ground, they managed to reach an effective firing range. Jiang Feng noticed a black man with a white headband ahead, continuously firing an AK. He cautiously took cover behind a large rock. Other white-banded fighters were scattered around, each hiding behind their own cover, merely glancing at the newcomers. A corpse of a black man, shot in the neck, lay on the ground, blood soaking the surrounding earth. Unfazed, Jiang Feng spoke into his earpiece, Xiaojiu, can you spot any enemy snipers for me? Xiaojiu responded affirmatively and carefully scanned the opposing positions in Jiang Feng's area. Seeing that Jiang Feng was in position, He Ho swiftly moved to hide behind a large tree, using the nearby bushes for additional cover. He said in a low voice, I'm in position. Let's concentrate our fire on that western slope. I'll handle suppressive fire. Fengzi, you charge when you see an opening, and Jiu Gu will cover us, taking care of threats from other directions. He Ho's expression was serious, fully aware of the dangers faced by a suppressive fire role. On the battlefield, those providing suppressive fire are often the primary targets and require excellent cover. However, among the 3, there was no dedicated cover specialist, leaving Xiaojiu to double as the sniper and cover provider. Got it. Xiaojiu replied briefly, ready to provide cover for his teammates. Go. He Ho's low shout signaled the start of their assault. He leaned out from behind the tree, his M249 light machine gun unleashing a stream of bullets. His arms bulged with tension, muscles straining to control the violently shaking weapon. The western slope erupted with cries of pain. Jiang Feng seized the moment, popping his head out and firing his G-36 assault rifle. Bang! A loud gunshot echoed through the forest. Xiaojio had taken the shot. Through the sniper scope, the head of an armed man on the eastern slope exploded like a watermelon, blood and bone fragments splattering everywhere. The nearby militants were terrified, quickly ducking down, realizing the power of a sniper rifle. On the western slope, He Ho and Jiang Feng's intense firepower kept the enemy pinned down. After emptying a magazine, Jiang Feng darted out from behind a rock like a leopard. Displaying incredible agility, he sprinted down the uneven terrain, leaping over shrubs with ease. He Ho roared, veins bulging, as his light machine gun continuously spewed fire. The 60-round drum was running low. Bang! Xiaojio struck again, this time severing the neck of another militant on the eastern slope, sending his head flying, eyes still filled with terror. Jiang Feng moved like a nimble cat, quickly changing direction to find cover. He reloaded a fresh magazine while running, and finally dived into the bushes at the base of the slope. Click, click, click. He Ho's machine gun ran dry. He swiftly took cover behind a large tree to reload. The enemy seized the opportunity. The remaining militants on the western slope popped up, unleashing a hail of bullets at He Ho. Jiang Feng crouched in the bushes, looking up at the muzzle flashes on the slope. Suddenly, two submachine guns turned their barrels towards him and opened fire. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Jiang Feng tensed up, rolled out of the bushes, and dove behind a tree. Bang! Xiaojio claimed another target. A militant on the western slope, about to throw a grenade, fell dead. Boom! The grenade exploded, momentarily silencing the gunfire. Jiang Feng seized the moment, sprang out from behind the tree, and unleashed a barrage from his submachine gun. He Ho also half-emerged, his light machine gun roaring once more. The western slope was suppressed again. Seeing this, friendly forces on the slope behind Jiang Feng, identified by white armbands, redirected their fire to the eastern slope. Charge! With a fierce shout, the armed allies surged forward like a tidal wave, following Jiang Feng's lead. Bang! Another unlucky soul was claimed by Xiaojio, a large hole blown open in his chest. Grenade! Someone on the western slope shouted. Several grenades were tossed from behind cover. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted as he dove towards a nearby rock. Boom! 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 A series of explosions left Jiang Feng's ears ringing. He huddled behind the rock, gasping for breath, trying to regain his composure. He Ho's drum ran dry again. Without hesitation, he relocated. The enemy immediately unleashed a barrage on his previous position, riddling the tree with holes. He Ho reloaded on the move, deftly dodging the incoming fire. Bang! Xiaojio smirked coldly, a shot breaking an enemy's leg, his screams piercing the forest. Jiang Feng gritted his teeth, slung his submachine gun over his back, and drew his pistol. He suddenly sprang out, diving through the air amidst the heavy fire, his pistol already chambered. Bang! 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 Four consecutive shots shattered the silence, and 3 men fell to the ground. Jiang Feng was also hit in the abdomen by a bullet. Damn it! Jiang Feng cursed, quickly rolling behind a large tree. Pain radiated from his abdomen as he glanced down to see 2 bullets lodged in his bulletproof vest. Shit! Bastards, he muttered, skillfully changing the magazine. Despite having 4 bullets left in his pistol, he decisively swapped in a new magazine, tucking the old one into his thigh pocket and grabbing his submachine gun. Several figures had somehow managed to get behind Jiang Feng, panting and taking cover. Jiang Feng cast a wary glance at them before pressing his earpiece. Xiaojio, how many of them are left? There are 6 or 7 on the west side and 3 more on the east, Xiaojio quickly replied. Jiang Feng pondered for a moment, still wary of the armed men with white armbands. In this life-or-death battlefield, he trusted no one completely except Xiaojio. Black Monkey, give me suppressive fire. Xiaojio, keep an eye on the people behind me, Jiang Feng ordered. Got it, Black Monkey responded. Roger. Xiaojio's scope quickly locked onto the armed men behind Jiang Feng. The threat from the eastern hillside had significantly diminished, leaving only a few enemies too suppressed to lift their heads. Suddenly, a more intense gunfire erupted in the distance, but Jiang Feng and his team were too focused on the immediate battle to pay it any mind. Seizing an opening, Black Monkey roared and leaped from cover. In the intense 10-minute skirmish, Jiang Feng maneuvered through a hail of bullets, his nerves and body constantly on edge. The gunfire was relentless, and life hung by a thread on the battlefield. Jiang Feng's eyes were cold and focused as he moved agilely up the hillside with his submachine gun, perfectly coordinated with Black Monkey to suppress the enemy. Xiaojio's scope remained locked on the armed men behind Jiang Feng, ready to protect him at any moment. The enemies on the western hillside began to retreat. Jiang Feng and his team's intervention had broken the stalemate, and the enemies knew they had lost control of the valley. Over 30 armed men left behind more than 20 corpses as the survivors fled deeper into the terrain. Jiang Feng stood at the top of the western hillside, not pursuing them. He recalled his instructor's famous saying, Never chase a desperate enemy. Those bastards, hitting me with a bullet. I'll get you eventually, Jiang Feng muttered, the pain in his abdomen a stark reminder of the fierce firefight he had just survived. Jiang Feng sat on a rock at the mountain's summit, surrounded by several armed men wearing white cloths who vigilantly scanned the surroundings. In a low voice, he told He Ho and Xiaoju, collect some supplies and ammo on your way up. Before long, He Ho and Xiaoju dashed out from their cover and moved toward Jiang Feng. A well-built African armed with an AK-47 and dressed in jungle combat gear, but without a bulletproof vest, noticed Jiang Feng. With a grin, he approached and asked, brother, you look new here. Just arrived? Jiang Feng nodded coldly, his eyes sweeping over the gathering armed men. There were already 7 or 8 people assembled, but Jiang Feng maintained his distance. The African man sensed Jiang Feng's aloofness and stepped back a couple of paces, continuing the conversation. Brother, what's your name? I'm called Leopard. How many of you are there? I've been here for about 10 days now. 2 of my comrades are dead, and 3 are left. Jiang Feng sized him up and replied curtly, Madman 3. Leopard gestured excitedly. Your skills are incredible. Just now, you took down 3 from midair. Impressive. The surrounding armed men, mostly Africans with a lone Caucasian among them, sat around the rocks, engaging in low conversations. Some cast admiring glances at Jiang Feng, while others watched indifferently, each with their own thoughts. He Ho and Xiaoju scavenged several bodies on the hillside, gathering loose ammo and grenades. After about 10 minutes, they regrouped with Jiang Feng. He felt a slight sense of relief. Though he wasn't afraid of these people, dealing with potential traitors could be troublesome. Xiaoju whispered to Jiang Feng, here, I got 3 black cloths. I'll give them to you later. He also handed over some loose submachine gun bullets. Jiang Feng nodded, quickly swapping out his empty magazine and loading the new bullets. He Ho also filled 2 empty drum magazines, staying in a constant state of readiness. Jiang Feng took a sip of water to moisten his throat and said, rest for 10 minutes, then we'll check out the battlefield next door. His gaze shifted to the valley not far away, where gunfire echoed. As they prepared to move out, the scene shifted to the diamond mining valley. Carter Ai Fu sat on the 2nd floor of a small building, holding a seductive blonde woman in his arms while another Caucasian woman massaged his shoulders. Old George reported, sir, the 3 who arrived today are quite skilled. The Asian man is excellent in close combat and has rich battlefield experience. The other Asian is a sharpshooter, hitting every target. And you know He Ho, he's great at suppressive fire. Ai Fu nodded thoughtfully. So, they're really good? Better than the average mercenaries we hire? Old George affirmed, yes, in my opinion, they are indeed good. Ai Fu's hands roamed restlessly over the woman in his arms as he asked, what about John's side? Haven't they advanced yet? Old George turned his head, avoiding the scene before him as the woman's soft moans filled the air. He answered, no, not yet. They're still engaged in fierce combat over there. I haven't checked it out. Ai Fu commented coldly, John's not that capable, is he? He said he'd advance in one day, but it's been 3, and they're still stuck. I'm a bit disappointed. His grip tightened, causing the woman in his arms to wince in pain. Their opponents were no slouches either. After Wadi arrived, he brought a few formidable subordinates, and John likely had a tough time. Old George continued to gaze out the window at the diamond miners sweating under the scorching sun, a hint of disdain flashing in his eyes. He snorted, if they can't get in, lower their pay to 30,000. A bunch of useless fools. A faint smile played on Elfier's lips, but his eyes were as cold as ice. So, what about the pay for the 3 who came today? Old George hesitated before asking. Elfier answered nonchalantly, we'll see. If they come back, give them 50,000. If not, well, that's their problem. He didn't think much of these freelance mercenaries, considering he had a large number of armed personnel under his command. No matter how skilled they were, what could they really do? All right, I'll head down now, Old George said, turning to leave. Yeah, go ahead, Elfier replied, watching Old George leave before turning his attention to the blonde woman beside him. He pulled his hand away and grabbed her head, pushing it down. Leaning back, he closed his eyes and smiled as the woman behind him kissed his face. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and the other 2 descended from the mountaintop, moving towards the intense battleground nearby. They maintained a triangular formation as they navigated through the forest, staying vigilant. The armed personnel who had fought alongside them earlier followed closely, aware that in this 10-kilometer radius, they could encounter enemies at any moment. Sticking together increased their chances of survival. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju didn't object to their followers, but remained cautious. The group drew closer to the valley where the battle raged, the gunfire deafening. Suddenly, a loud gunshot reverberated, shaking the air. A sniper rifle, Barrett. Xiaoju paused, his expression serious. Jiang Feng turned to Leopard, who was 10 meters away, and asked, Leopard, do we have anyone using a Barrett sniper rifle? Leopard thought for a moment before shaking his head decisively. Barrett? No. I think only John's team has a sniper, but he didn't bring a Barrett. Then it must be the enemies, Xiaoju said, his face grim. Be careful. The Barrett sniper rifle isn't something an ordinary sniper can handle. If the enemy's using it, they must be highly skilled. Jiang Feng whispered to Xiaoju. All right, when we get closer, if you get a chance, take him out. Xiaoju nodded. Got it. Let's see how it goes. Despite the enemy being a top-tier sniper using the world-renowned anti-material Barrett sniper rifle, a gun capable of piercing through steel plates, let alone human body, Xiaoju was unafraid. He had immense confidence in his marksmanship and had never feared anyone in the realm of sniping. It was his greatest pride. John, a towering white man standing over 7 feet tall and weighing at least 130 kilograms, had a thick coat of body hair that made him resemble a humanoid bear. At this moment, his eyes were bloodshot with rage as he bellowed at his team behind him. Fuck. Shit. You worthless bastards. Suppress their fire and charge. They had been trying to take this valley for 3 days without any progress, and John's fury had reached its peak. To make matters worse, the enemy had just sent out a skilled sniper wielding a Barrett who had taken out his squad sniper with a single shot. With this advantage lost, John felt his anger boiling over, unable to lift his head under the barrage of dozens of assault rifles from the opposing side. Boss, we need to retreat. We can't keep this up. We're screwed this time. A young black man huddled behind a rock, bullets raining down around him. No retreat. I need to avenge my teammate, that son of a bitch, fuck. John had lost all reason, his voice filled with rage. Boss, if we keep this up, the rest of us will die here. Another teammate shouted into the earpiece. Their 5-man squad was now down to just 3 survivors. The hillside had originally been swarming with over 100 armed men wearing white armbands. After 3 days of fierce fighting, most had fallen, their bodies scattered across the slope. John cursed as he slammed his fist into the ground, creating a dent in the hard earth. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju quietly made their way up the side of the hill, hiding in the trees at the top, carefully observing the positions of both sides. Neither side knew that someone had infiltrated the battlefield. Xiaoju crawled into a bush, lying low as he focused on locating the hidden Barrett sniper. The armed men on the northern slope were firing wildly, pinning down those on the southern slope. A group at the base of the hill kept launching assaults. John roared and ordered his men to throw grenades to stop the enemy from advancing. Should we help them? Hey ho, holding a light machine gun, asked quietly through the earpiece from behind a large tree. No, Jiang Feng replied calmly. We'll wait until Xiaoju takes out their sniper, or we retreat. He knew joining the fight now would be suicidal, as the enemy sniper would undoubtedly target any new arrivals immediately. Heiho nodded in understanding. In this brutal, dark world, there was no room for heroics or sentimentality, only stark survival and cold, hard decisions. Xiaoju lay silently in the bushes, scanning the opposing hillside for any suspicious movement. The enemy sniper was clearly a professional, well concealed. The armed men with Jiang Feng remained silent, waiting for orders. Seeing that Jiang Feng and his team had no intention of joining the fight, they also refrained from acting rashly. In this deadly battlefield, only those with superior skills and sharp minds could survive. John, still shouting, took the opportunity to extend his machine gun from behind cover and fire wildly, his body pressed against the rock. He had been pinned down for half an hour, unable to move. A third of the enemy's firepower was concentrated around him, chipping away at the huge rock. Worse still, a sniper had him in their sights. If not for his quick reflexes, he might already be dead. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot echoed through the forest. An armed man with a white armband, trying to fire alongside John, was instantly torn apart by a Barrett's bullet, his body exploding into a cloud of blood and flesh. The horrifying sight struck fear into the hearts of John's men. Fuck. You bastard. I'll feed you to the dogs, fuck. John roared, his eyes wide with fury, his face twisted with rage. Boss, we have to retreat. We can't go on. His teammate screamed into the earpiece. Xiaoju's scope quickly locked onto a large tree, seeking out the enemy sniper's location. He had caught a glimpse of their position just moments ago. The scope moved slowly, weaving between the large trees. Xiaoju lay prone in the bushes, holding his breath, completely still. After a few minutes of patient waiting, a cold smile appeared at the corner of his mouth, target locked. Through his sight, a sniper in a ghillie suit blended perfectly into the edge of the bushes. Even a trained eye would struggle to detect him from a few meters away. Xiaoju took a deep breath, maintaining a steady aim on the faintly visible barrel, adjusting his breathing rhythm. Unaware of the approaching danger, the opposing sniper wore a smug smile. His confidence had swelled after successfully taking out the enemy sniper with a single shot earlier. With intelligence indicating that there was only one enemy sniper, he was convinced he ruled the battlefield. His scope remained fixed on John and several gunners on the opposite hillside, keeping them pinned down. Any movement from the other armed personnel was met with a bullet. Shot after shot, the armed personnel behind John were on the verge of a psychological breakdown. Many considered retreating, but the enemy's firepower was too strong. Those who attempted to flee were instantly shot dead, leaving everyone else huddled behind cover, too scared to move. At that moment, Xiaoju seized upon a slight wobble in the enemy's gun barrel and pulled the trigger without hesitation. The distinctive crack of the shot echoed across Jiang Feng's mountaintop. The sound seemed to press a pause button. Both sides instantly ceased fire, and the gunshots fell silent. Over a kilometer away, a burst of blood bloomed on the opposite mountaintop. Xiaoju's shot was dead on, blowing off the enemy sniper's skull. Through his scope, Xiaoju saw the enemy lying motionless, and a smile crept onto his face. Target neutralized, he reported succinctly. Hearing this, Jiang Feng also smiled. His faith in Xiaoju was as unwavering as Xiaoju's trust in him. Black Monkey, give them some fire support. We're joining the battle, Jiang Feng ordered, standing up first and leading the charge down the hillside. Okay, Black Monkey responded, running up the slope with a light machine gun, looking for the best firing position. The other armed personnel followed Jiang Feng, charging into the fray. Xiaoju shifted his aim, a cold smile still on his lips. At that moment, the entire battlefield was under his control. John was jolted awake by Xiaoju's gunshot, his bloodshot eyes scanning the surroundings. Over his headset, he could hear his teammates' excited voices. Boss, it looks like we have a new sniper on our side. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng led his armed men charging down from the mountaintop, some of them unable to resist firing at the opposing side. Despite being 200 to 300 meters apart, the superior shooting vantage caused a chain reaction, and the gunfire became deafening. Seeing the reinforcements arrive, John and his men regained their shattered confidence and, disregarding the danger, roared as they fired back. Bang! Xiaoju began his roll call. From his elevated position hundreds of meters away, his sniper rifle rang out unrestrainedly, leaving the enemy powerless to retaliate. One by one, enemies fell, and the opposing camp descended into panic, frantically calling for their sniper's support over the radio, but no response came. Listening to the unrestrained sniper fire, John realized the enemy sniper had been taken out. He yelled to his armed men behind him, "Brothers, counterattack! Their sniper is dead." With that, he leaned out from behind a rock, set up his machine gun, and began to spray bullets. Black Monkey didn't join the battle immediately. Instead, he flanked around to find the best firing position. Concealing himself, he observed the enemies exposed within his range, a cold smile forming on his lips. The next second, his light machine gun erupted with the call of death, and a torrent of bullets rained down. Screams echoed as the enemy camp fell into chaos. Jiang Feng separated from his team and infiltrated the enemy's rear alone. He tied a black cloth given by Xiaoju around his arm, a slight smile on his face. Seizing the moment while the enemy's attention was drawn by Black Monkey, he moved in like the Grim Reaper. One enemy soldier noticed his presence, but mistook him for an ally. Jiang Feng swiftly slit the man's throat, wiped his knife on the soldier's clothes, and continued forward. One by one, Jiang Feng silently dispatched over a dozen enemies with his knife. It wasn't until a black soldier noticed something amiss and shouted, "We have an infiltrator! There's an infiltrator in the back!" Jiang Feng immediately grabbed his assault rifle and opened fire on the enemies with their backs to him. Amid the staccato gunfire, enemies fell one after another, throwing the camp into disarray. Through his scope, Xiaoju locked onto Jiang Feng, his mouth twitching as he muttered, "Madman! Some things never change." He quickly adjusted his position to provide the best cover for Jiang Feng. Black Monkey, noticing the commotion at the enemy's rear, asked Jiang Feng's location over the radio. Xiaoju replied briefly, "He's in the enemy's rear. You give him fire support, and I'll cover him." Black Monkey hesitated for a moment, then cursed, "Fuck," quickly swapping out his drum mag and loading a belt of ammo. He moved to a more advantageous position, ready to provide fire support for Jiang Feng. By this time, Jiang Feng was already in a tough battle, facing heavy fire from dozens of enemies. He could only hunker down behind a large rock, waiting for his teammates' support. Huff, 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 huff. Jiang Feng adjusted his breathing rapidly and skillfully swapped in a fresh magazine. He quickly grabbed 3 or 4 grenades, bit off the pins without hesitation, and hurled them behind him. "Run!" he growled, and the dozen or so armed men surrounding him scattered instantly. Boom, boom, boom. The successive explosions were deafening, and the shrapnel from the grenades shot out like a rain of steel. Several enemies who couldn't react in time were instantly turned into bloody sieves. Even before the smoke from the explosions had cleared, Jiang Feng rolled out from behind a large rock. With both hands gripping his submachine gun, he mercilessly pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-a-tat, the sound of gunfire was incessant, and bullets poured out like a torrential storm. At this moment, Jiang Feng didn't care about precision. He just wanted to suppress the enemy with maximum firepower. However, the enemy's response was swift as well. Out of the corner of his eye, Jiang Feng caught sight of several dark gun barrels aiming at him. He decisively released his gun and dove to the side, rolling continuously on the ground. Rat-a-tat bullets struck the spot where Jiang Feng had just been, sending dirt flying. He used the momentum to roll into a depression filled with corpses, his heart pounding like a drum. Clink, a sharp metallic sound rang out. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted as he saw a grenade land precisely in the pit. In the nick of time, he flipped over and grabbed a corpse, using it as a shield. Boom! The violent explosion erupted in the confined space, with high temperatures sweeping through the pit instantly. Shrapnel shot out like a swarm of bees, creating dense holes in the earthen walls. Jiang Feng threw aside the mangled corpse and quickly checked himself. A few pieces of shrapnel had grazed his arm, leaving bloody marks. Worse, the old wound on his shoulder had reopened, and pain surged through him like a tide. Despite changing his bandages in Singapore a few days ago, which had stopped the infection, the wound hadn't fully healed. Fresh blood seeped out, soaking his clothes. Jiang Feng shook his head, trying to dispel the dizziness from the ringing in his ears. He took a deep breath, forcing himself to focus. Jiang Feng grabbed another corpse, tensed his muscles, and hurled it out of the pit. As expected, the enemy immediately unleashed a barrage of bullets at the moving target. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. Jiang Feng seized the fleeting moment, quickly climbing out of the pit and returning fire. One by one, the armed men fell under Jiang Feng's precise shots. Suddenly, he noticed a man preparing to throw a grenade at him. In that critical moment, a gunshot rang out, and a bloom of blood erupted from the man's chest. His arm went limp, and the grenade dropped to the ground. Boom! The grenade exploded within the enemy ranks, sending flesh and blood flying and eliciting screams of agony. Blood soaked the war-torn land. Rat-a-tat-a-tat, rat-a-tat-a-tat. Intense gunfire erupted from the flank as Black Monkey's reinforcements finally arrived. He operated a light machine gun with an ammo belt, turning exposed enemies into Swiss cheese. Spent shells arced gracefully through the air, clinking as they hit the ground. Jiang Feng seized the rapidly changing battle opportunity, quickly moving to the side and taking cover behind a thick tree. Leaning against the trunk, he panted heavily, trying to calm his racing heart. John, having been brought in by AI Fu, was no ordinary man. Sensing the shift in the situation, he quickly led the remaining men in a counterattack. However, the armed forces on the hillside had already descended into chaos. The sniper was taken out, the flank was under Black Monkey's suppressing fire, and Jiang Feng kept harassing from behind. Their hard-won advantage crumbled in an instant. Retreat! Fall back! Retreat! Retreat! Panic-stricken shouts filled the air as the remaining dozens of men fled in disarray. Jiang Feng listened to their terrified cries, a cold smile forming on his lips. He leaned out, raised his submachine gun, and mercilessly gunned down the fleeing enemies. Thick black smoke rose into the sky, the hillside riddled with bullet holes and marks from exploded grenades. Small fires were being extinguished, leaving charred remnants behind. Hey-ho, carrying a light machine gun, stood atop the hill surveying the field of bodies below, the heavy scent of gunpowder lingering in the air. He turned to look at Jiang Feng, who was resting nearby, with a peculiar expression on his face. Crazy, that's how you got your nickname, right? Hey-ho grinned. Jiang Feng gave a dry laugh and took a swig from his water bottle. His clothes were covered in dirt, but the high-quality fabric had withstood the tearing of the underbrush. Xiaoju pulled out some bandages and antiseptic from his backpack, carefully tending to the gash on Jiang Feng's shoulder. The scratches on his arm were minor and needed little attention. John approached with two teammates, his burly frame similar to that of Hey-ho, both typical heavy gunners. We've secured the valley. The enemy has scattered, leaving behind a lot of bodies. I'm John. Thanks for your support. Hey-ho grinned and pointed to Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu. Hey, thank them. He led the charge. He was the sniper, I was just backup. John walked up to Jiang Feng and extended his hand. Thanks. Jiang Feng glanced at him, a slight smile playing on his lips, but he didn't shake hands. We get paid to do the job. John withdrew his hand, his expression still serious. Regardless, we couldn't have taken this valley without you. Have the men gather the ammo. We need to resupply. Xiaoju finished bandaging Jiang Feng's wound and looked up at John. Despite John's imposing stature, Xiaojiu was unfazed. He had lasted only 4 minutes under Jiang Feng's command, but he faced John without fear. All right, you guys resupply first, John said before turning away. Xiaojiu stood up and headed towards the opposite hillside. There, dozens of armed men were busy collecting ammunition and supplies from the enemy's corpses. Anybody with a backpack had been completely scavenged. The hillside was littered with cold, lifeless bodies. Finally, the forest regained its quiet. The surviving fighters wore smiles of relief, having lived to see another day. The hilltop was piled with backpacks filled with grenades, loose bullets, and submachine guns. Xiaojia returned carrying a massive Barrett, draped in a ghillie suit, with 2 bags slung over his shoulders, one his own, the other taken from the enemy. He wore a satisfied smile. This was a Barrett M82A1, known as the Cannon Sniper, using 12.799 NATO .50 BMG rounds. The bullets were as long as an adult's hand, capable of shattering any body armor with one shot. When using armor-piercing rounds, it could even punch through steel plates. Jiang Feng and his team had set out in the morning, reached the valley, and joined the battle all in just a few hours. In that short time, Jiang Feng had already taken down over 30 men. The ground behind them was littered with bodies, mostly his doing, the blood soaking into the soil, turning some areas a dark red. These weren't just ordinary men. They were trained fighters with a solid skill base. Jiang Feng's achievements were truly outstanding. Heiho's fire support seemed wild, bullets raining down, but he hit fewer enemies than it appeared. His main role was to suppress the enemy, keeping them pinned down behind cover. Even so, a dozen unlucky ones were riddled with bullets. Xiaojia's performance closely followed Jiang Feng's. In these 2 battles, his role was crucial. He controlled the entire battlefield, and only after he took out the enemy sniper did Jiang Feng join the fight. Without Xiaojia's precision shots, even with Jiang Feng's team, the battle would have likely ended in a stalemate. In the midst of the battle, each precise shot provided significant cover for Jiang Feng's safety. The continuous gunfire and whistling bullets allowed Jiang Feng to move confidently through the battlefield. If not for this, he would have sustained more than just a few minor injuries. It was Jiang Feng's absolute trust in him that enabled such bold maneuvers. Had it been anyone else on the hilltop, Jiang Feng would never have risked flanking the enemy. After the battle ended, Heiho watched as a large number of armed personnel flooded into the valley and couldn't help but ask, "What's the next step?" Jiang Feng surveyed the armed men, a smile tugging at the corner of his mouth. "These are AI foes men," he explained. "They've taken this valley and are now sending people to occupy and secure the area." He paused, a cunning glint in his eye. "Of course, it's time to negotiate the price. 50,000 seems a bit low now." Glancing at John in the distance, Jiang Feng calculated silently. If someone like John could get 50,000, how could he settle for the same? Heiho burst into laughter. "Haha, all right, we'll follow your lead." Ever since witnessing Jiang Feng's prowess, his attitude had noticeably changed. The 3 of them, with their replenished backpacks, turned to head back. Seeing this, John strode over. "Are you heading back?" "Perfect. We're going back too." "Let's go together." "Suit yourself." Jiang Feng shrugged, leading Xiaojia and Heiho down the slope. John, along with his remaining 2 teammates, followed closely behind, accompanied by a dozen armed personnel freelance mercenaries, some acting solo, others in groups, all looking to return and rest. Old George, along with a few subordinates, waited on the mountain road with 2 troop carriers. When he learned that Jiang Feng and his team had taken the valley that John had been unable to secure after 3 days, and had wiped out 2/3 of the enemy forces, even this seasoned veteran was astonished. As Jiang Feng's group moved through the woods, despite their overwhelming victory, they remained vigilant, keeping a safe distance from John and his men. An hour later, they finally rendezvoused with Old George. "Incredible," Old George said, giving a thumbs up in genuine admiration. Jiang Feng grinned. "Heh, get us back for some rest? I'm starving." He was already calculating how much more he could negotiate for their reward. "All right, take this jeep back." Old George pointed to a nearby vehicle and picked up his radio to instruct. "Prepare the food." "Okay." The 3 of them got into the jeep, which then drove off. A few minutes later, they returned to the valley. It looked much the same as when they had left, with numerous laborers still diligently sifting through the river for diamonds. However, not far away, in just one morning, over 200 armed men had clashed, leaving more than 100 bodies in the forest as silent witnesses to the brutal battle. Deep in the valley, under a simple wooden shed, Jiang Feng and his companions were indulging in a hearty meal. Old George returned with John and his group, gathering everyone for lunch. In this remote mountain forest, the abundance of meat made the feast all the more enjoyable. After the meal, Jiang Feng, with a cigarette dangling from his lips, approached Old George. "I need to see the boss to discuss the pricing," he said, smoke curling from the corner of his mouth. Old George nodded with a smile. "All right, I'll report to him. Please wait a moment." He then turned and headed towards a small building. Upstairs, Eifer was enjoying an even more exquisite meal. Besides the large fish and meat dishes, there were various delicate pastries, clearly indicating that this second-generation rich kid knew how to enjoy life. A seductive blonde woman with blue eyes, stark naked, was serving him. Old George stood at the door, not entering the room. "Young master, Black Monkey and his crew want to see you. They wish to discuss the pricing." Eifer nodded. "All right, let them in." Upon receiving the response, Jiang Feng brought Black Monkey and Xiaojia to the small building. As soon as they entered, Jiang Feng noticed the woman in Ifer's arms, and a cold smile appeared on his lips. The boss sure knows how to enjoy himself, he thought. He had seen many second-generation rich kids like Ifer, each with their own lifestyle, but all equally useless. Ifer laughed heartily. Life is short. If you don't enjoy it, what's the point of living? Jiang Feng nodded in agreement, while Xiao Jiao, witnessing the scene, frowned with a hint of disgust in his eyes. Have a seat. Ifer said casually. I've thought about your payment. Each of you will get 50,000, but only if you're alive. If you die, the contract ends. Jiang Feng responded calmly. 50,000 won't do. We need 100,000 per person, per day? Ifer paused, his face showing a half smile. Are you sure? Absolutely. 100,000, and we stay. Otherwise, we leave now, and you can find someone else, Jiang Feng said firmly, sensing Ifer's lack of fondness for them. Ifer chuckled, grabbed a piece of meat from the table, and chewed it vigorously. Fine. Your performance this morning was acceptable. I'll offer that price. I expect you to help expand my control further. After finishing, he licked his fingers one by one, an act that made Xiao Ju even more uncomfortable, his disgust growing. Jiang Feng ignored Ifer's behavior, focusing solely on his interests. All right, and what if we take out someone important? Depends on who it is, Ifer said, taking a swig from his wine glass. If you can kill their leader, I'll give you 3 million. Oh, and there's a guy named Wadi, same skin color as you. If you take him out, I'll give you 2 million. Wadi. Jiang Feng exchanged a glance with Xiao Jiao, who could clearly feel the surge of killing intent from Jiang Feng. Ifer, engrossed in flirting with the woman in his arms, didn't notice Jiang Feng's change. Yes, Wadi. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile. Fine, expect good news from us. We will operate independently from now on. Suit yourselves, Ifer waved dismissively. The three left the small building and walked towards the wooden shed where their vehicles were parked. Xiao Jiao tossed his sniper rifle into the car and picked up a seized Barrett. So, we're infiltrating the enemy's rear to take out Wadi? Xiao Jiao looked at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng replied in Burmese, yes, we'll kill Wadi and bring back 2 million. Otherwise, it would take 10 days at 20,000 a day, wasting time. The longer we stay, the higher the risk. After a moment of thought, Xiao Jiao nodded. All right, it's your call. What about Black Monkey? Ask him if he wants to join us, Jiang Feng said slowly, lighting another cigarette. If he does, he can come along. If not, he can stay. I've already secured 100,000 a day for him. Got it. Xiao Jiao walked over to Black Monkey, who wasn't far away. Xiao Jiao patted Black Monkey on the shoulder as they sat on a wooden stump. Brother, I need to discuss something with you. Black Monkey responded. Sure, go ahead. The deep, resonant voice of Haihu echoed through the air, carrying a hint of somberness. Xiao Jiao gazed at his partner, with whom he had worked several times over the past year in Africa, weighing whether to invite him to join this highly dangerous plan. What plan? Haihu raised an eyebrow, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. Xiao Jiao took a deep breath, locked eyes with Haihu, and said slowly, Madman and I are planning to infiltrate enemy lines to carry out a high-risk mission. Do you want to join us? Haihu's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at Xiao Jiao. What? Are you guys crazy? We're already getting $100,000 a day from Ivan. Isn't that enough? Infiltrating the enemy's stronghold is a death wish. Xiao Jiao shook his head with a bitter smile, recalling his cautious approach when he used to operate alone in Africa. In just half a day, Jiang Feng's arrival seemed to have completely changed his mindset. This is his plan, and I trust him. If you don't want to join us, we won't force you. Haihu's expression turned serious as he placed his hands on Xiao Jia's shoulders, issuing a solemn warning. Brother, I hope you reconsider. The enemy has hundreds, even thousands, of armed personnel. Charging in recklessly is suicide. Xiao Jiao gently patted Haihu's hand, a hint of disappointment in his eyes. Don't worry, I know what I'm doing. I trust him. Take care of yourself, find some reliable partners, or team up with John and the others. They're pretty capable. Haihu's face darkened, his expression stiffening. Are you really going through with this? Xiao Jiao nodded, forcing a smile. Yes, we've made up our minds. Brother, take care. After a long silence, Haihu finally gave up on the idea of joining them. All right, take whatever supplies you need from the car. Good luck. Thanks, Xiao Jiao replied briefly, turning to leave. Jiang Feng's words echoed in his mind how difficult it is to build an excellent team, and how trust is the biggest obstacle. Xiao Jiao realized just how precious the unconditional trust between him and Jiang Feng was, while Haihu clearly couldn't fully trust them yet. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao spent a leisurely afternoon in the wooden shed. Xiao Jiao retrieved the sniper rifle from the car and meticulously disassembled, cleaned, and reassembled both guns until dusk. After dinner, Xiao Jiao asked Old George for a map of the mountains marked with the enemy's headquarters. As night fell, the two took turns resting, preparing for the upcoming mission. Late at night, they quietly left, unnoticed by the armed personnel in the valley. Standing on a slope outside the valley, Jiang Feng looked down and sneered. If their defenses are this lax, this mission should be a breeze. Xiaojiu calmly remarked. It seemed like old George noticed something earlier but didn't act. He might know we've left. Jiang Feng arrogantly replied. I spotted him before he noticed me. If it comes to a fight, he'll be the one to die. With that, he began running up the slope. Xiaojiu smiled and followed closely behind. Both were fully armed, their backpacks filled with food, water, and ammunition. Jiang Feng carried a submachine gun, with a captured AK slung over his back and a pistol at his waist, along with 2 Nepalese kukris. Xiaojiu held a Barrett sniper rifle, with a newly purchased sniper rifle in addition to his backpack. Their plan was to traverse the forest spanning the war zone and circle around to the enemy's headquarters for a decapitation strike. For the Black Monkeys, this was an impossible, insane task. But for Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu, it was just routine. They had faced even more perilous missions while fighting for their boss jade and emerald mines. The night forest was eerily silent. The two exuded a deadly aura, scaring off any wild animals they encountered. The animals, with their sharper instincts, instinctively avoided these dangerous humans. Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu ignored the animals, maintaining a steady pace. The 10-kilometer-wide mountainous area was manageable in size. Rather than cutting straight through, they chose to skirt the edges to avoid patrolling armed personnel. This nearly doubled the distance, but increased their safety. The rugged terrain also meant it took more time. Suddenly, Jiang Feng stopped and hid behind a large tree, whispering, Wait, there are people in the valley below, likely patrolling. Xiaojiu slowed down and moved closer to observe. Without night vision devices, they had to rely on their eyes in the dark. Fortunately, they didn't need to conceal their tracks. In the valley below, a few figures sat around a campfire. Let's go around, Jiang Feng said curtly to avoid unnecessary trouble. Got it, Xiaojiu responded, and they continued along the edge. They had set out at 9 p.m., and it was now past 1 a.m. Jiang Feng stopped in a valley, with Xiaojiu right behind him. After 4 hours of trekking, both were out of breath. The difficult mountain path and the darkness, without night vision equipment, slowed their progress. So far, they had only covered 2/3 of the distance. Let's rest here, Jiang Feng said, sitting on a rock and unbuckling his backpack, wincing at the sting of a shoulder wound. We'll head out at dawn. There might be more patrols on the remaining route, so we need to be extra cautious. All right, Xiaojiu agreed. Though uninjured, he was also exhausted, carrying more weight than Jiang Feng. The 2 sniper rifles alone were a heavy burden, not to mention the supply pack and the arduous 4-hour hike. They chose the crevice between 2 large rocks as their hiding spot. You sleep first, I'll keep watch. I'll wake you in 2 hours, Jiang Feng said. Xiaojiu drank some water, used his backpack as a cushion, and quickly fell asleep against the rock. Time passed slowly. Around 3 o'clock, Xiaojiu opened his eyes. Your turn to sleep, he said to Jiang Feng. Xiaojiu responded softly. It was just past 5 in the morning, and the sky was still dark, marking the blackest hour of the day. Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu were back on their journey. Despite the overwhelming fatigue and mounting drowsiness, they pressed on with unwavering determination. Even without night vision goggles, their extensive jungle combat experience and deep knowledge of the forest set them apart from ordinary people. They moved through the forest with light, cautious steps, maintaining a steady pace and skillfully avoiding several patrol points along the way. According to the markings on their map, they were gradually closing in on the enemy's main base. As dawn approached, Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu found a roadside thicket and silently lay down. This spot was not only a crucial point on the enemy's route, but also key to flanking them. They held their breath, faintly hearing the voices of patrols on the surrounding hills. Throughout the morning, 7 or 8 military transport vehicles passed by, delivering at least 200 armed personnel to the mountainous front lines. Suddenly, the distant roar of explosions and a barrage of gunfire indicated that intense fighting had erupted in the mountains ahead, with both sides battling for control of the area. The two lay motionless in the thicket, patiently waiting. As night fell, the transport vehicles began to return, but with noticeably fewer personnel on board. Some had remained on the front lines, while others had met their demise. Let's go, Jiang Feng said softly, his throat dry. They crawled out of the thicket and, under the cover of darkness, quickly crossed the dirt road and climbed up the opposite hillside. The patrols stationed there were completely unprepared for anyone to infiltrate the core area right under their noses. This area housed over 500 armed personnel and was heavily fortified. Using the night as their shield, Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu crossed one hill after another, successfully infiltrating enemy lines until they finally reached a vantage point overlooking the enemy's main base in the valley. Heh, a bunch of idiots. We got in just like that, Jiang Feng muttered mockingly. In the thicket, they dug a small pit and perfectly concealed themselves with foliage and ghillie suits. As Jiang Feng munched on a ration bar, he asked, "Do you think you can make the shot from this distance?" Xiaojiu smirked and replied softly, "Heh, It's only 700 meters. Just watch. Once Wadi shows his face, he's a dead man. All right, you stay here. I'll go scout the retreat route, Jiang Feng said, finishing his meal and crawling out of the pit. Let's go together. There's not much to see right now anyway. I should familiarize myself with the terrain too, Xiaoju said, leaving the sniper rifle in place and joining Jiang Feng. Infiltration, assassination, and retreat. None of these steps could be overlooked. A mistake in any one of them would doom the entire mission. Understanding the critical importance of their escape route, they moved under the cover of night, meticulously observing each patrol point, noting the distribution of personnel, and familiarizing themselves with the terrain. In the darkness, two figures moved silently through the forest, like ghosts, perfectly avoiding all armed personnel. In the dead of night, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu quietly returned to their hidden pit. Get some sleep. You'll need the energy for tomorrow, Jiang Feng whispered, his tone carrying a hint of anticipation. Xiao Jiu nodded without saying much. He knew that tomorrow's mission was crucial and required absolute precision. He adjusted his position and quickly fell asleep on the hard ground. Jiang Feng felt a strong urge to smoke, but he gritted his teeth and resisted. They were deep in enemy territory, and any mistake could lead to mission failure. Jiang Feng couldn't allow that to happen, no matter how badly he craved a cigarette. As time slowly passed, Jiang Feng became alert at the first sign of movement at dawn. He carefully drew his Nepalese knife, staring coldly at a venomous snake flicking its tongue in front of him. After a tense standoff, the snake slithered away. Only then did Jiang Feng relax his muscles slightly. In the valley below, numerous laborers worked around the clock, washing diamonds. Suddenly, a burst of cheers broke the silence, echoing from below. Jiang Feng quickly grabbed Xiao Jia's spare scope to observe the situation. A middle-aged man emerged from a small building, escorted by armed guards, to meet an excited laborer. The laborer, trembling, handed something over. The middle-aged man received it with a satisfied smile. It was a pink diamond, sizable, at least 3 carats. He patted the laborer on the shoulder in approval before returning to the building with the diamond, while the laborer was led away to rest. Jiang Feng sneered. To him, these so-called gems were useless rocks, not worth more than a bullet. He always believed that diamonds, jade, and similar stones were merely tools for capitalists to exploit people, holding far less value than silver, which had broad industrial applications. As daylight broke, shouts from the patrol points around them grew louder. Jiang Feng realized the enemy was beginning a new round of patrols. He gently nudged Xiao Jiu. Xiao Jiu immediately opened his eyes, scanning the surroundings cautiously. They quickly drank some water and ate a simple meal. Xiao Jiu set up his Barrett sniper rifle, aiming at the small buildings in the valley. At that moment, voices approached from a distance. 2 patrol guards were heading their way. Hey man, today's your last day. You get to go home to your wife tomorrow, right? Yeah, that's right. Time flies, another month gone. You're up for leave soon too, huh? I have to wait until next week. The voices grew nearer, and Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu tensed up. If discovered, they would have to silently eliminate the 2 guards before they could call for help, or the entire mission would fail, and they would face hundreds of armed enemies. Jiang Feng fixated on the 2 pairs of feet coming into view, gripping his Nepalese knife tightly, ready to strike at any moment. Wait, gotta take a leak. Hey, let's do it together. The 2 guards, both smoking, walked to the edge of the bushes to relieve themselves. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu lay hidden just 3 meters away, with the acrid smell of urine filling their nostrils. Man, my temper's been getting worse lately, one guard said, shaking himself off with a hint of frustration. Who can blame you? Stuck in these mountains, no women around, the other replied. I heard the guys down there can have some fun with the laborers. Yeah, I tried to get transferred down there last time, but they turned me down. Their voices were filled with envy. After finishing, they walked away. Only then did Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu breathe a sigh of relief, their tense nerves relaxing slightly. Damn it, once I get a chance, I'll kill those 2 bastards. Pissing right next to me, they must be tired of living, Jiang Feng muttered, suppressing his anger. One for each of us, Xiao Jiu said, equally disgusted by the stench. With that, they continued to lie in the pit, watching the valley below through their scopes, waiting for the perfect moment to act. The patrol team made rounds every 2 hours, yet Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu remained undetected in their hiding spot. Throughout the morning, 3 groups of patrol personnel passed by without noticing the 2 concealed figures. It could be attributed to the patrol's lack of experience, the duo's superior hiding skills, or the fact that this was the enemy's stronghold, where no one expected Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu to traverse the mountainous terrain, bypass the outer patrol points, and infiltrate for a decapitation mission. All morning, Wadi never appeared. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu observed the busy laborers and armed personnel below, but even the middle-aged man who showed up at dawn didn't reappear. They waited patiently, unhurried. As long as their hiding spot remained undiscovered, they could wait indefinitely until their target surfaced. The afternoon passed quickly, with the patrol team still failing to detect them, and Wadi still nowhere to be seen. As night fell, Xiaoju said softly, "You get some sleep. I'll take over the second half of the night." He was chewing on an energy bar. Jiang Feng acknowledged, took a sip of water, and then fell asleep. Night patrols were noticeably lax, with rounds every 4 hours, and by the latter half of the night, patrols ceased entirely. Xiaoju noted that these armed personnel seemed to lack professional training, otherwise, they wouldn't be so negligent. This realization brought some relief to the duo, as their retreat post-action would be easier. In the latter half of the night, the two took turns keeping watch and going a distance away to address their physiological needs. Dawn broke again, and as the sky lightened, they continued to wait. Meanwhile, in the valley where Awif resided, Old George was reporting the previous day's battle to the returning Awif. "You say those two have really disappeared? Likely gone to the enemy's stronghold for a decapitation strike." Awif's face showed an amused smile. Old George nodded in confirmation. "Yes, I saw them leaving the night before last." Awif chuckled. "Interesting. I hope they succeed. If they do, my father will be pleased, and I can seize the opportunity to make some demands." His eyes gleamed with a mysterious light, clearly plotting something else. "Well, good luck to you, young master," Old George said with a smile. Awif pulled out some white powder from his pocket, laid it on the table, and leaned in. A trace of disdain flickered in Old George's eyes as he turned and left. The next day, Jiang Feng and Xiaojie were still lying in the dirt pit, patiently waiting for Wadi to appear. The hidden spot under the bushes had become their temporary base. Wave after wave of patrols passed by, but none detected their presence. Jiang Feng's shoulder wound showed signs of infection again. Despite Xiaojie's nightly efforts to disinfect it, the lack of effective treatment and adequate rest made it difficult to heal. He endured the pain, his gaze never leaving the surveillance area. "Third brother, could we be mistaken?" Xiaoju licked his chapped lips and whispered, "Maybe Wadi isn't here. Or he's gone back to Southeast Asia?" Jiang Feng shook his head slightly. "I don't think so. Let's wait a bit longer." His voice was firm, though a hint of fatigue flickered in his eyes. By noon on the third day, Xiaoju suddenly tapped Jiang Feng's arm. Jiang Feng immediately looked up, following Xiaoju's line of sight. "He's here." A faint smirk appeared on Xiaoju's face. A Mercedes SUV slowly drove into the valley. Wadi had finally shown up. "That bastard. He was out somewhere, making us wait here for 2 days and nights," Xiaoju muttered through gritted teeth, eyeing the target through his scope. Jiang Feng quickly grabbed the sniper rifle beside him. "You take him out. I'll see if I can get a shot at that middle-aged man." The two adjusted their positions in sync, each aiming at their respective targets. "All right. Once you're ready, take the shot." "Don't worry about me," Jiang Feng said. "I'll take my shot after you." Although he had tried sniping a few times, he wasn't skilled enough to be confident at such a distance, so he decided to let Xiaoju go first. "Got it." Xiaoju held his breath, keeping Wadi firmly in his crosshairs. Wadi got out of the car looking annoyed. After the incident with the underground fight club and his secret scheming against his uncle, Hua Miao, he had been sent to this remote African mining site to oversee things. In this godforsaken place, Wadi felt stifled every day. He had finally found a chance to sneak out for a bit, and even brought back 2 women for some entertainment. 2 relatively attractive African women clung to Wadi. With a smug smile, he turned to the man beside him, known as Number 14. "Number 14, you're such a buzzkill. I took you out for some fun, and you didn't even appreciate it." Number 14 sneered, a glint of disdain in his eyes. "I don't like African women." Although he had been sent by Hua Miao to oversee things, he had handed over the decision-making to Wadi since his arrival, feeling a deep sense of contempt for him. Following Wadi was Number 16. Like Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu, these two had undergone special training since childhood and were exceptionally skilled. Their presence had forced AI Fo's father to spend a fortune just to barely fend off their fierce attacks. On several occasions, they had nearly infiltrated AI Fo's base, but thanks to the skilled guards around AI Fo's father, they had narrowly escaped. Later, AIFO was sent to support them, though he was unaware of these details. In the past few days, Wadi had taken Number 14 and Number 16 out, leaving the command and defense of the area to Hua Miao's partner, Lighter the middle-aged man Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu had seen that night. Lighter's men were mostly makeshift armed personnel, far less proficient in defense than Number 14 and Number 16. The slackness and negligence of the personnel allowed Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu to easily infiltrate and hide on the mountaintop. A cold smile played on Xiaojiu's lips. Those two behind him must be Hua Miao's trusted men. If they chase us later, let's see if we can take them out and make Hua Miao feel some pain. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. They continued to wait patiently until both the middle-aged man and Wadi appeared in the valley. Wadi didn't head directly towards the small building, but instead walked towards the riverbank with the 2 African women, seemingly showing off something to them. Seeing this, Number 14 and Number 16 turned and left, feeling no need to stick around in the valley. Little did they know, Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu were lying in wait on the opposite mountain, keeping Wadi firmly in their sights. Shortly after, Leiter received news of Wadi's return and learned that he had brought back 2 African women. Smiling, Leiter walked out of the small building and headed towards the riverbank, eager to show off the diamond he had found the other night. "He's out. Take your shot when you're ready." "I'll wait," Jiang Feng whispered, his eyes never leaving the target. In Jiang Feng's scope, Red appeared. He murmured softly. Xiaoju acknowledged with a nod, adjusted his angle after sensing the wind direction, and focused on the figure by the riverbank. He took a deep breath and held it. A deafening boom echoed through the forest. By the river, Wadi's smile froze as his head flew through the air. In a daze, he saw his body shatter, blood mist spraying everywhere, and then everything went black. 2 women, paralyzed with fear, stood rooted to the spot, their eyes wide with terror. They exchanged horrified glances, their clothes and skin splattered with Wadi's blood. Just as their screams began, another gunshot rang out with a crack. Jiang Feng seized the moment when Ret was stunned and fired. Ret, witnessing Wadi's gruesome end, was momentarily paralyzed. He then felt his skin tighten and his heart pound as if it were being gripped fiercely. He distinctly heard the bullet was passed, grazing his arm. Although it missed its mark, it left a deep gash. Ret screamed in agony. Jiang Feng chuckled dryly. "Heh, still not good enough? Let's go." Xiaoju quickly climbed out of the pit, slinging his ghillie suit over his back. Jiang Feng grabbed 2 sniper rifles. 14 and 16 had rushed out of the small building at the first sound of gunfire. Seeing the blood-soaked women and the head on the ground, they immediately dashed towards the hill where the shots had come from. Xiaoju sneered, "Leave that gun. It's too cumbersome to carry. We can take them down later." Jiang Feng discarded the gun and retreated along the planned route, with Xiaoju close behind. As they ran, 14 and 16 shouted into their radios, "Block them. Cut them off. Lock down the entire area. I want every patrol point on these hills searching, and all armed personnel in the region mobilized." Their faces were grim, struggling to accept Wadi's brutal death right under their noses. Meanwhile, on the mountaintop where Jiang Feng and Xiaoju were, several patrol points armed personnel sprang into action, racing towards the source of the gunfire. Although they were slightly less skilled, their response was swift, taking immediate action. Xiaoju gripped the sniper rifle tightly, while Jiang Feng held a submachine gun. The 2 of them raced down the rugged mountain path. Personnel from 3 surrounding patrol points were tightening the encirclement. Using their pre-planned escape route, they skillfully evaded several waves of pursuers and successfully broke free. On the hillside, 14 and 16 were sprinting at full speed. Soon, they reached the mountaintop where Jiang Feng was located. "You go that way, I'll go this way." They immediately split up the search. "Found them, over here," 14 called through the walkie-talkie. The 2 quickly converged by a dirt pit, their faces darkening at the sight of the abandoned RS-9 sniper rifle. Enraged, 16 shouted at the nearby black guards, "You useless bunch! How could you let them hide right under your noses? Stop yelling, let's chase." 14 snapped, grabbing an AK from a black guard and snatching a few magazines before rushing off. Seeing this, 16's anger peaked, and he kicked one of the guards flying. He then walked up to the patrol team leader and delivered a brutal slap. Smack! The 6-foot-tall black team leader spat out teeth from the force of the slap, a testament to 16's fury. "Worthless," he growled. A group of armed personnel stood nearby, heads down and silent. They didn't know the exact details of what had happened, but they were well aware of the strength of these 2 men, and no one dared to provoke them at this moment. 16 picked up the AK from the ground, grabbed 2 more magazines, and followed closely behind 14. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju, familiar with the terrain, deftly avoided the encroaching patrols. 14 stood on a slope, carefully observing the tracks left by the 2, and unhesitatingly followed. At this moment, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju had reached another hill. "Cover me, I'll take a shot," Xiaoju said, half crouching behind a tree and aiming his Barrett across the way. Jiang Feng crouched back to back with him, vigilantly watching for any armed personnel that might appear. Running on the slope, 14 suddenly sensed danger. His pupils contracted, and while still midair, he twisted his body and dove to the side without hesitation. A loud boom echoed as the trunk of a tree behind him, as thick as a bowl, shattered. "Let's go." "He's sharp," Xiaoju sneered, impressed by the opponent's reaction. This shot revealed that 14 was exceptionally skilled, which explained why he was sent to guard the mining area. "Then let's have some fun," Jiang Feng said, getting up and running forward, a cold smile on his face. At that moment, he felt as if he had returned to the days when he fought alongside his brothers against other warlords' death squads. Jiang Feng's entire body was tense, yet his spirits were soaring. The straight-line distance between the 2 sides was only a few hundred meters, but the rugged terrain, with its steep slopes and pathless areas, made it difficult. The escape route Jiang Feng and Xiaoju had scouted the night before only covered 2 hilltops. After that, They would have to make on-the-spot decisions. Personnel from the perimeter were closing in on the western hilltop, questioning anyone they encountered. If the password wasn't given within 3 seconds, they opened fire. 16 relayed orders through the walkie-talkie from the rear. From a bird's eye view, Jiang Feng and Xiaojie were descending the hillside while armed personnel from several surrounding hilltops tightened the encirclement. Jiang Feng crouched behind a bush, and Xiaojie leaped past him. He quickly pulled out 2 grenades from his waist and spent a minute setting up a simple trap before chasing after Xiaojie. Pant, 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 pant. They maintained a steady breathing rhythm. The rugged terrain and the weight of their backpacks severely slowed them down. In contrast, 14 and 16, lightly equipped and more familiar with the mountainous area, naturally moved faster, gradually closing the distance. Boom! A violent explosion sounded from behind. Jiang Feng didn't look back and kept running forward. As he passed Xiaojie, another boom echoed. Xiaojie fired again, still aiming at 14. Through the scope, he saw that 14's clothes were a bit torn, and his arm seemed twisted, but his running speed remained undiminished. 14 zigzagged through the forest, his figure flickering in and out of view, making it difficult for Xiaojie to lock onto him. After intense exertion, Xiaojie's hands trembled slightly, and his breathing was rapid. His shot once again veered off course. "I'll take over," 16 said decisively, taking the mission from 14 and moving ahead. The previous 2 shots and the traps along the way had drained 14's stamina. Seizing the opportunity, 16 overtook him and became the leader. Jiang Feng ran a distance when shouts suddenly came from his left front. Ignoring them, he pressed on. Suddenly, a burst of gunfire erupted, bullets raining down like a storm. Jiang Feng quickly ducked behind a thick bush, listening to the bullets was past, unsure where they landed. The gunfire served as a signal, drawing others in the vicinity toward the area. Jiang Feng knew he couldn't stay long. He sprang up and continued running. Xiaojie had caught up, and the two exchanged a grave look, both realizing they were about to be surrounded. "Break through, forget what's behind," Jiang Feng said, running while he handed his submachine gun to Xiaojie. Xiaojie took the weapon, glanced back, and with a cold snort, discarded the cumbersome Barrett sniper rifle. In the imminent close-quarters breakout, the sniper rifle would only be a burden. Gripping their submachine guns tightly, they weaved through the dense forest, shouts echoing around them. Behind them, 16 and 14 were closing in fast, the gap narrowing. "Head east, there's a river that way," Xiaojie suddenly said, tugging Jiang Feng to change direction. The two of them dashed eastward. After running a few hundred meters, they encountered enemies closing in. "Who are you? Which checkpoint are you from?" Before the enemy could fully grasp the situation, Xiaojie and Jiang Feng had already pulled their triggers. A hail of bullets riddled the enemies, and 4 bodies fell to the ground, full of holes. The two leaped over and continued their frantic run east. "East," 16 shouted into his radio after hearing the gunfire. "All units to the east, intercept them." Gunfire erupted again, and the eastern side descended into chaos, filled with the sounds of shots and screams. 16 and 14, their faces livid with anger, quickened their pursuit. Jiang Feng and Xiaojie fought off 3 waves of armed personnel along the way, finally reaching the river at the base of the mountain. At that moment, 16 spotted them. Though they were still 100 meters away, he raised his AK and opened fire indiscriminately. Rat-a-tat-a-tat. The clip of 16's AK emptied in an instant, without hitting the target. However, the barrage forced Jiang Feng and Xiaojie to take evasive actions, slightly slowing their pace. 14 rushed past 16, continuing the relentless chase. By now, armed personnel on both sides of the slopes were closing in rapidly. Jiang Feng and Xiaojie were fully exposed to their view, the situation growing increasingly dire. Intense gunfire erupted in the valley, echoing endlessly. Armed personnel on both sides, under the command of 16, launched a full-scale attack. Even though the nearest distance was over 100 meters, the AK-47's effective range of 400 meters made it a lethal threat. Jiang Feng and Xiaojie didn't dare to be careless, quickly taking cover behind a massive rock. Seeing their opponents in a difficult situation, 14 and 16 grinned menacingly and charged down the mountain. At the same time, on the western slope, a leader hoisted an RPG, aiming at the rock where Jiang Feng and Xiaojie were hiding. Whooshed the rocket, trailing a fiery tail, screamed towards them. Boom! The deafening explosion sent stone fragments flying. The blast wave left Jiang Feng and Xiaojie's ears ringing. "Drop the gear, run!" Jiang Feng made a swift decision and shouted. Survival was the top priority now. Xiaojie understood immediately, and both abandoned their backpacks without hesitation. They exchanged a glance and dashed out from behind the rock, firing their assault rifles at the slopes as they ran. After emptying a magazine, Jiang Feng felt a sharp pain in his back. A stray bullet had hit him. Fortunately, his bulletproof vest absorbed the impact, causing him to stumble but not fall. "Damn it!" Xiaojie pulled him up, only to hunch over suddenly a stray bullet had struck his abdomen. Son of a bitch. Jiang Feng cursed, dragging Xiaoju along. Xiaojiu gritted his teeth through the pain and quickly regained his pace. By now, 14 and 16 had closed in to less than 100 meters, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust. Jump! Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu acted in unison, leaping into the river. The knee-deep water severely hampered their movement. You run. I'll cover. Jiang Feng turned decisively, firing at 14 and 16 as he backed away. The barrage of bullets forced their pursuers to slow down. Struggling through the river, Xiaojiu's eyes suddenly widened. Another RPG was being aimed from the western slope. RPG, take cover. Jiang Feng shouted without hesitation, diving into the water. The rocket whizzed overhead and exploded in the river. Xiaojiu immediately turned and fired at 14 and 16, buying Jiang Feng some time. Jiang Feng quickly got up and crossed to the other side of the river, reloading his magazine. Run! Jiang Feng yelled again, alternating cover with Xiaojiu to keep 14 and 16 at bay. Xiaojiu made it to the shore as armed personnel descended into the valley, gradually encircling them. Because 14 and 16 were so close, they refrained from firing to avoid friendly fire. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feng climbed up the bank. Go! He shouted, unable to reload his rifle in time, and pulled out his pistol to fire at 16. They retreated while firing. 16 leaped into the river, discarding his emptied AK, with 14 right behind him. Mad dog, I'll skin you alive and feed you to the dogs. 16 roared, recognizing Jiang Feng. Ha ha ha, bring it on. Let's see if I crush your skull or you chop me up first. Jiang Feng laughed in response, not turning back to shoot. The immediate goal was to shake off the armed personnel to deal with these two pursuers. Mad dog, did you kill number 2? 14 yelled angrily. Ha ha ha, you still don't know? I've killed many, and you two are next. Jiang Feng taunted as he continued to flee. Jiang Feng sprinted ahead, glancing back to taunt his pursuers, hoping to enrage them. He knew well that anger often led to poor decisions. Mad dog, I swear I won't be human if I don't kill you. His voice echoed through the forest. Number 16 finally scrambled up the riverbank, eyes gleaming with fury, and chased after Jiang Feng's retreating figure with wild determination. Xiaojiu, close behind, added his own taunts. You call yourself human? You're just a dog. Number 14 also reached the shore, roaring, state your name. Who are you? Your grandpa, Xiaojiu, he sneered. So, the stray dog from back then? The words were like gasoline on a fire, enraging number 16 even more as he pushed himself to run faster. Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu exchanged a knowing glance, a cold smile playing on their lips. Let's ditch these useless ones first, Jiang Feng muttered. Xiaojiu glanced back to see a horde of armed men struggling through the river. Got it, he replied curtly. The gap widened, putting about 100 meters between them and their pursuers. Number 14, seeing his near-empty magazine, discarded the AK and drew a knife from his belt. Suddenly, Jiang Feng slowed down, crouching behind a thick tree trunk. He quickly swapped in a new magazine, raised his submachine gun, and fired a barrage at number 14 and number 16, forcing them to seek cover. Once his magazine was empty, Jiang Feng sprang up and resumed his sprint to catch up with Xiaojiu. You bastard. Stop running and fight me like a man. Number 16's bearded face turned red with rage as he roared. Ha ha ha, come and catch me if you can. Xiaojiu's mocking voice echoed from ahead. Crouching, Xiaojiu swiftly set up traps, burying all their grenades. He didn't expect the simple traps to kill their pursuers, but hoped they would slow the main force, buying time to deal with number 14 and number 16. Jiang Feng leaped past Xiaojiu, who quickly followed suit. As number 14 and number 16 approached the trap zone, they cautiously detoured, clearly remembering earlier lessons and avoiding further tricks. However, their rage-blinded minds forgot to warn the armed men behind them. Soon, a series of explosions erupted behind them. Many of the armed men stepped on the grenades, resulting in heavy casualties and significantly slowing their pursuit. Mad dog, I'll kill you. Number 16 realized what had happened and roared at the sky in fury. Ha ha ha, come on, you dog. I'll be waiting up ahead. Jiang Feng's taunting voice echoed through the forest. Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu sprinted like arrows leaving the bowstring, leaving the main force far behind. Only 14 and 16 kept up, maintaining a distance of around 100 meters. As he ran, Jiang Feng took off his soaked bulletproof vest, feeling a surge of relief. Whenever 14 and 16 got too close, Jiang Feng fired shots to suppress them, infuriating the two but leaving them helpless. After breaking through the core encirclement, the sparse patrol points made it difficult to form an effective blockade. 14 and 16 knew that the hope of capturing Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu rested entirely on their shoulders. 2 hours of frantic mountain running had exhausted both sides. The main force was nowhere to be seen, and Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu were out of ammo. They exchanged a glance and stopped on a hillside. A sinister smile appeared on Jiang Feng's face as he shouted towards the back. Come on, I'll be waiting right here for you. 16 roared back. You're dead meat, bastard. Xiaojie quickly adjusted his breathing to regain strength. He knew that the two chasing them were formidable, or they wouldn't have pursued so relentlessly. Before long, 14 and 16 caught up. The four stood panting heavily, with Jiang Feng and Xiaojie smirking coldly, while 14 and 16 looked grim. Xiaojie tossed his bulletproof vest aside, and Jiang Feng was even more straightforward, stripping off his drenched combat uniform to stand bare-chested. Jiang Feng's body was covered in scars, with two faint ones on his face twisting as he moved, his eyes sharp as blades. 14 and 16 drew their daggers, while Jiang Feng and Xiaojie each gripped a Nepalese kukri. Come on, you bastard, Jiang Feng taunted, lunging at 16, while Xiaojie advanced on 14. The hand-to-hand combat erupted instantly. 14, who had been injured by a grenade earlier, had a weakened arm, diminishing his strength. Jiang Feng entrusted 14 to Xiaojie, hoping he could hold him off until he dealt with 16. I'll kill you. 16 roared, charging at Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng aimed a slash at 16's throat, who tilted his head to dodge, thrusting his dagger at Jiang Feng's chest. Jiang Feng cursed, waste of space, sidestepping and punching towards 16's armpit. 16 clamped down on Jiang Feng's arm, but Jiang Feng, disregarding the risk of a broken arm, rammed into him, aiming his kukri at 16's heart. 16's eyes widened in panic as he released Jiang Feng and rolled down the slope. Jiang Feng followed closely, elbowing the ground hard. 16 was immediately at a disadvantage. Get off, 16 shouted, kicking Jiang Feng away, but Jiang Feng countered with a punch to 16's thigh. Jiang Feng abandoned defense, attacking with reckless abandon, pressing 16 down. Both were trained from a young age, far exceeding ordinary people in every aspect. Each punch landed with force, each slash was deadly. Jiang Feng narrowly avoided a fatal stab and kicked 16 in the chest. 16 staggered back, coughing violently, his face flushed as he glared at the advancing Jiang Feng. On the other side, Xiaojie and 14 were locked in a fierce struggle. 14's left arm bent unnaturally, clearly injured by grenade shrapnel earlier. Although the bone wasn't broken, his left hand moved sluggishly. Xiaojie keenly noticed a flaw in his opponent's defense and launched a fierce attack on the left flank without hesitation. However, number 14 was indeed formidable, effortlessly neutralizing each of Xiaojie's assaults while counterattacking with force. Xiaojie's eyes turned red with rage, and he aimed a powerful roundhouse kick at number 14's waist. Number 14 reacted swiftly, blocking the kick with his knee while thrusting a dagger at Xiaojie's thigh. The clash of metal produced a sharp clang as Xiaojie parried with his blade. The two exchanged blows, fists and feet flying, until they both tumbled down the hillside, wrestling and fighting on the grassy slope. Meanwhile, number 16 launched a frenzied attack on Jiang Feng. Die! He roared, raining punches and slashing with his dagger. Jiang Feng faced him with a cold smile, calmly deflecting every strike. Number 14 glanced over, and his expression darkened, even more so than during the chase. He knew full well that number 16 couldn't defeat Jiang Feng. Without a second thought, number 14 leaped up and charged at Xiaojie. Xiaojie smirked. Getting desperate? Huh? Haha. He assumed a defensive stance, secretly relieved. His mission wasn't to kill the enemy. He just needed to hold off number 14. He had unwavering faith in Jiang Feng. As long as he could stall number 14, victory would be theirs. Number 14, seemingly crazed, ignored the blood pouring from his left hand and launched a relentless barrage of attacks on Xiaojie. Xiaojie, like a blade of grass in a storm, wavered but stood firm. At that moment, Jiang Feng's eyes turned icy as he deftly dodged a slash aimed at his neck from number 16. With a swift move, his left hand seized the man's arm while his right hand slashed upward. Number 16 howled, kicking Jiang Feng in the stomach, but then screamed in agony as blood gushed from his severed wrist, drenching Jiang Feng in red. Jiang Feng casually tossed the severed hand aside, watching it roll down the slope. Number 16, pale as death, futilely clutched his wrist, unable to staunch the flow of blood. Jiang Feng licked the blood off his lips, letting out a chilling laugh as he lunged at number 16. Despite number 16's desperate struggle, the outcome was inevitable. Jiang Feng slit his throat, and the arterial spray filled the air. Number 16's eyes widened in disbelief as he collapsed heavily on the hillside. Hearing number 16 screams, number 14 realized the tide had turned. Mad dog, you'll die a horrible death, he shouted, attacking Xiaojie furiously. Xiaojie gritted his teeth, struggling as a wound opened on his waist. If not for number 14's injured left arm, Xiaojie might not have held on against him at full strength. Fortunately, Jiang Feng did not betray Xiaojie's trust, dealing with his opponent before Xiaojie fell. Jiang Feng turned, covered in number 16's blood, and coldly declared, "You're next." With that, he charged at number 14. Number 14 kicked Xiaoju aside and bolted up the slope. With number 16 dead, he knew he was next if he didn't escape. Heh, think you can run? Not that easy. After all this chasing, it's time to end it. Jiang Feng sneered, pursuing him with a menacing look. Xiaoju, after catching his breath, followed closely behind. Jiang Feng was slightly faster than 14, and he keenly noticed that 14's injured left hand was affecting his movements. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feng lunged forward, his right foot slamming into 14's back. 14 stumbled forward but, displaying remarkable control, twisted his waist midair to face Jiang Feng. 14's right hand moved swiftly, and his dagger precisely blocked Jiang Feng's deadly strike. This impressive defensive maneuver made Jiang Feng's eyes flash with surprise. He had to admit that 14's skills were indeed exceptional. However, despite blocking the fatal blow, 14 couldn't control his landing. He crashed heavily onto the slope, rolling several times before letting out a muffled groan. A protruding rock jabbed into his waist, causing excruciating pain and making his face contort in agony. Jiang Feng smiled confidently as he walked slowly toward the fallen opponent. Struggling to his feet, 14 silently swung his dagger in attack. Jiang Feng calmly stepped back, effortlessly dodging each strike, maintaining a defensive stance throughout. 14's attacks grew increasingly frantic, and his breathing became more labored. Hiss, huff, hiss, huff. He gasped for breath as he swung the dagger, the pain in his arm and waist sapping his strength. Jiang Feng seized the moment, delivering a precise kick to 14's thigh. 14 staggered backward, and just then, Xiaoju arrived on the scene. The two of them surrounded 14 completely. A flicker of despair crossed 14's eyes as he found himself cornered. He glared hatefully at Jiang Feng and Xiaoju. Jiang Feng maintained his composed smile, waiting silently for 14's next move. After a long silence, 14 finally spoke. "Can't we talk?" Jiang Feng sneered. "Talk? About what?" "You're Wamio's dog. Wamio wants to eat my flesh and drink my blood. After this, Shell want to grind my bones to dust. What is there to talk about?" A strange smile appeared on 14's weathered face. He glanced at Xiaoju, then back at Jiang Feng, and slowly said, "People like us rarely meet a good end. See you on the other side." Before the words had fully left his mouth, 14 plunged his dagger into his own chest. He slowly sank to the ground, blood seeping from his mouth, his breathing becoming rapid and heavy. Both Jiang Feng and Xiaoju were stunned by the sudden turn of events, Xiaoju's lips twitching involuntarily. With great effort, 14 uttered his final request, "I want to be whole." These simple words pierced Jiang Feng's heart deeply. He recalled past training, battles, and gunfights, realizing how rare it was for anyone to leave an intact body behind. Jiang Feng looked at 14 with a complex expression and slowly nodded. 14 took a few ragged breaths, a smile identical to number 2's deathly grin spreading across his face. "Thank you," he whispered, closing his eyes forever. Jiang Feng took a deep breath, his body covered in blood and scars, looking like a nightmare that would haunt any child for life. Xiaoju looked at 14's body with a complicated expression and asked softly, "What now?" Jiang Feng thought for a moment and replied, "Burn him. It's the least we can do." He then lifted 14's body and began walking back. In this dense forest, burial wouldn't guarantee an intact body. Scavengers would dig it up and eat it. Cremation was the best way to prevent the corpse from being desecrated by wild animals. Returning to where number 16's body lay, Jiang Feng placed the two corpses side by side. Soon, a roaring fire blazed on the slope, and the outlines of the bodies gradually blurred in the flames. The air filled with a nauseating smell, causing Jiang Feng's lips to twitch. Xiaoju continuously added dry wood to the fire, maintaining the high temperature needed to ensure complete cremation. The fire burned for over an hour, with the two taking turns to fetch more wood. Only when shouts echoed from a distance did the fire finally consume the bodies completely. As the flames died down, the distant shouts grew closer. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju exchanged a glance, and Jiang Feng simply said, "Let's go." Xiaoju glanced at the pursuing troops behind them and decisively turned to leave. Jiang Feng sighed and quickly followed. The two weaved through the dense forest, skillfully avoiding the armed personnel on the perimeter, while a large contingent followed their trail closely. On the hillside, a pile of ashes scattered in the wind, with remnants of campfires still emanating heat, silently narrating the fierce battle that had just taken place. As night fell, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju circumvented the central battlefield and successfully reached the edge of the AFI-controlled area. Despite entering a relatively safer zone, their exhausted bodies and minds only slightly relaxed. They maintained a steady pace toward Ifu's stronghold, choosing to avoid Ifu's patrol points. They sought no help, moving silently through the mountains, evading all sight until they reached the outskirts of the valley. "Who goes there?" Suddenly, a vigilant shout broke the silence, followed by a blinding light directed at the two. Jiang Feng remained unfazed and calmly said, "Call Black Monkey and Old George." His body was still covered in dried blood, the coagulated clots clinging to his skin and exuding a strong metallic scent. Xiaojio, having removed his jungle combat uniform, had crudely bandaged the wound on his waist with strips of cloth, while Jiang Feng's shoulder was similarly wrapped with makeshift bandages. Their disheveled appearance startled the guard, who quickly radioed Old George. Upon hearing the news, Old George immediately sped towards them in a jeep from the valley. "You really did it?" Old George's eyes sparkled as he scrutinized the two. Jiang Feng responded succinctly, "Yeah, we need food, a bath and rest." With that, he and Xiao Ju silently climbed into the back seat of the jeep. Under a secluded wooden shed, Jiang Feng and Xiao Ju sat on rough wooden stumps, ravenously devouring the food Old George had brought, not even bothering to wash their faces. They had not had a drop of water during the latter part of their journey, having traversed mountains and rugged terrain. Though not completely exhausted, fatigue was evident on their faces. Ifu emerged from a small building upon hearing the news, his gaze falling on the injured and shirtless Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu. The scorn in his eyes quickly vanished, replaced by a slight grimace from the overpowering smell of blood. The armed personnel around them looked at the two ravenous men with a mix of fear and awe. Jiang Feng swallowed his food and smiled faintly. "Heh, not bad. Wadi is dead, and so are his two subordinates. That middle-aged man got his arm injured." His blood-stained face made his smile appear particularly menacing. Ifu's heart skipped a beat, suddenly realizing that this man before him was extremely dangerous. Old George's eyes flashed with caution as he swiftly stepped in front of Ifu, smiling at the two. "You two go take a hot bath after you're done eating. I've already arranged it. Rest well tonight. We can discuss everything else tomorrow." Jiang Feng lowered his head and continued eating, chuckling lightly. "Heh, all right. As long as the boss keeps his word about the payment, everything's fine." Xiao Jio remained silent, focusing solely on the meal in front of him. The sky gradually brightened as Jiang Feng and Xiao Jio opened their eyes. A night of rest had wiped away their fatigue, restoring their energy. After their bath last night, the professional doctor arranged by Old George treated their wounds. The injury on Jiang Feng's shoulder was finally properly attended to, restitched, disinfected, and medicated. After a night's rest, both of them were in noticeably better physical and mental shape. Jiang Feng slowly walked towards the nearby river where laborers were tirelessly washing diamonds. He saw a group of African laborers bent over in the water, carefully rinsing the mud and sand under the strong sunlight, looking for the sparkling diamonds. Jiang Feng sneered and turned away, just in time to run into Old George. "Madman, the young master invites you and your companion to breakfast," Old George called out. "All right," Jiang Feng responded, then called to Xiao Jiu, who was stretching nearby, and the two headed towards the small building. Inside the hall, the table was laden with a sumptuous breakfast: bread, milk, roast meat, porridge, and more. Such a feast was rare in the depths of the mountains. "Sit," Ifu said with a smile. "I just got word what you said was right. Things have gotten chaotic over there." Jiang Feng sat down but did not touch the food. Instead, he quietly looked at Ifu, waiting for him to continue. Ifu smiled. "Don't worry, I'll have Old George arrange your payment immediately." He was a smart man who knew whom he could and couldn't afford to offend. After a long talk with Old George last night, he had taken his advice, leading to the current situation. "That's good, thank you," Jiang Feng replied with a smile. His goal in coming to Africa was to make money, and as long as he got paid, everything was negotiable. "Yes, not only did you kill Wadi, but you also took out 2 skilled fighters over there, and Rhett got injured," Ifu said while eating bread. "I'll add another $1 million for you. Give your account details to Old George, and he'll arrange the transfer." Jiang Feng smiled. "Thank you very much. Our main task is complete, and the rest can be handled by others. We'll be leaving today." Although it was an unexpected bonus, he felt conflicted. 2 highly skilled fighters, 14 and 16, were only worth $1 million, while the useless Wadi was worth $2 million. This made Jiang Feng unsure whether to feel happy or disappointed, as he and 14 were essentially the same kind of people. "Leaving today? So soon?" Ifu looked up at them in surprise. Jiang Feng explained in fluent English. "Yes, we have other tasks to attend to. Your men can handle the rest, along with John and Black Monkey and those freelance mercenaries. If you need us again, you can have Old George contact us and we'll come back." After a moment of consideration, Ifu nodded in agreement. "All right, then go find Old George and leave your contact information. We'll get in touch if we need you in the future." He realized that Jiang Feng and Xiaoji were no longer necessary for the tasks ahead, and paying them $100,000 a day was no small amount. Jiang Feng and Xiaoji stood up to leave and walked out of the small building. Old George was waiting outside, having overheard the conversation inside. He directly addressed Jiang Feng. "Give me an account number, and I'll arrange the transfer. Also, Leave a contact number so we can keep in touch. Xiaoju provided the bank account number, and after confirming it several times, left a phone number as well. Jiang Feng asked, "Can you arrange a car to take us to Cape Town?" "Sure, no problem." Old George nodded and called over an African man, instructing him, "Take these two to Cape Town." Jiang Feng shook hands with Old George. "Thank you. See you next time." Xiaoju also shook hands with Old George, reminding him, "Please take care of Black Monkey. When he returns, let him know we've left." Xiaoju expertly pried open the Black Monkey's car door and retrieved a small backpack containing passports and a phone. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju then boarded the jeep and drove out of the valley. Unlike their heavily armed arrival, they were now dressed in the lightweight short sleeves and sportswear provided by Old George, looking relaxed and at ease. After leaving the valley, Jiang Feng dialed Chun Wan's number. "Hey, book 2 tickets back to Singapore for me." On the other end, Chun Wan's voice was filled with joy. "Are you coming back today?" Jiang Feng rolled his eyes, thinking how this usually sharp woman could suddenly become so slow. "Of course, just book the tickets, the sooner the better." Lying on her bed, Chun Wan's silky nightgown accentuated her elegant figure. She smiled slightly and quickly searched for flight information on her phone. At this point, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju only had a Nepalese knife with them. Although they had abandoned the other expensive equipment they had bought, they didn't mind. This trip to Africa had gone exceptionally well, and the final result was satisfying. The $3 million reward left Jiang Feng content, and he was already envisioning a leisurely life back in Singapore. The jeep sped down the highway, and the privilege granted by the license plate allowed them to pass unobstructed, with no one daring to stop them. This fully demonstrated the powerful influence of AI Fussfather in the area. Upon arriving in Cape Town, Chinwan booked the earliest flight for them that night. Despite needing to transfer, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju didn't care. They rented a room at a motel, and considering the high prevalence of AIDS in the area, they cautiously avoided the food provided by AI Fu. Instead, they bought some prepackaged cooked food from a supermarket and filled their stomachs before resting. As night fell, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju boarded their return flight. The plane gradually ascended, and Cape Town's dazzling nightscape slowly receded from view. Jiang Feng leaned comfortably in his seat, glancing at Xiaoju not far away, a slight smile appearing on his face. "Heh, this isn't too bad. How about we form a team for fun?" This thought lingered in his mind, hinting at the beginning of a new chapter in their lives. Just as Jiang Feng and Xiaoju boarded their return flight, a sharp shattering sound broke the silence in Wang Yao's estate in the Golden Triangle. Wang Yao's face was dark with anger as he hurled the phone in his hand to the ground, the pieces scattering. He gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath, "Mad dog, that bastard has ruined my plans. I should have killed him back then." The call had come from an intelligence organization, and in just one day, they had thoroughly investigated Jiang Feng and Xiaoju's identities. Wang Yao's chest heaved with fury, his eyes scanning the room until they landed on number 1, who stood nearby. The captain of his death squad and personal bodyguard, number 1 appeared unremarkable, standing less than 1.7 meters tall, slightly hunched, with a perpetually indifferent expression. "General, if needed, I can take action." Number 1's raspy voice broke the silence, his tone as calm as if discussing the weather. Wang Yao lit a cigar, took a deep drag, and slowly exhaled the smoke. "Humph, your men are all useless. It seems only you can handle this." "All right." Number 1 nodded and turned to leave. "Wait," Wang Yao suddenly called out. Number 1 stopped and looked back at him. After a brief silence, Wang Yao sighed deeply. "Go to Mexico first. I'll put a bounty on those 2 dogs and let someone else deal with them. Mexico is more important." "Understood." Number 1 replied and left. Wang Yao returned to his room, took out a new phone, and dialed the number. A sweet female voice answered. "Honorable General Wang Yao, how can I assist you?" "Post 2 bounty tasks for me." Wang Yao's voice was icy. "First, kill Mad Dog, $1 million. Second, kill number 9 who is with Mad Dog, also $1 million. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju had just exited the airport terminal. Chunwan and Xiaohua were waiting at the exit. Chunwan, dressed in a white dress with light makeup and her hair neatly tied up, had a grace that made her attractive despite her average features. Xiaohua, in a black casual outfit with her hair down, had a more striking appearance. The two stood side by side, drawing the attention of many passing men. "There they are. Brother Feng, over here." Xiaohua, with her sharp eyes, spotted them first and waved excitedly. Chunwan's eyes flashed with excitement. She hadn't realized how much she had worried about Jiang Feng's safety in the few days they had been apart. She anxiously scanned Jiang Feng, and seeing him unharmed, she breathed a sigh of relief and smiled warmly. Jiang Feng, wearing his trademark mischievous grin, walked toward them with large strides. Xiaoju followed behind, his lips curling in disdain. The surrounding onlookers couldn't help but glance at the attractive group, especially the men, whose eyes roved over the 4 of them. Xiaoju's sharp gaze swept the area, making people instinctively look away, a cold sweat breaking out on their backs. At the parking lot, Xiaoju skillfully climbed into the driver's seat. Once everyone was seated, he floored the gas pedal, and the Alfred shot forward like an arrow. Jiang Feng couldn't help but curse. Are you in a rush to die? Xiaoju sneered and began drifting on the road, causing Xiao Hua to scream in fright. Seeing this, Jiang Feng reached out and held the two women close, sitting firmly in his seat, unaffected by the car's wild movements. Seeing this, Xiaoju lost interest and finally slowed the car down. What's up with Jiaoge? Xiaohua softly asked, leaning close to Jiang Feng, her body pressing against his and her cheeks slightly flushed. She cautiously glanced at Wan, who was standing nearby with an encouraging smile. Jiang Feng casually replied, don't worry about him. I'll find him a Western girl one day. He knew Zhu Ji's situation but didn't want to elaborate. Xiaohua couldn't help but laugh. She exchanged a knowing look with Wan, and both of them shared a warm smile. When they returned home, they were astonished by the changes to the villa. A 3-meter-high wall now surrounded the entire property, with a 4-meter-wide iron gate at the front. Inside, there was a meticulously maintained garden. When did this get finished? Pretty efficient, Jiang Feng remarked, smiling at Wan. It was completed yesterday. I paid a bit extra, Wan replied, feeling a sweet satisfaction as she saw the smile on Jiang Feng's face. She couldn't help but think that love indeed can make a woman's intelligence drop to zero. The living room still showed signs of fresh renovations. Xiaoju nodded and headed straight for the basement, with Jiang Feng following closely behind. The basement looked completely different. Except for the load-bearing pillars, everything else had been removed. The space was empty, with freshly painted floors and walls, soft lighting installed on the ceiling, and a full-length mirror on the east side. Order some equipment tomorrow, Jiang Feng said, looking around and addressing Xiaoju. All right, do you have the equipment suppliers? Xiaoju asked. Jiang Feng lit a cigarette, thought for a moment and replied, not around here, but we can check with the Golden Triangle to see if they can ship some over. Okay, you handle that. I'll give you a list later. Got it. The two of them returned to the living room on the first floor and then went up to the third floor. The large balcony on the third floor had been fitted with 4 one-way glass panels and partitioned off according to Xiaoju's specifications. He planned to install a speedball for training in one section and use the other as a rest area. I wonder if $2 million will be enough, Jiang Feng said, raising an eyebrow. It should be, Xiaoju calculated. Besides training equipment, they needed to purchase gear, medical supplies, and vehicles. If the budget allowed, he also wanted to buy a few jet skis and speedboats, given their proximity to the sea. Well, let's take it slow, Jiang Feng said, standing by the balcony and gazing at a distant island. An idea suddenly struck him. He lit another cigarette and quietly stared at the island. After a long pause, Xiaoju noticed Jiang Feng standing still and frowned. What are you thinking about? Jiang Feng turned and smiled slightly. What do you think about getting our own island? He seemed to have found a new direction. An island? Xiaoju followed his gaze, his eyes lighting up. They exchanged a look, understanding each other without the need for words. It's been 3 days since returning to Singapore. In the villa, Jiang Feng lounged lazily on the sofa, half naked, with a woman on each side. Xiaoju was nowhere to be seen, likely having had enough dog food and hiding far away. Suddenly, the tranquility of the room was broken by the ringing of a phone. Wan reached for it and handed it to Jiang Feng. Where have you been? Jiang Feng asked impatiently as he took the call. On the other end, Xiaoju's voice came through, accompanied by the roar of an engine. Get ready, we're going out to sea, Xiaoju said briefly before hanging up. A glint of excitement flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes. He turned to the two women beside him and said, let's go, I'm taking you for a ride. Xiaohua jumped up excitedly. Great, I've been wanting to go shopping. She was wearing a thin nightgown and bounced up the stairs. Jiang Feng gave her a playful smack and teased. Not shopping, we're going to the sea. Feng Gu, that hurt. Xiaohua pouted, quickening her pace. Wan asked curiously, what are we going out to sea for? Jiang Feng didn't elaborate, simply saying, you'll see. He had reached some agreements with Xiaoju after a long conversation that night. Wan nodded and went upstairs to change as well. Jiang Feng walked to the floor-to-ceiling window, gazing at the distant coastline with a furrowed brow, deep in thought. Before long, the two women came back down. Xiaohua was dressed in a lively short-sleeve shirt and pants, her hair flowing naturally. Wan wore an elegant white dress with her hair styled in an updo, exuding a noble aura. The three of them walked along a path towards the coastline. In the distance, Xiaoju was speeding towards them in a speedboat. As they were about to meet up, a taxi was driving along the road from the airport to the villa area. Inside sat a Western man with an ordinary appearance, a big nose, blue eyes, and a slim build. Beside him was a silver suitcase, and he remained silent throughout the ride. Jiang Feng and his companions boarded the speedboat without lingering in crowded areas. Xiaoju explained, I've been out of money for a while. I had to borrow $200,000, Where to? Jiang Feng asked. To pick up some goods. There's also an island over there we need to check out, Xiaoju said excitedly. Lao Lu is almost there. He said there's a good job and asked if I'd be interested. What kind of job? Seems to be something from Mexico. We'll talk about it when we get there, Xiaoju said as he started the speedboat and left the shore. The sea breeze whipped through Xiaohua and Chunwan's hair. Shortly after they departed, the western man with the silver suitcase entered the villa area and headed straight for Chunwan's villa. He stood at a distance, observing the villa surrounded by walls, then glanced at the hillside behind it before walking towards the hill. The speedboat sped across the sea for nearly an hour, putting over 100 nautical miles between them and the coastline. An island gradually appeared on the horizon, with a medium-sized speedboat docked at the shore. Xiaoju slowed down but didn't approach immediately. He took out his phone and made a call. It's me, I'm here. Xiaoju hung up the phone, his gaze fixed on a medium-sized speedboat in the distance. He slowly steered toward it. Jiang Feng stood up and stretched. The hour-long sea breeze had left his cheeks feeling numb. He rubbed his hands together, lit a cigarette, and took a deep drag. As the distance between them closed, a man with an East Asian face emerged from the cabin of the speedboat. He appeared to be in his 40s, lean but muscular. Long time no see, he nodded slightly at Xiaoju and Jiang Feng. This was the elusive Lao Lu. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju didn't care about his true identity, as long as he could supply the goods they needed. As a solo arms dealer, Lao Lu only dealt in small-scale weapons, but their quality was top-notch. Jiang Feng leaped onto Lao Lu's speedboat in one swift motion, giving him a hearty slap on the shoulder. Lao Lu, looks like business is booming. You can even deliver to Singapore now. Lao Lu chuckled. If it weren't for you two, I wouldn't dare take such risks. His gaze briefly lingered on Chen Wan, who was on Xiaoju's speedboat, but he said nothing more. Chen Wan spoke up with a composed tone. We've met before. Lao Lu nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, Chen Wan, Sister Wan. You're the one in charge of He Kuan's operations. We've met twice. Jiang Feng impatiently cut off their small talk. All right, enough chit-chat. Where's the gear? He had conducted numerous transactions with Lao Lu in the Golden Triangle over the years, purchasing a considerable amount of equipment from him. Lao Lu pointed to two oversized suitcases in the cabin. Your list wasn't easy to put together. It took me quite some effort. Xiaoju scoffed. Just this much and it took you that long? He swiftly grabbed the suitcases and unlocked them with a click. The first thing that caught their eyes were two brand new MP7 submachine guns, already fitted with silencers. Xiaoju handed one to Jiang Feng, who expertly loaded the magazine, pulled the charging handle, and fired at a nearby island. Swish, 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 the shots were nearly silent, with minimal recoil. After emptying the magazine, Jiang Feng nodded in satisfaction. This will do. Lao Lu smiled confidently. You can trust my goods. Xiaoju continued to inspect the contents of the suitcase. For Glock 22 pistols, which he glanced at briefly before putting them back, 200 rounds of pistol ammunition, 500 rounds of submachine gun ammunition neatly arranged, and 20 grenades lying quietly at the bottom. He nodded, took the MP7 from Jiang Feng, carefully placed it back in the suitcase, and then opened the second one. The suitcase contained some battlefield first aid supplies. The top layer was neatly arranged with common wound treatment items such as disinfectants, gauze, bandages, hemostatic agents, and anti-inflammatory drugs. On one side, there were 5 syringes of adrenaline, morphine, anesthetics, glucose injections, and more than 10 other emergency medications. Xiaoju carefully inspected everything and nodded in satisfaction before opening the lower layer. The lower layer held firearm components neatly arranged. Xiaoju skillfully took out each part and quickly assembled them. This sniper rifle holds the record for the longest sniper distance in the world. It is 1,448 millimeters in length and weighs 11.8 kilograms empty, using 12.7 millimeter caliber bullets. It features a manually rotating bolt action, ensuring the rifle's body does not deform under high-intensity firing, significantly increasing its reliability in battlefield conditions. The range of this sniper rifle is intimidating. At such a long distance, the sniper needs to precisely calculate factors like wind speed, temperature, and gravity. It takes up to 10 seconds for the bullet to travel from the barrel to the target. Such complex calculation abilities are rare even among the world's top snipers. Xiaoju cradled the rifle, a satisfied smile on his face. The innermost layer of the suitcase held 100 sniper bullets, including regular bullets, armor-piercing rounds, incendiary rounds, and tracer rounds. Looks good, Lao Lu. Jiang Feng saw Xiaoju close the suitcase, smiled, and patted Lao Lu on the shoulder, handing him a cigarette. I'll transfer the final payment to you right away. Xiaoju stood up and carried the suitcase to the speedboat. All right. Lao Lu took a drag on his cigarette, his eyes following Jiang Feng and Xiaoju as they placed the 2 large suitcases next to Chen Wan and Xiaohua. By the way, about that thing I mentioned, are you interested? Jiang Feng turned and asked, tell me more. What's the job? Lao Lu explained. I don't know the specifics. Someone told me that some big shots in Mexico are fighting over territory, maybe over some goods or something. They need skilled people and are recruiting. In fact, this information came from his business partner. He wouldn't have mentioned it if he didn't think Xiao Jio and Jiang Feng were capable. What's the pay? Xiao Jio was highly sensitive to money. The $3 million they had were already spent. In the past few days, he had ordered a large amount of training equipment, firearms, medical supplies, a speedboat, and a car. The $3 million were long gone. Lao Lu smiled. The pay seems quite high. If you're interested, I can ask around and get back to you. He knew Xiao Jio and Jiang Feng better than others. Having dealt with Jiang Feng several times in Southeast Asia, and with the intelligence he had gathered, he was well aware of Jiang Feng's character and abilities. All right, ask around and get in touch. Jiang Feng nodded and then jumped onto the speedboat Xiao Jio had brought. Lao Lu responded with an okay and didn't say much more. He walked into the cabin, started the boat, and left. Look at this little island. What do you think? After Lao Lu left, Xiao Jio pointed to the deserted island ahead. Jiang Feng glanced at him sideways. Can you get it? Xiao Jio shrugged. Nope. Then what's the point? Jiang Feng walked to the driver's seat, pulled the throttle, and headed out to sea. Xiao Jio looked back at the island getting smaller and smaller, smiling. Hey, maybe not now, but someday. It's good to take a look early. Poor Qianwan and Xiao Hua had to endure 2 hours of sea breeze with them. Xiao Hua hid behind Qianwan, pitifully shouting, I want to go shopping. The wind howled, making her face numb. Qianwan turned back and shouted in Xiao Hua's ear, We'll go shopping tonight. Xiao Hua nodded vigorously, yeah. Nearly an hour later, the group returned to the coastline of the villa area. There was a small dock here, with many speedboats and yachts moored. Jiang Feng parked the speedboat in the designated area, and he and Xiao Ju each pulled a suitcase as they got off the boat. 2 men and 2 women strolled along the beach, forming a picturesque scene against the darkening sky. Jiang Feng, walking ahead, had both his arms tightly held by his female companions, leaving him no choice but to abandon his suitcase. Despite the approaching nightfall, a few scattered tourists still wandered along the shore. Xiao Ju lagged behind, casting a sidelong glance at the trio ahead and silently cursing them. He bent down to pick up Jiang Feng's discarded suitcase and hurried to catch up. As they crossed the beach and reached the path leading to the villa, a sudden, inexplicable discomfort washed over Jiang Feng, causing him to furrow his brows. Behind him, Xiao Ji's expression grew tense, and he abruptly halted. Jiang Feng pulled Qianwan and Xiao Hua to a stop, hiding behind a large tree by the roadside. He turned to look at Xiao Jio, and the two exchanged a meaningful glance across the few meters that separated them. Why did we stop? Xiao Hua asked, still clutching Jiang Feng's arm, her face full of confusion. Jiang Feng lowered his voice. I sense something's wrong. There's danger. Chunwan glanced at Xiao Jio, noticing the seriousness in both their expressions. She nodded, trusting Jiang Feng. What should we do then? Looks like someone is following us, Jiang Feng said coldly, fixing his gaze on the hillside behind the villa. I can't tell if they're hiding in the villa or up on that hill. A cold smile appeared on Xiao Jio's face, his once delicate features now filled with a chilling intensity. Probably on the hill. If they're dumb enough to be in the villa, they wouldn't pose much of a threat. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. Yeah, that makes sense. Give me a minute. They were on the path leading from Chen Wan's villa to the beach, a secluded area flanked by dense trees. Jiang Feng and Xiao Ju each took cover behind a tree, while Chen Wan and Xiao Hua stayed close to Jiang Feng. Meanwhile, halfway up the hill, a Caucasian man crouched with a Barrett AS-50 sniper rifle. He hadn't initially noticed Jiang Feng and his group leaving the dock, but by the time he did, they were already on the path. As he aimed at Xiao Ju suddenly stopped and took cover behind a tree, blocking his line of sight. The man quickly shifted his aim to Jiang Feng, but Jiang Feng had also stopped with the two women. They were now in a standoff, about 200 meters apart. Xiao Ju swiftly assembled his sniper rifle and loaded the bullets into the magazine with practiced ease. Heh. He chuckled coldly, then leaned against the tree and quickly scanned the hillside. See anything? Jiang Feng asked in a low voice, standing behind the tree with the two women. Not yet, but they're definitely there. Just wait. Xiao Ju whispered back, then fell silent, waiting patiently. Jiang Feng said no more, and the four of them remained hidden behind the trees, holding their breath as they prepared for the imminent danger. Jiang Feng suddenly pointed to the other side of the villa and whispered to Xiao Jiu, You distract him, don't shoot. We might need to change locations. I'll go around from the back and take him out. Hand me the pistol and the knife. Xiao Jiu nodded in agreement, quickly bent down to pick up the pistol and knife, and handed them to Jiang Feng. Then, he carefully extended the barrel of his sniper rifle out from behind cover. Halfway up the hill, the white assassin's scope suddenly caught sight of the rifle barrel. His attention was immediately drawn, his eyes fixed on that direction. At that moment, Jiang Feng seized the opportunity, dashed out swiftly, and leaped into the greenery beside the path. Using the dense vegetation as cover, He quickly moved while crouching. The white assassin noticed the disturbance in the greenery and instinctively pulled the trigger. The silencer muffled the shot, but the sound of the bullet whizzing by was still unmistakable. Sensing the imminent danger, Jiang Feng's body reacted instinctively. He dove forward, narrowly avoiding the bullet, and rolled swiftly through the greenery to continue his advance. Xiaoju had complete confidence in Jiang Feng's abilities. He knew well Jiang Feng's exceptional crisis awareness and physical prowess, which were his standout traits. As a naturally gifted sniper, Xiaoju quickly raised his rifle, carefully searching for the enemy through the scope based on the direction of the bullet. The white assassin fired again, still aiming at the swiftly moving Jiang Feng. Xiaoju, hidden behind a tree, couldn't return fire and continued to observe. Jiang Feng skillfully evaded once more, reaching the villa's wall and completely escaping the assassin's line of sight. Through his scope, Xiaoju saw the assassin hiding behind a tree on the hillside, with only the barrel exposed. Without a clear shot, Xiaoju decisively gave up. He handed the sniper rifle to Qinwan and Xiaohua, then took an MP7 submachine gun from another case and attached a silencer. Xiaoju raised his gun and fired towards the assassin's last known position. Despite the distance of over 200 meters, he kept pulling the trigger, trying to apply pressure. However, the range was too great, and the MP7's power was limited, making it difficult to pose a real threat to the assassin. Although the white assassin knew Xiaoju's bullets weren't very threatening, he cautiously stayed close to the tree trunk, not giving the opponent any openings. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng had already circled around the villa's wall to the foot of the hill. This area was a blind spot in the assassin's line of sight. Jiang Feng began to climb the hill rapidly, guided by the sound of Xiaoju's gunfire. His eyes gleamed with a cold light, and a slight smirk played on his lips. Chunwan and Xiaohua huddled together, pressed against the tree trunk, motionless. Bullets whizzed past them, but they silently endured their fear, placing their trust in Jiang Feng and Xiaoju. Xiaoju's magazine ran empty, and he quickly reloaded. The assassin took this opportunity to peek through his scope, trying to locate Jiang Feng. However, Jiang Feng's speed far exceeded his expectations. Familiar with the terrain from the first day and guided by Xiaoju's gunfire, Jiang Feng headed straight for his target. Clearly, the white assassin had underestimated Jiang Feng and Xiaoju's capabilities. They had detected his presence with just a slight anomaly, giving him no chance at all. Despite moving quickly, Jiang Feng was nimble, making as little noise as possible. When Jiang Feng was only 20 to 30 meters away, the white assassin finally heard a faint sound and turned to look. Jiang Feng's figure emerged from behind a tree trunk, a cold smile on his face, and without hesitation, he fired his pistol. 3 bullets whizzed towards the white assassin. As Jiang Feng pulled the trigger, the assassin dropped his sniper rifle and instinctively dove to the side. 3 bullets whizzed by. Jiang Feng deftly dodged 2, but the third struck his right arm. He grimaced, silently admiring his opponent's skill. The white man fell to the ground, his face darkened with despair. He didn't beg for mercy but muttered in a low voice, "I was careless. Didn't expect to fall here." Jiang Feng sneered and aimed his gun without hesitation. "From the moment you took the job, your death countdown began." 2 shots rang out, one to the head, one to the heart. The white man's life ended abruptly, blood gushing from his wounds. Jiang Feng moved forward to search the body, finding only a handgun and some cash. He scoffed, "Trash. And this guy called himself a hitman." Meanwhile, Xiaoju ceased his cover fire. He knew Jiang Feng had taken care of the target. Their seamless teamwork had paid off once again. Leaning against a tree trunk, he pulled out a cigarette and smiled victoriously. "Let's go. Time to head back." Xiaoju efficiently cleaned up the spent shells, grabbed 2 suitcases, and nonchalantly walked towards the villa. Chunwan and Xiaohua exchanged uneasy glances, still shaken. Xiaohua timidly asked, "Brother Jiu, is it over?" Xiaoju replied dismissively, "Yeah, if he couldn't handle such a low-level hitman, his years of experience would be worthless." Xiaohua sighed in relief, patting her chest. Despite her years in the Golden Triangle, this was her first time witnessing an assassination up close. She was thankful she hadn't screamed. Chunwan looked worriedly towards the hillside and asked, "Is that lunatic okay?" Xiaoju shook his head nonchalantly, "He's fine. No need to worry about trash like this." The guy was brimming with killing intent before he even fired. "Must be a rookie." Curious, Xiaohua asked, "Killing intent? Brother Jiu, you can sense killing intent? How are you so amazing?" Xiaoju smirked and explained, "Heh, if you grew up in an environment full of killing, you'd sense it too." His delicate features contrasted sharply with his words, clearly influenced deeply by Jiang Feng. Xiaohua looked at Xiaoju with admiration. "That's incredible." Chunwan followed behind, her gaze occasionally drifting back to the hillside, her eyes filled with concern. The brief gunfight didn't attract any attention from the neighboring villas. Both sides had silencers, and the villas were spaced far apart, making the whole incident eerily quiet. A novice hitman lay in a pool of blood, his life quickly slipping away. Jiang Feng descended the hill slowly, cradling his spoils of war. He casually dug a shallow pit and hastily buried the body. As night fell, he strolled back to the villa, the aroma of food wafting into his nose. Pushing the door open, he saw Chunwan and Xiaoju busy in the dining room. Seeing Jiang Feng return unharmed, the worry on Chunwan's face vanished, replaced by a gentle smile. "Hey, this rifle seems pretty decent," Jiang Feng said, tossing the sniper rifle taken from the white man to Xiaoju. Xiaoju caught it and examined it closely, shaking his head. "The gun's all right, but the guy using it was useless." "Heh." Jiang Feng chuckled softly and headed upstairs. Before Jiang Feng could say anything, Xiaoju reported, "I asked around, and there's no news yet. But I guess it might be Wang Miao from the Golden Triangle." Jiang Feng paused, deep in thought. "Yeah, I was thinking the same. It must be Wang Miao's doing. He's the only one we've crossed recently." A trace of ferocity appeared on Xiaoju's face as he gritted his teeth. "That bastard better stay in the Golden Triangle forever." "Humph." Jiang Feng sneered coldly. "Your third brother will definitely lead you to take him down someday and destroy his base." Suddenly recalling something, Xiaoju complained irritably, "This place is compromised. We can't stay here anymore. Damn it. We spent so much money renovating this luxurious villa. That damn intelligence organization found us so quickly. We need to prepare multiple identities. Otherwise, it's too easy for others to track us down." Jiang Feng nodded in agreement, a flash of anger crossing his face. "Yeah, let Lao Lu make some contacts and see if we can prepare a set of identities. Also, get in touch with Chinwan for another set." They briefly discussed several renowned intelligence organizations in the underworld, particularly mentioning the Hacker Camp, a global hacker network. This organization collects intelligence through various channels and collaborates deeply with numerous forces, including well-known assassin groups like Hell, Judgment, and Skyblade. "Who was that hitman earlier?" Xiaoju suddenly asked. Jiang Feng thought for a moment, somewhat uncertain. "Seemed like someone from Judgment." "Not a big deal. I didn't pay much attention." Xiaoju frowned, contemplating the situation. "What's next? Wang Miao is paying for our heads now. There will be plenty of reckless lunatics coming after us, so the days ahead won't be easy." A glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, his tone filled with provocation. "Heh, let them come. I'll kill every single one of them. Let's see how much Wang Miao is willing to pay." Xiaoju paused for a moment, then broke into a cold smile. "Heh, let's play then." Though he had reservations about directly challenging the assassin organizations, he was confident in both Jiang Feng's and his own abilities. They both knew that in the assassin world, after a mission fails, organizations reassess the target's strength and send stronger hitmen, with the commission continually increasing if the client insists. Even big shots would feel the pinch facing the skyrocketing fees of top-tier assassins. Some organizations might even stop increasing the price after a certain point, instead sending a constant stream of hitmen until the target is eliminated. Despite the grim outlook, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju appeared confident, ready to face the impending storm. Top assassins are trained by the organization from a young age, and Jiang Feng and Xiaoju are no exceptions. They were groomed to be elites since childhood, each excelling in different areas. Xiaojiu is exceptionally gifted in long-range sniping, unmatched by anyone. However, when it comes to close combat, he only acknowledges Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's close combat skills are unparalleled. Xiaojiu has never seen anyone surpass him. If it weren't for his slightly inferior marksmanship compared to the boss, Jiang Feng might have become the leader of the organization. The current number 2 only has an edge over Jiang Feng in personal protection. Both grew up in an environment littered with corpses, stepping over countless cold bodies along the way. Such experiences have made them extraordinarily sensitive to their surroundings and the presence of danger. Ordinary assassins are hardly a threat to them. "Dinner's ready," Chun Wan's call interrupted Xiaoju's thoughts. He looked up at the dining table to see 5 dishes and a soup neatly arranged, with fish, meat, seafood, and vegetables all emitting a tantalizing aroma. "Hee, smells amazing, like living in heaven." Xiaoju eagerly ran to the table, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. Jiang Feng picked up a piece of grouper with his chopsticks, its tender texture melting in his mouth. Not bad. This fish is better than what chefs in fancy restaurants can make." "Chunwan, with your skills, you should be a top chef." Xiaoju nodded in agreement. Recently, Chunwan had been preparing various delicious dishes every day, bringing immense satisfaction to the two who were used to eating whatever was available. Xiaohua laughed and explained, "Haha, my sister used to cook her own meals every day when she was in the Golden Triangle. After so many years, I'm not bragging, but most people can't eat like this. You two are lucky." As she spoke, she served each of them a bowl of fragrant sea cucumber soup. Jiang Feng took another bite of the authentic Hunan spicy stir-fried pork, the spicy flavor mixed with the savory meat juice spreading in his mouth, sending waves of delight to his stomach. Holding a small bowl, Chunwan hesitantly asked, can we go shopping after dinner? Despite her previous worries about the assassins, she realized they needed to buy some daily necessities and, considering Jiang Feng had already dealt with the threat, she mustered the courage to make the request. Jiang Feng readily agreed. Sure, let's go after we finish eating. Come to think of it, the last time I went shopping was when Xiao Qi dragged me along. Xiao Hua eagerly asked, Brother Feng, are those assassins taken care of? Jiang Feng responded briefly, yes, it's settled. Let's just enjoy our meal. He then focused on the delicious food in front of him. Xiao Jio was equally absorbed in tackling the feast, his eating habits starkly contrasting his delicate features. Yay! Brother Feng, you're awesome. Brother Jio, you're awesome. Xiao Hua cheered, waving her small fists excitedly. Chun Wan smiled and gently patted Xiao Hua's back, saying warmly, eat up. At the moment the white assassin died, a Western woman in an underground control room stared intently at the computer screen. She watched as the green, representing the target, suddenly turned into a glaring red. Without a change in her expression, she opened an internal page and calmly marked failed. Without a pause, she issued a new mission on the organization's internal network. As night fell, the bustling commercial streets of Singapore were teeming with people. Jiang Feng, Xiao Jio, Chun Wan, and Xiao Hua arrived in an Alfred, ready to explore the city by night. The international metropolis dazzled with its vibrant energy, lined with various shops, neon lights flickering, and the hum of voices all around. Chun Wan and Xiao Hua walked ahead, arm in arm, excitedly hopping from one store to another. They paused occasionally to admire the fashionable clothing in the windows, chatting softly and laughing. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jio followed lazily behind, cigarettes dangling from their lips, their eyes scanning the passing crowd. Look at her, great curves, slim waist, long legs, 80 points, Xiao Jiu suddenly whispered, pointing at a shapely woman not far away. Jiang Feng followed his gaze, scrutinized her for a moment, and nodded in agreement. Not bad. The one next to her isn't bad either, maybe 75 points. As they continued their banter, their attention increasingly drifted towards a nearby bar named Dizzy. Xiaojiu couldn't resist suggesting, how about we let them keep shopping while we check this place out? Jiang Feng's lips curled into a playful smile. Sounds good. He then called out to Chen Wan ahead. Chen Wan, you guys keep shopping. We've got something to do. Call us when you're done. Chen Wan turned around, acknowledged with a nod, and then pulled Xiao Hua into a clothing store. Jiang Feng and Xiaoju exchanged a knowing smile and headed towards the Dizzy bar, arms around each other's shoulders. A group of scantily clad young men and women gathered at the bar's entrance, and Jiang Feng and Xiaoju's arrival immediately drew attention. Jiang Feng's well-built physique, broad shoulders, and long legs, along with the faint scars on his exposed skin and his cold gaze, made him stand out. Xiao Jiu, though delicate-featured, exuded a dangerous aura. Despite their simple t-shirts and sweatpants, their presence made people instinctively step back. They made their way through the crowd and took the elevator to the bar's interior. Dizzy was one of Singapore's largest bars, spanning 3 floors. The first floor featured a spacious hall with a dance floor of about 200,300 square meters, where countless men and women danced wildly to deafening music. Surrounding the dance floor were fully occupied booths. The second floor was open in the center, with private rooms around the perimeter and a DJ booth extending from one side. The third floor housed even more private and large rooms. See if you can find someone you like. Jiang Feng shouted to Xiaoju over the blaring music. Xiaoju nodded excitedly, and the two of them merged into the crowd on the dance floor. At that moment, the elevator doors opened again, and a striking woman stepped out. She was tall and slender, about 175 centimeters in height, with a curvaceous figure, a slim waist, and long legs. She wore light makeup and a blue dress, with a charming smile on her lips. However, when the doorman met her gaze, he felt a chill. Her eyes were cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. A woman stepped into the club, her cold eyes scanning the surroundings before heading straight to the staircase leading to the second floor. Her graceful figure caught the attention of the doorman, who stole a glance and then breathed a sigh of relief. He immediately reported through his earpiece, "Boss, an unusual, cold beauty just arrived and headed to the second floor." A rough voice barked back through the earpiece, "Second floor? Did you hear that? Keep a close watch on her." "Got it, target locked," came the swift response from the second floor. Known as the Ice Queen, the woman ascended to the second floor, ignoring the staff who were tailing her, and continued towards the third floor. However, 2 men in black suits blocked her at the stairway. "Sorry, you can't go to the third floor without a VIP card," one of them said coldly. Without a word, the Ice Queen took a black card from her small handbag and handed it to them. One of the men took the card and walked over to a nearby computer. He swiped the card through a reader and carefully checked the VIP details that appeared on the screen before returning the card to her. "Please, go ahead," they said, stepping aside. The Ice Queen smiled faintly and walked through. The man in black immediately reported through his earpiece, "Boss, she went to the third floor with Mr. Shue's diamond VIP card." "Got it. Leave her be. Mr. Shue is hosting a party in the V7 suite. She must be his guest," the superior replied. Mr. Shue, a direct heir to a Singaporean conglomerate, was in his early 40s, at the peak of his life. Tonight, he was celebrating his new lover's birthday, completely unaware that death was silently approaching. The Ice Queen walked down the third-floor corridor, heading straight for the V7 suite. Two burly men at the door stopped her. "Mr. Shue invited me," she said, flashing the card. The two men exchanged glances, and one of them opened the door. Inside, 7 or 8 men and women were dancing wildly to deafening music, with blinding lights flashing incessantly. The man in black leaned close to Mr. Shue's ear and shouted, "Boss, someone's here." Mr. Shue, his vision blurred by alcohol and the flashing lights, looked towards the door and saw a tall, beautiful woman waving at him. His eyes lit up, and despite his drunken state, he could vaguely recognize the figure at the door. His lustful nature made him grin as he patted the shoulder of the man in black and gestured for the Ice Queen to come over. The Ice Queen smiled back, though her eyes remained icy. She spread her arms, allowing the black-clad bodyguards to search her for weapons. Once they confirmed she was unarmed, she stepped over the threshold and entered the noisy suite. Jiang Feng and Xiao Ju each had their arms around a beautiful woman, swaying to the music and taking advantage of the situation in the dance floor. The two of them inadvertently bumped into each other and exchanged a knowing smile. "I'm not going back tonight," Xiao Ju shouted over the deafening music, barely making himself heard by Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng smirked. "Me neither. How about we find a hotel later?" Xiao Jiu suggested with a sly grin. "Yeah, sounds good," Jiang Feng agreed, chuckling. Just as they were planning their next move, the door of the VIP room V7 upstairs opened quietly. A figure emerged. It was Bing Huang. She walked out with a composed, expressionless face. The two bodyguards who were supposed to be at the door were nowhere to be seen. Through the slightly ajar door, the room inside was a mess. Two black-clad bodyguards lay in pools of blood near the entrance. Further in, young Master Shue and his friends were sprawled on the floor, along with several other bodyguards who were also down. Bing Huang descended from the third floor to the dance hall and headed straight for the elevator. At the same time, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu, still holding their dates, also approached the elevator. They met unexpectedly at the elevator door. Xiao Jiu stared intently at Bing Huang, his muscles tensing up. He whispered to Jiang Feng, "Did they call you?" "Yeah, I told them to leave first," Jiang Feng replied coldly, locking eyes with Bing Huang from a meter away. He let go of the woman in his arms, dropping his hands to his sides, ready for any sudden move. The elevator dinged and opened, revealing a group of young men and women who stepped out. The greeter warmly welcomed them. "Welcome. Hope to see you again." Bing Huang entered the elevator without a word, standing in the back. Xiao Jiu swallowed hard and glanced at Jiang Feng for guidance. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and stepped into the elevator decisively, forcing Xiao Jiu to follow suit. With the two women, the 5 of them crowded into the small space. The elevator was silent. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu stood sideways, watching Bing Huang warily. Xiao Jiu's body was taut with tension, sweat beading on his forehead. The two ordinary women glanced around nervously, sensing the unusual atmosphere. Time seemed to freeze, and the air in the elevator grew heavier. Jiang Feng felt the immense pressure too. They both knew this woman Bing Huang, the Ice Queen, the Queen of Assassins, the reigning queen of mid-range combat. She was a legendary figure, known for her perfect aim and flawless record. In the underworld and among assassins, her name was almost universally known. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu had encountered Bing Huang during a mission when they were still working under Tiger. Although they didn't confront her directly, they witnessed her terrifying skills firsthand. Her mid-range marksmanship was uncanny, every bullet finding its mark. Even Xiao Jiu, who excelled in close combat, wasn't confident he could take her on. Despite her light makeup and colored contact lenses, they recognized her immediately. She was too distinctive. Her unique aura, her eyes, and her undeniable presence made her unforgettable. Even someone as confident as Jiang Feng couldn't claim to have the upper hand against her. She was a living legend, and a woman at that. While the 3 of them were in the elevator, the third floor of the Dizzy Bar was in chaos. The lights and music had abruptly stopped, and everyone watched in confusion as black-clad bodyguards emerged from all corners. Outside the elevator, the greeter told the rushing security chief, "They just went down. Cut the power. Catch her." The security chief, a burly retired mercenary who had been working security at Dizzy for years, was sweating profusely, clearly rattled. Young Master Shue had been killed at Dizzy, and 13 people, including bodyguards, lay dead in the VIP room. He had just received an external call confirming young Master Shue's death and was shocked by what he saw. The tension in the elevator escalated. Xiao Jiu finally broke the silence. "We've met before. You're not here for us this time, are you?" He was calculating in his mind. They had just dealt with an assassin earlier in the day, and it was unlikely that another one would be sent so quickly. Besides, Bing Huang wasn't part of the Judgment Organization. She belonged to the Hell Organization, where she was a top-tier assassin. Jiang Feng stared coldly at the woman in front of him. Despite her incredible beauty, a perfect blend of Eastern and Western features, he remained completely unmoved. I've seen you two before. The Ice Queen spoke up, her voice clear and in flawless English. Her expression and gaze remained utterly indifferent. Xiao Ju let out a sigh of relief and nodded. Yes, we met 5 years ago in the Golden Triangle. The Ice Queen speaking meant that this time, they weren't her targets. Jiang Feng suddenly interjected, pointing upward. Have you completed your mission? The Ice Queen nodded slightly, her face expressionless.
Yes.
The elevator slowly descended to the first floor, and the doors gradually opened. Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, over there. Open fire on the elevator. Xiao Ju's pupils contracted, but before he could react, Jiang Feng sprang into action, kicking the woman in front of him. At the same time, the Ice Queen swiftly kicked another woman out of the elevator. The two women screamed as they were thrown outside, while Xiao Jiu frantically pressed the close button. Gunfire erupted, the sharp sounds echoing as the two women at the elevator door stared wide-eyed in terror at the approaching group of men in black. Their bodies were riddled with bullets, but their sacrifice bought the elevator precious time to close. The elevator began to ascend, and Jiang Feng quickly pressed the button for the top floor. Suddenly, the elevator came to an abrupt halt, the power cut off. They were now trapped between the third and fourth floors. The Ice Queen moved quickly, tearing off her outer dress to reveal cropped athletic pants and a tight-fitting sports bra underneath. She pulled out a bodysuit from the dress and swiftly put it on. Jiang Feng and Xiaojun noticed her body was covered in scars, but at that moment, escaping was their priority. The Ice Queen agilely kicked open the maintenance hatch at the top of the elevator and disappeared through the opening with a swift movement. Jiang Feng couldn't help but admire her explosive power, flexibility, and control. He glanced at Xiaojiu, who looked slightly embarrassed, knowing he couldn't perform such fluid movements. Xiaojiu crouched slightly, leapt up, grabbed the maintenance hatch, and pulled himself through. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a slight smile. Heh, today seems pretty interesting. He had taken out a garbage assassin during the day and now had encountered a top-tier killer at night, getting caught up in the chaos. Indeed, it had been quite an eventful day. In the cramped elevator, the three of them stood pressed together. Bing Huang swiftly leapt onto the maintenance ladder on the wall and quickly climbed to the fourth floor. Xiao Jiu and Jiang Feng followed without hesitation, knowing they couldn't entrust their lives to the security personnel outside. As night fell, the shops on the street began to close one by one. Outside the building, police sirens blared, and vehicles roared in. The earlier gunshots had already driven away nearby pedestrians, and shopkeepers who hadn't yet left hastily locked their doors, watching the building anxiously through their windows. Surround the entire building. The commander's voice echoed from below. 20 people over there, 10 here. The fourth-floor elevator doors were forcibly pried open, and Bing Huang nimbly slipped out. The hallway was filled with the sound of approaching footsteps as a large number of security personnel closed in. Bing Huang quickly scanned the area and spotted a large supermarket ahead. Without hesitation, she dashed towards it, with Jiang Feng and Xiaoju right behind her. The supermarket was already closed, but the simple shutter door was no match for the three of them. Bing Huang kicked the lock with a loud clang, shattering it instantly. She swiftly rolled under the shutter door into the supermarket, followed closely by Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu, who moved with equal agility. A team of men in black, armed with handguns, charged down the corridor near the elevator. Hearing the sound of the door breaking, they headed straight for the supermarket. The leader shouted, "They're professional assassins. Shoot on sight, don't give them a chance." The supermarket was pitch black, with only faint light filtering in from outside. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu stood about a meter in front of Bing Huang, their eyes meeting in the dim light. "Can we trust you?" Xiao Jiu asked. "Right now, we share the same goal. Let's deal with everything else once we're out, okay?" Jiang Feng stared calmly at Bing Huang. Despite her being a top assassin, he was confident he wouldn't lose in close combat. Bing Huang looked at Xiao Jiu, then at Jiang Feng. After a few seconds of hesitation, she nodded slightly. All right. The three of them tacitly split up, Jiang Feng to the right, Xiao Jiu to the left, and Bing Huang headed deeper into the supermarket. Their figures quickly vanished among the shelves. The shutter door was lifted, and 7 or 8 armed security personnel in black cautiously entered. The leader, Xin, a retired Special Forces soldier, directed his team in groups of 3. Jiang Feng drew a combat knife from his waist and crouched at the corner of a shelf, calmly watching the 3 men approaching. When they were within 3 meters, Jiang Feng struck decisively. He leapt from behind the shelf, his knife flying towards the nearest enemy. Ugh, cough. The blade hit its mark, slicing through the man's throat. Eyes wide, he clutched at his neck, unable to make a sound as blood gushed from the wound and his mouth. Despite his swift action, the noise alerted the other two security personnel. They immediately turned, but Jiang Feng was faster. He yanked his knife free and kicked the falling body with tremendous force, sending it crashing into the second security officer. Jiang Feng ducked low and swiftly dove behind the nearby shelf. At that moment, the last enemy pulled the trigger. Bang, bang, bang. The deafening gunshots echoed through the supermarket, instantly grabbing everyone's attention. Seizing the opportunity, Bing Huang had already silently circled to the side of the three enemies. She moved like a ghost, gliding out from behind the shelves. Her lithe figure silently closed in on the nearest enemy. As he turned his head, a sharp dagger had already found its mark in his heart. Bing Huang's movements were fluid and precise, swiftly slashing his throat. Blood spurted out, and the man didn't even have time to scream. The second enemy hadn't even reacted when he met Bing Huang's cold, emotionless eyes. Even in the dim light, he could clearly see her breathtakingly beautiful face. Fear flickered in his eyes, but it was too late. The third man finally realized the danger and spun around, aiming his gun at Bing Huang. However, her speed was like lightning. Her slender body spun, and a fierce roundhouse kick whistled through the air, striking his wrist with pinpoint accuracy. With a sharp crack and a cry of pain, the gun flew from his hand. Bing Huang didn't hesitate. Her dagger flashed out and then withdrew just as quickly. She turned and walked away, leaving three bodies slowly collapsing to the ground, blood pooling into a crimson sea around them. Meanwhile, Xiaoju was facing the last two enemies. A cold smile played at the corner of his mouth as he patiently waited for his prey to step into the trap. As the footsteps drew closer, he tightened his grip on his gurkha knife, every muscle in his body tensed and ready to strike. The moment the gunfire erupted from Jiang Feng's direction, Xiao Jiao sprang forward like a caged tiger unleashed. His right hand flicked, sending the knife flying through the air and embedding it into the heart of the enemy with his back turned. Simultaneously, Xiao Jiao had already closed the distance to the leader. Despite his extensive battlefield experience, the leader was outmatched by an opponent of Xiao Jiao's caliber. The gunfire had distracted him for a split second, and that brief lapse was all Xiao Jiao needed. By the time the leader sensed the danger, Xiao Jiao was already upon him, rendering his gun useless. The leader attempted to fire, but Xiao Jiao was prepared. He moved with lightning speed, grabbing the leader's wrist. Their eyes locked, and the cold smile on Xiao Jiao's face grew even more menacing. Crack! Xiao Jiao twisted forcefully, causing the opponent's handgun to drop to the ground with a sound of breaking bones. The leader grunted, his face contorted in pain. He glared at Xiao Jiao, kicking out fiercely. Xiao Jiao dodged nimbly, smirking, and then delivered a heavy punch straight to the leader's heart. The immense impact fractured the leader's chest bone. The leader finally let out a scream. Xiao Jiao didn't continue to torture him. Instead, once the leader lost the ability to fight back, he struck the heart again with precision. The leader's body arched, his heart contracting violently under the blow, then stopped beating. A broken rib pierced his heart, causing blood to gush internally. At the same time, Jiang Feng created an opening for Bing Huang and Xiao Jiao. He lunged towards a shelf, kicking it over. The shelf crashed down, forcing the man in black to retreat, momentarily halting the gunfire. In that instant, Jiang Feng appeared on the other side, leaving the man in black no time to redirect his gun, only to watch helplessly as Jiang Feng closed in. Jiang Feng drove a knife precisely into the man's heart and grabbed his arm, pressing down on his fingers. Bang, 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 3 gunshots echoed. The last man in black, who was trying to get up after being knocked down by a corpse, was shot in the head, 3 bloody holes appearing instantly. Jiang Feng smirked as he released the corpse, the man's eyes still wide open in death. He pulled out the knife decisively, causing blood to spurt out as the body twitched on the ground. Xiao Jiao approached Jiang Feng, while Bing Huang stood silently in the corner, observing everything. 3 against 8. The fight ended swiftly and decisively. Bing Huang and Xiao Jiao took less than 5 seconds, while Jiang Feng, though taking a bit longer, created favorable conditions for the two. Xiao Jiao efficiently sheathed his combat knife at his waist, picking up 2 handguns and several magazines. Bing Huang held the confiscated firearms, standing not far away. Jiang Feng bent down to retrieve 2 unfired handguns and a few magazines. Let's go. There are more downstairs, Xiao Jiao said succinctly. Bing Huang said nothing, turning towards the supermarket's back door. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao exchanged a glance, sensing movement from the entrance direction as numerous security personnel approached. The two followed Bing Huang closely. At the back of the supermarket, there was a freight elevator and a fire escape. The supermarket had 3 floors in total. The elevator was out of power, and Bing Huang assessed the fire escape and the elevator. Let's take the stairs, Jiang Feng suggested. I'd rather face a fight hidden. The elevator shaft is too dangerous. 1 grenade could wipe us out. He chuckled, leading the way towards the fire escape. Bing Huang hesitated for a moment, but eventually followed. Meanwhile, over 20 security personnel flooded in from the fourth-floor roller door. These were the Shui family's secret armed forces, more professional than regular security. They were fully equipped, each holding tactical flashlights and wearing bulletproof vests. They moved in triangular formations of 3, backs to each other, one equipped with a submachine gun and grenades. Two groups spread out to search from left and right, quickly discovering the bodies on the ground. One team member crouched to inspect and reported through his earpiece. Boss, professional methods, very strong burst power. Heart struck hard, chest bone pierced the heart. A heavy voice responded through the earpiece. According to surveillance, there are 3 of them. One suspected to be Bing Huang. Proceed with caution, don't lose your lives. The identities of the other 2 men are under investigation. Understood. Continuing the search. The team member stood up, signaled to his companions, and continued their search. Jiang Feng swiftly led Xiao Jiao and Bing Huang through the fire escape, heading straight for the lobby on the first floor. However, they quickly realized that the entire building was tightly surrounded by dozens of security personnel. Although there were some gaps in the perimeter, Jiang Feng knew that if they jumped out of a window, they would undoubtedly be spotted. More and more personnel were gathering around the building. Inside the lobby, the number of armed guards was increasing. Meanwhile, a second team of armed forces sent by the Shui family had arrived on the scene. They had received intelligence from their superiors. Jiang Feng and his companions were currently in the supermarket on the 4th floor. 2 teams were already searching the front. Their task was to block the fire escape and gradually push upward, trapping the 3 of them. This was precisely why Jiang Feng had said earlier, "I'd rather face them hidden than climb the elevator shaft." He knew that the area below was already surrounded, and taking the fire escape would inevitably lead to an encounter with the enemy. But compared to being trapped in the elevator shaft with no way out, facing them hidden at least offered a glimmer of hope. Bing Huang understood this as well, which is why she chose to follow. Her hesitation stemmed from a lack of trust in Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao. As a top-tier assassin, Bing Huang never trusted anyone easily. She only believed in herself and would never let anyone watch her back. In her dictionary, there were no companions, no teammates, only herself. Even if her back was turned to Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao at this moment, she was confident that she could turn around the instant Jiang Feng pulled the trigger, not only dodging the bullet but also counterattacking swiftly. This was her absolute confidence in her own abilities. As the 3 of them moved from the 4th floor down to the 3rd, they suddenly heard a faint noise from below. They immediately stopped all movement and held their breath. Jiang Feng cautiously glanced downward and saw several figures with flashlights carefully searching upwards. Jiang Feng quickly noticed that these people did not move like ordinary security personnel, his brows furrowing. Bing Huang and Xiao Jiao also realized the gravity of the situation. Xiao Jiao and Jiang Feng exchanged a meaningful look, understanding each other's thoughts without needing words. Jiang Feng gently shook his head and observed the situation downstairs again. Then, he turned to look at the window behind him. They were on the 3rd floor. Outside was a smooth glass curtain wall, and in the distance, a few figures could be seen patrolling back and forth. Jiang Feng carefully scrutinized the outside, weighing various possibilities. Bing Huang glanced expressionlessly out the window, her thoughts unreadable. Xiao Jiao took a deep breath and gestured to Jiang Feng, asking how he planned to break through. In such a critical situation, Xiao Jiao had absolute trust in Jiang Feng. He knew Jiang Feng too well. Breaking through, charging, close-quarters combat, these were Jiang Feng's specialties, the reasons he was called the madman. Jiang Feng continued to observe the searchers below. They were meticulous, strictly following their search protocol as they advanced upward, now reaching the 2nd floor, just 1 level away from the 3 of them. Time was running out. Xiao Jiao watched Jiang Feng quietly, waiting for his decision. Bing Huang stood expressionlessly to the side, coldly observing the interaction between the 2. Jiang Feng made a gesture, his gaze falling on Xiao Jiao and the Ice Empress. Xiao Jiao understood, smiling and nodding gently. The Ice Empress remained expressionless, neither nodding nor shaking her head. Jiang Feng glanced at her, a slight smile tugging at his lips, then turned and walked to the window. On the street below, 7 or 8 figures were moving. Jiang Feng acted decisively, shattering the glass with a crisp sound that echoed through the hallway. He agilely squatted on the windowsill and leaped out. Xiao Jiao followed closely, firing her dual pistols fiercely at the security personnel outside. Quick, upstairs. They jumped out the window. A loud shout came from the hallway, followed by the sound of hurried footsteps. The Ice Empress frowned slightly, her cold eyes fixed on the corner of the hallway. She hesitated briefly, then raised her gun. The sharp sound of gunfire echoed in the narrow hallway, immediately halting the pursuers on the 2nd floor. The Ice Empress understood Jiang Feng's earlier gesture. Although she felt some displeasure, she inexplicably raised her gun to cover them. Usually, she only followed mandatory orders from the organization, but this action was unexpected. Outside, Jiang Feng clung to the edge of the curtain wall with one hand, holding a gun in the other. As the security personnel moved towards the sound, he fired without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire was relentless. Hearing the shots from the hallway, a sly smile appeared on Jiang Feng's face. You go first, I'll cover you. Xiaojia shouted. More security personnel were closing in, some already aiming their guns. The third floor was about 10 meters high, and the curtain wall was smooth, with only a few protrusions along the edges for grip. Jiang Feng hung there with impressive finger strength, his toes pressing against the slick glass surface, his sneakers providing some traction. From jumping out the window to stopping shooting, only a few seconds had passed. Jiang Feng discarded his gun and let go with both hands. He slid down quickly, grabbing the edge of the lower curtain wall. The sudden impact made him gasp, pain shooting through his fingertips. After a brief adjustment, he repeated the sliding motion. Xiaojia crouched on the windowsill, firing alternately with her dual pistols to provide cover for Jiang Feng. Compared to the outside security personnel, who were just ordinary people with basic shooting training, Xiaojia and Jiang Feng had grown up amidst gunfire. Even with average talent, their muscle memory allowed them to exhibit remarkable marksmanship. Xiaojia alone suppressed the few outside to the point where they couldn't lift their heads. As Jiang Feng reached midway down the second floor, he glanced down and let go decisively. His body plummeted, legs slightly bent. Nearing the ground, he pushed off the curtain wall, rolling backward to absorb the impact. He quickly got up, crouching behind a lamppost, and pulled out his gun. Bang, bang, bang. The gunfire resumed. The security personnel, already suppressed by Xiaojia, couldn't lift their heads, and Jiang Feng's angle avoided Xiaojia's blind spots. In an instant, two more fell, leaving only a few still resisting. Down! Jiang Feng shouted, swiftly changing magazines. The noise from the nearby corner indicated a large number of armed personnel approaching. Seeing this, Xiaojia jumped out of the window without hesitation, descending from the third floor to the ground in the same manner. In the hallway, the Ice Empress had emptied 2 magazines. Any movement from the pursuers was immediately met with precise 3-shot bursts, effectively suppressing them. Once Xiaojia disappeared from the windowsill, she too leaped out, following closely behind. Xiaojia descended layer by layer, with Bing Huang following closely behind, moving as gracefully as a swallow. Jiang Feng also descended rapidly. The three of them moved swiftly and precisely. Bing Huang's face remained expressionless, her gaze calm and steady. Her grip was strong, and her light weight allowed her to maneuver effortlessly. As soon as the two landed, they sprinted towards a nearby alley. Along the way, Xiaojia had already taken care of 3 armed guards. Suddenly, a large group of armed personnel emerged from around a corner, some even wielding submachine guns. Such weapons are not easily acquired in a developed country like Singapore, highlighting the extraordinary resources of the boss Mizui and the Shui family. A figure appeared at a third-floor window. Without hesitation, Bing Huang fired a shot, cleanly taking the person out. The body fell, deterring anyone else from showing themselves. Gunfire erupted, and the three immediately returned fire while retreating. At this moment, the difference in their shooting skills became apparent. Jiang Feng's marksmanship was quite good, but still slightly inferior to Xiaojia's. Xiaojia's bullets almost always hit their mark. Even if not instantly fatal, they were impressively accurate. Bing Huang's shooting, however, was a masterpiece. Every shot not only hit, but was almost always lethal. While a handgun's effective range is typically 50 meters, in her hands, it far exceeded that limit. Suddenly, a man in black wielding a submachine gun rushed out from 50 meters away. Just as he was about to open fire, Bing Huang's eyes narrowed. Her body twisted slightly, and her arm flicked. A flash of muzzle fire, a flying shell casing the man's eyes widened as he slowly fell, never understanding how he could be taken out from such a distance with a single shot. Gunfire continued to erupt from all directions as numerous armed personnel opened fire on the trio. Despite their exceptional skills, they now had to find cover. Jiang Feng's pupils contracted. A rare look of shock on his face had just witnessed Bing Huang's astonishing shot. Xiaojia, even closer and able to see her movements more clearly, was equally astounded. He prided himself on his marksmanship, yet the gap between him and Bing Huang was strikingly vast. Bing Huang's expression remained icy, showing no reaction to her incredible feat as she calmly reloaded her magazine. Run! More are coming! Jiang Feng shouted, firing as he retreated into the alley behind them. Xiaojia followed closely. Bing Huang frowned, scanning the security personnel, closing in from both sides before glancing at the alley behind them. After a moment's hesitation, she rose and followed them inside. From the moment Bing Huang started his rampage at the Mezui V7 private room, through the supermarket on the 4th floor, and now onto the streets, the trio had left dozens of bodies in their wake within just a few minutes. Blood stained the path they had taken. The owner of Mezui and the head of the Shui family were furious, and the continuous gunfire sparked panic among the surrounding crowd. Official pressure quickly mounted, and various armed personnel, police, and SWAT teams swiftly converged on the scene. Sirens blared incessantly on the streets, armed vehicles roared past, and the entire area descended into chaos. Jiang Feng and Xiaojie weren't surprised that Bing Huang hadn't immediately followed them. They navigated through the maze-like alleys, and despite their unfamiliarity with the terrain, they managed to find an exit after several twists and turns. They emerged onto an empty street, with all the surrounding shops shuttered, clearly abandoned due to the earlier gunfight. Suddenly, Bing Huang appeared at the corner behind them. Jiang Feng immediately turned and raised his gun. After a brief moment of eye contact, Jiang Feng slowly lowered his arm. Just then, the sound of hurried footsteps and shouting erupted behind them. "Over there, some of you go that way, the rest follow me." A large number of armed personnel flooded into the alley, and the sound of their pursuit grew closer. Jiang Feng made a quick decision. "Go." The trio swiftly dispersed, with Jiang Feng and Xiaojie moving quickly along one side of the storefronts, while Bing Huang took the opposite direction. However, Bing Huang had barely gone 10 meters when 3 cars suddenly sped towards her from the front, less than 200 meters away. She halted, a cold glint in her eyes. The street was deserted, leaving her fully exposed to the enemy's view. The car engines roared as they charged at Bing Huang. She turned and sprinted towards Jiang Feng and Xiaojie. The distance between them was now less than 30 meters, and Jiang Feng and Xiaojie quickened their pace. "Damn it, they just won't give up, will they?" Jiang Feng cursed as he scanned the surroundings, searching for a possible escape route. The storefronts on either side remained closed, with only the occasional alleyway offering a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, Xiaojie shouted, "This way." She darted into a side alley, with Jiang Feng close behind. Bing Huang saw them disappear and hesitated momentarily. The cars behind her were now less than 100 meters away. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. The men in the cars leaned out of the windows, firing their submachine guns wildly. Fortunately, their aim was poor, and the shaking of the speeding vehicles caused the bullets to miss their mark. Bing Huang glanced back but didn't waste time returning fire. Instead, she sprinted towards the alley where Jiang Feng and Xiaojie had vanished. Thanks to her exceptional physical abilities, Bing Huang managed to slip into the alley before the cars could catch up. Jiang Feng followed Xiaojie at a fast pace, the noise behind them confirming that Bing Huang was also on their tail. In such a critical situation, sticking together was undoubtedly the smartest choice. However, their predicament hadn't improved. The area was now surrounded by a large number of armed personnel, and to break through, they would have to fight their way out. Suddenly, Xiaojie stopped and ran back. A loud shout came from the direction she had been heading. "Over here, come on." Clearly, the enemy had infiltrated the network of alleys and was conducting a thorough search. Jiang Feng immediately changed direction, rushing into another alley indicated by Xiaojie. Bing Huang followed closely, brushing past Xiaojie. Xiaojie raised her gun and fired 3 shots into the previous alley. A scream confirmed her accuracy. The gunfire seemed to guide the searchers. Various noises echoed from all directions. "Over there, surround them, hurry, move, everyone over there." Jiang Feng led the way, choosing a direction and running quickly, with Bing Huang right behind him and Xiaojie covering the rear. The distance between them was only a few meters. Jiang Feng shouted, "Faster!" They knew that this deadly chase had only just begun. A low growl emerged from the dark alley ahead. Jiang Feng was about to raise his gun when Bing Huang beat him to it. With a sharp crack, the gunshot echoed through the narrow passage. No screams followed, only the heavy thud of a body hitting the ground. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng spun around and sprinted toward a side alley. Bing Huang stayed behind, firing into the darkness. Bullet after bullet flew until her clip was empty. She discarded the empty gun, her ammunition depleted. Xiaojie darted past Bing Huang like a flash of lightning, following closely behind Jiang Feng. The alley was left in chaos, bodies strewn about. Bing Huang was the last to turn and follow the duo. The three moved through the labyrinthine alleyways with a synchronized ease, as if they shared a single mind. Suddenly, Jiang Feng stopped abruptly and unleashed a rapid burst of gunfire. The shots rang out sharply in the still night. Xiaojie and Bing Huang didn't pause, each slipping past Jiang Feng on either side and diving into separate alleys. Despite the lack of communication or gestures, their coordination was flawless. 5 minutes later, they burst out from a concealed alleyway. The surroundings had completely changed, now 2 or 3 kilometers from the Drunken Bliss bar. The empty street was silent, illuminated only by the bright streetlights. Jiang Feng led the way, running swiftly along the street. This time, Bing Huang stuck close behind instead of going off on her own. Xiaojie's keen eyes spotted several cars parked in front of a shop up ahead, and the trio made a beeline for them without hesitation. Jiang Feng chose an Audi Q8, smashing the window with a swift punch. The glass shattered, and he quickly opened the driver's door, hitting the unlock button. Xiaojie and Bing Huang jumped into the car. Jiang Feng bent down to fiddle with the wires beneath the steering wheel while Xiaojie and Bing Huang kept a vigilant watch. Damn it, Jiang Feng muttered. The modern anti-theft system thwarted the usual method of hot wiring. But Jiang Feng wasn't an ordinary man. He knew car mechanics inside out. He yanked off a plastic panel and expertly searched through the tangled wires. About a minute later, Jiang Feng found the crucial wires. He quickly cut a few and reconnected them, then bridged 2 more wires together. With a roar, the engine came to life, and the dashboard lit up. Jiang Feng smiled triumphantly and swiftly shifted into reverse. Just then, a swarm of vehicles appeared at the distant intersection, including several police cars with flashing blue and red lights, stark against the night. Just as the group was fleeing by car, the central building of the Shui family estate lit up. The estate's perimeter was built with modern materials and stone, but the core area consisted of a few 2-story buildings made entirely of wood. The original bronze-colored wood was lacquered, exuding an ancient charm. In the bedroom, an elderly man with a head full of white hair, Shui Cheng, slowly sat up. The sound of his personal bodyguard knocking on the door woke the elderly woman beside him. What is it? What could be so important at this hour? The woman asked irritably. Chairman, Master Shui is dead, the bodyguard reported solemnly. Shui Cheng's eyes widened in disbelief. What? Dead? Master Shui, whose full name was Shui Yuan, was Shui Cheng's youngest and most beloved son. He had been personally appointed as the primary heir to the Shui family corporation. Yuaner is dead? The elderly woman also sat up abruptly. Despite her use of expensive skincare products over the years, the nearly 70-year-old woman couldn't escape the ravages of time, and now her age was painfully evident. When did this happen? How did it happen? Come in and explain. Shui Cheng shouted, getting up and striding towards the study. The bodyguard followed him into the study, head lowered, and reported in detail. Master Shui was killed tonight while hosting a party at the Dizzy Bar. Surveillance footage suggests the killer is likely the Ice Emperor from the Hell organization. We have already dispatched teams 1, 2, 4, and 6 to pursue. Shui Cheng's chest heaved, his lips trembling. At 75, he had planned to retire in the next couple of years and support his youngest son's rise. Now, with Shui Yuan's sudden death, it was an unimaginable blow. Shui Cheng slowly sat down at his desk and roared, "Find out who hired the killer. And I don't care about any Ice Emperor or Cold Emperor. Break every bone in her body and bring her here. I want her kneeling before my son's corpse." After the bodyguard left, Shui Cheng grabbed a teacup and took a furious gulp before smashing it on the ground. "Whoever you are, I will kill your entire family," he shouted. His eyes bloodshot and his heart racked with pain. His wife, still in her nightgown, trembled as she walked over, her face streaked with tears. "Old man, is Yuana really dead? Whoever did this will pay," Shui Cheng said, tears streaming down his face. Trembling, he took a phone from his desk drawer and dialed a number. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was speeding down the street in an Audi Q8, a police car hot on his tail and other pursuers not far behind. Jiang Feng switched the vehicle to manual mode, pushing the Q8 to its limits, accelerating, decelerating, drifting, and skidding on the wide road. The screech of tires pierced through the car windows. Xiaojiu quickly counted their remaining ammo, only a dozen bullets left, while Jiang Feng's ammo was already depleted. The Ice Emperor sat expressionless in the back seat, seemingly indifferent to the life-and-death chase, her eyes showing no emotion. Jiang Feng drove onto a coastal highway. Although it was late at night, there were still a few scattered vehicles on the road. The Audi Q8 barreled through, forcing other cars to brake suddenly to avoid collisions. The pursuing vehicles followed closely, but with other cars and police present, they dared not open fire recklessly. Racing down the coastal highway at high speed is sure to make tomorrow's headlines. Jiang Feng gripped the steering wheel tightly, his eyes constantly switching between the rearview mirror and the road ahead. The Q8's engine roared as the speedometer hit 150 kilometers per hour. He expertly maneuvered the high-performance SUV, weaving through traffic in an attempt to shake off the pursuing WJ vehicle. Shooting back would only double the pressure from the authorities, Jiang Feng mused. If we can't contain this, it'll turn into explosive global news. He quickly made a decision. Call Chenwan and Xiaohua. Tell them to leave now. Jiang Feng glanced again at the relentless WJ vehicle behind him, fully aware that the authorities were already involved. Considering the powerful forces behind Mizui and the high-profile individual that Bing Huang had killed, he knew it was only a matter of time before they were tracked down. Chenwan and Xiaohua would be in grave danger then. Upon hearing they had to leave, Xiaojiu's face twisted with frustration. Leave? What about the villa? We spent so much money on renovations and bought so much stuff. He recalled the grueling effort in Africa that earned them $3 million, only to find that just as the goods arrived and the villa was ready, they had to flee. He felt a deep sense of injustice. Jiang Feng bluntly retorted, "Stay and wait to die. Ask her who she killed tonight." He gestured towards the WJ vehicle tailing them. Reluctantly, Xiaojiu turned to Bing Huang, mentally calculating the $2 million investment. Facing the stoic woman, he dared not be rude and asked softly, Bing Huang, who did you kill? Bing Huang replied calmly, Shui Yuan, the primary heir of the Shui family conglomerate, as if it were a trivial matter. The Shui family conglomerate? What's that? Xiaojia muttered, unfamiliar with the power structures in Singapore. Bing Huang briefly explained, one of the top 3 conglomerates in Singapore, closely tied to the official powers. That's the intel I received. She said no more, as her knowledge of the Shui family conglomerate was limited to the mission details. Call Chen Wan and ask her. Stop dawdling. Jiang Feng impatiently slapped Xiao Jiao on the back, fully focused on driving. The Q8 sped through the highway, with Jiang Feng doing everything he could to lose the pursuers. Yet, the WJ vehicle remained persistently close, trailing just a short distance behind. Chen Wan and Xiaohua were snuggled on the sofa, binge-watching a TV series, waiting for Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao to return. Suddenly, Xiao Jiao's phone rang. Chen Wan, do you know the Shui family consortium? Xiao Jiao asked bluntly. Chen Wan was slightly surprised but answered truthfully, yes, it's one of the top 3 conglomerates in Singapore. The Shui family group's businesses span real estate, hotels, trade, and several other sectors. Before she could finish speaking, Jiang Feng's urgent and stern voice came through the phone. No more talking. Pack your things immediately. We've offended the Shui family consortium, and they're after us. We're coming to get you now. Chen Wan was stunned and asked in disbelief. What? How did we end up offending the local big shots and needing to run? Just pack up and go. Jiang Feng didn't have time to explain, as he noticed 2 more Range Rovers joining the chase along with WJ's car, tailing them closely. Worse still, vehicles ahead were slowing down to block their path, but Jiang Feng skillfully maneuvered around them. Xiao Jiao hung up and couldn't help but curse, damn, this never ends. Too bad I didn't bring my sniper rifle. Jiang Feng focused on the car's display screen and saw an exit ahead. Without hesitation, he yanked the steering wheel hard to the right and floored the gas pedal. The Audi Q8 roared like a beast, charging towards the exit but narrowly missing it at the last second. Suddenly, Jiang Feng slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the road, the car skidding in a graceful arc across the 4-lane coastal highway, completing a stunning drift and U-turn. The pursuers were caught off guard, frantically hitting their brakes, causing a chaotic pileup. Taking advantage of their confusion, Jiang Feng floored the gas pedal again. The Audi's engine roared, and the car shot forward like an arrow. Skillfully weaving through a few pedestrian vehicles, Jiang Feng headed for the exit. He performed a slick side-slide stop, then quickly shifted gears and accelerated, launching the Q8 up the exit ramp. This series of masterful maneuvers put a significant distance between them and their pursuers. Jiang Feng smirked triumphantly, even making a mock shooting gesture at the Range Rover still turning around. Think you can match my driving skills? Pathetic. After leaving the coastal highway, Jiang Feng slowed down a bit, as city streets were not as wide as the highway. A few minutes later, he spotted an opportunity to turn into a narrow alley, completely losing the 3 cars tailing them. Stop the car. I'm getting out, Bing Huang suddenly said. Jiang Feng nodded in agreement and stopped at the mouth of an alley. Bing Huang agilely jumped out, gave Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao a deep look, then disappeared into the alley. Watching Bing Huang leave, Xiao Jiao couldn't help but sigh. That woman is really strong. Jiang Feng glanced sideways at Xiao Jiao and half-jokingly said, yeah, she's strong enough to kill you without much effort. Shut up. Like you're any different? Xiao Jiao snapped back angrily. Jiang Feng chuckled mischievously, then said seriously, honestly, if I encountered her at mid-range, I probably couldn't dodge her shot. But in close combat, I might have a chance to take her down. After a moment of silence, Jiang Feng recalled Bing Huang's impressive shot and remarked, I once read a report about her. Her nickname, Bing Huang, has 2 meanings. Bing represents her cold and ruthless nature, while Huang symbolizes her absolute control at mid-range. It's said that within a range of 10 to 100 meters, that's her domain, and she's known as the Queen Da. She has now risen to the ranks of the top assassins in the Hell organization. Xiao Ju slowly exhaled a puff of smoke and began telling Jiang Feng about the legend of the Ice Queen. Actually, the organization initially intended to train her as a top-tier cover operative. Her mid-range combat skills are unmatched, practically invincible. Jiang Feng reached over, snatched the cigarette from Xiao Jia's mouth, and took a deep drag himself. As he drove, he glanced sideways at Xiao Jiao. And then, it seems her personality wasn't suited for being a mercenary, Xiao Jiao continued. No one dared to trust their back to a cold and heartless ice block, and no one wanted to team up with her. That's how she became the Ice Queen assassin. Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow. You don't have any ideas, do you? Xiao Jiao grinned, a hint of longing in his eyes. If we could get her on our team, paired with a strong firepower teammate, we could compete with the world's top mercenary groups. Dream on. Jiang Feng shot down the idea without mercy. First, she belongs to the world's #1 assassin organization. Second, even if she didn't, she wouldn't be interested in us. Third, I don't trust her at all. I know. Xiaoju lit another cigarette. Just saying. Idiot. Jiang Feng muttered as he steered the Q8 onto a side road, though a slight smile tugged at his lips. Xiaoju swallowed, took a deep drag, and a look of infatuation flashed in his eyes. Despite being an assassin, she's really beautiful. A mix of Eastern and Western features, blue eyes, silky black hair, a high nose, a swan-like neck, a slender waist, and long legs. She's perfect. Jiang Feng's eyes widened in disbelief. Damn, brother. Are you looking to get yourself killed? You dare have thoughts about a woman like that? I should give you the nickname Madman. A mischievous grin spread across Xiaojia's delicate face. Hey, don't you think she's gorgeous? And that cold demeanor, it's so captivating. Recalling the Ice Queen's looks and physique, Jiang Feng had to admit she was flawless. When facing her, he was always on high alert for any sudden attacks, leaving no time to appreciate her appearance. You're something else. I salute you, huh? Xiaojia's eyes gleamed with obsession. Spending a night with a woman like that would make my life complete. She's the embodiment of my dream girl, perfect in every way. Jiang Feng chuckled and shook his head. Brother, if you actually manage to sleep with the Ice Queen, I'll call you Master Jiu for the rest of my life and never call you Xiao Jiu again. Really? Xiao Jiu's eyes lit up. Yeah, really. Jiang Feng nodded, watching Xiao Jiu with a silly grin on his face. Xiao Jiu leaned against the car door, a smirk playing on his lips. They weaved through the city's streets and alleys, finally stopping at a secluded spot, where they abandoned the car and walked away. Just minutes after the two abandoned their car, several vehicles sped towards them, tires screeching against the pavement. Leading the chase was Xue Cheng's personal bodyguard, Yi Zhe, dressed in black tactical gear with a bulletproof vest snug against his chest. His earpiece emitted a faint blue light. They got away, reported one of his subordinates, running up to him. Yi Zhe frowned and immediately ordered, check the nearby surveillance cameras and track their movements. Confirm where Bing Huang got out of the car. Official technical teams must cooperate fully. I want those three found tonight, even if we have to dig up the whole city. His voice was cold and firm as he pressed his earpiece. The sound of typing came through the earpiece, followed by a neutral voice. Found them. Bing Huang exited at 365, Ingbin Street. Mad Dog and Number 9 headed east after abandoning their car. Yi Zhe quickly issued instructions. Send Bing Huang's location to teams 1, 2, and 6. I'll take team 4 to pursue Mad Dog. Although Bing Huang was the one who killed Xue Yuan, he couldn't afford to take any chances and had to fully execute Xue Cheng's orders. Location sent. The voice in the earpiece paused. I have a friend available now. Should I get him to help? He's better than me. Bring him in. We'll discuss payment later. Yi Zhe agreed without hesitation. He then led his men eastward in their vehicles, while Jiang Feng and Xiao Jie wove through a dark alley. Meanwhile, in a pitch-black room, Huang Chao sat in front of 7 or 8 flickering monitors, an excited expression on his face. His hands flew over the keyboard at an incredible speed. Suddenly, a dialog box popped up on a nearby monitor, but Huang Chao ignored it, staying focused on his task. It wasn't until "Infiltration Successful" flashed on the screen that Huang Chao stopped typing and smiled in satisfaction. He had silently left a backdoor in an unknown basis system, copied a large amount of data, and erased all traces of his presence. After completing his work, Huang Chao stretched, navigated the dark room to pour himself a glass of water, and then drank it. Noticing the previously ignored dialog box, he returned to his computer and replied, "What's the job?" A new message quickly appeared. The Xue family in Singapore hired me to track down 3 people. We found them, and they're being chased now. The Xue family's heir was killed by Bing Huang from Hell, and Mad Dog and Number 9 from the Golden Triangle are involved. It's a deadly pursuit. Huang Chao raised an eyebrow. Bing Huang from Hell? The woman ranked 17th on the heavenly list? Yes, that's her. She's incredibly strong. Surveillance showed over 20 people chasing her. She killed 7 or 8 of them and still managed to escape. Huang Chao didn't reply, placing his hands back on the keyboard and beginning to type rapidly once more. He closed all the interfaces on several monitors and opened a program he had created himself, furiously typing code. His fingers danced across the keyboard, and the screen filled with lines of code flowing like a waterfall. Where is it? He asked amidst the frenzy, his eyes still glued to the screen. Singapore, came the quick reply. Ice Emperor is near Universal Studios, and Mad Dog is by the Buddha Tooth Relic Temple. He chuckled, his hands never stopping. The Xue family and the boss of Mizui have gone mad. They're using submachine guns and grenades. Haha, Singapore's going to make global headlines tomorrow. He swiftly hacked into Singapore's public safety system, forcefully breaking into the public surveillance network. Tonight was destined to be restless. It wasn't just him. Many top hackers were also wide awake, eagerly watching live feeds from Singapore. From Mizui Bar to the coastal road, to the scenes of Ice Emperor and Jiang Feng parting ways and fighting their own battles. It all unfolded before their eyes. Multiple scenes played simultaneously on his monitors. Most of them were near Ice Emperor's location. Although Ice Emperor himself was not visible, there were bodies lying on the ground awaiting processing. On another screen, Jiang Feng and Xiaojio could be seen sprinting past a surveillance camera. With quick reflexes, he paused, rewound, and zoomed in. Jiang Feng's face became clear on the monitor. "Is it him?" he muttered to himself. Though he didn't know Jiang Feng personally, he had seen his face in a photo sent by a young friend he once mentored. That young friend was Li Zhao, whom Jiang Feng had rescued in the Golden Triangle. After being brought back to China, Li Zhao had collected a lot of information about Jiang Feng and sent it to him. At this moment, Jiang Feng and Xiaojio were running through the streets of Singapore. Although uninjured, they were exhausted. In the past 2 hours, they had been surrounded 3 or 4 times, each time breaking through with their formidable skills, only to find themselves encircled again shortly after. "Damn it, the camera," Xiaojio cursed, spotting a security camera not far away. Jiang Feng, panting heavily with his hands on his knees, said, "Yeah, the authorities are involved now. Looks like the Shui family has some serious pull. Some of the people we just killed were local police, right?" Xiaojio examined the submachine gun in his hand and confirmed, "Yeah, this gun is standard issue for the local police." Gritting his teeth, Jiang Feng spat, "Damn it, we're really in deep now, dragged into this mess by that unlucky woman. Looks like we can't get out by land. Let's try the sea route and get out of here." The situation was becoming increasingly dangerous, with both sides locked in a deadly struggle. Jiang Feng and Xiaojio had killed many of their pursuers, and even if they hadn't initially been part of this conflict, they were now deeply entangled. More and more armed men were hunting them down. "Call Chenwan and find out where they are," Jiang Feng instructed Xiaojio. "Don't waste time. Hang up in 30 seconds to avoid being tracked." He was severely fatigued, having just fought off 7 or 8 armed men in the last skirmish. If they had been any stronger, he would likely have been injured by now. Xiaojio nodded and quickly dialed Chenwan's number. "Hey, Chenwan, where are you guys?" Xiaojio dialed the number and immediately handed the phone to Jiang Feng. "At home. How are you doing?" Chenwan's voice was filled with urgency. In this age of rapid information, even the tiniest event can quickly spread across the entire city, let alone something this big. News reports were already flooding in from every direction. Jiang Feng quickly replied, "We're fine. Pack up our stuff, grab the 2 boxes we got earlier today, and prepare some food and water. Head to the speedboat and wait for us there." "Got it," Chenwan responded briefly. Jiang Feng hung up and tossed the phone back to Xiaojio. His own phone had been lost in an alley during their escape. "What now?" Xiaojio looked around. The place seemed eerily quiet and deserted, but both men knew that a massive search was underway. If they showed up on any camera, armed personnel would swarm them within minutes. They had to be extremely cautious. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with determination. "We push through. The villa area is just a few kilometers away. We'll get to the speedboat and escape by water." "Okay," Xiaojio agreed tersely. They hugged the walls, moving as quietly as possible while avoiding the cameras. Meanwhile, Bing Huang was crouched in a corner, hidden in the darkness. She watched coldly as a group of heavily armed men approached. They were from the Shui family, specifically Unit 6. To ordinary people, these men were formidable, but to Bing Huang, they were no different from any regular person. She gripped her 2 pistols, waiting silently for them to come closer. Suddenly, a faint noise came from behind. Bing Huang glanced back to see over a dozen WJ agents, each wearing bulletproof vests and carrying submachine guns. She frowned, thought for a moment, and then silently retreated into the shadows, disappearing from view. Gunfire erupted in the night. Jiang Feng and Xiaojio had encountered the enemy and immediately opened fire. Jiang Feng leapt sideways, while Xiaojio dove and rolled on the ground. Their guns spat fire continuously. 4 of the 6 enemies fell instantly. The remaining 2, shielded by their fallen comrades, managed to survive. They fired back while retreating, shouting into their earpieces, "They're here. Send backup." Kneeling behind a wall, Xiaojio quickly pulled a grenade from his belt, yanked the pin, and hurled it. "Grenade! Take cover!" The 2 enemies shouted, but it was too late. Jiang Feng ducked behind a tree while Xiaojio took cover after throwing the grenade. Rat-a-tat-tat. Boom! The explosion left the enemies with no chance to fight back. These were just regular search personnel, no match for Jiang Feng and Xiaojio. "Go!" Jiang Feng shouted as the enemies fell. They took off running, knowing that the noise would draw more forces from miles around. They burst out from the edge of the temple, where a surveillance camera caught their every move. Huang Chao observed everything through the monitor. "Impressive skills. These cops are useless. Taken down in seconds," Huang Chao remarked, sipping a cup of hot water, lounging like he was watching an entertaining movie. Jiang Feng and Xiaojio sprinted down the path toward the park's woods, with shouts and armed personnel closing in from all directions. Once in the woods, Xiao checked his phone's GPS this way. He directed, and they kept running. Suddenly, there was a commotion from the side. Someone had entered the woods. Jiang Feng's expression grew darker. Damn it! I'll kill every last one of you. Jiang Feng muttered as they reached the center of the small forest and abruptly stopped. What are you doing? Xiao glared at Jiang Feng. He knew his partner's personality and could guess his intentions, but he didn't agree. In his view, continuing to run was the best option. Damn it, if I don't take them down today, they won't ever fear me. I won't be called crazy for nothing, Jiang Feng growled through gritted teeth, gripping his heavy submachine gun. He expertly removed the magazine, only a dozen bullets left. This was his last bit of firepower. Xiao rolled his eyes in frustration. What the hell is wrong with you? Run. It's not just one faction. The entire Singaporean authorities are after us. Can you kill them all? Jiang Feng ignored him, his eyes cold. Stop yapping. We won't get away without taking them down. Look ahead, someone's closing in. We have no choice but to fight, idiot. His gaze swept the dark forest like a hawk, a cold smile curling his lips. Xiao took a deep breath and exhaled slowly. He realized the predicament. They couldn't break through without thinning out the pursuers. Those omnipresent cameras, even at some inconspicuous corner of the park's woods, were tracking their every move. Fine, Xiao sighed in resignation. Why do we always end up doing this? It was the same before, and it still is. Your nickname, Crazy, fits you perfectly. Stop talking and split up. This forest will be their grave, Jiang Feng said, vanishing into the darkness with his submachine gun. Xiao glanced around, and then slinked off in another direction. They each found a hiding spot, waiting for their prey. On the outskirts of the forest, 4 or 5 teams of armed personnel were closing in silently. They came from different factions, thugs from the Shui family, minions of the Mizu boss, and official armed forces. The forest was pitch black, with not a single light. The cold wind rustled the leaves, whispering like the voice of death. Most couldn't help but shiver. Jiang Feng hid behind a large tree, watching 6 or 7 figures approach. He slowly raised his submachine gun, aiming at his targets. Rat-a-tat-tat, rat-a-tat-tat. Gunfire shattered the night's silence. Despite the bulletproof vests, their lower bodies, necks, and heads were exposed. At less than 10 meters away, even if Jiang Feng's marksmanship wasn't as good as Xiao, it was enough to inflict fatal wounds. Bullets rained down, and the figures in front fell one after another, screams filling the air. Over here. Help, save me. My leg. Cries for help and pained moans echoed. Jiang Feng's face remained impassive as he emptied the magazine. Before the remaining 2 could retaliate, he had already ducked behind the tree. Bullets riddled the trunk, sending splinters flying. Not far away, Xiao's eyelids twitched at the sound of gunfire. He didn't wait for the enemy to come to him, but instead moved stealthily toward the source of the shots. In the darkness, the 2 killers moved like ghosts, fighting for survival. 4 armed men searched the woods back to back, while Xiao crouched behind a tree. As they got within 10 meters, Xiao decisively squeezed the trigger, and the submachine gun spat out deadly fire. The sharp bursts of gunfire shattered the silence, accompanied by piercing screams that echoed through the grove. By the time the magazine was empty, the 4 men were lying in pools of blood, their bodies riddled with bullets, without even a chance to return fire. Xiao quickly discarded the empty submachine gun and dashed towards the bodies. Just then, urgent footsteps and shouts came from the side. Over there, hurry! Reinforcements were closing in. Swiftly, Xiao grabbed another submachine gun and a pistol from the bodies, snatched a few magazines, and vanished into the thick darkness before the enemy arrived. Jiang Feng's situation was slightly different. 2 men who had narrowly escaped being shot were retreating in panic, completely overtaken by fear. They were merely ordinary security guards working to make ends meet at the club. Although their boss occasionally had them practice shooting, allowing them to boast in front of friends, their courage crumbled instantly in the face of real violence. When the captain called them from home tonight to catch a few people, they were brimming with confidence. However, upon hearing that dozens had already died, fear began to spread. Now, witnessing their comrades being riddled with bullets, some writhing in agony and others dead with eyes wide open, they were utterly broken. Their lips turned white, legs trembled, and they staggered backward in a desperate bid to escape. Hidden in the shadows, Jiang Feng smirked coldly. He felt no sympathy or pity, only a chilling intent to kill. His instructor's words echoed in his mind. If you face the enemy's bullets without skill, dying is just a waste. Silently, he stepped out of his hiding spot, ignoring the noises ahead, and quickly approached the 4 fallen men. A wounded man, barely clinging to life, saw Jiang Feng and weakly pleaded, "Help me, please, help me." His limbs were riddled with bullets, rendering him immobile as blood rapidly drained from his body. Jiang Feng sneered, squatting beside him. The man, around 30, had a face contorted with pain and eyes filled with desperation. Jiang Feng's gaze was as cold as ice, devoid of any emotion. With a swift crack, Jiang Feng snapped his neck. The man's terror and regret were frozen in his final moment. Jiang Feng quickly picked up the submachine gun from the ground and tucked a few magazines into his belt. Noticing 2 grenades on one of the corpses, he grabbed them without hesitation. At that moment, footsteps and blinding tactical flashlight beams approached. Jiang Feng immediately sprang up and sprinted away. There he is, shoot! Gunfire erupted, and the entire grove was suddenly in chaos. 7 or 8 men pursued Jiang Feng relentlessly. Nimble as ever, Jiang Feng leaped behind a rock formation, pulled the pin from a grenade, and hurled it backward with force. In the pitch-black woods, the beams from the tactical flashlights made the pursuers easy targets. The small grenade arced through the air, unnoticed by the chasers. With a thunderous explosion, screams and wails mingled with the sound of the blast. Jiang Feng, expressionless, emerged from behind the rock formation and began firing his submachine gun. The staccato bursts of gunfire sounded like death's call, with shell casings flying from the chamber and bullets raining down. The muzzle flashes illuminated Jiang Feng's face, twisted into a savage grin. When the magazine emptied, Jiang Feng quickly ducked back into cover and immediately retreated. He knew staying put was dangerous. Constant movement kept the enemy guessing and maintained his elusive advantage. On the other side, Xiaoju did the same. In the dark woods, the two moved like harbingers of doom, claiming lives with grim efficiency. As the killing continued, their excitement grew, and their expressions became increasingly ferocious. Outside the woods, Xuecheng's personal bodyguard, Yi Zhe, arrived at the scene, standing grimly at the forest's edge. The sounds of gunfire and screams echoed through the night. A subordinate beside Yi Zhe reported with a trembling voice, "Boss, over 30 men have gone in, but only a few have come out." Yi Zhe took a deep breath and asked sternly, "How long has it been?" 10 minutes. Yi Zhe roared, "Call in more men, surround the area, and don't let them escape. They're on their way, but it'll take a few more minutes." Yi Zhe's voice broke the silence of the night, his eyes glinting with a cold, ruthless light. "Get inside and stall them. We can't let them escape." Without hesitation, Yi Zhe led the way deeper into the forest, followed by a group of tense subordinates. Among them was a middle-aged man, a former soldier, whose face was now etched with fear. He trembled as he spoke. "Boss, let's wait for the others to arrive before we go in." Yi Zhe abruptly turned and glared at the cowardly subordinate. "Get inside, or none of you will get out of here alive today." His voice was as sharp as a blade. "You all know Xuecheng's temper. His favorite son is dead, and he's beyond reason now." The air seemed to freeze around them. Everyone understood that, as the head of a powerful conglomerate, Xuecheng's current behavior had crossed the line of rationality. The entire city was under lockdown, with a heavy police and armed forces presence. Even the military was on its way. The authorities were under unprecedented pressure, forced to fully support Xuecheng's vendetta. The subordinates hung their heads, recalling the brutal scenes they had witnessed during the relentless pursuit. They had seen firsthand the terrifying skills of Jiang Feng and Xiaoju, and the bodies of their fallen comrades lay on the path behind them, silent witnesses to the madness of the chase. Yi Zhe's cold gaze swept over them, his tone menacing. "You can stay out here if you want, but if those two escape, the chairman will hold you responsible, and your families won't be safe." A heavy silence fell over the group. Moments later, Yi Zhe turned and walked into the forest, the others exchanging glances before following with gritted teeth. They knew all too well that failure tonight would bring consequences far worse than death. Deeper in the forest, Xiaoju and Jiang Feng had already regrouped. A heavy aura of killing intent surrounded them, with over 30 corpses lying scattered around, their eyes wide open in death, silently accusing the massacre. "It's about time. Let's go." Jiang Feng took a deep breath, struggling to suppress the murderous rage within him. Xiaoju nodded in agreement, his delicate face shrouded in a dark gloom that sent chills down the spine. Just as they were about to leave, Yi Zhe and his 8-man team entered the forest. They split into 3 groups, cautiously searching with tactical flashlights. Hiding behind a thick tree trunk, Jiang Feng watched the distant beams of light with a cold smile. "They're still coming, huh? Tough nuts to crack." Xiaoju's eyes flashed with killing intent. "Let's take them out," he whispered, lifting his submachine gun and silently approaching the enemy, ensuring every step was noise-free. Jiang Feng's face twisted into a grim smile as he flanked from another direction. Like predators closing in on their prey, the two of them surrounded the unsuspecting 9 men. In the darkness, a silent slaughter was about to unfold. As Xiaoju was about 30 to 40 meters away from the group, he noticed 6 or 7 bodies on the ground. He quickly scanned the area, then without hesitation, lay down on one of the corpses, smearing fresh blood on his face to appear dead. Not far away, Jiang Feng gripped his submachine gun tightly, hiding behind a rock formation, and cautiously observed the approaching search teams through a gap in the rocks. Time ticked by slowly, and Yi Zhe's heart had been racing ever since they entered the forest. His muscles were tense, and cold sweat soaked through his shirt. This relentless pursuit had made him acutely aware of their opponent's terrifying prowess. He had thought escape was impossible under such a large-scale siege. Yet Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu had managed to carve a bloody path through, filling him with both astonishment and fear. Suddenly, Yi Zhe's eyes caught sight of a pile of bodies not far away. He quickly scanned them with his tactical flashlight. The bodies were about 20 meters away, near another group of searchers. Since entering the forest, they had encountered several similar scenes. Thorough checks on the previous occasions had revealed no threats, causing their vigilance towards corpses to unwittingly diminish. The three men near Xiaojiu's location gave the bodies a cursory scan with their flashlights before moving on. Xiaojiu held his breath, remaining motionless. He knew that the moment Jiang Feng fired to draw attention, he would have to act immediately. Their countless teamwork had honed their coordination to perfection. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a cold smile as he kept his eyes fixed on the three approaching groups. His submachine gun was already raised, ready to fire at any moment. Yi Zhe, flanked by two subordinates, walked in the middle, with Xiaojiu and Jiang Feng on either side. Suddenly, Yi Zhe's heart pounded violently, and a chill ran down his spine. Rat-a-tat! Jiang Feng decisively pulled the trigger. Yi Zhe instantly turned and fired back in Jiang Feng's direction. Rat-a-tat! However, the rock formation effectively blocked the bullets. Meanwhile, the three men on Yi Zhe's other side were completely exposed to Jiang Feng's line of fire. Over here! Shoot! Screams and shouts erupted as Jiang Feng's bullets mercilessly took down two men. Everyone's attention was drawn to Jiang Feng. Rat-a-tat! The remaining 7 submachine guns unleashed a barrage at the rock formation, forcing Jiang Feng to huddle behind cover, temporarily unable to return fire. He quickly retrieved a grenade he had seized earlier and threw it with all his might. Boom! The explosion echoed through the forest, but this time, it caused no casualties. Someone immediately reached for a grenade to retaliate. At that moment, with everyone's attention on Jiang Feng, Xiaojiu sprang up, aiming his submachine gun at Yi Zhe and his group from behind. Rat-a-tat-a-tat-tat! Behind us! Behind us! Gunfire erupted again, but this time the bullets rained down on Yi Zhe and his men. In an instant, 3 or 4 of them fell. They howled and struggled in fury, but it was futile. As Yi Zhe realized what was happening and tried to turn his gun, Jiang Feng emerged from behind cover. Surrounded and outflanked, the 2 men with their submachine guns caught Yi Zhe's group completely off guard. Yi Zhe screamed in pain as a bullet grazed his neck, spraying arterial blood onto a nearby subordinate. Die! Yi Zhe roared, firing wildly in Xiaojiu's direction. Xiaojiu quickly discarded his submachine gun and rolled backward, grabbing a corpse for cover. Rat-a-tat! Jiang Feng sneered, unloading his entire magazine into the remaining 3 men. From the moment Jiang Feng opened fire, it had only been a few seconds, but all 9 men were down. The dark forest had become their grave, while Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu remained unscathed. Xiaojiu pushed the blood-stained corpse off him and stood up. Yi Zhe's eyes widened as his tactical flashlight slipped from his grasp. His submachine gun's magazine was empty, but he had no strength left to reload. As his neck's artery was severed, his blood gushed out like a flood. Strength rapidly drained from him, and his breathing became labored and difficult. The submachine gun slipped from his limp hand, and he slowly sank to the ground. In his final moments, in the pitch-black forest, scenes from Yi Zhe's past flashed before his eyes. He saw his family, his friends, and memories from his life. The images sped past, and finally, he slowly closed his eyes. Jiang Feng walked forward slowly, holding a submachine gun. The gunfire abruptly stopped. The forest fell into a deathly silence, with only faint groans piercing the darkness. Without hesitation, he fired at the remaining enemies from a distance. After meeting up with Xiaojiu, the two stood among the scattered bodies, their victory assured. Jiang Feng sneered. Is this it? They dared to come in here, a bunch of losers. Xiaojiu chuckled in agreement, though his eyes remained cold. Heh, let's go. There shouldn't be many left outside. If we wait any longer, a whole bunch more will come. By now, someone must be going crazy. Yeah, Jiang Feng replied curtly. They quickly swapped out their weapons with those from Yi Zhe's group, replenishing their ammo and grenades, before disappearing into the dense forest. Meanwhile, in a pitch-dark room, Huang Chao held a cup of hot water, eyes fixed on the surveillance monitors. Through the security cameras scattered throughout the forest, he had witnessed a gunfight more thrilling than any movie. Impressive, Huang Chao muttered, lighting a cigarette. 48 went in, and only a few made it out. He watched as Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu's figures gradually vanished from the screen. Where's Bing Huang? Huang Chao quickly tapped on the keyboard, switching the feed to Bing Huang's location. At that moment, Bing Huang had reached the coastal area, facing even fiercer pursuit. As the main target of the night, She had drawn the attention of elite forces from all sides. Xuecheng, the leader of Mizue, and the authorities had all mobilized, determined to capture her. Bing Huang moved swiftly through the coastal neighborhoods, but despite her formidable skills, she appeared somewhat beleaguered. The number of pursuers, now in the hundreds and still growing, even included official police forces. Her expression was icy, her eyes gleaming with unprecedented coldness. After hours of relentless pursuit and combat, even Bing Huang was feeling the drain of her stamina. The entire area was under lockdown, with neighborhood gates sealed and houses tightly secured. She hid in a corner, eyeing a tall building not far away, seeking refuge. However, the path to the building was monitored by 2 cameras, causing her to frown. Huang Chao continued to switch between camera feeds, replaying footage of Bing Huang. On the adjacent 3D high-definition map display, he traced her route and pinpointed her exact location. 2 minutes later, Huang Chao locked onto a narrow alley, just ahead of Bing Huang. Too many people. It's going to be hard for her to escape, especially with the official forces involved, he muttered to himself, taking a sip of water and leaning back in his chair, deep in thought. Frenzy's eyes quickly scanned the monitor, catching sight of Jiang Feng and Xiao Jia. He made a rapid decision, instructing Madman and Number 9 to assist them. The 3 of them together might just have a chance to escape. With this thought in mind, Frenzy immediately sprang into action. His fingers flew across the keyboard, the clattering of keys echoing through the room. His swivel chair turned towards the angled monitor as he skillfully operated another keyboard. First, he hacked into a communication base station in Singapore, and then he swiftly searched based on Jiang Feng and Xiao Jia's escape route. The base station location software ran swiftly on the monitor, sifting through vast amounts of data. Frenzy's hacking skills were on full display. He continuously switched surveillance screens to track the 2, hacking into communication base stations along their route to quickly pinpoint their location through signal feedback. Minutes later, a string of phone numbers popped up on the angled monitor. Gotcha, Frenzy muttered to himself before dialing. Xiao Jio, who was on the run, suddenly felt his phone vibrating in his pocket. He stopped in confusion and pulled out his phone, seeing a long international number. Are you kidding me? A scam call in the middle of the night? Xiao Jio cursed as he hung up and quickly caught up with Jiang Feng. Seeing the call get disconnected, Frenzy chuckled. Not answering? I'll keep calling until you do, he said, dialing again. You've got to be kidding me, Xiao Jio muttered as his phone vibrated again. He angrily hung up once more. The 2 of them ran into an underground parking lot, where Jiang Feng planned to find a car. Although their destination wasn't far, having a vehicle would help them reach the villa area faster to escape by speedboat. This was their escape route. The phone kept vibrating persistently, and Xiaoju was about to turn it off out of frustration. What's up? Jiang Feng asked, alertly scanning their surroundings and noticing Xiaojia's distraction. Nothing, just some lunatic keeps calling. It's been 7 or 8 times already, Xiaojia replied, his finger hovering over the power button. A call? 7 or 8 times. Jiang Feng frowned in confusion. Answer it and see who it is. Xiaoju looked at Jiang Feng in surprise, his fingers still in midair. Jiang Feng nodded in confirmation, and Xiaoju canceled the shutdown, only for the phone to ring again. Who the hell are you? Are you crazy, calling nonstop? Don't you know I'm on the run? Xiaoju answered the call, muttering angrily under his breath. A raspy laugh came from the other end, sounding like someone with a severe smoking habit. What's so funny? Who are you? Xiaoju snapped, even more irritated. I'm Frenzy. The voice on the other end introduced himself. Frenzy? More like crazy, Xiaoju shot back without hesitation. A bout of violent coughing came from the other end, clearly caught off guard by Xiaojia's retort. Cough. I'm Frenzy. I know you're in the parking lot right now, Frenzy said, taking a deep breath to calm himself. What? How do you know? Xiaoju asked, startled. Hearing this, Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with caution. He grabbed Xiaojia's phone and asked, You're Frenzy? I've heard of you. Are you a hacker? You must be Madman. We have some history here, Frenzy replied with a chuckle. What history? What do you want from us? Jiang Feng asked warily. I'll explain later. We don't have much time. Frenzy's tone suddenly turned urgent. I'm warning you, in 3 minutes, you'll be surrounded in the parking lot. Over 100 armed personnel are converging on your location. Frenzy's fingers danced over the keyboard, the monitor displaying rapidly changing images of vehicles speeding down the road, most of them official armed forces closing in on their position. What are you planning? Jiang Feng squinted, cautiously surveying the still quiet parking lot. I'm helping you escape. You 2 need to find Ice Emperor, and the 3 of you escape together. Frenzy laid out his plan succinctly. The rapid clacking of keys filled the room as Guang Chao's fingers danced over the keyboard. Jiang Feng frowned at the furious sound, wondering if the keyboard might break under the onslaught. Why are you helping us? And why should I go find the Ice Queen? He asked. With a slight smirk, Guang Chao chuckled softly. Do as I say if you want a chance to escape. As for why I'm helping you, That's none of your concern. Jiang Feng didn't hesitate to refuse. I don't trust you. A laugh echoed through the phone. Heh, suit yourself. Just wait to be surrounded then. Oh, by the way, the authorities have already dispatched official police. The Ice Queen is nearly surrounded, and you're not far off either. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu exchanged a meaningful glance, both falling into a thoughtful silence. Jiang Feng broke the silence, his tone cautious. What do you need us to do? I don't believe in free favors. Guang Chao continued typing rapidly while responding. Go find the Ice Queen and work with her to escape. The lines of code, flickering across multiple monitors, showcased the extraordinary skills of this top-tier hacker. 2 minutes left, Guang Chao noted, glancing at the surveillance feed showing numerous vehicles converging on their location. Still don't believe me? Then hang up. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered with indecision, but after a brief pause, he replied abruptly, all right. Heh, wait a moment. I'll find you a car, Guang Chao said, pausing his coding to switch screens. No need. I'll handle it myself. Jiang Feng declined. He was well aware that many modern cars, especially from certain well-known electric vehicle brands, were connected to manufacturer systems. Only elite hackers could remotely start such vehicles. Fine, but hurry. Guang Chao continued focusing on his code. Gripping his phone tightly, Jiang Feng dashed towards a nearby Land Rover. Upon reaching it, he smashed the window with a single punch. The piercing alarm blared instantly. Jiang Feng quickly opened the door and jumped into the driver's seat, with Xiao Jiu climbing into the passenger seat right behind him. Putting the phone on speaker and setting it aside, Jiang Feng leaned down to find the wiring. Familiar with the Land Rover, he soon located the keyless start method. In less than a minute, the engine roared to life. 30 seconds left. If you don't move now, you'll be surrounded. Guang Chao's voice warned through the phone. Jiang Feng decisively disabled the ABS system and switched to manual mode. The engine roared, tires squealed against the pavement, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow. Despite the narrow parking lot exits, Jiang Feng skillfully maneuvered the Land Rover like a wild bull charging towards freedom. Take a left, then drive against the traffic onto the overpass. A raspy voice crackled through the phone. Jiang Feng immediately turned to Xiao Jiu beside him and said, connect the Bluetooth. Xiao Jiu swiftly operated the phone. The car window shattered as Jiang Feng broke it, letting in a rush of wind mixed with piercing noise. The speakerphone's volume seemed faint amidst the chaos. Zzz boom. The Land Rover executed a dazzling drift through the narrow passage, speeding towards the exit. A barrier blocked the way, but Jiang Feng showed no sign of slowing down. Clang! The harsh sound of metal clashing echoed as the barrier gave way. Jiang Feng yanked the steering wheel to the left and slammed on the brakes. The Land Rover carved a graceful arc on the deserted street. The entire city was shrouded in the ominous shadow of martial law, eerily silent. Roar! The engine growled as the Land Rover charged the wrong way onto the overpass. Less than 100 meters away, 3 or 4 cars converged from various directions. Jiang Feng's eyes were cold as ice, unfazed. Heh, I told you. 1 more minute and you wouldn't have made it. Guang Chao's voice came through the car speakers. Xiao Jiu scoffed, lighting a cigarette and handing it to Jiang Feng. Just taking out some trash. But what if the official JD arrives while you're surrounded? Guang Chao said nonchalantly. Xiao Jiu was momentarily speechless, realizing that if they got trapped in the parking lot, even the best fighters wouldn't escape once the official JD arrived. Cut the crap, which way? Jiang Feng glanced at the rearview mirror. A swarm of vehicles was hot on their trail. He floored the gas pedal, and the engine let out a deep growl. Stay on the overpass for 3 kilometers, then exit and turn right. Guang Chao's instructions were clear as he kept his eyes fixed on the monitor tracking Jiang Feng and Bing Huang. Simultaneously, Guang Chao's fingers danced over the keyboard, lines of code flowing like water, rapidly forming virus software. A silent cyber war had begun. In the Singapore Monitoring Center on the 3rd floor, a large room's giant screen suddenly went black, then flickered into static. What happened? A middle-aged man in a sharp suit turned to the staff behind him. Someone's hacking us, attacking our back end. They've taken control. A young man with glasses responded, sweating profusely as he frantically typed on the keyboard. The middle-aged man's face darkened as he hurried out of the room to make a call. Our monitoring backend has been hacked. Get your team to help regain control. Meanwhile, in an inconspicuous small room, a pale-faced man sat before a computer. He was the hacker who had invited Guang Chao earlier. Suddenly, the surveillance feed in front of him vanished. Huh, what's going on? Who's messing with this? He muttered. The moment Guang Chao infiltrated the monitoring center's backend, he cut off all real-time feeds for other hackers, causing widespread discontent among those who had been watching. Suddenly, countless nimble hands were frantically typing on keyboards, all vying to seize control of the monitoring center. Heh, bring it on, you little pests. Guang Chao smirked, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Instantly, numerous idle computers worldwide sprang to life, their screens flickering briefly before going dark. Huang Chao became an impenetrable firewall, blocking all hackers attempting to breach the monitoring center's backend. Rat-a-tat, rat-a-tat. Gunfire echoed through the speakers. Huang Chao continued typing, glancing at the display showing both parties' positions drawing closer. Exit the overpass, turn right, get on the avenue, and you'll be near Binghuang in 2 kilometers. Jiang Feng spotted the exit sign ahead and decisively headed towards it. The pursuers were close behind, with some even crazily firing submachine guns at the Land Rover on the overpass. At this moment, the pursuers were relentless, determined not to let Jiang Feng and his team escape. Bullets rained down like a storm, striking the car with a piercing metallic screech. Fortunately, the 200-meter distance and the sturdy vehicle provided Jiang Feng and Xiaoju with enough protection. Jiang Feng slammed on the brakes, making the Land Rover drift sideways. The powerful torque of the engine kept the vehicle balanced. He felt immense pressure, but his exceptional driving skills shone through. The vehicle shot off the overpass, and with a precise right drift, Jiang Feng steered it towards an open area. Suddenly, several WJ vehicles appeared ahead, charging towards them. Although the pursuers were trailing behind, they had already alerted the front to set up a blockade. Xiaojiu quickly reacted, unbuckling his seatbelt and wrapping it around his shoulder. He hooked one foot around the seat and leaned out of the window, holding his submachine gun steady as he fired at the approaching vehicles. Jiang Feng floored the accelerator, the car's speed surging to 120 kilometers per hour, heading straight for the opposing vehicle formation. Faced with Xiaojiu's gunfire and Jiang Feng's reckless charge, the opposing vehicles were forced to slow down and slightly veer off course. Jiang Feng seized this fleeting opportunity, driving onto the left sidewalk and skillfully evading the blockade. Which way? Jiang Feng shouted over the roar. Huang Chao quickly responded, turn left in 1 kilometer, head to Fuan community. Bing Huang is waiting at the gate. With that, he continued to fend off the hacker attacks, maintaining tight control over the backend system. Xiaojiu swiftly changed magazines, continuing to fire at the pursuing vehicles. Gunshots, engine roars, screeching brakes, and the shouts of armed personnel echoed through the city. Meanwhile, Bing Huang stood in the shadows, hearing the distant sounds of intense gunfire and roaring engines. She realized that tonight, besides herself, Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu were also under pursuit. She looked curiously in the direction of the noise. A minute later, a bullet-riddled Land Rover sped towards Bing Huang. She squinted, her eyes fixed on the battered yet still speeding vehicle, a puzzled expression crossing her face. Screech! Jiang Feng slammed on the brakes, and the Land Rover's tires screeched against the pavement. Following Huang Chao's guidance, he drove into a narrow alley and shouted, "Get in!" The surroundings were eerily silent. Jiang Feng scanned the area but saw no sign of Bing Huang. Huang Chao insisted she was nearby, but the sound of pursuing vehicles grew louder, making the situation dire. 20 meters away, Bing Huang frowned as she watched the Land Rover. She couldn't understand why Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu had come to rescue her. She hesitated for a moment, realizing that missing this chance could mean getting trapped. With the enemy closing in, she had no choice. Gritting her teeth, Bing Huang dashed out from the shadows and sprinted towards the Land Rover. For her, 20 meters was a blink of an eye. Within seconds, she agilely leaped into the vehicle. Seeing her get in, Jiang Feng let out a sigh of relief. With Bing Huang's powerful assistance, their chances of escape had significantly increased. Hee, I knew you were hiding here. Huang Chao's raspy voice came through the car's speakers. Bing Huang's eyes flickered at the sound, and she glanced at Jiang Feng and Xiaojiu. Yes, it's me, Huang Chao continued. Run now. Everyone around is converging on you. The regular police are only 5 kilometers away. Jiang Feng had no time for words. He floored the gas pedal, and the Land Rover shot out of the alley like a wild horse. No more talking. Tell me the way, he shouted, his eyes scanning the maze of paths ahead. A single wrong turn could mean disaster. Turn left and go straight, Huang Chao instructed succinctly. Jiang Feng obeyed immediately, and the Land Rover's tires screeched as they made a sharp left. Suddenly, a Honda came rushing towards them. Xiaojiu reacted swiftly, raising his submachine gun and firing out the window. Rat-a-tat-tat. The Honda's driver was hit, causing the car to veer off and crash into the roadside greenery. Bing Huang grabbed another submachine gun from beside Jiang Feng, opened the sunroof, and emerged halfway out. She aimed at the pursuing vehicles behind the Honda and pulled the trigger. Tat-a-tat-a-tat. The bullets hit their marks, taking out the drivers with precision. 3 oncoming cars had their drivers shot dead. Some crashed into the greenery, while others flipped over by the roadside. Boom! Jiang Feng showcased his driving skills by riding the right side wheels over the greenery, squeezing through a narrow gap. However, more vehicles were closing in from all directions. As soon as they were within range, someone in each car leaned out and opened fire. The hail of bullets struck the Land Rover, creating a cacophony of metallic clangs. Call Chinwan and find out where they are now. Jiang Feng felt the immense pressure. The number of pursuers was overwhelming, and getting trapped in the city could be fatal. If surrounded by hundreds of armed men, even a god couldn't escape. Xiao Ju spread his hands. How am I supposed to call? They hadn't cut off communication with Kuang Chao, who they still relied on for directions. Number. Kuang Chao's raspy voice came through. Xiao Ju quickly recited a string of digits, and Kuang Chao dialed them. Hello, madman? Chun Wan's voice came through the speakers. Chun Wan, where are you? Give me your location, Xiao Ju shouted urgently. We're at the place where we docked the speedboat earlier today. I've got everything ready, Chun Wan replied, holding her phone tightly, tense from the gunfire she could hear. Good. Wait for us there, Jiang Feng yelled. Kuang Chao hung up and rapidly typed on his keyboard. If you can go straight ahead, do it. Cars are converging from all sides. Cross the greenery and get to Jinan Road. Turn right in 1 kilometer, and you'll hit the coastal highway. The Land Rover barreled through the narrow path, and a stretch of green lawn appeared ahead. Without hesitation, Jiang Feng drove straight onto it. As Jiang Feng was frantically helping Bing Huang escape, in a luxurious room elsewhere, a middle-aged man was shouting angrily into a phone, his face contorted with rage. The face of the Singaporean official twisted with rage as he barked orders at his subordinates. Useless. How can you not catch 3 people with such a large operation? No matter how many you send or what means you use, you must capture them. His voice trembled under the pressure. Tonight's chaos had pushed him to his limits. He continued, tell JD to blow up their car with an RPG. Get WJ to send helicopters for backup. If you let them escape, you might as well be dead. With that, he hurled his phone against the wall, shattering it into pieces. Meanwhile, Xuecheng sat in his study, his eyes bloodshot, anxiously awaiting any news. In the corner of the room, an elderly woman sobbed quietly. On the battlefield, Xiao Ju pulled back and whispered, out of bullets. He and Bing Huang had emptied their magazines, but their efforts had bought Jiang Feng precious time. Jiang Feng had already crossed the green lawn and was rushing onto Jinan Road, about to reach the coastal highway, breaking through the core of the encirclement. Bing Huang, expressionless, discarded his submachine gun and calmly sat in the back seat. Jiang Feng executed a flawless drift, the Land Rover skimming past several pursuing vehicles as it tore onto the coastal highway. The engine roared, and the Land Rover surged down the road like a wild beast. Kuang Chao's voice crackled over the communicator. Turn right off the highway in 3 kilometers, then abandon the car after 500 meters. Your friend is by the sea. Walking will be faster and will help you avoid the roadblocks. His eyes were glued to the monitor, where countless vehicles were closing in on Jiang Feng and his team. How far do we need to go? Xiao Ju asked. 1 kilometer to the villa area. I have control of the surveillance. You need to hurry and escape before the regular JD forces arrive. Kuang Chao responded while continuing to fend off other hackers. Where are the regular JD forces? Jiang Feng inquired calmly. 2 kilometers away from you, with some already moving to cut you off ahead. At your current speed, you can get off the coastal highway before they form a complete blockade, Kuang Chao answered swiftly. Jiang Feng nodded silently and floored the gas pedal. The bullet-riddled Land Rover accelerated to 180 kilometers per hour. They were about to exit the coastal highway, with just enough distance to escape before the JD forces could fully encircle them. A few hundred meters ahead, a convoy of military trucks approached slowly. Jiang Feng quickly identified them as regular army vehicles. He decisively turned the steering wheel, veering off the coastal highway. Be careful, came Kuang Chao's wary voice through the earpiece. It looks like someone has infiltrated the villa area. I just saw a few cars heading towards one of the villas. Xiao Ju sneered. Heh, looks like they found our hideout. The Land Rover pulled over on a secluded path, its body covered in scratches, the rear bumper riddled with bullet holes, and the taillights shattered. Jiang Feng swiftly jumped out of the driver's seat. Suddenly, the Bluetooth connection cut off, and a raspy voice came through the speakerphone. Run. Head east through the park. People are coming. Jiang Feng quickly oriented himself and led the charge. The kilometer distance was neither too far nor too close for them. The 3 of them swiftly disappeared into the darkness. In less than a minute, a large number of armed vehicles surrounded the Land Rover, including several regular army jeeps. A stern-faced officer jumped out, wielding a submachine gun, and shouted, They've escaped. Pursue them. He quickly assumed command, disregarding the presence of others, and divided the JC, WJ, and regular army into groups for a thorough search. Only Xuecheng and the men under the bewildered boss hesitated. The officer roared, Move it, or I'll have your hides. If we don't catch them, even Xuecheng will have to pay the price. His furious shout spurred everyone into action, heading towards the park to search. Turning to a young soldier, the officer ordered, Tell the computer team on JF's side to speed up and regain control of the surveillance. The young soldier immediately called through his earpiece. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng led Xiao Jiu and Bing Huang on a mad dash straight to the villa area. Outside Chen Wan's villa, They saw 3 or 4 cars parked by the wall and decisively detoured towards the small pier. Suddenly, a soft call came from the darkness. Madman, is that you? The voice was tinged with urgency. Jiang Feng, panting, responded, Yes, it's me. Chunwan jumped off the speedboat and ran towards Jiang Feng. He grabbed her arm and urged, We're fine. Let's go quickly. The troops are right behind us. Xiao Jiao and Bing Huang swiftly boarded the speedboat, with Jiang Feng and Chunwan following suit. The engine roared to life, and the speedboat headed towards the open sea. Jiang Feng finally let out a sigh of relief, and Bing Huang's expression also relaxed slightly. The engine noise alerted those near the villa. Several people ran out and peered into the dark sea, but saw nothing. One man took out his phone and reported, Boss, the villa is empty. We heard a speedboat engine just now. They might have escaped. A low, angry roar came from the other end of the line. Are you all useless? A bunch of idiots, all of you. The news spread quickly. Shuecheng yelled at the person reporting, Send out the helicopters. Find them no matter where they've gone. His voice was hoarse. In the long, grueling 3 to 4 hours, with hundreds dead or wounded and continuous gunfire, the fact that the target had ultimately escaped was an immense disaster for him. The gunshots had barely ceased when the city descended into chaos. WJ and JD immediately dispatched helicopters to search the nearby seas and islands. Key personnel were furious, mobilizing over 1,000 armed men within hours, resulting in constant gunfire throughout the city. However, the operation ended in failure, costing them more than 100 levies, a result that was hard to swallow. As dawn approached, they faced unprecedented pressure. The speedboat raced across the sea, its engine roaring. Where to? Xiaojia yelled over the noise as he steered. Jiang Feng replied, Head out to the deep sea. Get as far away as possible. Find a small island to lay low. I'm worried helicopters might come searching for us. Got it. Xiaojia responded, flooring the throttle. The front of the speedboat lifted off the water, soaring through the air. Despite the bumps, the speed climbed to nearly 80 knots, around 100 kilometers per hour. This was a tapophyline purchase, something an ordinary speedboat couldn't match. As they fled Singapore, far away, Guangzhou finally relinquished control of the surveillance center's backend. Heh, a bunch of trash trying to compete with me, he sneered, habitually leaving a backdoor for future incursions. After Guangzhou left, a swarm of hackers descended, unwilling to give up. Angered by Guangzhou's earlier arrogance, they were determined to trace his steps and uncover his IP address. Come on, let's see what you've got, Guangzhou muttered, his fingers flying over the keyboard. Code appeared and vanished like flowing water. Idle computers worldwide became his bots and hackers, official tech personnel, even JD's top computer experts launched relentless attacks against him. Excitement flickered across Guangzhou's face as his fingers danced faster on the keyboard. 8 monitors switched simultaneously, displaying various code generation software. The server lights behind him blinked at an increased frequency. Suddenly, Guangzhou burst into laughter. A bunch of trash. He had successfully lured everyone to a decoy IP, slipping away himself and leaving the base's staff in a state of chaos. Time ticked by. The sea surveillance had vanished, and finding a speedboat in the vast ocean was like searching for a needle in a haystack. As time passed, Jiang Feng and his companions gradually relaxed. Although helicopters could take off quickly, most pilots were already asleep in the dead of night. From the moment they received the news that Jiang Feng and his group had gone to sea, Shuecheng and other department leaders ordered the pilots to be awakened. Starting up a helicopter took time, and this precious time gap allowed Jiang Feng and his group to successfully escape the coastline and enter the deep sea. Even after the helicopters took off, time was needed for communication and search area allocation. The coastline was long and the sea was vast. Finding Jiang Feng's speedboat in the dark with a dozen helicopters was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Jiang Feng sat in the cabin, watching the searchlights of the helicopters recede into the distance, finally breathing a sigh of relief. He estimated they were already dozens of kilometers away from the coastline. Xiaojiu kept the speedboat at full throttle. The sea wind numbed their faces, but no one cared about the discomfort. As dawn broke, the fuel gauge hit empty. Xiaojiu slowed down and turned to Jiang Feng, saying, We're out of fuel. We should be far enough. Jiang Feng rubbed his tired eyes, holding Chenwan and Xiaohua close. Yeah, it's far enough. If they can still find us, then they're really something. Let's find an uninhabited island to rest. Xiaohua looked up, worry etched on her face. How are we going to get back without fuel? Jiang Feng reassured her with a smile. Don't worry, we have a spare barrel of fuel. This kind of preparation was a habit for them. They always kept a spare fuel barrel, a military knife, a handgun, and a phone in every vehicle. Xiaohua finally smiled. Oh, that's good. Bing Huang had been silent since boarding, sitting at the back with his eyes closed, seemingly indifferent to everything around him. Soon, an island appeared in their sight. Xiao Jiu adjusted the direction and headed towards it. Chenwan still looked worried. I wonder if anyone's there. Ever since she received Jiang Feng's call last night, she had been following the city's news, knowing that the entire city was under lockdown and gunshots were ringing out, something unprecedented in Singapore for many years. Jiang Feng patted her shoulder to comfort her. Don't worry. As long as we're out of Singapore, we're safe. Chunwan nodded and nestled back into his arms. As the speedboat approached the shore, Xiaoju didn't stop immediately but circled the entire island, carefully observing the environment. The island wasn't large, only about 100 acres, with a height of around 100 meters and dense vegetation. There was another small island a few hundred meters behind it. After observing, Jiang Feng decided, this should be good. Doesn't seem like anyone's here. Xiaoju then steered towards the shore. A few minutes later, the speedboat landed on the beach, and the five of them jumped off, feeling the soft sand beneath their feet. The rising sun cast a golden light on them, making them feel reborn. Xiaoju unloaded 2 suitcases from the speedboat, filled with the firearms and medicines they traded with Lao Lu yesterday. Chunwan's large suitcase was packed with bottled water and high-calorie food, ensuring their basic survival needs. When Xiaohua dragged out the last suitcase, Xiaoju asked in surprise, "What's in here? More food? Why so much?" Xiaohua replied matter-of-factly, "No, these are our clothes and toiletries." She handed the suitcase to Xiaojiu, unable to carry it herself. Clothes? Toiletries? Xiaojiu was momentarily stunned. Jiang Feng burst into laughter. Ha ha ha, Xiaohua, do you think we're on vacation? Even the usually silent Bing Huang glanced at Xiaohua. Xiaohua rolled her eyes and explained, "Well, you guys took so long last night. Wanjia and I went back to the villa several times to get stuff. It turned out they had waited at the dock for 2 or 3 hours." In an effort to distract herself and avoid overthinking, Qianwan dragged Xiaohua around the villa, tirelessly moving everything they could think of onto the speedboat. Her actions caught Jiang Feng's attention. He walked over, wrapped his arms around Qianwan, and leaned in for a kiss. Qianwan caught a whiff of cigarette smoke on his breath, wrinkled her nose, and gently pushed him away. "Go wash your face and brush your teeth. Your breath smells terrible," she said, before pulling Xiaohua towards the beach. Jiang Feng glanced around at the scenery and had a sudden idea. "Hey, let's treat this like a vacation. An uninhabited island, it's like a survival adventure." His words prompted Xiaoju to scoff. A survival adventure with 4 or 5 big boxes and all kinds of firearms and medicine. "Yeah, right," he said, pointing to the luggage on the beach. Unfazed, Jiang Feng grinned and picked up a suitcase, following the 3 women ahead. He turned to Xiaojiu and winked. "Look, 3 women, such a nice view." Xiaojiu laughed. "Haha, indeed. But don't even think about competing with me for Bing Huang. She's my target." Jiang Feng responded dismissively. "Do I look like an idiot? Compete with you for Bing Huang? I wouldn't even fight you for Yen Wang." As they walked, Xiaojiu glanced back and said, "Just wait until I succeed. Don't get jealous then. Remember to call me Ju Yi." Jiang Feng muttered, "Ju Yi, my foot. You just want to become a eunuch. Chasing after an ice queen, what a fool." After leaving the shore, Bing Huang led the group into the island's forest. The tense hours of pursuit the previous night had left her exhausted and in need of rest. They didn't venture far before finding a sheltered spot in the woods to stop. Jiang Feng looked around and suggested, "Let's set up camp here. We'll rest for a couple of days. Once things calm down, we can find a way to leave. Right now, they're probably turning the place upside down searching for us." Xiaoju put down his suitcase and said, "All right, I'll go hide the speedboat. You guys set up camp." He headed back to the shore to conceal the speedboat in a rocky cove he had spotted earlier, hoping to avoid aerial detection. Jiang Feng opened a suitcase and took out a brand new Nepalese military knife, starting to clear the surrounding underbrush. Even though it was a temporary stop, he believed it was necessary to tidy up the area for their comfort. After all, they'd be the ones suffering otherwise. By the time Jiang Feng and his group reached the deserted island, the sky was already beginning to brighten. The lockdown in Singapore had been lifted, but the aftermath of last night's events was still palpable. Workers were diligently cleaning up the traces of the conflict on the streets, but the bullet holes and collision marks were still shockingly visible. The entire city was shrouded in a tense atmosphere, like the calm before a storm. Singapore's second-in-command, an elderly man with graying hair, was frowning as he reviewed the report in his hand. He quickly made a series of decisions. Remove all traces within 2 hours, review and delete all related reports, summon the Shui family and the bar owner for questioning, recall the police force to maintain order, and transfer the subsequent investigation to a special department. After issuing the orders, he walked to the balcony and gazed at the shimmering sea in the distance, muttering to himself, "Hell is becoming more and more lawless." His inner anger had no outlet, as years of efforts to eradicate this mysterious assassin organization had yielded no results. Meanwhile, the city was gradually waking up. The streets and alleys were filled with discussions and speculations about last night's events. A large police presence took to the streets, intensifying the cleanup efforts and strictly controlling public opinion. Major media outlets were summoned for mandatory meetings and were prohibited from reporting on the incident. In the Xue family mansion, Xuecheng sat in his study, breathing heavily, his eyes bloodshot. His elderly wife was constantly trying to calm him down, while Xuecheng roared about making hell pay the price. In contrast, Jiang Feng and his group were leisurely enjoying their time on the deserted island. Xiao Jiao and Jiang Feng skillfully set up a simple yet functional large tent, using tree trunks, vines, and leaves to create a structure that could block wind and rain without being too stuffy. Xiao Jiao sighed with relief and lay down on the ground covered with soft leaves. Jiang Feng was busy organizing food and water supplies. Bing Huang quietly observed the two as they worked. Chen Wan and Xiao Hua were playing on the nearby beach, their laughter carried by the wind. Jiang Feng glanced at the two playing in the water, a slight smile forming on his lips. He then turned to Bing Huang and said, "It's time to eat." The Ice Emperor's eyes flashed, and she stood up and walked over. The three of them sat on the leaf-covered ground under the wooden shelter and began to devour the food. The intense exertion from the night before had left them starving, and they eagerly opened the large box brought by Chen Wan and Xiao Hua. Inside were not only high-calorie foods specially bought by Xiao Jiu, but also snacks, ready-to-eat meals, and canned meat favored by the two girls. This big box of food was enough to last them several days. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu were chewing heartily, and the Ice Emperor joined in without hesitation. She, too, needed to replenish her energy and rest. Just as they were enjoying their meal, Chen Wan and Xiao Hua returned with their arms full of shells, chatting and laughing. "Hey, Feng, you guys are eating without us." Xiao Hua tossed the shells aside and ran over. Jiang Feng pointed to the large box and said with a smile, "You two seem to be having so much fun, so we didn't call you. There's plenty of food anyway." Chen Wan approached and gave Jiang Feng a light pat. "Go take a shower. You stink." "Yeah, a shower and some sleep. I'm exhausted." Jiang Feng nodded in agreement. They were drenched in sweat from the night before, and while he and Xiao Jiu were used to it, given the chance, anyone would prefer to be more comfortable. As Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu headed towards the beach, Chen Wan turned to the Ice Emperor with a gentle smile. "Hi, I'm Chen Wan, and this is my sister Xiao Hua. What's your name? Do you need any toiletries?" This was the first time they had formally greeted each other since meeting the night before. The Ice Emperor calmly scrutinized the two and, confirming they were ordinary people, responded in a tone that was still cool but no longer icy. "Ice Emperor."
Yes.
Xiao Hua quietly added, "I also brought some new underwear. Do you need any?" "Yes, thank you," the Ice Emperor replied succinctly. Despite being a killing machine, she was still a person with senses, thoughts, and emotions. She took the clothes and toiletries from Chen Wan and Xiao Hua and disappeared into the woods. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu had already shed their sweat-soaked clothes and plunged into the blue sea. Half an hour later, they returned to the shelter, unconcerned about the Ice Emperor's whereabouts, and immediately fell asleep on the leaf-covered ground. The afternoon sun grew increasingly intense as Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu slept soundly among the leaves, their snores rising and falling. Chen Wan and Xiao Hua, having stayed up all night, nestled beside Jiang Feng, also sleeping deeply. Bing Huang, donning a white t-shirt and sweatpants gifted by Chen Wan, let her long hair cascade freely as she leaned against a tree trunk under the wooden shelter, resting with her eyes closed. Time passed slowly. Bing Huang suddenly opened her eyes, glanced at the four still sleeping, and got up to walk toward the hedge. As she moved, Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu's eyelids fluttered, sensing her departure but not reacting, continuing their rest. Bing Huang reached the beach and stood on the soft sand. She pulled a small earpiece from her pocket and deftly placed it in her ear. "What's up?" Her voice was calm, lacking its usual iciness. A raspy voice from the earpiece replied, "Why did you act on your own? I told you to wait until I had more information. Now it's harder for me to investigate because of your actions." This was an assignment from the organization, not a personal decision, Bing Huang explained, which was rare for her. "The organization's task?" The voice, belonging to Kwang Chao, paused. "But I found out the Xue family had close ties with the organization long ago. Why would they take on a job from the Xue family and send you to handle it?" "Why? I don't know," Bing Huang responded curtly. Kwang Chao chuckled bitterly. "Bing Huang, you saved my life back then, and I've helped you since. After all this time, don't you trust me yet?" Bing Huang remained silent, gazing at the shimmering sea in the distance. Kwang Chao continued, "Last night, I hacked into one of the organization's branch bases and found some information. It mentioned a major player in Mexico who worked for the organization 20 years ago. It seems he was involved when you children were trafficked to the organization. You might want to investigate. Send me the information." Bing Huang's eyes gleamed. Kwang Chao lit a cigarette and stared at a photo on his monitor, a fierce-looking Western black man with a menacing aura. "Listen to me," he continued. "His name is Carey, 56 years old, an underground kingpin in Mexico City. On the surface, he owns hotels, restaurants, supermarkets, and pharmaceutical businesses, but secretly he deals in arms, drugs, and human trafficking. He controls much of Mexico City's economy. I suspect he's a puppet of the organization. The information also mentions a rough location of a base, but there's no trace of it online. Huang Chao suggested, you can go after him, but be discreet. If you're exposed, you must eliminate any witnesses and ensure the organization doesn't trace it back to you. If you can extract the exact location of the base, you might find something mysterious there. What kind of thing? Bing Huang asked. Not sure yet, but the data mentioned a genetic evolution project. You said the organization has been running genetic projects. What exactly are they? Huang Chao inquired. Bing Huang's tone turned icy. You don't need to know. Where is Carrie now? Huang Chao quickly typed on his keyboard. Based on the clues, Carrie should be in Mexico City. But he's in trouble lately. Someone stole his cocaine. The original source in Colombia is having issues, so he might head there. Got it, Bing Huang said, about to remove her earpiece. Wait, Huang Chao hesitated. Here's a suggestion. If possible, take those two with you. Bing Huang coldly refused. I don't need dead weight, nor do I need help. Raging Tide focused intently on the profiles of Jiang Feng and Number 9, his fingers flying over the keyboard. He looked up at Ice Emperor, a hint of urgency in his voice. Jiang Feng, also known as Mad Dog, is incredibly strong in close combat and excels at battlefield charges. I have a lot of his fight videos here, truly impressive. Your chances of winning in a close-quarters fight are slim. I estimate his overall abilities rank him among the top in the celestial list. He's not to be underestimated. Raging Tide's gaze shifted to the screen showing footage of Jiang Feng. Look, these are clips of Jiang Feng from his underground fighting days and various missions. Ice Emperor remained expressionless, responding coldly, I know he's strong, but I don't need him. Ignoring Ice Emperor's aloofness, Raging Tide continued, Number 9, or Xiao Ji as Jiang Feng calls him, seemed average in the past, competent, but not outstanding. However, in recent years, he has made significant strides in long-range sniping. He spent a few years in Africa, and from what I gathered, his sniping skills are exceptional. Raging Tide stopped typing and looked directly at Ice Emperor, his tone becoming serious. I understand your distrust, but have you considered that you might need teammates? You're skilled in assassination and mid-range support, but their specialties perfectly complement your weaknesses. He pressed on. If you discover your origins, do you plan to face Hell alone? Hell is an assassin organization that has existed for over a century. You know better than anyone how terrifying it is. By yourself, it's nearly impossible to shake this behemoth. Only by gathering strong allies can you take a bite out of this organization. Raging Tide's urgency grew. And when you find Callie, if you learn the base's location, even if you're still part of Hell, do you think you can easily infiltrate such a highly secretive base? Even if you manage to get in, what can you accomplish alone? Silence filled the room. Raging Tide paused his plea, reflecting on how he had been helping Ice Emperor search for information all these years, repaying the debt for sparing his life. The more he learned about Hell, the angrier he became at the damage this organization inflicted on humanity. Ice Emperor fell into deep thought. Growing up in Hell, she knew the organization's horrors well. Every instructor in Hell was a legend, a top figure in the dark world. This vast organization had tentacles reaching every corner of the globe, encompassing not just assassins but mercenaries, hackers, underground leaders, and even nurturing numerous politicians and businessmen. Some conglomerates were under its control, forming a complete cycle of interests. After a long silence, Ice Emperor said softly, I don't trust them. The Tide's words seemed to have had some effect on the Ice Empress. Though she still didn't fully trust Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu, she began to observe them more closely. Jiang Feng woke up from the pile of leaves, holding two warm bodies in his arms. He opened his eyes to see the Ice Empress leaning against a nearby tree trunk, watching them intently. Ignoring her gaze, he gently patted the two people in his arms. Time to get up. Xiaohua squirmed a bit, finding a more comfortable position to continue sleeping. Chunwan opened her eyes and smiled slightly. Hungry? Yeah, very hungry, Jiang Feng replied with a mischievous grin, his eyes scanning Chunwan. Chunwan laughed softly and pinched his waist. Get lost. She then pushed him away and snuggled back with Xiaohua to continue sleeping. Jiang Feng sat up, looking at the two women sleeping in each other's arms, and his mind couldn't help but flash back to the thrilling scenes from a few days ago. Xiao Jiu, unable to take it any longer, snapped, Get out of here and pitch your own tent? Haha, I was just about to call you Master Jiu. Jiang Feng responded with a cheeky smile, hinting at something. Xiao Jiu was momentarily speechless, his eyes glancing toward the Ice Empress. Following his gaze, Jiang Feng noticed the Ice Empress's face showing a hint of confusion. Though she was smart, she probably couldn't guess Xiao Jiu's feelings toward her. The Ice Empress stood by the beach, staring at the endless sea, her gaze gradually becoming distant. As a woman who grew up in a hellish training camp, She knew nothing of her origins and couldn't see her future. With sheer survival instinct and tenacity, she fought her way from the lowest rank to become a top assassin in the Hell organization. When she learned that the woman who had always taken care of her in the camp was killed, the Ice Empress was filled with rage. That woman was her spiritual support, accompanying her throughout her childhood. From that moment, the Ice Empress swore to destroy the Hell organization and punish those lurking in the shadows. It was for this reason that, years ago, when the organization captured Tide based on their intelligence, the Ice Empress chose to let him go, falsely claiming the intelligence was incorrect. This act of kindness made Tide grateful to her, and he had been secretly helping her ever since. As the sun slowly set, Jiang Feng and Xiaoju woke up feeling refreshed. Xiaoju stretched and brushed off the leaves and salt from his body. Although the seawater was dirty and salty, they didn't mind. It was better than being covered in sweat. Jiang Feng remained lying in the leaves, still holding the two warm bodies. He opened his eyes to see the Ice Empress leaning against the tree trunk, watching them. Tide's words had evidently affected her. Though she still didn't fully trust them, she had started to observe them closely. Jiang Feng's eyes swept across the group and immediately noticed something different about Bing Huang. His body was impeccably clean and even gave off a faint, pleasant fragrance. In contrast, despite having bathed, Jiang Feng and the others still had a layer of salt clinging to their skin, making them feel uncomfortable. Hey, how come you're so clean and don't have any salt on you? Jiang Feng couldn't help but ask. Chunwan looked up and softly explained, there's a small spring halfway up the mountain that provides fresh water. Xiaohua and I also washed there. Oh, I see. There's fresh water here too. This island isn't bad at all, Jiang Feng said with a smile, instinctively rubbing his arm and immediately feeling the discomfort. I should go wash up too. Before he finished speaking, Xiaoju had already started running up the mountain. Not wanting to be left behind, Jiang Feng grabbed his toiletries and followed closely. Chunwan smiled at Bing Huang before lying back down to sleep, and Bing Huang also closed his eyes to rest. As night fell, stars dotted the sky. Xiaohua lay on the beach, gazing at the beautiful night sky and suddenly asked, shouldn't we light a campfire? Xiaoju rolled his eyes and explained, there are still a lot of people searching for us on the sea. Lighting a fire would just give away our location. After having dinner, Jiang Feng, Chunwan, Xiaohua, and Xiaoju lay on the beach watching the stars. Xiaoju lay by himself a bit further away, while Jiang Feng was flanked by the two girls. Xiaohua suddenly voiced her concern. What if snakes come into the shelter while we're sleeping? Xiaoju nonchalantly replied, so what if they do? It's better. We can improve our meals. The snakes we had in the Golden Triangle tasted pretty good. You, Brother Jiu, that's disgusting. You actually eat snakes? Xiaohua shuddered and rubbed her arms. Xiaojiu burst into laughter, finding Xiaohua rather endearing. In the distance, Bing Huang sat alone on a rock, staring out at the sea, lost in thought. Xiaojiu glanced over occasionally, wanting to go over but hesitating. Jiang Feng noticed Xiaojiu's actions and taunted. Ha, with that little courage you call yourself Juyi? Maybe in your next life. Shut up, Xiaojiu retorted, sitting up angrily. Jiang Feng laughed and said, fine, let's go to sleep. You stay here, all right? With that, he pulled the two girls to their feet and headed towards the woods. Xiaojiu fired back, upped, with your size? I don't watch live shows. Jiang Feng challenged. Oh really? Come on, let's compare tonight. You'll see why you're called Xiaojiu. He emphasized the Xiao with a mocking tone. Xiaojiu scoffed. You didn't beat me when we were 18, and now you're almost 30. Still growing, are you? Oh, Xiaojiu, you're asking for it today, Jiang Feng said, letting go of the girls and lunging at Xiaojiu. Not backing down, Xiaojiu stood up to fight back. The two immediately started wrestling, throwing punches and kicks. Chunwan and Xiaohua stood watching the playful fight, laughing. Even Bing Huang, from a distance, turned his gaze towards the tussling pair, his eyes flickering with interest. The waves continuously crashed against the shore, creating a symphony of soothing sounds. The moon slowly climbed to its zenith. Xiaojiu sat on the beach, occasionally glancing at Bing Huang in the distance, his heart filled with hesitation. He touched his slightly swollen lip and stretched his sore shoulder, recalling the earlier tussle with Jiang Feng. That scuffle ended with him conceding and calling Jiang Feng third master. Those shameless people, Xiaojiu cursed silently, his face full of resentment. From the wooden shack in the forest came loud shouts and strange thumping noises, echoing far and wide. Xiaojiu wished he could plug his ears. It seemed like Jiang Feng was doing it on purpose. It had been nearly 2 hours since they entered the woods, and the battle showed no signs of stopping. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojiu mustered the courage to walk toward Bing Huang, who was sitting on a rock watching the sea. As he got within 20 meters, Bing Huang's gaze shifted to him, full of curiosity, silently questioning his intentions. Feeling a bit bored, Xiaojiu pointed towards the forest behind him, his face painted with resentment and embarrassment. You can hear it too. I can't stay there. Bing Huang glanced at him briefly before turning back to the sea, seemingly unaffected by the noises from the woods. Seeing she didn't respond, Xiaoju moved closer and sat down 3 or 4 meters away from her. The waves continued to crash against the rocks, creating a rhythmic sound. Xiaoju's eyes flickered between the sea and Bing Huang's profile. After a long while, he gathered the courage to ask, "So, where do you plan to go after leaving the island?" Bing Huang turned her head, looking at Xiaoju with curiosity. She had removed her makeup, and under the moonlight, Xiaoju could see her face clearly, leaving him momentarily stunned. It was an exceptionally beautiful face. Smooth forehead, high nose, delicate features, large blue eyes, perfectly shaped lips. Her black hair fell casually behind her, and her slender figure was wrapped in a white t-shirt, accentuating her curves. Xiaoju had never been so mesmerized by a woman before. His gaze suddenly became intense. "Do you need something?" Bing Huang asked coolly. Xiaoju snapped back to reality, awkwardly averting his gaze. "No, just asking. We might head to Mexico next. A friend mentioned an opportunity there and is looking into it for us. If it works out, we'll go check it out." Bing Huang looked at Xiaoju's face, then said after a moment of silence, "I might go there too." "You might go? Where to?" Xiaoju didn't quite catch on immediately. "Mexico," Bing Huang replied, rolling her eyes slightly. "Oh, Mexico." Xiaoju finally understood, his face breaking into a smile. "That's great. We can go together." His eyes sparkled with unprecedented joy. Bing Huang gave him a puzzled look, not understanding why Xiaoju was suddenly so excited. "When are you going?" Xiaoju asked with a grin. Under the moonlight, his delicate features appeared particularly handsome, a stark contrast to Jiang Feng's intimidating visage. Xiaoju's looks were more approachable. "Not sure, waiting for news," Bing Huang said, gazing at the sea. "That's a coincidence, we're also waiting for news. Let's wait together and leave when the time comes." Xiaoju's clumsy attempt at conversation would likely earn him Jiang Feng's mockery again. At that moment, a loud shout mixed with a growl came from the direction of the woods. Xiaoju glanced that way and muttered under his breath, "Shameless people." The two sat quietly by the sea, gazing at the shimmering water, letting the sea breeze brush against their faces. The sounds from the forest gradually faded away. Xiaoju broke the silence. "Shall we go back and rest?" "You go ahead. I don't need to," Bing Huang responded calmly. Then I won't go either." Xiaoju hesitated for a moment and decided to stay. Bing Huang glanced at Xiaoju but said nothing more. They continued to sit on the rocks, each lost in their own thoughts. As dawn approached, Xiaoju woke up to find himself having fallen asleep against a rock. A few meters away, Bing Huang was also resting against a stone. With the rising sun, Bing Huang woke up and got to his feet. In the wooden shelter, Jiang Feng was sleeping soundly, holding Qinhuan and Xiaohua. Even in their dreams, the two women had smiles on their faces and looked radiant. Xiaoju quietly returned to the camp and took out his toiletries from his suitcase. Jiang Feng opened his eyes slightly, glanced over, and went back to sleep. "Biffed. Shameless couple," Xiaoju muttered, taking his toiletries to find Bing Huang. By mid-morning, Jiang Feng and his two female companions finally got up. Xiaojiu and Bing Huang were nowhere to be seen, but Jiang Feng didn't mind. He took Qinhuan and Xiaohua to the mountainside to wash up. There was a small spring there, providing a continuous flow of fresh water. Although the amount was not large, it was sufficient. Yesterday, Bing Huang had dug a small pit below the spring to make it easier for everyone to wash. "Feng, you were like a beast last night. I couldn't handle you," Xiaohua teased while brushing her teeth. Jiang Feng laughed heartily. "Ha ha ha, Xiaohua, was I impressive last night or what? Let me tell you, Xiaoju can't even last half as long as I can." Xiaohua was about to laugh, but ended up choking on her mouthwash and coughed repeatedly. Chunwan rolled her eyes. "You're such a show-off. I didn't realize you were this arrogant back when we were in the Golden Triangle. Heh, you weren't my women back then, so why would I show off?" Jiang Feng flashed a cheeky grin at Chunwan. "Feng, where did Xiaojiu and Bing Huang go?" Xiaohua asked curiously after finishing her teeth. "Who cares about them?" Jiang Feng said, wiping his face and standing up. "I'll take you to catch some seafood later, and we'll have a better meal for lunch." "Really? Diving for seafood? Feng, you can do that?" Xiaohua asked excitedly. Chunwan also looked expectant. After years of being stuck in the Golden Triangle, even though they occasionally vacationed in Singapore, diving for wild seafood was a first. "Of course, just wait and see. I'm a wilderness survival expert. There's nothing I can't do," Jiang Feng boasted, leading the two women back to the shelter. Out of nowhere, Xiaojiu and Bing Huang appeared and were already sitting under the shelter, resting. "Hey, back from your date?" Jiang Feng teased, a smug grin spreading across his face. Xiaojiu glared at him, furious. "Date my foot. We just want to check out the island next door," he snapped, his voice brimming with irritation. In the corner, Bing Huang silently observed the two. her gaze shifting back and forth between Jiang Feng and Xiaojie. Sensing it was time to change the subject, Jiang Feng laughed. Let's go catch some seafood later. Xiaojie, lying on the leaves with a leaf in his mouth, responded eagerly. Sure. Let's see who catches more. Loser calls the winner boss. No, loser calls the winner daddy. Xiaojie raised the stakes, eyeing Jiang Feng provocatively. All right, deal. Jiang Feng agreed without hesitation, his face full of confidence. You're looking for trouble. Xiaojie leaped up and lunged at Jiang Feng. Chen Wan and Xiao Hua quietly sat down next to Bing Huang, their eyes glued to the two men wrestling under the wooden shed. Bing Huang shifted uncomfortably, about to get up, but Chen Wan grabbed her sleeve. Bing Huang, sorry about last night, making you sleep outside, Chen Wan said apologetically. Bing Huang initially wanted to shake off Chen Wan's hand, but stopped herself upon hearing this. The icy expression on her face softened slightly. It's fine, she replied quietly, staying put as Chen Wan and Xiao Hua leaned against her. Haha, Jioga is going to get beaten again, Xiao Hua whispered to Chen Wan and Bing Huang, her eyes sparkling with excitement. You're such a chatterbox, Chen Wan lightly tapped Xiao Hua's shoulder, pretending to scold her. In the middle of the commotion, Jiang Feng and Xiaojie exchanged blows, though they held back, making it more like a wrestling match. Leaves from the wooden shed flew everywhere, mingling with their grunts and laughter. After about 10 minutes, Xiaojie was once again defeated, forced to call Jiang Feng third master. Later, whoever loses has to call the winner daddy, and if you don't, you're a dog. Deal? Xiaojie shouted at Jiang Feng, his eyes blazing with determination. Deal, I'm not afraid of you. Let's go. Jiang Feng replied smugly, striding toward the beach. Xiaojie followed closely, unwilling to be outdone. Haha, let's go catch some seafood. Xiao Hua exclaimed excitedly, her eyes twinkling with anticipation. Let's go have some fun, Chen Wan said, standing up and gently tugging Bing Huang's sleeve. After a moment's hesitation, Bing Huang got up and followed the two girls to the beach. The sunlight was gentle, and the sea breeze was refreshing. Xiao Hua quickly caught up with Jiang Feng ahead, hopping and skipping, her face radiating pure joy. This was her true self, a stark contrast to her composed demeanor as a dealer in the Golden Triangle Casino. Shellfish don't count. We'll weigh everything else, and the deadline is noon, Xiaojie challenged Jiang Feng, his eyes gleaming with competitive spirit. Fine by me, Jiang Feng replied nonchalantly, puffing on a cigarette Xiao Hua had brought. Then let's start. Xiaojie quickly stripped off his shirt, leaving only his shorts, and dashed into the sea, diving in headfirst. Jiang Feng took a final drag from his cigarette, flicked the butt away, and followed suit. They swam out to a spot about 30 or 40 meters from the shore, where the water was already 10 meters deep, dotted with corals and various rocks. Taking a deep breath, Xiaojie was the first to dive underwater, with Jiang Feng right behind him. The water, far from human clamor, was crystal clear, allowing them to see their surroundings even without diving masks. Both men dove to the seabed, searching for their targets. The area was rich in seafood, with various creatures swimming leisurely. However, catching them by hand was no easy task, as the water's resistance significantly reduced their agility. Big Sis Wan, Big Sis Bing Huang, who do you think will catch seafood first? Xiao Hua asked curiously, splashing water as she played. Hard to say, it's probably down to luck, Chen Wan replied with a smile. Bing Huang watched the sea intently, a barely noticeable flicker in her eyes. Underwater, Jiang Feng and Xiaojie continued their hunt. Shellfish, though easy to catch, didn't count. Jiang Feng soon spotted a large lobster behind a coral, and his eyes lit up. He almost laughed out loud, causing a stream of bubbles to escape from his mouth. The large lobster crouched behind the coral, its antennae waving gently in the water. Jiang Feng swam closer, holding his breath, and carefully aimed his hand at the lobster's back. Just as he was about to grab it, the lobster's tail flicked violently, and it shot out like an arrow, disappearing instantly into the seaweed. Jiang Feng froze in place, silently lamenting how much harder it was to catch seafood in the ocean than he had imagined. He recalled boasting to Chen Wan and Xiao Hua on the shore earlier, and felt a pang of regret. If he really lost to Xiaojie, he would have to call him dad. This thought made Jiang Feng anxious, and he started swimming vigorously in the direction the lobster had fled. Meanwhile, Xiaojie wasn't having any luck either. He had just spotted a sizable grouper, but before he could get close, the fish made a swift turn and vanished into the coral. More than 2 minutes had passed, and the sea surface remained calm, with no sign of anyone resurfacing. On the shore, Xiao Hua anxiously scanned the vast ocean, unable to contain herself. Wanjia, why aren't they coming up yet? How can they hold their breath for so long? Chen Wan began to worry as well. She turned to Bing Huang beside her and asked, Bing Huang, do you think they're okay? Bing Huang remained expressionless and replied calmly, they'll be fine. She briefly explained that for well-trained individuals like Jiang Feng and Xiaojie, holding their breath was a basic skill. She mentioned that in some training camps, 5 minutes was considered passing, and 10 minutes was exceptional. Although she wasn't sure what specific training Jiang Feng and Xiaoju had undergone, she believed someone with Jiang Feng's abilities could hold his breath for at least 5 minutes. Her personal record was 8 minutes and 30 seconds. As the seconds ticked by, the worry on Chen Wan and Xiaohua's faces grew more evident. 3 minutes had passed, and still, there was no movement on the surface. Bing Huang, are you sure they're okay? It's been so long, Chen Wan asked again, her voice filled with anxiety. Bing Huang remained composed, her gaze fixed on the sea. She was also curious to see how long they could last, as it was a way to indirectly gauge their capabilities. For minutes passed, and Chen Wan couldn't help but take a few steps towards the water. She glanced back at the still unfazed Bing Huang, hesitant to speak. At 5 minutes and 50 seconds, there was a sudden splash, and a figure broke through the water's surface. Heavy breathing followed, and Bing Huang immediately recognized Xiao Jia. His face was purple, and his eyes were slightly bloodshot, normal signs of prolonged oxygen deprivation. Xiao Jia gasped for air on the surface, but there was still no sign of Jiang Feng. Chen Wan's anxiety grew, and Xiaohua paced back and forth on the shore. Finally, at 6 minutes and 30 seconds, Jiang Feng emerged. His face was similar to Xiao Jia's, with bloodshot eyes and heavy breathing. Bing Huang noted the time silently, thinking that this performance would be considered passing in some training camps. However, she had no idea that this was far from Jiang Feng and Xiao Jia's limits. The training they had undergone was, in some respects, even more rigorous than hers. Jiang Feng and Xiao Jia exchanged a glance in the water, both realizing the difficulty of catching seafood barehanded. In silent agreement, they swam towards the beach. Fengzi, are you okay? Chen Wan anxiously grabbed Jiang Feng's arm, noticing his pale face. Jiang Feng spat out a mouthful of seawater and waved his hand, signaling that he was fine. Xiaohua watched them excitedly, her eyes gleaming with admiration. Wow, Fengga, Jioga, you guys are amazing. Holding your breath for so long. Are you even human? Jiang Feng raised an eyebrow proudly. Haha, it's nothing. Chen Wan asked curiously. How can you hold your breath for so long? 5 minutes is incredible. Xiao Zhou calmly explained. The Guinness World Record for holding one's breath is 24 minutes and 33 seconds. The longest I've heard of is 36 minutes and 24 seconds. Oh my gosh, is that even human? Xiao Hua's eyes widened in shock. Bing Huang, reminiscing, interjected. I've seen someone hold their breath underwater for 55 minutes. This statement made Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiao turn their heads, a flicker of astonishment in their eyes. Xiao Hua asked curiously, that's amazing. Fengga, Jioga, how long can you hold your breath? Jiang Feng glanced at Xiao Jiao disdainfully. My longest is 9 minutes. This weakling can probably do 6 or 7 minutes. Xiao Jiao, without looking back, headed towards the woods, muttering, get lost. My record is 8 minutes and 12 seconds. Jiang Feng chuckled smugly and followed closely behind. Chunwan called out, where are you going? Aren't we catching seafood? Jiang Feng replied without turning around, just a moment, making some tools. It's hard to catch them barehanded. A few minutes later, they returned, each carrying a wooden stick with a Nepali knife attached, makeshift spears they had just made. Xiao Hua cheered from the side. Go for it, Fengga. If you lose, you have to call Jiogub Dad. Xiao Jiao smiled and strode into the sea. Jiang Feng mischievously slapped Xiao Hua on the butt. Hey, didn't you call me Dad last night? How about you help me call him if I lose? Xiao Jiao stumbled in the water, nearly falling, and grumbled. You two are shameless. Xiao Hua screamed, pushing Jiang Feng away. Ouch, that hurt, Fengga. You're so bad. Jiang Feng laughed heartily and ran into the sea. Haha, just wait, I'll deal with you tonight. With that, he plunged into the water. Underwater, Jiang Feng gripped his spear tightly, focusing on finding a target. He was determined to back up his boasts, or it would be too embarrassing. On the other side, Xiaoji was equally determined to win and make Jiang Feng call him Dad. After swimming for a while, Xiaoji's eyes lit. UPA lobster was hiding behind a rock. He carefully approached, slowly extending his spear. When he was close enough, he thrust it forward. Bubbles rose as Xiaojio smiled with satisfaction, the lobster wriggling violently on the spear. With a splash, Xiaojio emerged from the water, holding the spear aloft with a 2-pound lobster hanging from it. Xiao Hua shouted excitedly, Wow, Jioga, you're amazing. Xiaoju laughed heartily and swam towards the shore. There was still no sign of Jiang Feng on the surface. Hold this for me. I'm going back. Today, I'll make him call me Dad. Xiaoju removed the lobster and tossed it onto the beach before heading back into the sea. Xiao Hua cheered him on. Go, Jioga. I believe in you. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng wasn't having much luck. He had been searching underwater for 5 or 6 minutes without seeing a single lobster. He encountered 2 fish, but they swam away with a flick of their tails before he could get close. Jiang Feng surfaced for air, still not seeing Xiaoju. He noticed Wan and Xiaohua squatting on the beach, examining something, and his heart sank. He guessed that Xiaoju might have already caught something. Xiaohua waved the big lobster at Jiang Feng, shouting, "Funga, keep it up, or you'll have to call him Dad." Jioga caught a 2 or 3 pound lobster. "Damn," Jiang Feng muttered, taking a deep breath before diving back underwater. This time, luck was on his side. Not long after, he spotted a 3 or 4 pound grouper hiding among the coral. A smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he quietly swam towards it. This time, Jiang Feng played it smart and didn't rush. He swam slowly towards his target, and when he got close, he struck with his right hand, spearing the fish accurately. A smile appeared on Jiang Feng's face as a stream of bubbles escaped his mouth. He quickly surfaced with the speared fish, only to be dumbfounded by the sight on the shore. Xiao Jiao was already holding a large yellow fish and a big crab, leisurely walking towards the shore. Hearing the commotion behind him, Xiao Jiao turned and sized up the grouper on Jiang Feng's spear, nodding approvingly. "Not bad, a grouper, huh? Must be at least 3 or 4 pounds. As he spoke, he deliberately shook the 7 or 8 pound yellow fish in his arms and the 1 pound crab in his hand. "Damn it, just my luck," Jiang Feng muttered as he swam to the shore, tossing the grouper onto the sand before heading back into the water without looking back. Xiaohua, watching the fun from the shore, laughed and shouted, "Ha ha ha, go Jiang Feng, you can do it." Her gaze darted between the grouper, the yellow fish, the crab, and the lobster, her smile never fading. In the following moments, Xiao Jiao seemed unstoppable. Every few minutes, he would come ashore with either a fish or a lobster or crab. The seafood piled up like a mountain on the beach, while Jiang Feng could barely catch one every 2 or 3 tries. Eventually, Jiang Feng gave up and lay on the sand, panting in exhaustion. Seeing this, Xiao Jiao smugly asked, "What's the matter? Giving up already? There's still half an hour until noon. Come on, I know you can do it." Xiao Jiao, already the undisputed champion, had caught over 15 pounds of seafood, while Jiang Feng had barely caught 10. "Screw you, just bad luck today," Jiang Feng snapped, frustrated. Xiao Jiao wouldn't let up. "Admit defeat? Then say it. I'm listening." He even gave Jiang Feng a playful kick. Xiaohua egged him on from the side. "Go Jiang Feng, I believe in you." Wan, though silent, had a smile that betrayed her thoughts. Jiang Feng closed his eyes, adopting a resigned posture. Xiao Jiao continued to taunt him. "What, can't handle losing? The infamous mad dog of the Golden Triangle can't handle a loss? Fine, if you can't handle it, just say so." Jiang Feng glared sideways at Xiao Jiao. "You really want me to say it? Next time I get the chance, I'll beat you to a pulp. Not just beat me, but you still have to say it. Come on, I'm listening." Xiao Jiao squatted closer to Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng's face was still flushed. His lips moved, barely whispering. Xiao Jiao pretended not to hear. "What was that? Can't handle losing? Who can hear you?" "Xiaohua, did you hear anything?" "No," Xiaohua replied honestly. "Xiaohua, just wait. Tonight, I'll make you say it 100 times," Jiang Feng threatened, glaring at Xiaohua. Xiaohua just laughed heartily, and even Wan couldn't help but chuckle. Finally, Jiang Feng gave in. His lips moved again, this time clearly enough to be heard. "Daddy Jiao?" "Yes." Xiao Ju jumped up excitedly, laughing loudly. "Ha!" His laughter was filled with unprecedented joy. Xiaohua and Wan couldn't help but stifle their giggles, drawing a furious glare from Jiang Feng. Nearby, Bing Huang watched the scene unfold, his mouth twitching as he tried to suppress his laughter. But the slight upward curve of his lips was caught by the sharp-eyed Wan, revealing his amusement. A heap of seafood, but no pot to cook it in. Excited, Xiaoju ran to the speedboat and cut off a large piece of metal with a knife. Using stones, he skillfully hammered it into a pot shape. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng dug out a simple smokeless stove on the beach. And so, their unique cooking adventure began. Even though they had only seafood and no seasonings, this primitive cooking method brought an unexpected sense of contentment. The sea breeze gently brushed against them, and the sound of the waves was soothing. On this secluded island, away from the hustle and bustle, they found an unparalleled sense of relaxation. As night fell, a full moon hung high in the starry sky. On this island, far from city pollution, the brilliant Milky Way was breathtaking. Jiang Feng, Xiao Jiao, Wan, and Xiao Hua lay side by side on the soft sand, quietly admiring this natural canvas. Not far away, Bing Huang silently watched them from a rock. Her eyes flickered, as if she was deep in thought. When she looked up at the starry sky, her usual cold expression softened a bit. "Bing Huang, come join us. It's so comfortable lying here," Wan called out to her. Bing Huang glanced over, but neither responded nor moved. Wan stood up and walked over to Bing Huang, gently tugging her arm. Bing Huang instinctively took a defensive stance, but quickly relaxed. "I won't go. You go ahead," she said softly, her gaze shifting to the sea. Come on, don't think too much. Just enjoy yourself. Chunwan squatted down and gently persuaded. Bing Huang's eyes flickered, as if she was hesitating. Let's go, Chunwan said again, pulling Bing Huang's arm. Bing Huang resisted the urge to pull away, knowing Chunwan meant no harm. Finally, she joined the others lying on the beach. Chunwan winked at Xiao Jiu, who returned a grateful smile. Time passed slowly, day by day. Singapore was in turmoil due to the actions of Bing Huang, Jiang Feng, and Xiao Jiu that night. Xueqing paid a hefty price, his rage driving him to lease numerous helicopters to search the sea for their whereabouts. Meanwhile, the group on the island lived a carefree and leisurely life. They played in the sea, swam, fished, watched the sunrise and sunset, and stargazed while the sea breeze caressed them. Even Bing Huang gradually relaxed, no longer resisting the nightly stargazing on the beach. She even joined Jiang Feng and Xiao Jiu in catching seafood, her cold demeanor slowly melting away. The wounds on Jiang Feng's shoulder and Xiao Jiu's arm healed completely under the meticulous care of Qinwan and Xiao Hua during this time. On the sixth day, Huang Chao contacted Bing Huang. According to my sources, Callie will be in Colombia in the next few days to meet with a local warlord. This is an opportunity, Huang Chaos' raspy voice said. Understood, Bing Huang replied curtly. What have you decided? Any plans? Huang Chao suddenly asked. Bing Huang fell silent, her eyes complicated. She didn't know how to answer. In this world, there were very few people she trusted unconditionally. Huang Chao was one, and the woman who cared for her in the training camp was another. Beyond that, there seemed to be no one else. I got it. I'll contact them tonight. The helicopters primarily search during the day, less at night. You should leave at night, Huang Chao said before hanging up. Bing Huang stood by the sea, gazing at the vast ocean, lost in thought. After hanging up with Bing Huang, Huang Chao immediately dialed Xiao Jiu's phone. Hey, can we leave now? Xiao Jiu asked eagerly as he picked up. Yeah, it should be fine to leave tonight, Huang Chao replied. Great, we'll leave tonight, Xiao Jiu said with a smile. Jiang Feng, nearby, also showed a look of anticipation. Although life on the island was pleasant, there were still many inconveniences. Is the madman there? Huang Chao suddenly asked. Yes, Jiang Feng replied, sitting under a tree, his military knife skillfully whittling a branch. I have a question. What are your plans next? Huang Chao's question left the four under the tree momentarily stunned. Heh, not sure yet. We'll take it one step at a time, Jiang Feng said, coming back to his senses with a faint smile. Huang Chao fell silent. Jiang Feng wasn't in a hurry either. He suspected Huang Chao had more to say. His knife twirled deftly in his fingers, the impressive display catching Xiao Hua's wide-eyed attention. The long-silent Huang Chao finally spoke, his voice piercing through the quiet night sky. How about I give you a suggestion? Jiang Feng leaned against the rough tree trunk, his eyes indifferent as he responded. Speak. Huang Chao took a deep breath and slowly revealed his proposal. Team up with the Ice Empress, become her ally. The words hit Jiang Feng like a sledgehammer, disrupting his thoughts. His brows furrowed, and a hint of surprise flashed across his face. Xiao Jiu, standing nearby, also seemed shocked by the suggestion. Jiang Feng coldly replied, She's from hell. Huang Chao, without hesitation, countered. She won't be for long. What do you mean? Jiang Feng's tone carried a hint of wariness. Huang Chao offered no further explanation, simply stating, exactly what it sounds like. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a mocking smile, his voice dripping with sarcasm. Ha, trying to escape hell? Break free from control? And you want Xiao Jiu and me to help her? His gaze grew colder as he leaned back against the tree trunk, lapsing into silence. Undeterred by Jiang Feng's attitude, Huang Chao continued to elaborate. The Ice Empress needs teammates for what she's planning next. She can't do it alone. But neither can you. To survive in the Dark Realm, you need reliable allies. If you keep fighting solo, you'll end up dead on the battlefield sooner or later. He paused, then brought up an unexpected connection. The young man you saved in the Golden Triangle, he's one of my former students, namely Zhao. That's why I'm telling you we have a connection. Jiang Feng's eyes flickered as he recalled that chance rescue. He retorted mockingly, Ha, he even promised me 5 million. Without missing a beat, Huang Chao replied. Give me your account. I'll transfer it to you. Jiang Feng merely sneered, not bothering to respond. Huang Chao pressed on, Madman, your nature won't allow you to live a peaceful life, nor will your circumstances. The Wam Yao in the Golden Triangle, the Shui family in Singapore, and the Tyrannosaurus Rex who fled to Latin America are your old enemies. I believe the moment you show any weakness, they'll all come after you. His tone grew more serious. You need allies, Xiaoju needs them, and so do the two women with you. Only by gathering a strong team around you will your enemies hesitate to target anyone close to you. There's very little one person can achieve alone. Finally, Huang Chao delivered his strongest argument. The Ice Empress is ranked 17th on the global assassin leaderboard. skilled in assassinations, close combat, and mid-range cover. In terms of mid-range support, there are few in the world who can match her. Don't you want an ally like that? Finishing his pitch, Guang Chao fell silent, waiting for Jiang Feng's response. As the night deepened, the quiet woods were filled with the tension of his words. Jiang Feng remained silent, seemingly contemplating Guang Chao's proposal. I don't trust her, Jiang Feng said after a long silence, his gaze filled with complexity. He understood his situation well. Having someone like the Ice Empress as a teammate would greatly enhance his capabilities. However, the biggest issue within the team was trust. Heh, to be honest, she doesn't trust you either. Guang Chao laughed, his voice raspy and grating. He continued, Madman, you and Xiao Jiwon excels in close combat, the other in long-range sniping. Add the Ice Empress, a mid-range powerhouse, and with some coordination, you'd make an incredibly strong team. Why are you doing this? Jiang Feng interrupted Guang Chao. Guang Chao explained, she saved my life. I'll do everything I can to help her. If you three form a team, I'll provide the world's top-notch cyber support. There are fewer than 5 teams globally with a hacker of this caliber. His tone was filled with confidence in his own skills. Jiang Feng gave a faint smile. Teaming up with her means we'll be facing hell in the future, right? Guang Chao fell silent. Hell, a killer organization that had existed for over a century, so powerful that even some countries were reluctant to oppose it. No one in their right mind would want to go up against such an organization. Yes, according to the Ice Empress's current plan, you'll be hunted by Hell, Guang Chao said, his voice heavy with pressure. A few years ago, Hell had sent the Ice Empress to kidnap him, but she ultimately let him go, leading to the current situation. Why does she want to escape from Hell? Jiang Feng asked, curious. Guang Chao explained, Hell only sees her as a tool. There was a woman in the training camp who took good care of her, but the instructor killed her without a second thought. The Ice Empress is a person with feelings. She wants me to help her find her origins. She was trafficked to Hell's training camp and she hates Hell, hates those human traffickers. Jiang Feng and Xiao Zhou fell silent after hearing this. Their experiences were so similar. Jiang Feng looked up and saw the Ice Empress approaching, her gaze complex. Guang Chao continued, his voice becoming sharp. The more I investigate Hell's information, the more shocked, chilled, and angry I become. Do you know? In the late 80s, 90s, and even after the millennium, large numbers of children were trafficked globally each year, and Hell was the source. They trained human traffickers worldwide, purchasing children for inhumane training. He took a deep drag of his cigarette and continued. You two were also trafficked from China to the Golden Triangle, just a small portion that got intercepted. Hell buys over 10,000 children annually. Half die in the first year, only 10% remain after 5 years, and after 10 years, only 1% survive. Guang Chao detailed Hell's structure, including assassins, mercenaries, and financial groups. They controlled countless industries worldwide, the dark demons hidden beneath the light. In recent years, child trafficking has decreased because they found other methods. Guang Chao paused for a moment. I suspect Hell is using cloning for genetic modification. They've stolen genes from people with special constitutions worldwide for cloning and human experimentation. The Ice Empress stood at the edge of the wooden shelter, her gaze icy, her face as cold as frost. Xiao Hua stood beside her, as if enveloped in the chill of winter. Jiang Feng's face displayed a complex mix of emotions: anger, helplessness, struggle, and indifference. He remained silent, his brows furrowed, clearly weighing every word Guang Chao had just said. Guang Chao's voice continued to echo in the wooden shed. The Ice Emperor needs help, and you need allies. In fact, you've already started facing Hell. Wamio has issued a kill order against you in Hell. The Shui family had close ties with Hell in the 90s, and Shuecheng will definitely involve Hell next. You've tangled with the Ice Emperor in Singapore. Hell won't let you go easily. Guang Chao paused, his gaze sweeping over everyone present, and continued. So, you need the Ice Emperor, and the Ice Emperor needs you. I will provide you with top-tier support online. I will also help hide your 2 women, making them disappear from the public eye. Otherwise, they will face Hell's pursuit as well. You can't escape this. After speaking, Guang Chao fell silent, waiting for Jiang Feng's response. The air was thick with tension, and all eyes were on Jiang Feng. Xiao Zhu lifted his head, his gaze landing on the Ice Emperor. Sensing his look, the Ice Emperor met his eyes, but neither spoke. They then turned to Jiang Feng, awaiting his decision. Jiang Feng remained silent for a long time before finally raising his head to look directly into the Ice Emperor's eyes. Their gazes locked as if they were engaged in a silent battle. Jiang Feng pondered internally. Can I trust her? This question was directed at Guang Chao, the Ice Emperor, and himself. Trust was the greatest barrier between them. If they could overcome this obstacle, what was there to fear, even when facing Hell? After all, he was Jiang Feng, known as the Madman. Jiang Feng thought, if Xiaoju were in danger now, he would undoubtedly help him fight against Hell. Ultimately, trust was the cornerstone of everything. At that moment, Guang Chao's raspy voice broke the silence. You can trust her with your back. I guarantee it with the name Guang Chao. This promise was significant because Guang Chao was his sole identity in the global network, representing his credibility as a top hacker. Jiang Feng did not immediately respond. He simply gazed at the Ice Emperor, his eyes gradually calming from their initial complexity. Suddenly, Xiaojie stood up and walked over to the Ice Emperor. He looked at Jiang Feng, his eyes gleaming with a mix of emotions, and said, "Third brother, I trust her." This declaration took both Jiang Feng and the Ice Emperor by surprise. They looked at Xiaojie in disbelief, as if seeing him for the first time. Xiaojie smiled at both of them and added, "Third brother, I trust you, and I trust the Ice Emperor too." With that, he turned and walked out of the shed. Jiang Feng and the Ice Emperor exchanged glances again, their eyes filled with complex emotions. They both seemed to be pondering the meaning of Xiaojie's words and what their next steps should be. Chen Wan and Xiao Hua huddled together, watching Xiaojie leave. Chen Wan's gaze lingered on his departing figure, her lips curling into a subtle smile, a hint of enigmatic amusement on her face. It seemed she had noticed something that others hadn't. As night fell, the gentle moonlight spilled over the sea, making the waves shimmer. Jiang Feng and Xiaojie stood side by side, leaving two uneven trails of footprints in the sand. They had been there for over an hour, with a faint scent of tobacco lingering in the air. Jiang Feng took a deep drag of his cigarette, his eyes fixed on the ever-rolling waves. In a deep voice he asked, "Xiaojie, that's hell. Are you really sure about this?" Xiaojie responded with a determined smile, "Yes, I've made up my mind. Third brother, with Bing Huang. No matter what the future holds, I'm ready." Jiang Feng turned his head, looking at Xiaojie with a complex expression. Xiaojie seemed to read his thoughts and continued, "Third brother, I know what you want to say. I've only known her for a few days, and Bing Huang isn't my woman. You think it's not worth it, right? But I'm willing." He smiled brightly, like a simple boy next door. The sea breeze gently carried these faint words to Bing Huang, who lay not far away on the beach with Chen Wan and Xiao Hua, gazing at the starry sky. Bing Huang's eyes sparkled, and an inscrutable expression crossed her face as she recalled the way Xiaojie had looked at her that night. Jiang Feng remained silent and slowly sat down. Xiaojie squatted beside him and softly asked, "Third brother, if it were Chen Wan or Xiao Hua, would you be willing?" Jiang Feng didn't answer, his gaze fixed on the waves crashing in the distance. After a long pause, Xiaojie patted his shoulder and said with a smile, "Third brother, I understand you. I'm the same." He then stood and walked towards Bing Huang and the others, quickly joining their laughter and chatter. Jiang Feng took a deep breath and chuckled softly. No one knew what he was thinking. At 4 in the morning, the group dragged their luggage to the rocks where Xiaojie had hidden the speedboat. Xiaojie skillfully operated the boat while Jiang Feng assisted with the luggage and carefully helped Chen Wan and Xiao Hua aboard. Finally, he stood before Bing Huang, his expression calm. "I hope in the future, I can trust you to have my back. Don't let me down." He paused and added, "Don't let Xiaojie down." With that, he boarded the boat. The two instances of "let down" carried different meanings. Jiang Feng's back signified his life, trust, and partnership. Xiaojie's feelings represented his unwavering commitment. Bing Huang hesitated. Since daytime, she had wanted to tell them she didn't need teammates and didn't trust Jiang Feng and Xiaojie. As one of the world's top assassins and a mid-range controller, she had always been a lone wolf, confident in her abilities. But Guang Chao's words echoed in her ears repeatedly. She trusted Guang Chao and knew he had her best interests at heart, so she held back. Bing Huang knew hell better than anyone, and even she had no certainty facing it. Yet, these two people, whom she had known for only a few days, were willing to stand by her side, stirring complex emotions within her. Especially Xiao Zhou's gaze that night and his words today, "I believe in her." In over 20 years, no one had ever said that to her. Bing Huang's complicated gaze fell on Xiao Zhou aboard the speedboat. The young man, who looked like a boy next door, smiled at her. She took a deep breath, exhaled slowly, and walked towards the boat. The speedboat raced across the sea, the strong wind whipping through their hair. Chen Wan and Xiao Hua nestled in Jiang Feng's arms, recalling Xiaojie's question. Jiang Feng, holding the two women, chuckled softly. In the distant night sky, helicopters continued their search. Following Guang Chao's provided route, Xiaojie skillfully navigated away from the area, heading into deeper waters. Over 2 hours later, the speedboat docked at an island, where a yacht quietly awaited on the beach. Holding his phone, Xiaojie looked at the yacht and smiled. "Guang Chao, not bad at all. Heh, just a small trick. You'll be more amazed in the future." Guang Chao's raspy voice came through the phone. "Well, I'm looking forward to it," Xiaojie said as he maneuvered the speedboat next to the yacht. The yacht was meticulously arranged by Guang Chao. After purchasing it, he had it delivered here through online arrangements, preparing for their escape. Move all the suitcases from the speedboat to the yacht, and leave the speedboat by the island's shore. Jiang Feng and his companions stepped onto the yacht's deck, feeling the sea breeze diminish. Xiaohua eagerly entered the cabin, rubbing her face stiff from prolonged exposure to the wind. Although the small yacht wasn't large, the cabin's interior was spacious enough for a comfortable rest. Jiang Feng's attention was drawn to a silver suitcase in the corner. See that silver suitcase? There are some goodies inside that I prepared for you all. He walked over and opened the small suitcase. Though there weren't many items inside, each one was quite valuable. The first thing that caught their eyes were 4 exquisite, small earpieces. Jiang Feng picked one up and examined it closely, noticing a small button on it. He placed the earpiece in his ear and pressed the switch. "Can you hear me?" he said. "This earpiece costs $50,000. I had it custom-made. The signal is excellent, using encrypted satellite channels, so it rarely loses signal." A raspy voice came through the earpiece immediately. "Heh, how did you know I put it on?" Jiang Feng chuckled and explained. "First, I knew because you pressed the switch. Second, there's a camera in the cabin. Even though I didn't install it, I can access 90% of the world's cameras if I want to. They are my eyes." Guangzhou's confidence and arrogance were evident. Xiaojie walked over, inserting an earpiece and grinning mischievously. "Next time, I'll install a camera in his room for you." Xiaohua immediately punched Xiaojie's shoulder, scolding, "Brother Jiao, are you crazy?" Chen Wan, standing nearby, rolled her eyes, clearly not amused by the joke. Jiang Feng laughed even harder. "Haha, let him install it." Xiaohua, shout louder. "Make them jealous." He handed the remaining 2 earpieces to Chen Wan and Xiaohua with a smug expression. Guangzhou's voice came through the earpiece again, dripping with disdain. "TCH, I'm not into that. But let me tell you, don't install cameras in your home. Or at least don't connect them to the internet. Many hackers sell those videos for money." Jiang Feng walked towards the helm, teasing as he went. "Haha, Guangzhou, let me ask you something. When you're hiding in a secluded place, what do you do when you have needs? Rely on your hand?" Guangzhou shot back. "Who says I'm hiding in a secluded place? I'm in a big city, plenty of girls around." The sound of typing came through the earpiece. Xiaojie scoffed. "TCH, what's the point in finding a software hardening engineer?" "Software hardening engineer? What do you mean?" Guangzhou was taken aback, and the typing stopped abruptly. Xiaohua and Chen Wan couldn't help but laugh, and even the usually stoic Bing Huang's mouth twitched slightly, his gaze fixed on Xiaojie. Xiaojie quickly waved his hands. "Hey, it wasn't me who came up with that nickname, it was Xiaohua. You can ask her if you don't believe me." Jiang Feng lit a cigarette, steering the yacht towards the location Guangzhou had provided, muttering under his breath, "Idiot." Though the destination was far, Guangzhou had found them a very secluded spot. With Guangzhou's support in network technology, it was nearly impossible for anyone to track them down. The yacht sailed smoothly across the sea, carrying this group towards an unknown fate. Following the guidance of Guangzhou, Jiang Feng piloted the yacht to an unnamed island. On the island, they handed over all their luggage to a local. Guangzhou nonchalantly remarked, "We don't need this junk anymore." Xiaojie muttered under his breath, "What a waste of my money." The group then boarded a ship, and after a 5-hour journey, they arrived in Kuching, Malaysia. Without wasting any time, Guangzhou led everyone straight to the airport. Outside the airport, a middle-aged man mysteriously handed Jiang Feng a small package before hurriedly leaving. Inside the package were 5 passports. Xiaojie couldn't help but praise, "Guangzhou, you really outdid yourself." Guangzhou responded smugly, "There are fewer than 5 teams globally with the kind of network technology support we have." Xiaojie smiled, reluctantly admitting to himself that Guangzhou's skills were indeed impressive. Jiang Feng also felt fortunate to have such an expert on their side, recalling the days he struggled with his identity in the Golden Triangle. As a top hacker, Guangzhou effortlessly hacked into the Malaysian civil system and forged their identities as if it were child's play. He also took care of the plane tickets, allowing the group to smoothly enter the airport. As the plane took off, Jiang Feng looked at the receding ground, feeling a surge of inexplicable emotion. The 5 of them were embarking on an unknown journey. A few hours later, the plane landed gently in Manila, the capital of the Philippines. Jiang Feng held Chen and Xiaohua's hands as they disembarked, with Xiaojie and Bing Huang following closely behind. The 5 of them stood out starkly against the ordinary travelers around them. Jiang Feng and Xiaojie were notable enough, but Bing Huang's icy demeanor deterred any man from making eye contact. Even Chen and Xiaohua, usually exuding the aura of strong women, seemed more subdued, showing a gentler side only when near Jiang Feng or talking to Xiaohua. After leaving the airport, the 5 of them divided into 2 taxis. They spent a day in Manila, during which Jiang Feng accompanied Chen and Xiaohua to purchase a large number of daily necessities. Subsequently, they arrived at an island called Lok. As the country with the most islands globally, the Philippines boasts over 8,000 islands of various sizes. Although Lok Island isn't large, it has a population of several thousand, with complete living facilities and convenient transportation, making it a suitable place for a quiet life. Finally here, Xiaohua sighed in relief as she put down the newly bought luggage. This was the place Guangzhou had arranged for Chunwan and Xiaohua to stay. Next, Jiang Feng, Xiaojie, and Bing Huang would head to Colombia, while they needed to settle down here. Guangzhou had prepared this hidden retreat years ago. His meticulous arrangements and online information along the way ensured that no one could trace Chunwan and Xiaohua's whereabouts. The house, though small, was a cozy two-story building facing the sea and not far from the town. The island, though small, had all necessary amenities, including shops and a pier. The lush environment was beautiful and very livable. If they got bored, there were ferries at the pier that went directly to Manila, making it very convenient. Through an earpiece, Guangzhou said to Chunwan and Xiaohua, "If you get bored living there and want to go somewhere, just tell me, and I'll arrange it in advance. If you want to return to China, that's possible too." His words were undoubtedly meant to reassure Jiang Feng. "Really? Thank you, brother Guangzhou," Xiaohua said, her face full of joy. Although she claimed she didn't want to go back, anyone living abroad would miss their homeland. Even if there was no one waiting at home, those memories of the homeland were deeply rooted. Chunwan also expressed her gratitude. "Thank you, Guangzhou." She hadn't expected Guangzhou to be so thorough and considerate. Though they hadn't spent much time together, they were no longer strangers. Guangzhou smiled. "You're welcome. We're a team, and we'll need your help in the future too." "Help? What can we do?" Xiaohua immediately asked. "Brother Guangzhou, I'll do my best." Chunwan also looked curious. In her view, with the skills of Jiang Feng, Xiaojie, and Bing Huang, she and Xiaohua were more like burdens. Guangzhou had quickly reviewed the profiles of several individuals, forming a preliminary plan in his mind, though it was not yet fully developed. He then shifted the topic to the upcoming arrangements, his tone suddenly becoming serious. "Callie will be leaving for Colombia the morning after tomorrow. She has a meeting with a major local figure in the evening, and her schedule after that is uncertain." Jiang Feng frowned and said, "So soon?" He had also familiarized himself with Ice Queen's mission details over the past couple of days. Guangzhou dismissively mentioned Xiaojie's request for Lao Lu to gather information, stating that as long as the three of them coordinated properly, he would assign them more valuable tasks. As a top-tier global hacker, making money was easy for him. While rapidly typing on his keyboard, Guangzhou continued, "The schedule is tight. You need to depart tomorrow morning. I'll arrange the earliest flight, and I'm currently securing weaponry. List anything you need and send it to me." He paused for a moment and specifically reminded Ice Queen, "Once you get there, make sure to report to Hell." Although the earpiece can block the signal from the tracking chip, it might arouse suspicion. Ice Queen calmly replied, "I understand." She was well aware of the risks of confronting Hell. Concealing her presence for even a day was crucial. Members of the Hell organization had tracking chips implanted in their bodies, some even equipped with explosive devices. The chip bomb in the back of Ice Queen's neck, if detonated, would cause complete decapitation, leaving no chance of survival. The custom earpiece Guangzhou had provided her cost over $300,000 and could block satellite signals for a limited time. Jiang Feng nodded in understanding, realizing they were about to face a tough battle. It had been years since he last set foot in a tropical rainforest. His reasons for agreeing to Guangzhou's request were unclear. Perhaps it was because of Xiaojie, perhaps for himself, perhaps due to the inevitable clash with Hell that Guangzhou had mentioned, or perhaps to protect Chunwan and Xiaohua. Regardless, he had made his choice. Chunwan also expressed her commitment to do her best. Guangzhou added, "Send me the weapons list later." The continuous sound of typing indicated he was busy with preparations. The entire team was aware that this would be a challenging mission, and everyone was making their own preparations for the upcoming operation. The nights on the island were incredibly peaceful, free from the noise of the city and the pollution of industry. Everything seemed serene and harmonious. Chunwan nestled in Jiang Feng's arms, while Xiaohua slept soundly nearby. Jiang Feng gently stroked Chunwan's hair and whispered, "I have to go out. You two be careful and stay safe." Resting against Jiang Feng's scarred chest, Chunwan softly replied, "I know. You be careful too. We'll be waiting for you to come back." A faint smile played on Jiang Feng's lips. The tranquil life he had shared with Chunwan and Xiaohua recently had allowed him to fully relax, bringing him to his peak condition. Half-jokingly, he said, "Don't worry. Bad things last 1,000 years. I'm not that easy to kill." Chunwan gently traced a circle on Jiang Feng's chest and said tenderly, "We'll see. As long as you're around, I don't mind where I stay." Though she was nearing 40, she felt a sense of security she hadn't experienced in a long time. Jiang Feng chuckled softly, cupped Chunwan's face, and kissed her deeply. Gasping, Chunwan said, "You're going to be the death of me. Isn't it ever enough for you?" She was thankful Xiaohua was nearby, or she might have been overwhelmed by this wild bull. Jiang Feng grinned mischievously and replied, "Never enough." At dawn, Jiang Feng stood by the floor-to-ceiling window, watching the first rays of sunlight spread across the sea. At the dining table, Chunwan and Xiaohua had already prepared a hearty breakfast. Xiao Jiao and Bing Huang were enjoying seafood porridge, with some ready-made food and pastries from the previous day on the side. Delicious, so satisfying, Xiao Jiao said, placing his bowl down contentedly after 2 large servings. Chunwan beamed as she asked Bing Huang, "How does it taste?" Bing Huang nodded. "It's good," she said after finishing a large bowl. After breakfast, the 5 of them walked to the dock to catch a boat to the airport in the capital of the Philippines. As they were about to part, Chunwan held Jiang Feng's hand, her eyes welling up slightly. "Be careful, stay safe. We will be waiting for you." Jiang Feng smiled and pulled Chunwan and Xiao Hua into a tight embrace. The 3 of them held each other closely before Jiang Feng and his companions boarded the ship. Chunwan and Xiao Hua stood on the dock, watching the ship sail away for a long time. Soon after, a plane took off into the sunrise. This flight wasn't direct to Colombia. It first went to Cape Town, South Africa, for a layover before heading to Colombia, covering a total distance of over 20,000 kilometers. After a 12-hour flight, the 3 of them transferred in Cape Town. Fortunately, they only had to wait an hour and a half before boarding the flight to Colombia. The plane flew over the vast Amazon rainforest, a dense jungle teeming with diverse species and largely untouched by humans. They traveled quickly, finally arriving in Bogotá, the capital of Colombia, just before dusk. Stepping out of the airport, Xiaojiu couldn't help but remark, "The climate here is really comfortable." Bogotá is known for its pleasant weather, making it one of the best cities in the world for escaping the heat. The outdoor temperature was 26 degrees Celsius, with a gentle breeze and warm sunshine. Jiang Feng didn't linger, urging, "Let's hurry. Huang Chao, where's the gear you ordered?" Jiang Feng's expression was cold, his eyes as sharp as Navi's, a clear sign he was ready for battle. Through his earpiece, he heard Huang Chao's raspy voice, "Almost there. In an hour, someone will be sent to the outskirts. I'll send you the coordinates shortly." Xiaoju immediately asked, "What about the car?" This was crucial since they needed to cover hundreds of kilometers, with their destination on the edge of a tropical rainforest. Huang Chao quickly replied, "The car is at 1341, Bill Street. Pick it up there." He sent 2 sets of coordinates to Jiang Feng's phone. Jiang Feng simply responded, "Got it," and flagged down a taxi. Half an hour later, the 3 of them arrived at an unremarkable repair shop. The owner, a middle-aged black man with a friendly smile, greeted them. In fluent English, Jiang Feng asked, "Hello, who here is Mr. John? Where's the car I ordered?" The owner warmly responded, "Right this way, Mr. John. You've got the best vehicle I have, top-notch condition. Honestly, I didn't make much off this deal, so I hope you'll come back in the future." He led them to the garage in the back, chatting non-stop along the way. Jiang Feng and his companions remained silent, except for Huang Chao, who muttered curses through the earpiece, "This damned crook. The car's worth 30 grand tops, but he charged 40. If it weren't for the time crunch, I wouldn't buy from him if my life depended on it." In the garage, a George Patton SUV stood towering. The massive vehicle was over 5 meters long, more than 2 meters high and wide, and its tires were larger than those of a typical off-road vehicle. As an avid car enthusiast, Jiang Feng meticulously inspected the body and chassis. The tires are run flat, including the spare. Even if they're hit by AK fire, they can still go for dozens to hundreds of kilometers. The body and windows are bulletproof, Jiang Feng assessed professionally. He opened the hood and glanced quickly. 3.5-liter V6 turbocharged engine, max horsepower 435. This really is a super vehicle. New ones require a special order and cost a fortune. Taking the keys from the owner, Jiang Feng agilely climbed into the driver's seat. The interior wasn't luxurious, but it was as comfortable as a high-end car. He started the engine, and the diesel roared like a beast. Jiang Feng nodded to Xiaojiu and Bing Huang outside the car. "Let's go." Xiaojiu quickly took the front passenger seat, while Bing Huang settled in the back. Without acknowledging the still waving, smiling owner, they drove off from the repair shop. The George Patton vehicle is built specifically for the battlefield, especially its modified version. Jiang Feng has always dreamed of owning one. Turning to Huang Chao, he said, "Next time, get me a beast version. I'll handle the modifications myself." Huang Chao was overwhelmed with tasks, the sound of keyboard strokes like rapid raindrops. He single-handedly managed the entire logistics for Jiang Feng's team, arranging flights, ID documents, vehicles, weapons, and detailed itineraries. On top of that, he monitored the target Cali's every move in real time, ready to update Jiang Feng and his team at any moment. In Huang Chao's dimly lit room, 8 monitors operated simultaneously, displaying a myriad of images. He had successfully hacked into the security system of Cali's city, showing real-time surveillance of Cali's surroundings on multiple screens. Another monitor displayed the communications system interface. Huang Chao had intercepted Cali's satellite phone through satellite signals. All these high-level operations were handled by Huang Chao alone, his skills rivaling those of an entire professional tech team. Suddenly, Huang Chao spoke through his earpiece, "Madman, I found someone you might be interested in who is also heading to Colombia." While driving towards the outskirts to retrieve weapons as directed by Kwang Chao, Jiang Feng asked, "Who?" "He Kuan, a Chinese national, and Chun Wan's former boss in the Golden Triangle," Kwang Chao replied quickly. A glint of coldness flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes, his voice icy. "The same He Kuan who froze Chen Wan's 20 million? Yes, that's him. I accidentally stumbled upon a flight detail and had a friend verify it. I'll provide you with more information about his trip later," Kwang Chao explained. He had unearthed He Kun's details while investigating Chen Wan and Xiao Hua a few days ago. Unexpectedly, a network friend provided He Kun's flight information just 2 days later. Jiang Feng's voice turned even colder. "Good. I'm going to kill him. To avenge Chen Wan, I must take him out." Meanwhile, on a private jet flying from Europe to Colombia, He Kuan was elegantly sipping red wine. In his 50s, well-maintained, with impeccably groomed hair, he exuded an aura of authority, the type of mature man who could easily captivate middle-aged women. "Aquan, how are things in the Golden Triangle?" He Kuan asked his confidant beside him. Aquan had once been Chen Wan's bodyguard and was now in charge of operations in the Golden Triangle. With a fawning smile, Aquan carefully replied, "Boss, things have stabilized there. Business at the casinos and bars has returned to previous levels. Rest assured, I will do my job well and won't let you down like Chen Wan." He Kuan chuckled and patted Aquan on the shoulder. "Don't worry. You've been with me for many years. I won't treat you unfairly. Bringing you to Colombia this time is to broaden your horizons. I plan to increase investments in the Golden Triangle, so you better perform well." "Boss, I will do my utmost and won't disappoint you," Aquan promised earnestly. He Kuan nodded slightly. This trip to Colombia was arranged by his backers. After issues arose along the Mexican route, his patrons directed him to visit the source directly. If he could secure a supply at the Colombian source, he would be worry-free. An hour later, Jiang Feng and his team arrived at the pickup location, an abandoned factory overgrown with weeds and eerily silent. Jiang Feng parked the car beside a weathered wall and asked, "We're here. How much longer until they arrive?" 10 minutes, Kwang Chao responded briefly, followed by the rapid clicking of keys in the earpiece. Jiang Feng lit a cigarette and waited quietly. Bing Huang got out of the car and walked into the distance, taking out a small phone from his pocket and dialing a complex number. A sweet yet authoritative female voice answered. "Hello, Bing Huang. We've been unable to track your location since yesterday. Please return to the base immediately for a chip replacement." Bing Huang replied expressionlessly, "I reported this yesterday. I'm in Cape Town, South Africa, being tailed and facing a threat to my life." The Ice Empress spoke coldly, her voice sweet yet her tone unmistakably hostile. She detailed the situation she reported to the organization during her layover in Cape Town yesterday, claiming she was being pursued and needed assistance. She mentioned that the organization lost her signal in Cape Town's downtown area, and her superiors instructed her to proceed immediately to the base on the South African continent for a chip replacement, with the location being sent to her phone. The Ice Empress requested the organization to help deal with the 3 British knights chasing her. Before she finished speaking, a cold smile appeared on her lips, and she decisively hung up the phone. Since yesterday, Kwang Chao had been helping her interfere with the signal from the chip inside her. While it could block the signal, it couldn't do so for too long to avoid suspicion. At this moment, except for Jiang Feng, Xiao Jiao, and Kwang Chao, no one knew she was in Colombia. She stuffed her phone into her pocket and walked towards the George Patton. As a top assassin, the Hell organization didn't strictly restrict some of the Ice Empress's actions. Her signal tracking chip and the requirement to report her location whenever she arrived at a new place allowed the organization to roughly track her whereabouts. Nevertheless, the organization didn't mandate that she stay at the base at all times. However, every member had to return to the base once a month for personnel checks and chip inspections. If the chip signal was unstable, it had to be replaced. Before long, a Toyota SUV arrived. Jiang Feng got out, and Kwang Chao informed him through the earpiece that the others had arrived. 2 white men got out of the car, and both sides tacitly avoided conversation. Kwang Chao had already made the payment, and Jiang Feng and his team only needed to receive the goods. The white men opened the trunk, took out 3 large packages, threw them on the ground, and then drove away. After checking the packages, Jiang Feng signaled to Xiao Jiu inside the car. Xiao Jiu and the Ice Empress got out, each carrying a package back to the George Patton. Jiang Feng suggested that he go to the corner of the wall to change, allowing the women to change their gear inside the car. Jiang Feng's package was well-stocked: jungle combat uniform, combat boots, gloves, night vision goggles, gas mask, bulletproof vest, 2 Nepalese knives, 2 M1911A1 pistols secondary weapons with 6 magazines, an MP7A1 modified submachine gun primary weapon with 5 40-round magazines, 10 grenades, 5 time bombs, and 300 loose rounds of ammunition. Xiao Jiu's gear was similar, but her primary weapon was a Barrett M82 long-range sniper rifle, equipped with 20 rounds each of armor-piercing, tracer, armor-piercing incendiary, and regular bullets. As dusk fell, The two quickly changed at the corner. They needed to reach the edge of the tropical rainforest to familiarize themselves with the environment and wait for Carrie's arrival. Inside the car, the Ice Empress had already changed her gear, which was similar to Jiang Feng's but included an additional MP7A1, totaling 2 pistols and 2 submachine guns. Jiang Feng and Xiao Zhi returned to the car, and following the navigation route provided by Kuang Chao, the three of them set off immediately. The sky had completely darkened as the three of them headed toward a small town. They were on the edge of the tropical rainforest, planning to spend the night nearby and venture deeper into the jungle the next day. Jiang Feng's earpiece crackled with Kuang Chao's urgent voice. The delivery of food and medicine has arrived. How much longer do you need? 5 minutes, Jiang Feng replied, lighting a cigarette and taking a deep drag. A few minutes later, they reached the designated spot. A white man was waiting for them. He was the seller Kuang Chao had contacted online to provide them with food and basic battlefield medical supplies. Xiao Zhu swiftly got out of the car, took the package from the man, and quickly returned to the vehicle. Jiang Feng immediately started the engine and drove off into the distance. The package was filled with high-energy food, compressed biscuits, canned meat, dehydrated vegetables, sugar, and chocolate. This was enough to sustain each person for 7 days, or up to 2 weeks if rationed carefully. Considering the abundance of water sources in the jungle, Kuang Chao had decided not to purchase drinking water to lighten their load. The medical supplies included bandages for bleeding, antibiotics, painkillers, and emergency antidotes. Jiang Feng, Xiao Jiu, and their other companion knew they were about to face a tough battle, and thorough preparation was essential. To avoid leaving any traces, they didn't enter the small town but drove directly into the wilderness. While Kuang Chao could help them hide their online tracks, he couldn't erase their physical footprints. As night fell, Jiang Feng parked the car behind some bushes in the woods. Xiao Zhu volunteered. You two sleep first. I'll keep watch. The others didn't argue and took the opportunity to rest. They took turns keeping watch and spent the night in the car. At dawn, Jiang Feng drove out of the woods, heading toward their destination. Meanwhile, in Mexico City, a man in his 40s named Carrie was in a rage. As the emperor, controlling 80 of the city's underground market, he was facing trouble. His Colombian partners had been killed, cutting off his supply, and a newly appointed warlord was unhappy with the prices, demanding renegotiation. Although Carrie had reported the matter to the Hell Division, his superiors insisted he negotiate in person to seek a peaceful resolution and mutual cooperation, likely because the other party was backed by a powerful conglomerate. Around noon, after having lunch and taking a short rest, Carrie headed to the airport. His private jet was already waiting on the runway, with his bodyguard team having departed for the destination the previous day. Carrie was well aware of the situation in the Colombian tropical rainforest. Even top executives from major conglomerates had to tread carefully there. The warlord factions were more chaotic and brutal than those in the Golden Triangle, with daily skirmishes over every conceivable resource. As the plane accelerated down the runway and lifted off, Carrie's face, full of harsh lines and a menacing expression, betrayed a hint of unease, causing his brows to furrow and his complexion to darken. Have they arrived? Carrie asked his personal bodyguard. The black bodyguard answered quietly, yes, all 50 of them have reached the destination. However, the local armed forces seem quite hostile towards us. Not welcomed? I don't want to go there either. A bunch of idiots, always fighting and killing, Carrie sneered, his tone dripping with disdain. The bodyguard's mouth twitched slightly, but he said nothing. He knew all too well that Carrie had suppressed countless factions and killed enough people to fill a train over the years. By around 4 p.m., the plane landed on a concrete runway. They were now close to the warlord's territory, just an hour's drive away. Carrie descended from the plane and saw over a dozen Hummer SUVs parked on the runway, with his fully armed bodyguard team ready and waiting. These bodyguards were no ordinary security personnel. They had all undergone rigorous training at the Hell's outer camps, far surpassing the capabilities of typical security company bodyguards. Surveying his surroundings, Carrie took a deep breath and steeled himself for the upcoming negotiations. Each soldier wore a stern expression, and their fully armed presence exuded the aura of a professional army. Carrie boarded a Humvee, leaving a squad to guard the plane, while the rest of the convoy headed out of the airport towards the warlord's territory. Meanwhile, Hikuin, accompanied by a Quan and a dozen black-clad bodyguards, was also on his way to the same destination. Both groups were unknowingly heading to meet the warlord, who had evidently arranged meetings with both parties. Xiao Jiu sped down the dirt road in an off-road vehicle, its engine roaring like a beast. Kuang Chao had just pinpointed Carrie's landing site and immediately informed the trio. Jiang Feng, Bing Huang, and Xiao Jiu set off for Carrie's expected route based on Kuang Chao's intel. Kuang Chao's voice came through the communication device. Madman, I found out that Hikuin is also coming this way. I reckon he's representing the people behind him for today's negotiation. The sound of his keyboard clattered continuously as he kept gathering and summarizing various pieces of information. Jiang Feng sneered and lit a cigarette. Heh, let's take them all out together. Bing Huang said calmly, Carrie needs to be captured alive. I have questions for him. Jiang Feng frowned. We'll see. Capturing him alive is going to be tough. Kwang Chao's raspy voice chimed in again. He must be alive, or this operation will be meaningless. Jiang Feng didn't give a clear response, only saying, we'll do our best. Kwang Chao and Bing Huang fell silent, both understanding the difficulty of capturing an enemy leader on the battlefield. Moreover, this was their first time working together, making the challenge even more extraordinary. Even Kwang Chao felt a twinge of nervousness at this moment. Time ticked away as the George Patton vehicle drove along the mountain road, drawing the attention of the locals. Some stared intently at the departing vehicle, their eyes gleaming. Others appeared indifferent. Most of them were informants for the warlord, and some immediately reported this movement to their superiors. Upon hearing that there was only one vehicle, several warlords flew into a rage, cursing their subordinates for their stupidity. Can one vehicle carry 10 people? Are you a pig? I have 1,000 men, 1,000 submachine guns. What can they do? Don't bother me with such nonsense again. Such scoldings echoed across several camps. However, as the George Patton vehicle drew closer to the warlord's territory, some warlords began to heighten their vigilance. They realized that even a single vehicle could pose an unexpected threat. George Patton was hidden by Jiang Feng and his two companions in a thicket, concealed by a mass of branches. Even at close range, it was hard to detect. Jiang Feng lay silently on a slope, with Bing Huang not far to his left, while Xiao Jio was nowhere to be seen. This spot was calculated by Kwang Chao as the inevitable route based on Callus landing point. The dirt road below was flanked by steep slopes, resembling a narrow gorge. Today, Callie was in a foul mood, unable to shake off a sense of unease. He sat with a grim expression in a heavily modified Hummer. This vehicle, which had traveled from Mexico City, featured an explosion-proof chassis and tires, capable of withstanding RPG blasts. The body and windows were reinforced, making it difficult for ordinary sniper bullets to penetrate. The convoy sped along the dirt road, with Callus' vehicle in the 5th position, right in the middle. Meanwhile, about 10 kilometers away, Hikurin was in a jeep, heading in the same direction. Suddenly, Xiao Jia's voice came through the earpiece. They're coming, a convoy from the south, 10 Hummers in total. Observing the rapidly approaching convoy through his scope, he added softly, 2 kilometers away, 3 minutes until they arrive. He then swiftly ejected the bullet from his Barrett and loaded a magazine filled with armor-piercing incendiary rounds. Jiang Feng focused on the dirt road, soon hearing the roar of engines. He took a deep breath, his eyes coldly fixed on the convoy coming into view. Next to him, Bing Huang wore a mask, yet the cold expression on her face was still palpable. As the convoy approached, Jiang Feng's finger hovered over the remote control. Kwang Chao had prepared 5 remote-controlled timed bombs, crucial for intercepting the convoy. When the first vehicle passed the bomb's location, Jiang Feng didn't detonate it immediately, but instead focused on the lead vehicle. Suddenly, a powerful explosion flipped the lead Hummer onto the dirt road. Shortly after, another explosion flipped the 9th vehicle. This was Jiang Feng's meticulously planned interception strategy, blocking the convoy from both ends with 2 explosions. The blast startled the birds in the forest, causing them to take flight in a frantic rush, filling the sky with their panicked forms. The entire convoy came to a halt, but no one got out, clearly aware that stepping out now would be a death sentence. Callus' face grew darker as he grabbed the radio and barked, "What's the situation? Report." Upon learning that both ends were blocked by bombs, he commanded, "Ram through, charge forward." Jiang Feng whispered to Xiao Jio, "Xiao Jio." Xiao Jio understood immediately and sprang into action. A thunderous bang echoed through the valley, startling everyone in the convoy. As seasoned veterans, they knew this meant the enemy had a heavy anti-material sniper rifle, a nightmare for them. Callie roared again, "Get out of here now." However, as the lead vehicle attempted to ram through, Xiao Jia's shot shattered the front windshield. The driver's upper body was blown apart, filling the cabin with a mist of blood. The vehicles began to reverse, but the narrow mountain dirt road made turning around impossible. Another shot rang out, and the driver's seat of the last vehicle exploded, filling the interior with blood mist, splattering everyone inside. Realizing the dire situation, Callie ordered, "Get out, everyone out, head up the right hillside. Find a spot at the back and take him out." Callus' personal bodyguard was an elite, trained in a rigorous program straight out of hell. His skills far surpassed those of anyone else in the convoy. Faced with a sudden ambush, the bodyguard quickly grabbed his radio and barked orders with fury. Although they had no knowledge of the enemy's numbers or equipment, the fact that a single sniper had brought the entire convoy to a halt spoke volumes about the gravity of their situation. The bodyguard swiftly made a decision. "Everyone, attack the hill where Xiaoju is located. We can't move an inch until he's dealt with." His voice was filled with determination and urgency. At his command, the convoy sprang into action. A car door swung open, and a man named D, clutching a sniper rifle, leaped out and quickly crouched behind the vehicle. Following him, other Humvee doors burst open, and heavily armed soldiers with assault rifles poured out, seeking cover and avoiding Xiao Jio's line of sight. However, as they scrambled for cover, Jiang Feng and Bing Huang, watching from a distance, smirked coldly. Jiang Feng whispered through his earpiece, "Xiao Jio, there's a black man with a sniper rifle behind the sixth vehicle. Can you take him out?" Meanwhile, Callus' bodyguard continued issuing commands. Teams of 3, 2 teams per squad, advance in a triangular formation towards the slope. Don't conserve ammo, there's plenty on the vehicles. Fire at will towards the hilltop. The soldiers quickly organized behind the vehicles, ready for action. The sniper did not follow the main group. Instead, he slipped into the roadside bushes, stealthily retreating. However, thanks to Jiang Feng's tip, Xiao Jio had already locked his sights on the sixth vehicle, tracking the sniper's every move. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot shattered the silence. The sniper running through the woods was blown apart, his upper body disintegrating into countless fragments. He didn't even have time to scream. His head, intact, hit the ground with his facial expression frozen at the moment of death. Charge! Callus' bodyguard glanced at the woods, his eyes wide with rage, and roared with fury. Inside the vehicle, Callus' face was dark with anger. He glared at the distant hill through the window, his eyes filled with malice. Gritting his teeth, he growled, "Damn it, if I catch you, they'll skin you alive and feed you to the dogs." Following the orders, the soldiers quickly formed into groups of 3, with 2 groups per squad. They gripped their assault rifles and leaped from behind the vehicles, firing as they advanced. Rat-a-tat-tat. Bang bang bang. The rapid gunfire echoed through the hills, sending all the forest creatures fleeing in panic. "Heh, it's our turn now," Jiang Feng said with a sinister grin, raising his MP7A1. Next to him, Bing Huang also half-knelt, wielding an MP7A1 in each hand, ready for the imminent battle. 3 MP7A1s simultaneously unleashed lethal bursts of fire, bullets raining down on the bodyguards with their backs turned. The staccato gunfire echoed through the mountains, and Jiang Feng didn't even need to aim precisely in the close-range ambush. The dull thuds of bullets piercing flesh were accompanied by agonized screams. "Behind us! Turn around! Someone's behind us! Help me!" The well-trained bodyguards quickly reacted, turning as one to return fire. Jiang Feng agilely dove to the side, narrowly dodging the incoming bullets while continuing to spray his own. Ice Queen, like a leopard, leapt into the air, twisting her body mid-flight, her MP7S spitting fire. She landed heavily on the slope, rolled twice, and skillfully replaced the magazines in both weapons. Rat-a-tat. Ice Queen opened fire again. In her hands, the MP7S were like the scythes of death, each shot finding its mark. Most of the enemies were killed or incapacitated almost instantly. This was her domain, the queen of mid-range combat, fearless. Her face beneath the mask was as cold as ice, her eyes filled with lethal intent. Callie had brought 50 bodyguards on this trip. 5 were left at the airport, and including his 2 personal guards, he had 47 with him. The explosion had flipped 2 Humvees, and though the occupants weren't killed, they were severely injured and their combat effectiveness plummeted. Xiao Jie's initial sniping had taken out 2 more. Jiang Feng and Ice Queen's ambush had downed at least 10. The continuous assault had halved Callus' protective force. Suddenly, a deafening gunshot pierced the air. Xiao Jio had fired again, and anyone who appeared in his scope was instantly blown to pieces. The heavy scent of blood filled the air. Xiao Jio's position was only a few hundred meters from the convoy, allowing him to make precise kills without worrying about wind or temperature. "Take cover. Get behind the cars." Callie's bodyguards, recognizing the danger, quickly directed their comrades to take cover while unleashing a barrage of gunfire toward Jiang Feng and Ice Queen's direction. "Get the RPG. Blow them up." A white bodyguard swiftly retrieved an RPG from one of the vehicles. Seeing this, Jiang Feng immediately darted into the forest, and Ice Queen, not lingering, rolled into a nearby bush. Whoosh! The RPG rocketed forth with a fiery tail, exploding with a deafening roar in the shrub where Ice Queen had hidden. Flames erupted, consuming the entire area, but Ice Queen had already vanished. Meanwhile, Xiao Jio on the opposite hillside found himself in a predicament. The vehicles obstructed his view, preventing precise aiming. He resorted to blind firing, hoping to hit the Humvee's fuel tank. If an armor-piercing incendiary round penetrated the tank, the entire vehicle would explode. Jiang Feng moved swiftly through the forest, firing at the enemy as he ran. On the other side, Ice Queen suddenly emerged from behind a large tree, reigniting the fierce gunfight. A scream of agony pierced the air as a white bodyguard's neck was grazed by a stray bullet. He fell, clutching his neck as blood gushed through his fingers. His comrade pried his hands away to see a major artery spurting blood. "Rest easy, brother," the comrade said, ending his suffering with a single shot. In his final moments, The wounded bodyguard's eyes held no resentment, only a serene gaze towards the blue sky. The gunfight raged on. Jiang Feng was pinned in a depression by the relentless hail of bullets, unable to lift his head. Shards of rock struck him as bullets kicked up dirt around him. He could only huddle with his gun, waiting for the enemy's ammunition to deplete. Ice Queen, on the other hand, moved nimbly through the trees, her agility far surpassing Jiang Feng's. She managed to return fire despite the intense barrage, but even a deity would struggle against the onslaught of a dozen submachine guns. Boom! Another explosion rocked the battlefield. A deafening explosion erupted, sending the middle Humvee flying and engulfing it in raging flames. Burning fuel rained down like droplets, instantly turning several unlucky bodyguards into human torches. Instinctively, they dropped their assault rifles and frantically rolled on the ground, desperately trying to extinguish the flames. Jiang Feng seized the fleeting opportunity and leapt out from his concealed position, charging forward. Simultaneously, Bing Huang emerged from the other side. The MP-7s in their hands spat fire, unloading 40 rounds in mere seconds, creating a deadly web of firepower. Xiao Jia's precise shooting was indispensable. It took him 5 armor-piercing incendiary rounds to successfully ignite the Humvee's fuel tank, creating a breakout opportunity for Jiang Feng and Bing Huang. Run. The enemy is highly skilled, ordered Joel, Carrie's personal bodyguard, with calm authority. As one of the 3 elite operatives sent by the Hell organization to protect Carrie, he quickly assessed the dire situation. The other bodyguard, Stephen, a white man, nodded silently and sprang into action. Inside the vehicle, Carrie witnessed the carnage outside. His eyes bloodshot, veins bulging, and teeth clenched so hard they made an audible sound. In just a few minutes, 2/3 of his 50 elite men had been lost, leaving only a handful struggling to hold on. Stephen swiftly jumped into the driver's seat of the 5th vehicle and floored the gas pedal. Carrie's meticulously modified car roared like a beast, shooting towards the rear vehicles like an arrow. Take cover. Hold them off and let the boss escape. Joel roared out his final command. The surviving bodyguards, faces ashen, understood they had been abandoned, but loyally fired their last bullets at Jiang Feng and Bing Huang. One of the black bodyguards pulled out a grenade and hurled it towards the forest. The ensuing explosion, however, had little effect. The dense trees and underbrush not only blocked the view but also dampened the blast's impact. Joel wasn't about to sit idly by. He quickly scavenged grenades from his fallen comrades and aimed them at the underside of the rear vehicles, launching them in succession. The successive explosions lifted the Humvee over a meter into the air before it crashed back down, its position now askew. By this time, Stephen's modified vehicle had surged forward, slamming into the disoriented Humvee with immense force. The Humvee, like a paper toy, was flipped onto the roadside from the massive impact. Jiang Feng hid behind a tree, warily observing the battlefield before him. The 3 of them knew very well that their target, Carrie, was inside that heavily armored vehicle. However, they were not in a rush. The car was trapped in the middle of the convoy, unable to move forward or backward. The steep slopes on either side made it impossible for the vehicle to easily escape, and Xiao Jia's sniper rifle kept the entire battlefield under constant surveillance. The Ice Queen's orders were clear: capture the target alive. Therefore, they had left that car for last. During the battle, the Ice Queen demonstrated astonishing marksmanship, living up to her title as the Queen of Mid-Range Combat. The enemies quickly realized how terrifying this woman was. Over 10 of them fired at her simultaneously. However, whenever their firepower slackened, the Ice Queen seized the opportunity to take precise shots, ending lives with deadly accuracy. The battle had been raging for 5 to 6 minutes. Although reinforcements were still 20 minutes away, resolving the fight as quickly as possible was the best strategy. Xiao Jia kept firing at the Hummers, and another vehicle exploded into a fireball, with several burning figures rolling and struggling on the ground. Seizing the moment, Jiang Feng charged down the slope, his MP-7 like the scythe of death, reaping lives one by one. Joel's face grew increasingly grim as he stayed close to Kara's vehicle, suddenly flinging the door open. "Boss, how long until reinforcements arrive?" he asked urgently. "These guys are experts. We can't hold out much longer." 5 more minutes, Carrie gritted his teeth. His face twisted with a mix of anger and fear. This was the fastest the reinforcements could arrive. The warlord didn't want Carrie to get killed during negotiations. Even though they were all pawns, Carrie's death would undoubtedly spark conflict between the 2 organizations, and the warlord would likely become the scapegoat. "We don't have time." Joel frantically climbed into the car. "Fan, charge up the slope. This car still has a chance to break through. They have a sniper." Fan's face was ashen, hesitating. Charging up the slope would expose them directly to Xiao Jia's sniper scope, turning them into sitting ducks. He had witnessed the gruesome fate of the drivers of the front and rear vehicles. "Bet he's out of armor-piercing rounds," Joel shouted. "The front windshield can withstand regular .50 caliber bullets. This is our only chance, go." Carrie remained silent, his grip on the armrest so tight it was deformed. With a cold snort, Fan floored the gas pedal. The Hummer's engine roared as it charged up the nearly 70-degree slope. Coming right to us, they're asking for death, Xiaojiu sneered, adjusting his aim to target Fan in the driver's seat. The Barrett sniper rifle roared deafeningly, ejecting a massive shell from the chamber. The armor-piercing round screamed towards Fan's chest. Just as the Hummer crested the slope, Fan's instinct screamed danger. The front windshield shattered under the impact, and the Hummer violently flipped over. Fan's fate was slightly better than the previous driver's because the front windshield had stronger bulletproof capabilities. The bullet deviated slightly after piercing the glass, but still struck his right chest, leaving a gaping wound. As the vehicle flipped, Joel slammed hard against the door, while Carrie was thrown around, dizzy and disoriented. Blood gushed from Fan's mouth, and Joel immediately kicked open the door and jumped out. "Boss, run with me now," Joel yelled, lifting his assault rifle and unleashing a furious barrage towards Xiaojiu's position. Although the distance of several hundred meters made the bullets ineffective, it bought them precious escape time. "Everyone, follow me, run." Carrie scrambled out of the Hummer, and Joel shouted to the remaining dozen bodyguards. He dragged Carrie forward, the others forming a human shield around them. Without suppressive fire, Jiang Feng and the Ice Queen immediately sprang from their cover. The MP7's bullets rained down, and 4 or 5 bodyguards fell instantly, their screams echoing through the chaos. "Run!" Joel gave Carrie a hard shove and turned to fire at the exposed figures of Jiang Feng and the Ice Queen. Carrie stumbled forward, not daring to look back, knowing every person behind him was sacrificing themselves for his escape. Joel was now fully exposed in Xiaojiu's sniper scope. Xiaojiu's eyes were cold as he locked onto the target and decisively pulled the trigger. Boom! A thunderous explosion echoed through the valley, and Joel, who had been standing and shooting, was instantly blown to pieces. Blood and flesh flew everywhere, raining down in a crimson shower, saturating the air with a heavy, metallic scent. 5 kilometers away, a convoy of jeeps sped toward the scene, their armed occupants on high alert. The sound of gunfire and explosions had already reached them. This rescue team, dispatched by the warlord Jill, was racing to the battlefield where Carrie was located. "Faster! Damn it, faster!" The man in the lead vehicle shouted at the driver. "This is the fastest we can go," the driver replied, expertly navigating the winding mountain road at a speed far exceeding Jiang Feng's vehicle. Meanwhile, the chase on the battlefield continued. "Don't let him get away. Go after him. I'll cover you," said Bing Huang, her voice icy. Jiang Feng glanced at Carrie, who was sprinting down the mountain path, then turned to look deeply at Bing Huang, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. But he quickly made up his mind and dashed forward, relentlessly pursuing Carrie. Several bodyguards were still chasing Carrie. Bing Huang raised her gun and fired a sweeping volley at them. Jiang Feng, with his back to Bing Huang, was completely exposed to her line of fire. From a distant hill, Xiaojiu watched the scene unfold, his eyes reflecting both gratitude towards Jiang Feng and a sense of relief. Bing Huang's bullets whizzed past, hitting the bodyguards with pinpoint accuracy. Ugh! Agonized screams filled the air. 2 uninjured bodyguards quickly turned and crouched, aiming their guns at Jiang Feng. Instinctively, Jiang Feng wanted to dodge, but he forced himself to stay put. He decided to take a gamble and place his complete trust in Bing Huang. Bing Huang noticed Jiang Feng's reaction and smirked slightly. Her bullets flew out in an instant, taking down the 2 bodyguards before they could pull their triggers. Jiang Feng exhaled in relief. His trust had not been misplaced. Bing Huang's skill was indeed unmatched, and her foresight in anticipating the enemy's moves was flawless. By now, all 52 of Carrie's bodyguards, except for the 5 left at the airport, had been killed. Some had been injured by the explosions and were not immediately dead, but they were no longer a threat. Jiang Feng continued his pursuit of Carrie, while Bing Huang walked along the smoke-filled, fire-scorched dirt road, executing the severely wounded bodyguards one by one. Xiaojiu, clutching his Barrett sniper rifle, sprinted towards the George Patton vehicle to prepare for the extraction of the 2. The primary objective was to capture Carrie as quickly as possible and then retreat from the battlefield. However, this fierce battle was just beginning. Even tougher challenges awaited them. 3 kilometers from the battlefield, Hikuan stared intently at the dusty road ahead, his expression grim. The convoy had stopped, and a call from the warlord had just come through, reporting that Callie had been ambushed and needed immediate assistance. Hikuan frowned in thought. With 50 bodyguards already in danger, and only 3 vehicles with a dozen men on his side, the situation was clearly unfavorable. Sweat beaded on Aquan's palms as the distant sounds of gunfire and explosions unsettled him. He swallowed hard and softly suggested, "Boss, maybe we should pull back a bit? We're too close here." The man in black at the front driver's seat flashed a look of disdain but remained silent. After a moment of contemplation, Hikuan spoke to the driver. Back up a bit. We don't want to get involved." Without a word, the man in black shifted into reverse, and the three vehicles slowly retreated. Meanwhile, Jiang Feng was pursuing Callie at full speed. Years of living in luxury had taken their toll on Callie, who stumbled along the rugged dirt road, his heavy breathing reminiscent of a bull's panting. As he ran, he fired back at Jiang Feng, bullets whizzing past but failing to close the rapidly shrinking gap between them. Suddenly, a voice crackled in Jiang Feng's earpiece. "Madman, catch him quickly. Reinforcements are on the way. Xiaojio, speed up." He had already pinpointed the enemy's satellite phone signal, and knew time was of the essence. At that moment, a George Patton SUV burst out of the woods. Xiaojio swiftly jumped into the vehicle, revved the engine, and sped toward Jiang Feng. Meanwhile, Bing Huang was also racing toward the rendezvous point. A cold gleam flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he drew his pistol and aimed at Callie's leg, pulling the trigger. Callie fell with a scream, writhing in pain. Jiang Feng quickly closed the distance, kicking Callie's gun away and stomping on his wrist with a sickening crunch of bone. Callie's eyes blazed with rage as he swung his other fist. Jiang Feng reacted swiftly, his Nepalese knife flashing out to pin Callie's arm to the ground. Callie's screams grew even more agonized. The George Patton SUV roared to a stop beside them, Xiaojio executing a perfect drift. In the distance, the roar of Jeep engines grew louder. Bing Huang sprang from the vehicle's rear, grabbing the fallen Callie. "Let's go," she said coldly. Together, Jiang Feng and Bing Huang shoved Callie into the trunk. The George Patton sped down the dirt road, with pursuers hot on their heels. Heavy machine guns on 3 Jeeps opened fire, bullets raining down like a storm. 2 RPGs streaked through the air, trailing flames. Cursing, Xiaoju yanked the steering wheel and floored the gas pedal. The 3.5-liter V6 turbocharged engine roared like a beast, the vehicle shaking violently on the narrow dirt path. Jiang Feng and Bing Huang tensed, eyes locked on the incoming hail of bullets and rockets. Time seemed to slow. The George Patton skidded sideways, dirt flying. 3 streaks of light hurtled toward them, 2 narrowly missed, and 1 struck the rear window. The bulletproof glass shattered instantly, and Bing Huang dove onto the seat just in time. With a deafening roar, the rocket exploded. 2 RPG rounds exploded with a thunderous roar not far from the rear of the George Patton vehicle, sending sparks flying and propelling the car forward with immense force. Xiaojio gripped the steering wheel tightly and floored the gas pedal, launching the vehicle like an arrow from a bow. In an instant, the 3 of them were drenched in cold sweat, fully aware that a moment's delay could have reduced the George Patton to pieces. The vehicle sped along the rugged dirt road, with 3 blinding beams of light in hot pursuit. The bumpy mountain path and the several hundred meters between the vehicles made it impossible for the barrage of bullets from the 3 mounted machine guns to hit their target. Xiaojio was gasping for breath. The presence of death had been almost palpable just moments ago. The reinforcements sent by the warlord attempted to chase down the George Patton, but were blocked by Callie's convoy. A burly white man standing on a jeep shouted into a radio, "RPG, blow up the cars blocking the road." A series of explosions echoed through the valley as the Humvees on the road were blasted into the air. The jeeps charged forward like wild bulls, forcibly carving out a path through the congestion. The vehicles behind followed closely, but by then, Xiaoju's George Patton had already sped away. Chase them! Dozens of cars pursued the George Patton like a pack of hungry wolves. The burly man climbed onto the jeep and picked up a satellite phone, dialing quickly. "General, the target has escaped. We are in pursuit. Please contact Myron up ahead to assist in the interception." A brief, muffled, "Got it," came from the other end before the line went dead. Jiang Feng turned to Bing Huang in the back seat, his voice urgent. "If you want to ask him anything, do it now. We can't outrun them with him on board." The back seat was covered in shattered glass. Bing Huang agilely climbed into the trunk, where Callie lay curled up, silent. He had been shot in the thigh, his right hand was fractured, and Jiang Feng had pierced his left hand. The excruciating pain assaulted his nerves, but he gritted his teeth, only his heavy breathing giving away his suffering. The George Patton was over 5 meters long, with a spacious trunk. Bing Huang crouched beside Callie, grabbed his wrist, and twisted it forcefully. There was a loud crack, and Callie finally let out a blood-curdling scream as Bing Huang brutally snapped his already fractured arm. "Ask him, who was the snakehead he dealt with 20 years ago? And to whom did he pass the kid?" Huang Chao's voice came through the earpiece, cold and urgent. With an icy tone, Bing Huang gripped the severed hand of Callie and demanded, "20 years ago, who handed the child over to you? And who did you sell them to?" A flicker of surprise crossed Callie's twisted face before a sinister smile spread. "Huh." Seeing this, Bing Huang released the hand and swiftly moved his right hand to the gunshot wound on Callie's thigh. His fingers plunged into the wound like venomous snakes, twisting sharply. Callie's agonizing scream filled the air as his body convulsed violently, cold sweat soaking through his clothes. Meanwhile, George Patton raced along the edge of the muddy rainforest. A few kilometers behind, a pack of jeeps pursued relentlessly. Xiaojio swerved at every turn, trying to shake them off, but the tracks left by the wheels on the soft ground were impossible to hide. The pursuers, familiar with the terrain, stayed close. Bing Huang's impatience flickered in his eyes as his voice grew colder. Talk, and I'll make it quick. Otherwise, before he could finish, Callie sneered. Heh? Come on. Show me what you've got. Bing Huang's fingers twisted furiously in the wound, blood gushing out, filling the car with a heavy scent of iron. Callie's eyes bulged, his throat emitting animal-like growls, his body trembling uncontrollably. Damn it, let me. Jiang Feng's face showed irritation as he agilely moved from the passenger seat to the back. The space became cramped. Bing Huang withdrew his bloodied fingers, wiping them casually on Callie's clothes, and retreated to the back seat. Jiang Feng grabbed Callie by the neck, lifting him up. Who were the intermediaries you dealt with 20 years ago? Callie spat out a mouthful of blood, hitting Jiang Feng in the face. Pa. He smirked mockingly. A cold glint flashed in Jiang Feng's eyes as he produced a Nepalese knife and swiftly sliced off Callie's ear. The ear fell, and Callie instinctively tried to cover the wound. But Jiang Feng's hand moved like lightning, pinning his severed hand back to the seat with the knife. Knife! Jiang Feng demanded coldly. Bing Huang handed over his own dagger. Jiang Feng grabbed Callie's remaining good hand and, with a flash of the blade, pinned it to the seat as well. Callie's eyes widened before he passed out. Heh, passed out? I'll make sure you wish you were dead. Jiang Feng sneered. Give me Xiaojio's knife. Bing Huang pulled another Nepalese knife from Xiaojio's waist and handed it to Jiang Feng. George Patton continued to jolt along the rugged dirt road. Jiang Feng squatted in the back seat, watching the battered Callie. He covered Callie's mouth and nose, forcing him to wake up. Callie's eyes opened, filled with pain. Yet he rasped, Pa, go ahead. Kill me if you dare. In my hands, death would be a mercy. Jiang Feng gripped Callie's neck, slicing across his nose with the knife. Callie's nose was severed, falling onto his thigh. Jiang Feng didn't stop, slicing off Callie's remaining ear. Then, without a word, he grabbed Callie's hands pinned to the seat. Snap. One finger broke with a sound. Callie's body twisted violently, eyes nearly popping out. Jiang Feng moved to the next finger. Snap. Callie's face contorted, eyes unfocused, mouth agape in pain. When all 5 fingers were broken, Callie passed out again. Jiang Feng coldly woke him up once more. This time, Callie's eyes were vacant. Seeing Jiang Feng reach for his other hand, his entire body shook. The snakehead was Alan, from Australia. Callie finally broke, revealing a name. Who did you hand over to in hell? Jiang Feng gripped his other hand's fingers, though the forearm was severed. The nerve endings still felt the excruciating pain. Callie panted heavily, struggling to speak. I don't know. He only had a code name. Snakehead. I was just working for him back then. Ask him about the snakehead's appearance. The urgent and clear voice of Kwang Chao came through the earpiece. Jiang Feng turned to Carrie, his gaze sharp as a blade. Carrie's eyes gradually focused, as if recalling something. After a long pause, he slowly spoke, Caucasian. Over 2 meters tall, curly blonde hair, scar by his eye. Kwang Chao's keyboard clacked incessantly. Suddenly, his voice rang out again. Xiaojio, turn right and head into the woods. There's a blockade ahead. Ask him where the Gene Project base is. Xiaojio reacted immediately, yanking the steering wheel to the right. The vehicle jolted violently as it plunged into the pathless forest. Jiang Feng grabbed the back seat to steady himself. Carrie let out a piercing scream. The jolt caused the knives embedded in his arms to tear at his muscles, blood gushing out. Jiang Feng gripped Carrie's jaw, his face twisted with rage. Where is the Gene Project base? Tell me, and I'll give you a quick death. Hearing the term, Gene Project, Carrie's pupils contracted, staring intently at Jiang Feng. Speak. Jiang Feng roared, driving a knife into Carrie's other thigh and twisting it in the wound. A strange sound escaped Carrie's throat, his eyes rolling back. Seeing this, Jiang Feng released the knife handle and grabbed Carrie's throat instead. Carrie clenched his teeth, refusing to speak. The Gene Project base was the biggest secret he knew, and revealing it would doom his entire family. Jiang Feng wasted no more words. He picked up a can of gasoline and poured it all over Carrie. The heavy smell of gasoline mixed with the stench of blood filled the car. He discarded the empty can and opened the trunk lid, leaving his intentions unmistakable. Last chance, Jiang Feng said coldly, the lighter in his hand ready to ignite at any moment. Carrie finally broke down. Give me a quick death. I can't tell you. I don't even know. He would rather be eviscerated than burned alive. A slight smile tugged at Jiang Feng's lips. Talk, and no one will know it was you. I promise. If I talk, my whole family dies. Carrie shouted. 3 seconds. am out of patience. 3, 2. Jiang Feng's eyes flashed with cold light as he swiftly pulled the knives from Carrie's arms. Ah! Carrie screamed in agony. Jiang Feng grabbed his neck and shoved him towards the car door. Last chance. Kosolm, there's a base on the island. Carrie finally broke, screaming out. He was truly terrified, fearing this madman would really burn him alive. Exact location, Jiang Feng demanded, lifting him up. Blood gushed from Carrie's mouth. I don't know. I always had people deliver supplies to the nearby waters. Someone would meet them. I've never gotten close. Jiang Feng exchanged a glance with Bing Huang, who gave a slight nod. A sharp blade pierced through Carrie's back, reaching his heart. Carrie's body convulsed violently before collapsing. Jiang Feng pulled out the bloodied knife and kicked the corpse out of the car. The body in the cart tumbled through the woods, eventually landing in a thicket. The George Patton military SUV roared up the hillside, its wheels grinding over the rugged terrain, completely off any discernible path. Inside, 3 passengers Jiang Feng, Bing Huang, and Xiao Juer tossed violently, gripping the handles tightly to maintain balance. The SUV barreled down the slope onto a narrow dirt road. Suddenly, the roar of engines could be heard not far ahead. A fierce glint flashed in Xiao Ju's eyes as she floored the accelerator, launching the vehicle forward like an arrow. Rounding a bend, several jeeps came into view. Jiang Feng and Bing Huang, already prepared, opened fire immediately. The MP-7 submachine gun spat fire, and in the rapid burst of gunfire, the driver and co-driver of the first jeep were instantly riddled with bullets, sending their vehicle careening into a roadside ditch. The George Patton did not slow down at all, continuing its charge towards the remaining 3 jeeps. Jiang Feng and Bing Huang simultaneously lobbed grenades before ducking back into the vehicle. The opposition retaliated, bullets pelting the bulletproof glass, leaving white marks. 2 loud explosions followed as the grenades went off, causing the trailing vehicles to brake abruptly and lose control on the narrow dirt road, colliding with each other. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Feng and Bing Huang raised their MP-7s again, unleashing another barrage. The windows of the ordinary jeeps shattered under the heavy fire, and the doors were riddled with holes. Screams filled the air as the enemy suffered significant losses. Xiao Ju's lips curled into a cold smile as she drove the 2.5-ton George Patton straight into the enemy vehicles. The immense impact forced the jeeps to back up, the 435-horsepower engine roaring as it pushed the steel beast forward. Jiang Feng and Bing Huang fired relentlessly at the close-range targets, their gunfire, explosions, and the engine's roar echoing through the forest. The lightweight jeeps stood no chance against the brute force of the George Patton, being slowly pushed back. Most of the enemies inside were already dead, and the survivors were too suppressed to lift their heads. At Xiao Jia's command, Jiang Feng tossed 2 grenades at the middle jeep. The explosion's shockwave caused the clustered vehicles to shift, allowing the George Patton to push the first jeep down the slope. Bing Huang demonstrated impressive reloading speed, barely pausing before continuing to suppress the remaining enemies. Her precise shooting and quick reactions showcased her prowess as the queen of mid-range, master of the domain. The George Patton rammed through the remaining 2 jeeps, with Jiang Feng's grenades and Bing Huang's accurate shots eliminating the enemies. The entire skirmish lasted only a few minutes, but the George Patton paid a price. 2 front tires were hit, and the front bumper was nearly torn off. Xiao Jio stomped on the gas, aware that their fight had given away their position. Through the earpiece, Crazy Tide's raspy voice warned them that He Kuan's convoy was just 2 kilometers away. Jiang Feng smirked and ordered to pursue, but Chun Wan's voice suddenly intervened, insisting they retreat first. Meanwhile, Chun Wan and Xiao Hua were sitting in a living room, wearing earpieces. It turned out Chun Wan had privately contacted Crazy Tide, requesting to tap into Jiang Feng's team's channel to stay informed. Crazy Tide had agreed, on the condition that they would not interfere with the operation. Chun Wan knew how to prioritize and decisively agreed to Jiang Feng's request. The sounds of battle still echoed in her ears as she and Xiao Hua listened to everything through their earpieces. When Jiang Feng proposed to hunt down He Kuan, Chun Wan couldn't help but speak up, her concern palpable. You should retreat first. It's too dangerous. Jiang Feng paused for a moment, then realized why. The earpieces allowed them to hear everything, which wasn't surprising. Xiao Jiao turned to look at Jiang Feng, his eyes questioning whether they should continue the pursuit. Chase, Jiang Feng commanded, his tone cold and resolute. Shut up. Chun Wan clenched her teeth, gripping the armrests of her seat tightly, and fell silent. Xiao Hua's face also showed signs of tension and worry. A voice filled with urgency came through the communicator. Madman, I suggest you retreat. You're approaching a warlord's territory. If they send people, you'll be surrounded. The warning came from Quang Chao, who had previously reported He Kuan's location without considering other factors. Chase, Jiang Feng reiterated, his eyes glinting with icy determination. Bing Huang sat in the back, silently checking his ammunition and reloading empty magazines. Xiao Ju drove the vehicle to a fork in the road and turned right without hesitation, speeding down a dirt path. He floored the gas pedal, and the vehicle shot forward like an arrow, racing toward Hikuin. Truly a madman, Huang Chao muttered as he watched the marker representing George Patton swiftly approach the target on his screen. He marveled at Jiang Feng's audacity. Most people wouldn't chase someone while being pursued by a large number of enemies. Meanwhile, in a nearby camp, a bullet-riddled armed helicopter was taking off. This was the military base Carey was originally headed to, under the command of a warlord named Nashi Bo. Nashi Bo's face was grim as he personally boarded the battle-scarred helicopter. Hikuin's convoy had chosen a remote route to escape the battlefield. However, fate had other plans. After Xiao Ju's vehicle crested a hill, they found themselves not far behind Hikuin's convoy. Hikuin's driver, unfamiliar with the terrain, was driving slowly and heading straight into another warlord's territory. Suddenly, the roar of an engine like a beast's growl came from behind. Hikuin whipped his head around, his pupils dilating in terror. Hikuin felt a surge of intense unease. The sudden appearance of the pursuers caught him off guard. Grabbing his radio, he roared, "Open fire! Stop them from getting closer!" The bodyguards in the three vehicles were ready to open fire, while Jiang Feng and Bing Huang, in the rear, had already raised their MP-7A1 submachine guns. The rapid gunfire instantly mingled with the engine noise, echoing through the forest. A sinister smile appeared on Jiang Feng's face, his scar twisting with his expression. His fingers squeezed the trigger tightly, and 40 rounds from a magazine rained down on the vehicles ahead. However, Hikuin's wealth had equipped them with bulletproof jeeps. The bullets clattered against the rear of the cars, but caused no real damage. Jiang Feng frowned and cursed. Damn it! He quickly pulled out a grenade, pulled the pin, and hurled it forward with all his might. A loud explosion followed, scattering steel balls everywhere, but the effect was still disappointing. As soon as the gunfire ceased, the bodyguards in Hikuin's car leaned out and fired back furiously. The relentless gunfire forced Jiang Feng and Bing Huang to retreat inside their vehicle. Xiao Jiu instinctively slowed down, as bullets peppered the windshield, leaving it covered in white marks. Bing Huang glanced at the Barrett sniper rifle beside her and decisively picked it up. As a top assassin, her sniping skills, though not as sharp as her mid-range shooting, were still far superior to the average hitman. In this situation, only a heavy armor-piercing weapon like the Barrett could be effective. The rugged mountain road significantly reduced the enemy's shooting accuracy. An entire magazine was emptied without halting the pursuit of the George Patton. Although they managed to gain some distance, the pursuers remained relentless. "Cover me," Bing Huang said coldly, climbing out of the sunroof with the Barrett. Jiang Feng leaned out of the window, his MP7 spraying bullets wildly to buy her time to aim. Bing Huang pressed against the scope, trying to lock onto the lead vehicle. However, the bumpy road and numerous turns made it difficult. Even after Jiang Feng emptied a magazine, she couldn't find a good shot. She frowned in slight frustration. During the brief pause as Jiang Feng reloaded, the enemy opened fire again. Both had to duck back inside, but Bing Huang kept one hand on the Barrett to prevent it from falling. At that moment, a black-clad man in the last vehicle ahead pulled out a grenade. Xiao Jia's pupils contracted, instinctively hitting the brakes. But someone reacted even faster. Bing Huang grabbed the MP7 beside her, stood up through the sunroof despite the hail of bullets, and fired single-handedly. The burst of gunfire was followed by Bing Huang quickly ducking back inside. The man, eyes wide with disbelief, had pulled the pin but lacked the strength to throw the grenade. Bullets had pierced his chest, heart, lungs, and throat. A deafening explosion rocked the vehicle. It lost control and crashed into the roadside slope, flipping over with a loud crash. Jiang Feng seized the opportunity, leaning out and firing continuously. Bing Huang repositioned herself on the roof. With a thunderous shot, she finally fired the Barrett. She didn't aim for the lead vehicle but targeted the rear window of the second car. With a shattering sound, the glass broke, and the armor-piercing bullet penetrated the rear window, striking the windshield. Though it didn't hit anyone inside, Hikuin's face turned pale. Beside him, a Quan trembled in fear, curling up in his seat and sobbing. As the George Patton passed the overturned Jeep, Xiaojia floored the accelerator, crashing into it. With a loud bang, the Jeep was shoved aside. The George Patton sped through without stopping, and Jiang Feng tossed a grenade. 2 explosions followed, engulfing the Jeep in flames. The bodyguards trapped inside screamed in agony. As the enemy bodyguards ducked back to reload, Jiang Feng and Bing Huang leaned out again, ready to continue their assault. The Ice Empress eyes were sharp, her gun aimed at the fleeing Jeep ahead. She knew that on this rugged, winding mountain road, with the vehicle constantly bumping, it was nearly impossible to precisely target the driver. Deciding against precise shots, she opted for a more effective strategy, firing relentlessly at the vehicle's rear. Bang, bang, bang. A series of deafening gunshots echoed through the mountains. Bullets rained down on the back of the jeep, sending metal fragments flying everywhere. Inside the vehicle, Hikuen's face was ashen as he cowered in the back seat with his hands over his head. His body trembled uncontrollably, the once distinguished man now reduced to a primal survival instinct. Beside him, a Quan was in the same position, both men completely consumed by fear. "Stop them!" Hikuen screamed into the radio, his voice hoarse. "Boss, even if we stop, you won't be able to get through. The road is too narrow," came the helpless reply from the radio. "Figure it out. Are you useless?" Hikuen shouted hysterically, veins bulging on his forehead. He never expected that this business trip, which he thought would be trouble-free, would end up being more dangerous than dealing with warlords, though he still didn't know the identity of their pursuer, Jiang Feng. Boom. Another loud bang, and this shot hit its mark. The man in black at the wheel let out a muffled groan of pain as blood gushed from his mouth. The bullet had pierced through the back seat, creating a gaping wound in his chest. The out-of-control jeep swerved sharply to the right, crashing into the roadside trees. Clang. With a grating sound of metal, the jeep smashed into a large tree. The hood flipped up, sending up clouds of smoke. Despair surged in Hikuen's heart. Shaking off his dizziness, he pushed open the door and stumbled into the forest, fleeing for his life. "Stop!" Jiang Feng, sharp-eyed, spotted the fleeing middle-aged man and immediately ordered Xiaojiu to halt. Xiaojiu slammed on the brakes, the tires screeching on the ground. At the same time, two more Mina Quan and another bodyguard jumped out of the jeep. Jiang Feng's lips curled into a sinister smile. "Hey, a Quan." Though he couldn't be entirely sure the middle-aged man was Hikuen, he was now about 80 certain. As soon as the George Patton came to a stop, Jiang Feng leaped out and chased after the fleeing figure. Meanwhile, the first jeep ahead had also stopped, evidently intending to rescue their boss who had crashed into the tree. Boom. The Ice Empress seized the opportunity and pulled the trigger steadily. The rear window of the first vehicle shattered instantly, and the armor-piercing bullet hit a bodyguard inside. Blood mist filled the vehicle, causing the remaining occupants to panic and leap out. Jiang Feng sneered and raised his MP7, unleashing a burst of fire. Rat-a-tat-tat. Although his marksmanship was not as precise as the Ice Empress, at this close range with no cover, it was still deadly. A Quan screamed and fell to the ground, while the bodyguard quickly turned to retaliate. But he was no match for Jiang Feng. Jiang Feng rolled to the side, half kneeling, and fired a precise shot. The bodyguard tried to dodge, but it was too late. The bullet pierced his chest. Without a glance at the fallen bodyguard, Jiang Feng rose and continued his pursuit of Hikuen, his eyes gleaming with the thrill of the hunt. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.